Good morning. Today is October 7th, 2025. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I am privileged to welcome you this morning to the world's greatest health show. This is already, even though we're just in the first week of our 3-week tour, been an absolutely incredible event. In a couple of minutes, I'm going to go into what happened in Vancouver last night. But I wanted first to share with you, for those of you that are joining us for the first time, what we're doing. Why are we driving across Canada for 3 weeks, starting on the West Coast? We started in Victoria on October 4th. A little bit in, we're going to have a group start in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, and drive towards Ottawa. We're going to have another group start in Quebec City and drive towards Ottawa. We have another group in Whitehorse who have refused to drive for obvious reasons, so we're letting them fly. And we're all ending up in Ottawa on October 25th on Parliament Hill, 1 o'clock. We're inviting all of you to attend. And as you watch the world's greatest health show, you'll understand why it's important for us to show up. We're basically doing 3 things. So the first thing that we're doing is we're driving the Charter of Health, or we call it the Health Charter, across Canada to bring awareness and to draw to the attention of Parliament that we want this entered as a law. And the Health Charter is a very simple piece of, it's basically a law that's been drafted by the citizens, requesting or mandating a few things. And the first thing that it does is it just takes the health rights that the courts say that we already have. It doesn't create anything new. It just says, look, these are the health rights that we have. Let's set them out clearly so that there's no mistake. Let's make it clear that the actions of the federal government have to yield and take account our health rights, and that the laws have to yield to the basic health rights that the courts have said are the bare minimum for us to be free individuals and have a reasonable life. The next thing that the Charter does is it creates some legal presumptions. The one that I find particularly important is it creates a legal presumption that the best source of information for whether or not a treatment works for a person is the person. As I've explained in other openings and will explain as this tour goes on, the federal government only authorizes synthetic chemical drugs to treat almost all but the most minor of conditions. So we live in a world where the only legal options for us to have treatments are synthetic chemicals. Now, this is by design and this is by purpose, and it's certainly our reality, which is why, as you know, if you go to the hospital for anything serious, by and large, you will be treated with synthetic chemicals. And the reason is they're the only authorized treatments. Now, if those don't work for you, and let's say you're only alive because of a natural health product, well, their natural health products can't be approved to treat serious health conditions. So that's now an illegal use. It's an illegal treatment. And Health Canada will attack that. Well, if you go to court saying to the court, listen, I need access to this natural remedy, or I will die, or I will be disabled. What happens is the Department of Justice machine kicks in. And just so you're aware, I mean, 100% of the time, when somebody goes to court saying, no, I need access to a treatment that Health Canada says it's illegal because we've created our drug approval process so that only synthetic chemicals are legal to treat serious health conditions. But if you're one of the very small percentage of Canadians with enough money and resources to actually go against the Department of Justice machine, 100% of the time they're going to resist you. And they're going to resist you in force because they don't want a legal precedent saying that even you personally, even though you have to jump through all these hoops, could have access to a treatment that Health Canada does not say you have the right to have, even though it's a life and death issue for you, or it's the difference between being completely disabled and completely healthy. And what the Department of Justice machine does then is they will hire a number of experts to basically say, well, look, you have this condition and there's this approved treatment and here's the research showing that it works. And there's this approved treatment, and here's all the research showing it works, and so on and so on. Now, you've tried all of those treatments, and they either didn't work for you or the side effects were completely intolerable. So they don't work for you. But these experts will also say, well, and the treatment the person's using is unapproved, it's illegal. There's just basically no research on it. It's just all in this person's head. And you will lose. Most of the time, you will lose in court against these experts, even though you know, your doctor knows, everyone around you knows you're only alive or you're only healthy because of these products. Why do we have to put up with this? It's not like Canadians are like going to court when they don't need to ask the court to grant them permission to a product. No, Canadians only go to court when their lives or health are on the line. And they shouldn't have to put up with that nonsense. So we're creating a legal presumption that the best source of information about whether a treatment works for a person is the person. And that will also help you when you're dealing with the medical community and there's a dispute between you and your doctor or others about what treatments you should be on. So that's the Charter of Health Freedom creates these legal presumptions. It also mandates the best health outcomes in the regulation of our nutrients and natural remedies. Because right now, what the game that Health Canada plays is they shout, risk, risk, risk. The sky is falling, the sky is falling. We need to take these products away because there's so much risk, ignoring the fact that actually you are 14 times more likely to be struck and killed by lightning than to be harmed by a natural health product. Peanut butter. 1 year of peanut butter use is more dangerous than all of our history of natural health products and all of Canadian history. I mean, they're so ultra safe that it's actually comical that we accept Health Canada yelling risk at all. But this is what they do, risk, risk, risk. But if you want good health outcomes for any class of products, anything that we're used therapeutically, well, you look at the benefits and you look at the risks. And your health policy, if you want good health outcomes, is, well, let's minimize the risks and let's maximize the benefits. But Health Canada as a policy, because they're trying to get rid of our natural products, and this isn't about health, as a policy, and I challenge anyone to show me any Health Canada analysis, any regulatory document where they in any way take account the benefits of natural health products. In fact, when I deal with them, on regulatory matters, when they're trying to take these products away, they've created this term failed efficacy. They just assume that we're in danger when we're not taking the approved chemical drugs. Because if we're taking a natural product, well, it's failed efficacy. They're not going to work. And so people will be delaying proper treatment. I actually see this in their documents. It's absolute madness. It's Orwellian propaganda. And the worst part is when you keep repeating lies, you come to believe them yourselves. So it's a crazy world. So anyway, the charter stops that. Now we're dealing with vital nutrition. I'm going to go into that this morning. It's something that Udo Erasmus shared with us last night in Vancouver. But we're dealing with vital nutrition. The reality is the human body needs nutrients to survive, let alone to be healthy. And Health Canada is blocking our access to vital nutrients. They're literally blocking our access. When what they should be doing is protecting and promoting our access to those nutrients that we need to be healthy and thrive. Instead of attacking them, we should be promoting and protecting. We shouldn't even have to say this is a basic human right. It's kind of like saying you can't have water. We've got to have vital nutrients. So the Charter of Health Freedom actually creates a legal obligation on a new ministry, the Ministry of Wellness, to protect and promote our access. So it's the solution. And what we're basically doing is taking to Ottawa the solution to this health madness. The second thing that we're doing is we've been collecting signature paper petitions calling on Parliament to bring the Charter of Health Freedom into law. Well, we're the third largest paper petition in Canadian history. We have over 150,000 signatures. We're driving those to Ottawa, and we're delivering them on Parliament Hill on October 25th. Again, please be there. The third thing that we're doing is as we're driving across, we're having this online health show. And for those of you who have been watching, you will be seeing ordinary Canadians sharing forbidden information because we have censorship in Canada. You cannot share truthful health information. That people that understand that, hey, just wait, this person's only alive because of a natural health product, or this person was completely disabled and now they're well. The people that know that, the practitioners and the manufacturers, they cannot share it with you. Health Canada will attack them viciously. Health Canada will destroy them. And we will continue on explaining that. I'm going to spend an entire opening talking about censorship as this show goes on. It's absolutely staggering. Well, we're sharing those stories. We're having ordinary Canadians share with you vital health information. We want to have an honest dialogue. Our health policy is broken. Our healthcare system is broken. And the fact that Health Canada is taking vital nutrients away is completely unacceptable. Now, last night we had a live event in Vancouver. And when I'm at a live event, it's funny, I tell them, well, you got to watch the World's Greatest Health Show online. Like, because a lot of people showing up for the live events actually aren't watching online, and some of them don't know. So that's where, you know, day in and day out for these 3 weeks, we get to watch people's stories. We get to learn things about our healthcare system that are absolutely amazing. But for you online, I say, boy, if you can come to a live event, come. The ones we've had so far have been absolutely fantastic. And I want to thank the volunteers. All these live events, it's completely volunteers putting it on. It's just people deciding that they've had enough, that we need to actually have reasonable and rational drug policy, and they're putting it out there, and I thank them. Now, one thing that happened that was really interesting is we had several speakers, and one of them is Udo Erasmus. And many of you will know, oh, Udo, you know, in the health food stores, Udo's essential oils. He's basically the world expert on, you know, how when we process oils to become dangerous. He's the person that basically became the whistleblower there to help us understand that overheating oils and processing oils are dangerous and and why they're dangerous. He's also been a pioneer on, well, listen, we need these, you know, omega-3, 6s and the likes. And he's basically responsible for a whole branch of our natural health community. And he showed up last night and he was sharing with us, and this will be posted online, this Vancouver event. After the health show is done, we're going to get all of this stuff put online. So you will be able to later on go and see his presentation. But he was so crystal clear in sharing with us, look at, there's this list of vital nutrients, and he even numbered them. Like there's pretty solid agreement that there's specific things that we absolutely need or we will die. Like he's clear. When I say vital, this is Udo, if you don't have it, eventually you will die. So it's just like if I shared with you, you know, you have to have water or you will die. I mean, most of us understand that. Well, there's a list of nutrients that the human body needs, not just to be healthy, but to survive. And if any, he said, listen, if you're missing even one, eventually that will kill you. That's why they're termed as essential nutrients. There are other nutrients that we need to thrive, but we're just talking essential nutrients that we absolutely need or we will die. Now, there is a difference between getting enough of an essential nutrient so that you don't die and getting enough of an essential nutrient so that you can actually be healthy and thrive. Okay, so they can keep you over the death line, but you're not feeling well, you're not healthy, you're not thriving. You're not thriving physically, you're not thriving mentally. And most likely, if you're not thriving, you know, mentally and physically, you're not thriving spiritually. Our policy should be on nutrition that we're actually looking to, well, is the optimum nutrition, not the bare minimum that we need. What is the optimum nutrition that we need to be healthy? I hope this is coming across as common sense. We know what's vital. We know what we need. Shouldn't our health policy be ensuring that every Canadian is getting the amount of nutrition that is optimal for them to be as healthy as they can be? That's what happens in our animal world, our veterinary world. It is focused on how do we make the animals as healthy as possible, not what's the bare minimum for them to theoretically survive but not thrive. Now I'm going to share with you something that's shocking, and I need you to pay attention. This is super important for you to understand. And what I'm going to explain to you is by law. So by law, Health Canada has set vital nutrition levels lower than the amount that is necessary for us to survive. And then Health Canada attacks companies that dare provide you with more than this legal limit that will ensure that you will be unhealthy and become chronically ill. And so let's talk about recommended daily allowances. And all of you have seen that term before, because you can pick up a vitamin bottle. You can often pick up foods. There's labeling requirements where it'll say, oh, there's this, vitamin or this mineral, and it's this percentage of the recommended daily allowance. Now, language speaks volumes. So recommended by the government, Health Canada, daily allowance. So this is what they're going to allow. The government is going to allow you to have. It's like you're this farm animal and you don't get to choose how much grass you get to eat. The farmer, Health Canada, is only going to allow you certain amounts. I have to share with you the history of where the recommended daily allowances come from. And actually, they come from World War II. Because before D-Day, before the invasion of France by the Allies, they had a planning problem. Now, they were expecting that they would break through every beach that they were landing on. They weren't expecting that only one beach would they break through and the others they'd be hemmed in for a while. So they were expecting to break through on every beach and have the soldiers march into the interior of France and start causing havoc. And they said to themselves, we've got a supply problem here. We're going to be sending these soldiers into France, and it's going to take us a couple of weeks before we're able to get supplies deep into France to resupply them. Now, they're carrying guns, they're carrying ammo, they're carrying medical supplies. Well, they have to carry their food. And we have a weight problem. So the problem was, so they asked themselves, what is the minimum? What is the minimum nutrition that a healthy 20-year-old man, perfectly fit, needs to be able to function for 2 weeks? After 2 weeks, the person can collapse. We don't care about that. But what is the minimum amount of nutrition that a healthy, fit 20-year-old male needs to function for 2 weeks? Again, we don't care what happens to that person after 2 weeks, but what's the minimum for them to function for 2 weeks? And that became our recommended daily allowance. It has nothing to do with what we actually need to survive. And Health Canada will tell you this isn't secret. And I've gotten this out of them under oath in court proceedings. But again, it's not secret. It's not like, oh, we're discovering something here under oath. The recommended daily allowance for any vitamin and mineral, and listen carefully, is the amount. So Health Canada sets it to fit this criteria. The recommended daily allowance of any vitamin and mineral is the amount that every single Canadian from the day of their birth, so I had a child that was just 4 pounds, like premature, so that qualifies. So it's the amount that you can give every person the day they're born. So let's give them, the recommended allowance of every vitamin and mineral. Let's inject it into them, and they can take it every day until they die. Hopefully they live into their 80s or 90s. That's not going to happen because of what's happening with our food supply. But and so the entire population taking this amount every day for their entire lives, and we will never have a single adverse reaction. Well, that's madness. That's not optimum nutrition. And we've actually set these recommended daily allowances. You'll pick up the bottle and go, oh, I better not take 2 of these. So, one is already 80% of the RDA. We have set by law recommended daily allowances that are below the amount necessary to survive. And these are set by law. So if a natural health product manufacturer wants to provide a vitamin and mineral supplement, Health Canada will tax them if the dosage amount is more than this legal limit of recommended daily allowances. Now, there can be exceptions, but the rule is you can't provide a dosage amount. It can't be on the bottle. There can't be instructions that in any way would encourage Canadians to take more than the RDA limit, which is guaranteed for all of us to be sick. If we all followed, if we only got the recommended daily allowance, we would all be chronically sick and eventually die. So how is it? You have to ask the question. Yesterday in the opening, I was sharing with you, President Eisenhower on his way out of office was saying, listen, nothing happens in government by accident. Do you think Health Canada is too stupid to know what are essential nutrients that we need to survive and what amounts we need to thrive? Do you think they're incapable of finding that out? Well, if you do, then why are they involved at all? Let's just get rid of them. I totally agree. We need to get rid of them. But no, this is by design. We are limiting the amount of nutrition that Canadians are allowed to have by design. Like anyone in the natural health community would tell you the RDAs are absolute madness. There won't be a single person in the know, a single nutritionist, a single naturopathic doctor, a single health food store person who in any way follows that in their own lives because they know they'll be chronically sick. And how can it be? So I just want to use vitamin D as an example. So one of the speakers during the health show is Dr. James Lunny. And he speaks on vitamin D and how important vitamin D is and what amounts we need to be healthy. And Health Canada has set our RDA, our recommended daily allowance. You can't have more than what Health Canada will allow at 2,500 micrograms. Well, you can't survive at that amount. And so I'm just giving you a real life example. And I mean, he says in his opening list or in his presentation, if you follow the RDA for vitamin D, you're going to be chronically sick. Like you just can't do it. Well, vitamin D is absolutely essential, not just for our immune system, but for a whole bunch of processes within our body. It is an essential nutrient that if we don't get enough of, we will eventually be sick and we will eventually die. And this shouldn't be absolute news. This shouldn't be, newsflash. The human body needs nutrition or it won't be healthy. But ask yourself the question, how is it that Health Canada, this body we've entrusted to protect our health, well, we didn't entrust them. The government just gave them absolute authority over our lives. How is it that they have set the legal limit for vitamin D? It's illegal for companies to sell you vitamin D in over this legal limit. How is it that it's been set at an amount that will ensure that we're chronically sick, that our immune systems don't function well, and we can just go after different vitamin, different mineral? It's absolutely incredible. And so we need to start asking these questions. I mean, to me, it's just an absolute criminal act. It's literally a criminal act, in my opinion. We have to get control over this. There's no way that Health Canada or the government of Canada or any other body or any other person has the right to tell us that we cannot access nutrition that we need not just to survive. We have the right to be healthy. We have the right to thrive. We need to be thriving in Canada, where our health outcomes are getting worse and worse and worse. And most importantly, our children, for the first time, a large number of them, I think it's up to 20%, are chronically sick. This should be front page news. The mainstream media should be biting onto this like a pit bull and not letting go, but they're not. All of this will be new. You'll never have heard this about the RDA before. Even this idea that we're by design being chronically malnourished by the government that has iron control over our food supply will be a shock to you. And it's why we have to get involved. We need you to be sharing this. If we can get our fellow Canadians watching this health show, they are going to come to understand that they need to be taking personal responsibility for the health of themselves and the health of their family. We can no longer trust the government. They've shown their hand. This has been going on for 100 years. Watch the opening yesterday about the drug model. It will shock you. Continue watching the openings and the show. What's going to come out, the truthful information that is being shared with you will shock you. And we simply can't tolerate it anymore. So you must share it. We have on our website, nhppa.org, resources to help you share. We have social media posts that you can repost. Feel free to grab the graphics, make your own posts. Let's make this happen. Print out the posters. If you're not in a city where we're having an event, we have posters just, hey, this is an online event. Well, that's going to be most of Canada. And even if you're in a city where there's a in-person event, we want those online posters out there so people understand this is a 3-week show. We need you watching. We need you to participate. Just decide for yourselves, how am I going to get this out there? Share our emails through your email chain. Let's make this happen. The NHPPA depends on volunteers, just like putting on these live events. We're in this together. We have the solution. It's now time. Canadians are ready to come to understand, wait a second, we have to completely redo our health policy. We have to structure our drug policy to answer the simple question, how do we get the best health outcomes? That's actually never asked. The whole thing, our whole system is a fraud. It's based on presumptions that don't work, that aren't in our interests. It would surprise you, Health Canada isn't even under a legal duty to get good health outcomes, and nor do they. In fact, they're operating against us, as I just explained with the RDAs. And I'd also like to invite you to donate. We've taken a real step out in creating this huge event, and it takes resources. And as we march across Canada, we're hoping that you will help support us so that we're able to meet our expenses. So far, what's come in has not been meeting the expenses that we have, but we're hopeful as this goes on and as more people participate. So I'm asking you to help us to continue to march across the country. And please join us in Ottawa on October 25th. So let's talk about sections 15 and 16, which deal with examination and sampling of products. Because we've given the Ministry of Wellness the exclusive jurisdiction to regulate natural health products and these other safe treatment modalities, they have to have the ability to be checking. So they have to have the ability to go and take samples of your products, to test them, to see, your facilities, to see that you're following the regulations. And so these sections are the ones that set out what powers they have. And they're very similar to the sections that are in the Food and Drug Act that give Health Canada those powers. So we're not inventing anything new here, but realistically, to properly regulate and manage these treatment modalities, there has to be the ability to go in and get the information that the regulatory body needs, and that's what these sections are for. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have Tony Stephan with me. I've known Tony, it's been decades that I've known you. I had to go back and check my records to even figure out when your trial was. And you have one of the most compelling personal stories I've ever run across. And so can you, maybe let's just start with your wife, Debbie, and kind of what went there and what you were up to at the time?
Well, first off, thanks, Sean, for having me on today. It's wonderful. And I appreciate what you're doing. It's so important. This is so critical to all of us. It really is. So thank you very much for what you're doing. My name is Anthony Stephan. Sadly, our story begins in a very traumatic way in 1994 with the loss of my first wife. She ended up taking her life. She was diagnosed with bipolar affective disorder 1 with rapid cycling. And at that time, of course, we were told this is an incurable disease that she was struggling with. The only thing that was available are medications for sedation. And sadly, it didn't work. And she ended up losing her life in January of 1994. And, Sean, that was just the most traumatic time in our life. We have a large family together, and at the time of her death, 2 of her children, our children.
And Tony, I'll just back up. How many kids were there at the time?
At the time of her death, there were 9 children. 9 children, natural, and 1 adopted child. And so there's a total of 10. At the time of her death, there was 8 at home, and when you say death, I mean Debbie committed suicide. She did, and it's the most traumatizing thing that a family can go through. Every one of us. I used to listen to after her demise. I used to listen at night and hear my children crying and weeping, and just the trauma was so overwhelming. I mean, we're in a terrible, terrible place as a family. And the numbers aren't good when you look back at how many families can actually stay glued together and come through such an issue.
No. Can I just back you up? She was put on some of it, and I'll say, the approved Health Canada medications, right?
She was taking Prozac at the time of her death. She had been taking it for about 2 weeks. And when she got onto Prozac, she absolutely lost it. She absolutely went hysterical. There was no sense at all. And I need to put a caveat in here. Individuals that suffer with these mental conditions do not bring this upon themselves. They're the victim. They're the victim in this issue. And she was a victim. And we ended up being the victims. because the children lost their mom. I lost my wife, who I'm deeply in love with, and all of your dreams are shattered. Everything. Prozac was not a good thing at all. And I'm not going to criticize the doctor that prescribed her with Prozac, but it's not the answer at all. I mean, she lost her life basically, yes, to bipolar affective disorder 1 with rapid cycling, but it was the Prozac that pushed her over the edge.
And am I correct? It ran in her family, bipolar disorder.
It does continue. I still track the family and visit with some of the members of that family. Oh yeah, it's a huge issue. Her father took his life 16 years before she did, and there have been multiple suicides in that family. It flows downhill. It's a genetic issue. It's a weakness. And once again, I'm going to say, it's not the individual's fault. And it left me running. It absolutely left me running, because I've got these other 2 children at home with the other 6, but these 2 children are diagnosed with the same disorder as their mom was. Bipolar affective disorder 1 with rapid cycling. If you look it up, it says it's incurable. And they were out of control. With all this trauma heaped on top, it was a terrifying situation.
Right. So do you want to, one of them was Joseph, and I think he was around 15 at the time, right?
Yep. He was 15 years old. He was 240 pounds of fury. He really was. He played some amateur football, but he couldn't stay tuned in because of the flightiness that the disorder brought to him. And he ended up at the age of 15 with a federal weapons charge. He says he was everything that a schoolyard shooting was all about. Out of control, emotionally, spiritually, mentally. And my daughter, Autumn.
Can we just back up to Joseph for a minute? So
sure you
my
can.
understanding is Joseph was being treated with lithium by his doctor.
Yeah, around 1,250 milligrams of lithium per day.
Right. And lithium was at the time the mainstream treatment for bipolar disorder.
Yes, but of course it's recognized that eventually you have to get off of it because of hepatic and renal issues, liver and kidney issues, because it does attack the organs.
And it didn't work for Joseph. Like, my understanding is like he would have panic attacks, delusions, he would rage, and that basically the entire family was afraid to be in the house with him. Oh,
absolutely. I remarried Sean about 8 months after Debbie's death. That was a godsend. And I mean that literally. I'm not speaking in vanity at all. We were blessed to have Barbara come and be a part of our family, but it was terrifying. It was terrifying for her. It was terrifying for me. All the children were afraid. When Barb moved in with us after I married her, Joseph's bed was on the second floor, his bedroom. And I'll tell you what, if we heard there was a creaking sound like he's getting out of bed in the middle of the night, we were up like a shotgun. Had to be, because we were afraid. We were afraid that he was going to mortally injure the other children or us. That's how out of control he was, in spite of the lithium.
Right. So the whole family's basically on pins and needles, worried that Joseph's going to cause harm, like literally kill people.
Yes.
Okay. And then
he often threatened to do so. Well, I'm going to throw the caveat in again here. That's not Joseph. That's not the little boy that shared and cared. Such a loving son, really. And as he's growing up, he's just a wonder boy. I remember how he shared with his brothers and sisters, and they would play together. And when he hit puberty, he was off like a shot. Boom. So there's a hormonal relationship somewhere in the background there as well, no question, with these individuals.
And at the time, can you tell us what's happening with your daughter, Autumn?
Well, Autumn's in and out of the psych ward like her second home. And she had gotten to the point that her doctor says, if you come back here again, I'm going to have to certify you for institutionalization. And the chances of getting out of that are a rare, rare experience. But she was in a terrible place as well. Dana, her husband, was having to look after her full time. He's trying to work to put food and clothing.
Let's just back up again. I just want people to understand. Like, so Autumn is being involuntarily committed to psych wards.
Yeah, absolutely. And the psych ward was her second home. That was her second home.
She would be mania and depression. She's doing the cycle. She would have, my understanding is, basically hallucinations.
Yes.
You know, she'd hear things and see things. She thought her husband and family members were trying to kill her, and so she'd act violently. Like, she is completely, I guess, like, it's suffering as much as a person could suffer. And then she's, when you're, and I know this from interviewing her, I called her as a witness, and you saw that. So in a way, this interview is us reminiscing, because I'm going to ask you about some of the things that happened during the trial and what your thoughts were, know, when we get there. But I remember when I was interviewing her, like, she basically, what would happen to these people is, you have these episodes, you're suicidal, you're manic, you get involuntarily committed, and they basically so dope you out on these drug cocktails that you can't function. Like, you're drooling over yourself, but once your body gets used to the drugs enough that you're not drooling over yourself 24 hours a day, they send you home on 24-hour suicide watch.
Yes.
And that's where Autumn is, like when you're saying her husband, Dana. But I need you to back up. So Autumn's in crisis, Joseph's in crisis, the doctors are telling you there's no solution.
Well, let me go back a foot and a half, even before there, to let you know what happened to us that instigated the major change. I'm going to say catharsis, but there was a step in there. Barbara realized, and she came to me and she said, I can't do this. There's no way that we're going to hold this family together with the situation that we have. We're not going to make it, Tony. And so I am going to look for some help here. And I don't know how she did it. I'm too busy with my head under the hood, just trying to keep things at a somewhat quasi level keel here, right? But she starts digging in at the University of Calgary, and she gets us lined up with a top psychiatrist, one of Western Canada's well-known psychiatrists. Wonderful lady. She is. She's a wonderful lady. Took us about 3 months to get there, and we're all in hell, literally, trying to get there. Hopefully this woman has an answer for us, right? And so on the appointed day, we drove up to Calgary, to the U of C, the psychiatric extension there, and we're going to have an interview with this lady. And we're in the waiting room, and she invites us in. Joseph, right? Yes. Anthony, yes. Barbara, the stepmom, yeah. Come on into my office. And we're in there, and she says, what are you seeing, Mr. Stefan? And I said, this is terrifying. It's absolutely hopeless the way that it is right now. And I said to her, there has to be a better way. There's got to be a better way. My daughter's on 5 different medications, in and out of the psych ward like her second home. Joseph has a weapons charge. He's extremely violent, raging between severe depression and severe euphoria, delusional states, psychotic states, and he's on 1250 milligrams of lithium a day, and it's not working. There must be a better answer. With all of the billions and billions of dollars in the pharmaceutical industry and the research that's taking place, there isn't a better answer than this? And she said, well, not really. We're going to have to find a better cocktail of medications and sedate him with stronger meds. And I said, what? There's got to be something better than this. And she said, you know what? You're not getting it. And I was very emphatic. I mean, I guess I'm very emotional. I'm on the edge, literally, and so is my wife and the whole family. And she said, you're not getting this at all. Mrs. Stefan, would you take Joseph and please go out in the waiting room? I need to talk to your husband alone. When that door closed, Sean, it was like a shotgun going off in my face. What's the matter with you, Mr. Stefan? Don't you get it? What you see is what you've got, and you're not going to change this, and it's an intractable disorder, and you're not going to reverse this. That's all there is to it. And Mr. Stefan, I don't mean to say this to you, but I have to. You need to understand. You better prepare for another suicide, because you've got a propensity in your family to suicide vis-a-vis your wife suiciding and Joseph's grandfather. And you know, Sean, when she said that to me, it was like somebody opened up the hope valve and everything drained out of me. And I wasn't mad at her. She was trying to do her best. She's a good person. And I stood up and I said, hey, I appreciate your time. And I walked out. And I said to Barb and Joe, we're going home. That ride home was the longest ride I've ever taken in my life, because I didn't have any hope. There was nothing left in me. And I told Barbara what happened, and there was nothing left in her. And my prayer was somehow that God would help us to stay glued together through this, and that he would bring an answer.
And he did.
He did.
And the story is interesting how this came about. So he wasn't finished with you or your family.
Not at all.
Can you share with us how kind of the idea of a different way came about?
Well, you know, when I realized that there's no hope in the medications, I started praying and pleading and fasting and searching. And I took a position working for a church where I had all these buildings. And one of their liaison kind of directors was a guy named David Hardy. And David and I got to know each other because we would be walking through these buildings, looking at them, analyzing this and that, and carpet repair and replacement and painting and refurnishing or whatever. And I told him about what was happening with my family. And just out of the blue, he said, you know, I got to tell you, Tony, I don't know anything about mental illness. Never had a problem. My family's okay. My wife is okay. My lineage is okay. My children are okay. So I don't understand what you're going through. But I will tell you one thing. He said, I used to put together nutrient-based products in the agricultural industry. And he said, we used to see a thing called among the hog barns. Sorry. Among the hog barns, we saw this thing called ear and tail biting syndrome. And what happens is the animals literally become so extremely violent. They're all kind of caged in there, and they will attack one another, tear off an ear, tear off a tail. They'll gore each other or whatever they do, these massive big hogs. And he said, we learned very quickly that you could arrest this syndrome, this ear and tail biting syndrome, by applying calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, zinc, nutrients. And we would do this.
Into their food.
Yeah. And we would see calm hogs. You have to forgive me. I picked up a little cold here. But when he told me that, it was like an epiphany. It was like something saying, listen up. You got to do this. You got to do this. And I heard those words. It just vibrated through me. And that was the beginning of the correction that was going to come. The beginning of the blessing that God was about to give to us.
So as I understand it, so you're sharing the problems with your family. And David Hardy says, I don't know anything about humans, but when we see this aggressive behavior in pigs, because he's referencing Joseph there, he's like, well, we know it's nutritional, and we solve it in the nutrition, and the little light bulbs go off for both of you. I wonder if there's a nutritional basis to mental health problems.
Exactly. And you know, David was driven, and so was I. He had a keen interest in this thing, and he set aside a lot of work to get involved, and so did I. Well, I didn't have much work, and we were both living in poverty. We used to laugh because the wolf was at the door all the time. But we're looking for these answers, and no question, we were led. We were led down that road. There was some inspiration there that did not come from him and did not come from me. And eventually we put together this supplement. It wasn't for sale.
No, can I just back up? Because I've heard the stories. Like, you guys are reading every journal publication, all information you can on what nutrients help mental health. And I heard you guys would argue about, well, we need this, we need that. And then you guys kind of come up with, okay, finally we agree on what we need.
Exactly. In fact, I'll tell you how dedicated we were. We ended up going and visiting with a very famous man named Walter Mertz. He was the head of the USDA Human Nutrition Labs, and he'd written a number of volumes about minerals and their effect upon the human cellular mass. And we got into this book, and we read, and we actually looked him up, and David and I went and spent about 4 days with him. And what we learned was amazing. It's all here. It's all here right now. At that point, I mean, I'm talking here 30 years ago, 29 years ago. It was there then, and it's still here today. But he warned us too. He said, you're not going to get along well out there when you start to talk this way, because there's a jet stream of competition. There's a jet stream of competition out there that doesn't want to hear this. Big dollars.
Meaning doesn't want to hear that nutrition can solve mental health.
Exactly. The mainstream medical system, no condemnation. There's some wonderful people in that system that are dedicated to saving and helping and eliminating suffering. I want us moving along because I want to get to the trial. So what happened? So you guys come up with a list of what you need. What happened next? Well, we started putting it together. You know, and it's not like you cook it up and put it in your bathtub, but We looked for things that were in a chelated format. David understood that. He said, when you chelate it, the body can uptake it better than taking an elemental mineral. Like, for instance, if you want to take calcium, you don't take calcium carbonate. If you're looking at the bottle and it says calcium carbonate, no. It's only 5% bioavailable. It has to be in a chelated form. And so
I'll just help the viewer. So a chelated form is, the calcium would be bound to an organic molecule so that the body can absorb it. Otherwise, it just goes through you. So that's what you mean by a chelated form, is the mineral is attached to a chelate that your body can absorb so you can actually use it.
Yeah, because you can't eat rocks. Like, we all know that we need iron. They've discovered in ADHD issues with children and adults, when they pull blood drips from them, they say, oh, you're iron deficient, you're iron deficient, you're iron deficient. But you're not going to go get a knife and scrape the iron oxide off your muffler, put that in a capsule and eat it, because it's not going to go anywhere. It must be in a bioavailable format that your body can uptake, and the cellular mass, head to toe, 100 trillion cells in this universe that we're riding around in called our body, it has to be bioavailable. And we knew that. And David had known that before from his work in the agricultural industry. So we gleaned and we gathered and we looked at this, and we got different forms of minerals from different companies, even things that weren't on the shelf. And we put this together. And Joseph says that he was patient 0. And we put him on it.
He was patient 0.
Yep. That's where you start. You start at 0 and you go up from there. If your bank account's empty, you're starting at 0 and you're going up, right? Well, patient 0 in about 30 days looked like a totally different person. It was a godsend. I wept. So did Barbara, because it was just a miracle. Like his principal called us a number of times, what are you doing over there? The kid's not causing fights and battles in the back of the schoolroom anymore. And he's behaving himself. And he's actually being kind to the other students. He lost that warrior type thing, that front to him. Mm-hmm. And it all slowed down, he said. He was able to think, starting to do homework, starting to become productive. It was absolutely amazing. The flip over, he did a backflip. And that principal down there started telling everybody in town about it. My phone rang off the wall. Hi, Mr. Stefan, this is so-and-so. And okay if I talk to you I said, just speak on. You're okay. I don't know you, but yeah, I live in your town there, but I heard about what happened to your son. My wife has been depressed for 20 years. She hardly gets out of bed. Do you think that what you did to your son would work for my wife? I said, I don't know. But we can try it. And it worked, Sean.
Yeah, so just organically, you and David find yourselves kind of people reaching out for help. But you guys did it in an organized fashion where you basically had people track how they were doing, right?
We had them fill out little forms. Like, we pulled down these psychiatric measurement tools, like, you've got one for ADHD. You've got different forms for, bipolar, MDD, major depressive disorder. And we made these little forms, and we'd have these, like, the wife would fill it out for his son or her husband. And whoever in the family could help. We got them to help support. And pretty soon we've got some data And it's impressive. It's impressive. And people are changing. They're all doing the backflip. Nutrition. It had such a profound effect.
And what about Autumn?
Well, Autumn was extremely resistant. There must be resistance. There has to be opposition in all good things. Well, Dad, you're crazy. What are you doing? You told me you took Joseph off his meds. Well, he had to come off his meds because he couldn't wake up if he was on lithium. Sean, if we loaded you up with 1,250 milligrams of lithium and you don't have a mental condition, you're going to do a lot of sleeping. And that's what Joe was working with. So, okay, we peeled that back. Here we go. And she said, you're being irresponsible. Well, what happened about a month later? I got a phone call from Dana, her husband. You know Dana. You've interviewed him as well. And Dana said, Dad, I'm in trouble. They're putting me on midnight shift. I've got to bring Autumn down to your house for 7 days. Are you okay? Can you look after her? And I said, sure, bring her down.
Now, just back up. She's on 24-hour suicide watch at the time.
Bingo.
And if I recall correctly, he would go to work and drop her off at his parents', and they're getting exhausted also. So It was also to give everyone a break because she was so... You just get exhausted having to watch this person every minute of every day so she doesn't harm herself.
That's right. And just all of the emotional overflow that comes from the disorders, combined with 5 medications. She's on Haldol, Rivotril, Epivan, Ativan, and Cogentin. That's strong medication, strong enough to knock down a horse, let alone a young woman. And so she gets dropped off at her door. One of the first things she said, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not going to do what you did. And I said, fine, I'm not forcing you to do anything. Come in. And I think it was Saturday when he came. Sunday, of course, is the Sabbath, and we're all going to go to church, and we're all sitting in the pews, and she loses it. She literally lost it, Sean. She started getting revved up and agitated. And I had to say, let's go home right now. So we walked home. And my friend Bill comes over. He's got about 15 years as a psych nurse. And he takes a look at her and he says, Tony, we're taking her to the hospital. And I said, no, we're not. No, we're not. Bill, I'm not doing this anymore. I already lost my first wife. I lost my father-in-law to this stuff. I'm going to put her on these nutrients. And Sean, I'm not going to tell you that I forced her to do it. It doesn't sound politically correct. I constrained her to do it. That sounds better, doesn't it? And so she started on the nutrients. Do you know 2 days later, it was about 7 a.m. We hear Barb and I are upstairs on the second floor. That's where we're living, and she's in the main floor. And I hear her hollering, Dad, you got to come down and see me right now. Okay, throw on my house coat. What's wrong, Autumn? I'm so over-medicated. And I said, did you take too much of that stuff? She's got it all here on her bureau beside her bed. Did you load up on that stuff? No, I didn't take any more than I had to. I'm supposed to. I'm so foggy I can't even think. And I'm thinking, what the heck's going on? So, this is foolish. But we were being led. I took her off 4 of her 5 medications. I don't know why I didn't take her off the last one, the Rivotril. I didn't know anything about these meds. This is a discovery in its birthing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't take her off the Rivotril, not because I was wise or knew anything. Had I done that, she would have gone into withdrawal. She was addicted to it. It's a benzodiazepine. She'd been on it for 3 years. She would have rolled up in a ball. I'm not kidding you. So I'm just going by feelings here. I took her off four of the medications, and then I hit her heavier, not mega dosing. There's nothing dangerous about her doses. I understand that completely. And
so can I just fill in for the people that are watching is
please.
What they won't know, Tony, is that, you and David end up creating a company called True Hope that would manage people with serious mental illness. And part of that is you guys actually became experts in the psychiatric drugs and experts in withdrawing people from the psychiatric drugs. And when I say that, I mean at the criminal trial, we had Dr. Charles Popper from Harvard University, who's the founding editor of the Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychopharmacology and was his editor for 10 years. He's an expert in psychiatric drugs who basically told the court under oath, no, he and his, Harvard University psychiatric colleagues will phone True Hope for advice on how to get people off of psychiatric drugs. So you guys are the world experts in weaning people off psychiatric drugs. And I'm just going from memory now. Isn't it like the conventional wisdom is you couldn't get somebody off Epival? Did I pick the right one?
Epival, you can do it, but there's some of them, like the benzodiazepines, slow go.
There was one that he said you couldn't, like the conventional wisdom was you couldn't ever get off it, but you guys figured out a way to get people off it. And, so like basically you guys became world experts. So we'll just back with Autumn. You're just learning, wait a second, there's something about weaning people off these psychiatric drugs, but somehow you were led to not take her off the one that would have caused a problem.
Yeah, we were led. I have to put my hands up and say, thank you, God, because we didn't know what we're doing. It's a birthing process. That's what we're going through here. And I'll tell you what, Sean, we saw a miracle because the next day she woke up, maybe 50% of the drugs, half-life or whatever have left her system. She got up and she started looking after herself. Hitherto before, she couldn't even shower herself. She couldn't look after her personal hygiene. Don't take my words wrong. This is what happens. This is how bad we can get in that state. And she's talking and following me around, and she wouldn't talk before. And so on day five, she phones up her husband and says, get down here and get me. I want to go home now. Well, put Tony on the phone. What's happening down there? Dana, she's only on one medication and she's looking really good. He freaked. He freaked right out. Yeah. Can you meet me in Red Deer, Alberta? I said, yeah, I'll drive up right now. I'm taking the day off work. This is an emergency. And I said, okay, I'll meet you there. We figured the clock time out. And so when I pulled up, I said, Autumn, you sit in the car here. I'm going to go visit with your husband. It's up at Gasoline Alley, the big gas exchange area there. And you got so angry. What have you done? I said, listen, don't give me a hard time over it, buddy. You go sit in the car with her. Here, just go in there. Go sit and talk to her. He gets out about, I don't know, half hour, 40 minutes later. He says, I haven't talked to her in years like that. She's making full sense. And she looks good. Her hair is done. She's got makeup on. Looks like a new person. And I said, you know what, man? She's been blessed. You take her home. And so he did. And life changed. 45 days later, she's off of the benzodiazepine, Rivotril. And she's never looked back. It's been a godsend for her.
And that's been decades.
It's been decades.
She's never been back in the psych ward. She's not on no psychiatric drugs.
Yeah, she went in
She's
to
been
see
able
her.
to have more. She's been able to have more children. She couldn't have children on the drug cocktails.
That's right. And she had an ADHD was done all right, because you see, bipolar moms give birth to ADHD children, and ADHD children become bipolar at puberty. That's what the numbers show. And her son was out of control. Well, so he took nutrients and got all balanced out.
I'm just gonna move us. So Joseph's gotten well, Autumn's gotten well. You guys are managing a whole bunch of people, and you guys never planned on making a product, as I understand it. Like you're just, can we solve mental illness with, with nutrition? You were forced by circumstances because the products that you had selected, other people's products, weren't consistent. And so people would falter. So you ended up making a product. Can you tell us about the product and the company? And then we're going to get to the initial research. So maybe just take us to the initial research, because you guys are trying to share this with the world.
Well, we are. And all of a sudden it got legs and wings of its own, and people phoning. Pretty soon what we're doing is we're just giving away the nutrients. We didn't want to sell this stuff. We didn't want to get into business, but we were forced to do it because of the immensity of this thing. And we're refining the delivery system. It was coarse. When we first started off, Sean, people had to chew 48 capsules a day.
Oh, I thought it was 32. It's actually 48.
48. And we had these huge, big tub bottles. How do you want that? With gravy or ketchup? I mean, it was like a full meal deal, and it was very onerous, but it worked. And pretty soon, like you say, we're down to 32. And then we're down to 24. And then we're down to 18. And then we're down to 15. Now we're down to 1.
And it's just figuring out how to make it more bioavailable.
That's the key. You know what? God taught us how a tomato works. You go out there and you take a tomato and you plant it in this soil, and there's all these minerals in that soil, and it grows and it chelates the elemental minerals into ionic forms. So that when you take a tomato and you eat that, you can absorb probably 95%. It's got efficacy deluxe. It's made the way that it should be. Mm-hmm. But when you're taking nutrients, you don't get 95% delivery. And we learned how to do this, what that tomato does.
Okay, so I'm just gonna fast forward us, because you've got the product. People are swarming to you, and you're basically, everyone has to participate in this research. Now I want to speed us along to the trial, but the Dr. Brian Kolb, can I tell the story? So you guys have the initial. It's just, I've interviewed Dr. Kolb as a potential witness at the trial. So he's a neuroscientist. He was at the University of Lethbridge, and Tony and David convince him on the data they've collected that there's something here. And he gets the University of Calgary involved, Dr. Bonnie Kaplan, in creating forms. And this is for basically behavioral problem kids, like ADHD kids. And so the parents are filling out these forms while they're on Empower Plus. And Dr. Kolb told me, so Tony and David, they drop off these forms, and he crunches the numbers. And he said the numbers were too good. Like, this is what he's telling me when I'm interviewing him. He says the numbers are too good. So I knew that Tony and David had basically fudged the data. So I go and I interview, I think there were 30 families. He goes and interviews every single family to learn that, no, we filled this in and this is what we saw. So the numbers were so good. He'd never seen anything like it. And then all of a sudden, the Behavioral Research Unit, which is a branch of the Faculty of Medicine at Children's Hospital in Calgary, they see this data and they go, oh my gosh, we have to do some research on this. And so tell us about that initial research that was done at the University of Calgary Faculty of Medicine Behavioral Research Unit.
Well, Bonnie Kaplan, who's extremely well published, I mean, she's a clinical neuropsychologist and was very well known. And she decided, before I get there, she thought this was snake oil until Brian Kolb talked to her. She wouldn't accept it from us. Get out of here. And I said, we're not selling anything. Snake oil. But anyhow, Brian Kolb, like you say, talked to her, and she decided to give it a try. And she brought on a small study. It was open. You know, there wasn't a placebo or anything. And she saw amazing results. Amazing results with childhood, temperament issues, this kind of thing. And she started to really get excited, and she brought on a whole host of researchers, well qualified, well named, and they began to do research. And then, do you want me to bring in
let's get there just in a sec, but I just want the audience to understand. So there were 2 case series done by this Behavioral Research Unit at Children's Hospital in Calgary. And basically 8 out of 10 adults with severe bipolar got completely well and off their psychiatric meds in a short period of time. And that was published in the Journal of Psychiatry, which is a blue chip psychiatric research journal. And then the case series on children, and the criteria was, if you were a psychiatrist in the Calgary area and you had a child you just couldn't manage on any drugs, refer them to this study. And 8 out of 10 got perfectly well and off all their psychiatric drugs in a short period of time. And that was published in the Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychopharmacology, another blue chip journal. And she told me, Dr. Kaplan, like, we just hadn't seen this type of numbers before. So the Faculty of Medicine goes to the Alberta government and says, look at this, like, this data is unparalleled. Alberta government, you should cough up a large sum of money for a double-blind clinical trial. So we're talking government-funded research run by the Behavioral Research Unit, this is all they do, is they run research. This is their reason to be. So the Alberta government agreed. These results are so outstanding that we need to run a double-blind clinical trial paid for by the taxpayer, run by the Behavioral Research Unit of the Faculty of Medicine at the Children's Hospital in Calgary. And now this trial's running. But the problem is, Tony, Health Canada found out. How did that happen?
Well, we had a wonderful break because Bonnie Kaplan had been interviewed by CTV News when they came out with some preliminary data. And CT National ran a story about the Empower Plus / research that's taking place at the University of Calgary. It was terrific. Till the next morning.
Right. So just so, and I don't have that video, but literally on the national news, CTV National News, as a lead story, is about this government-funded research at the University Hospital, Children's Hospital in Calgary, and just how it's showing incredible promise for treating serious mental health conditions like bipolar. So this is national news, but the problem was Health Canada watches the national news. So what happens the day after this? You'd think Health Canada would be doing cartwheels because serious mental illness is so debilitating. And here there's this vitamin and mineral supplement, which through government-funded research is showing incredible promise. So Health Canada must have been calling to say, how can we help? Well, they must have been beside themselves with joy.
It was very joyful, yes. Yeah, I picked up the phone. Good morning. Hi. Is this Mr. Stefan? Yes, it is. Who's speaking? This is so-and-so from Health Canada. Who gave you the authority to speak on CTV national news last night? What? I didn't know you had to have authority to speak. What happened to our charter rights, right? You know, this kind of thing. Well, do you understand, Mr. Stefan, you are in violation of section 3.1 and 3.2? You're going to shut this thing down now. Do you understand? Yeah. That's the attitude. That's exactly the attitude. And we weren't prepared to cave. And it ended up with an attack on the University of Calgary, Dr. Bonnie Kaplan, by Health Canada. It ended up with us having 3 cease and desist orders filed against us, you know, that were provided to us. You're going to shut this thing down.
Can we just back up about, so here we have the Alberta
Please.
Government has stumped up a large sum of money. Like this is 25 years ago. It was like $500,000 or something.
It was quite large.
And you know, the salaries and all of that are already being paid, so that it, you know, the value here, it was basically you had a team of researchers. This is all they do is run clinical trials. So the Behavioral Research Unit, which is highly trained in running clinical trials, is running a government-funded clinical trial on a vitamin mineral supplement, and basically Health Canada shuts it down. Shuts down an Alberta government-funded clinical trial. There's not safety signals. They basically structured it like as if it was some dangerous chemical drug with psychiatrists on 24-hour call, and they're doing blood work and all of this. It was as safe as can be, and Health Canada shuts it down.
Well, it was approved. It was approved by their IRB. It was approved by the University of Calgary.
Yeah.
They were using proper ethics. It went through the ethics committee. It wasn't just a shot in the dark here. Yeah.
No, that's my point. So we have this government-funded, professionally run clinical trial, and Health Canada shuts it down, and now they want you to shut down.
Exactly.
But you can't. And tell people why you can't.
If I shut it down, my children are going to die. This is necessary. It's necessary for life. And it's not like we were doing it for financial gain. Well, so what? Even if it was. It was all about, to them, competition with the pharmaceutical industry. That's all. That's what this game was all about. It wasn't about whether Canadians were getting better or worse. Had nothing to do with that. It's about the bottom line of pharma. And that may sound kind of conspiratorial, but I'll tell you what, I got my backside kicked enough that I realized what the main game here is.
Can I share a story? Can I share a story? Because I want people to appreciate that. So you guys are running Troop. At the time, you guys were basically attracting people like Autumn that were in and out of psych wards.
Yes.
Like you guys were attracting the worst of the worst. I ran the trial. They were charged criminally. And, you know, so I've got names of people that depended on the product. And I start phoning these people and interviewing them. And Tony, when you're a lawyer and you're going to interview a type of witness. So this is, you know, participants that rely on it. I mean, I've got a list of questions. I sit down and think of, well, what do I need to cover so that I have a meaningful interview and can determine whether or not I want them as a witness? Do they have something to bring to the table? And you know, I take that very seriously. And there's a question that it didn't even dawn on me to ask, but 100% of the participants, 100% of the people that were relying on eMpower Plus that I called to interview volunteered something that it never dawned on me to ask. And what every one of them volunteered was, you do know that I had a suicide plan in place. So basically, these are people that are normal, because all of them had been in and out of the psych ward involuntarily, but they now were no longer going in and out of the psych ward. So they're either working full time or they're going to school full time, and they're normal. Like the thing that I learned through the trial is if Empower Plus works, it works. It's like a light switch goes off. You're on now. You're not. You're normal. So for them, they'd gotten their lives back. But everyone volunteered, and this is while they're normal, that they put together a suicide plan, how they were going to take their life if they were to get close to running out, because they said, I won't go back. I'd rather kill myself than go back to that. And I still to this day can't understand how much these people were suffering so that they would take their life before they got there. And we know, and we'll talk about it, that a number of people got there and took their lives. Yes. So when you're saying, your children, I mean, you had thousands of Canadians that relied on this product for their very lives.
Absolutely.
And Health Canada's telling you to stop. Why are they telling you to stop?
Well, I remember David and I drove out to Burnaby, BC, and we visited with the Western Regional Director.
Dennis Shelley.
Yes, Dennis Shelley. And he said, it's not that the product isn't a good product, but you cannot use it for what you're using it for. And I remember saying to him, well, Dennis, is it a dangerous product? No. We've looked at the safety on this thing, and there's not a question of safety. Well, I said, is it efficacious? Well, it's a very good vitamin mineral mixture, but you can't make the claim. You can't even suggest that it could be used to assist people with mental conditions.
Censorship.
That's all it is. Censorship over lives. It wasn't the lives that counted to them. It was the bottom dollar, the bottom line.
Well, let's talk about, because what people don't understand, and it's funny, like I started in this field acting as counsel. I was Health Canada's lawyer against a herbalist named Jim Strauss in 1994. And then I started my own firm and I ended up acting for him. And I came to understand that this is a life and death issue. So I've spent now over 30 years running interference when Health Canada's attacking companies like True Hope and attacking practitioners. And most of it's out of court. But almost all of it is over sharing truthful health information. They don't care that you could cure cancer or cure anything else. You just can't tell anyone.
Yeah.
You can't, and if you can't tell anyone, then no one can know, and it's problem solved. And they try to put company, and I've seen them destroy companies. Like it's actually seldom that when a company like True Hope is attacked that they survive. Yes. So you guys survive. So they're telling you, they actually are telling you to stop selling the product, not just making claims about it, not just shut up. But they actually want you to stop selling. Like that's the cease and desist. You go out of business and you go home, and basically you let thousands of people in Canada die, let alone internationally. Am I missing anything here?
Not at all. And the second question that needs to be asked is, what happened to the Charter of Human Rights, Section 2, that allows freedom of speech? You got to ask that question. Because we're supposed to be living in a free dominion here where we have the right to freedom of expression and opinion. And they're trying to sequester all of this using regulatory affairs and different regulations that are saying that you could be fined, go to jail or whatever. There's something wrong.
I want us to focus on what happened. So they tell you to cease and desist, and you can't. But you guys get psychiatrists and doctors and people to write letters to Health Canada before they really get out of hand, explaining that lives are at stake here.
Yep.
Right? And those were entered as an exhibit, like, just so everyone knows, Health Canada charges True Hope criminally in an effort to get them to stop, because horror of all horrors, back in the early 2000s, True Hope is selling without a license. Can you believe it? Well, the whole natural health product industry, nobody had a license. Like, so out of, about over 80,000 products, the only people charged with selling without a license is True Hope. So horror of horrors, you guys are doing what everyone else is doing because there was no licensing system. They're charging you criminally. And entered as an exhibit, like, I don't even remember how many, like, letters and phone calls and all of this, like, Health Canada and the Minister of Health are being flooded by psychiatrists saying, my patient is going to die if you take this product away. I've tried all your approved drugs on the patient. They don't work. Doctors are writing and saying the same things. And people are writing saying, I've taken all your approved drugs. I'm only alive. I'm normal. Like, I'm working. Did any of that have an effect on Health Canada? Like, they're getting flooded with communications because people know they're now begging for their lives because they know Health Canada wants you guys to take the product away. Did that have any effect on Health Canada?
No, none. Truth didn't work. Didn't matter. Didn't matter if it was helping or if it was a good product. That's not what it's about. You're getting in the way of the pharmaceutical bottom line. And
just so everyone knows, like, this is public record. You can get the transcripts of these court proceedings. You can verify that these letters are a court exhibit. Like, this is public record. Just hundreds of doctors and psychiatrists and people pleading for lives that depend on this product. Like, this is what's so compelling about your case, Tony, is there's a public record of all of this, including a court decision. But Health Canada ignores that and they raid you guys. Tell us about that.
Well, one morning I woke up to a phone call, and there was staff members, and they said, get into the office right now. There's a raid going on. A raid? And so I drove out there. Our offices were at that time located in Raymond, Alberta, and it's about a 20-minute drive. So I got there, and I remember walking in the door, and the commander in charge of the RCMP for that raid is in there. There was, I believe, probably 8 or 9 RCMP, SWAT, whatever. And we've got about 8 Health Canada agents, and they're tearing the place apart. This is a raid. We're removing all this information. And I got to know I'll never forget the commanding officer. He said, I want to see some of this illegal drug. I said, well, first off, it's not an illegal drug. It's vitamins, minerals, and amino acids. Well, I need to see a bottle. I said, well, we're not selling it here. People order through our system, and it's shipped from what? Are you telling me this is being imported? Yeah, absolutely. I'm telling you that. Well, I want to see a bottle. And I said, okay, there's a lady here that takes it that used to suffer with bipolar. I'll go ask her for her bottle. Shirley, do you have your bottle here? Can the officer look at it? And it was amazing because he took this bottle. He said, I want to see this. Let's see. Vitamin A, vitamin B1, B2, calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, zinc. He said, hey, this stuff looks just like that product, those gummies that my wife gives to my children every day with their breakfast. I says, yeah, it's like that. It's vitamins, minerals, amino acids. He looks like he's got shock and horror on his face. And he says, what? I need to know what we're doing here. And I said, so do I.
But they seize your computers and basically disrupt your operations.
They did. And then they phoned the clients to warn them off about the danger of this product.
And then they start.
Yep.
Then they start seizing shipments at the border.
Yep.
And what happens?
They're creating a major hazard. People are going suicidal. Clients are smuggling product into Canada. They're going across the U.S. border and picking it up. The natives at the Kanasawaki, the Mohawks, started bringing product into Canada. Yeah, it was just a terrible state of terror for those innocent people that needed this product.
Yeah, so just so people understand, so you guys had your call center and you would manage people because they needed advice. There were protocols in place, but the product was made in the US and it would be shipped into Canada. So Health Canada is stopping it at the border, a product that people are telling Health Canada they rely on for their very lives. And basically people died, didn't they?
Exactly. In fact, maybe you could, because you interviewed him at trial, Ronald Lajeunesse. Hey?
Yeah, no, I'll tell the story. And just so everyone knows, there's a court transcript. So he testified under oath. Ron Lajeunesse was actually a heavy hitter in the mental health field. If I recall correctly, he was assistant deputy minister in the government of Alberta, and he basically changed all of Alberta's mental health programs.
Yep.
And, he wrote a book on the Ponoka Asylum, very critical about how people were treated. And he was extremely involved and an expert in the treatment of mental health. And he became president of the Alberta branch of the Canadian Mental Health Association. And they looked into Empower Plus and determined that many of their members, their lives depended on it. And every time one of their members committed suicide because they lost access to the product, and he testified in court about this, he would hold a press conference about the death in an effort to convince Minister of Health, who then was Anne McClellan, to basically relent and allow access to the product as a matter of life and death. So this is what he testified in court, that he would hold a press conference every time there was a suicide. And my understanding, Tony, is basically about 300 people dropped off of your lists.
They did. They disappeared.
They disappeared.
Never to return. So we don't know how many people suicided. That was a terrible, terrible day. It was an attack on the weakest of our society, people that need more help than any other person, and they attacked them. It was terrible.
What was it like at True Hope? Because you guys must have been getting calls from the participants. So what was that like?
Well, there was a lot of fear, a lot of people crying on the phone. They were fearful of their husband dying, their wife, their children that needed the product. What can we do? And we did the best that we could. But that carried on for quite a while. They had a stranglehold on Canada and upon the rights of the innocent, the weakest of the weakest.
No, can I tell the 1-800 crisis line note stories? So
Please.
You guys were doing everything you could, and you didn't even have to encourage people. Their lives depended on it. So, participants and family members and doctors were calling Health Canada, calling the Health Minister, Anne McClellan's office. And in a criminal trial, they have to disclose things like their emails. And so we learned through the criminal disclosure that they weren't concerned about people. They're actually complaining, we're getting so many calls that we can't function. So they created what was called a 1-800 crisis line. So if you phoned the health minister's office, or you phoned Health Canada, as soon as you said True Hope or Empower Plus, they would hit a button without asking for your consent, and you would be transferred to this 1-800 crisis line that was staffed with, as they explained, mental health experts. And publicly, they made this sound good. It's like, well, we know there are people concerned, so we've got, you know, mental health experts, and you can call. Like, the public messaging was wonderful. But the problem for Health Canada in the criminal trial was, well, they were mental health professionals, and mental health professionals make notes when you phone them. So we knew from this disclosure that there were all these notes that were taken by these mental health counselors at this 1-800 crisis line. And so I'm asking the Crown, well, give me these notes. And I don't get them. We have pretrial conferences. I'm asking, can I get these notes? Can I get these notes? And I'm not getting them.
Yeah.
So, and Tony knows, he was there at the trial. So first day of trial, I tell the judge in court, I don't have these 1-800 crisis line notes yet. And the Crown, oh, they're coming. And just so I'm going to say publicly, the Crown on this file, I thought he acted ethically. He was just, that it was his job. He played fairly. He didn't play, like, I have total respect for the Crown on this file. And I don't say that on many, you know, on every trial. And Tony knows that. Yeah. So when the Crown's saying they're coming, the Crown is just relating what the Crown is being told. This is no responsibility for the Crown Counsel in Calgary for things that are happening in Ottawa. So second day of trial, I say, you know, bring up, I don't have these yet. Well, they're coming. And Tony, I don't remember if it was the third or fourth day, but it was one of those days. I say, well, I don't have these 1-800 crisis line notes. And the Crown says, well, they're undiscoverable, which I think was a made up, I didn't know that was a word, undiscoverable. And the explanation was, and again, this is just what the Crown lawyer would be being told. The explanation given was, well, they were in some assistant deputy minister's office. Why they would be in assistant deputy minister's office, I don't know. It already doesn't ring true. But anyway, they were in some assistant deputy minister's office, and that person changed ministries, and they've gone missing in the move. Like, you know, nobody knows where they are, so they're undiscoverable. So you're not going to get them defense. Well, the judge goes ballistic.
He did.
And the judge is angry. And the judge makes it clear, if I don't get them well before the end of the trial, that the judge will entertain, you know, having the case dismissed. Well, we learn. And you know, I don't know, but what a coincidence, Tony. So they've been looking for them for months. We've been asking for them for months. We've been asking for them during the trial. But the day we're told they're undiscoverable, and the day the judge goes ballistic, saying, I may throw this out if they're not discovered soon, they're discovered that day. Like, we find out before the end of the court day that the undiscoverable documents, well, they've been discovered. And as we speak, they're being faxed from Ottawa to Edmonton. This is 2006. Like, we didn't have, you know, I don't think we even had email yet. So These undiscoverable documents are being faxed from Ottawa to Edmonton, and I should have them to my hotel room before midnight. And, you know, late in the night, I did get them and set them aside. I thought I would read them the next morning. And they're a court exhibit. This is public record. I think it's like, I don't know, is it like between 800 and 900 pages? I forget now. Like, it's just this crazy volume.
It's huge.
Oh, yeah.
It's huge.
It's crazy volume. And I can tell you, I started reading them during breakfast, and I had to set them down because I started weeping.
Yeah.
Because it's 800 pages of vulnerable Canadians begging for their lives. There's no other way to describe it. It's 800 pages of vulnerable Canadians, some of whom we can comfortably say are no longer with us, begging for their lives. And Tony, I don't know how anyone, you know, with 2 heart cells cannot act on that, but Health Canada didn't act on that. And I know why they didn't want us to get it. Because it was just so damning. Now, we learned, though, well, we know from their actions, Health Canada didn't relent. Like, finally, the Minister of Health relented and allowed access to this product, but Health Canada didn't relent. Do you want to share with the audience what happened in court with the Inspector Miles Brousseau when he was being cross-examined about, like, you guys have all this information that people are being hurt, and yet you're proceeding anyway. Do you want to share what your experience of that was?
I'm going to defer to you because it'll be more accurate, because you were actually doing the interview. And I'll tell you what, that just, when I heard what he said, it blew me apart. But if you're okay, I'd like you to load that.
And I remember the whole courtroom just kind of, it was almost like time stopped.
Yeah.
And nobody knew what to do with what they just heard. So, and again, you have to go and read the transcripts. Like, this is a long time ago. But, you know, basically there's an inspector on the stand, Miles Brousseau, who, you know, had been taking actions that in our opinion was causing harm and literally being reckless towards people's lives. And he wasn't the top guy. He was a soldier following orders, but he was following orders. And I'm basically pointing out things like these 1-800 crisis line notes and all these letters and calls beforehand, and saying, like, if you have information showing that your action is actually, you know, I think causing death, right? Like taking lives. Did I go that far?
You did.
Yeah. You know, and it's your orders to follow them. Like, would you carry on anyway? And what does he say, Tony?
Yes, because we had a directive to do so.
Yes, it was basically, they knew that they were causing harm. They had, you look at the court exhibits, it's unmistakable. And he's saying, yeah, I'm going to follow orders, even if I have evidence that it's hurting people. And you see, this is the problem. It's kind of like during the Second World War when they would round, you know, Jewish people up into a church and set it on fire. Like, people follow orders. There's something in our makeup. People follow orders. This fellow isn't unusual. He's the norm, but it's part of the problem. And when we allow a legal structure in place that gives people the authority to decide that they can take a product away that people rely on for their health. The problem is our laws, that we're not free to decide to take things that we actually rely on for our lives. That's the problem. And there was another interesting part of the trial. It was my education, Tony. We got Inspector Sheila Wheelock, I think it was, on the stand. And, you know, as a lawyer, you want to box people in. I get to cross-examine her. I get to ask yes/no questions. And so I've got a list of yes/no questions, kind of box her in. I know I'm going to get yeses. But then I'll kind of have her cornered into this box, and then, you know, the delivery question. But one of my surely I'm going to get a yes questions, because I didn't know yet. I didn't understand yet. This was still early on in my, you know, Health Canada career. Yeah. And one of my questions was something like, well, you know, as a Health Canada inspector, you're there to protect our health. And I thought I was going to get a yes. And she doesn't give me a yes. And, you know, I keep my poker face. I don't let the judge or anyone else know that, just wait a second, that's not what I was expecting. And I keep circling around. I've got to get a yes. Sure, as a Health Canada inspector, she's there to protect our health. That's what I believe, erroneously. And she corrects me finally, Tony. Remember, she shares with us, no, Health Canada's not there to protect our health. We're there to enforce the law, the act and the regulations. And now I know this is true. Health Canada's there to enforce the law. They're there to enforce the food and drug regulations. It's so clear now. Yep. And in the law, they're under no obligation to protect health. Like, it might surprise people. Read the Food and Drug Act. You tell me where they're supposed to get good health outcomes. Why do you think we wrote that into the Charter of Health Freedom? So that trial just absolutely, it was like, I don't know. We laughed, we wept. It was crazy. But what did the judge do at the end of the day? So Canada's trying to shut you down by having you guys convicted of a whole bunch of just regulatory charges that really I can say are meaningless. And if anyone wants to talk to me about that, like, the whole industry was unregulated. Why single out your product out of 80,000 products?
Well, it was interesting. I mean, at the very end, the very outset of this whole thing, he ruled in our favor. And he said that had we followed Health Canada's orders to shut down, that we may very well have ended up in court with a greater thing against us, which would involve people being injured, people losing their lives, that we would be held accountable for following their orders. It was shocking. The whole thing was shocking.
Yeah, so just so everyone understands, there's a defense of necessity in the law. And what the defense of necessity, and it is hard to get a court to acquit you on the defense of necessity. Like, you will search far and wide to find a case. And in fact, this is now probably the leading case in Canada. But basically, the defense of necessity is the court says, I don't care that some law may have been broken. It was legally necessary for you to defy the law to prevent greater harm. If you had followed the law, there would have been greater harm. And my recollection, I know it's not in the written decision, but my recollection is when he delivered oral judgment, he said there would have been more deaths.
Yes.
If you had listened to Health Canada, and you can't read the evidence in that case and not personally come to the same conclusion, that if True Hope would have listened to Health Canada and stopped selling, there would have been a large number of deaths. And so basically the court was saying it was legally necessary for you to prevent harm by doing what you did. And so basically, Health Canada couldn't use that case as a weapon against you. Now, I want you, we've actually had a long discussion already, but I'm not finished. I want to show you a little bit of a video, but I want you to explain. True Hope's never paid for research, but I think there's now 30 published peer-reviewed journal publications, all funded by government. Can you just talk about that and the types of things that the research says? Because I want the Canadian public to understand why why True Hope can't share that with you.
Well, you're actually right, but it's even further than that. Here I have, this isn't our most latest summary. We have a summary of the abstracts of the medical journal publications. This one shows 36 publications, but it's actually 37 now. There was recently another one. So there are 37 medical journal publications on 16 different mental disorders. I don't like that terminology because those are dungeon terms. It gives the thinking the incurable. It's not incurable. These are nutrient deficiency based disorders. But here you have the publications in some of the most renowned journals like the Clinical Journal of Psychiatry. There's double-blind studies, RTCs, randomized controlled trials. You've got absolute evidence on 16 different disorders from 6 different universities. And I believe there was 59 researchers involved. We didn't pay 5 cents for it. I call that a godsend. That's amazing. This research is not bought and paid for. In fact, if we were to try and provide funding to the universities involved, they would reject it. Not that we did.
What countries have done research?
Say that again?
What countries have done research?
You've got a major hold in New Zealand. The university in Christchurch, University of Canterbury. There's English universities that have done this. There's a Danish, numerous universities in the U.S., Oregon State, Ohio State, Dr. Eugene Arnold, very famous. Dr. Bonnie Kaplan heading a lot of the research. No payola, no money exchanged hands. It was out of the love that they had to find an answer. You know, these research scientists do this just like doctors do. They go into the field hoping they can make a change. And they have. It's profound, the research. There's so much hope and wonder in this thing. This is available, by the way, if you go to truehope.com, you can download the new one that shows 37 studies and have a look at all the abstracts.
Which is not a Canadian website, because you can't put that on your Canadian website.
It's illegal. It's a Charter 2 violation again. The rights to
but I want the Canadian audience to understand. So
yes.
This is research done by universities with government money, where they've just decided this is in the public interest for us to do, and then published into peer-reviewed journals. And you cannot in Canada share that information. So Canadians can't learn about this research, because who else is going to share it other than, you know, True Hope, or because practitioners can't share it with the public either. Practitioners that know, whether you're a psychiatrist or whatever, you can't share that. A doctor or psychiatrist can't share government-funded, peer-reviewed research, and they can't share their success stories because Health Canada will go after you. You cannot share truthful health information. All that you can share, so we have almost 100% censorship. All True Hope can say is whatever their approved label claim is, which is something like supports mental health and well-being. I think it's been tweaked, but it's something like that.
Yeah. Yes, it is. You're right.
Right.
And,
so
isn't that pathetic?
Well, it's just how, like, what I think is like, let's say I had a child that was, you know, it hit puberty and was now, you know, suffering by bipolar, and we've got the family history, and I know it's going to be a train wreck, and the psychiatrist is telling me there's no hope, like much like you were told at the University of Calgary, and I'm in a health food store, and I'm standing beside an aisle where, you know, there's Empower Plus, and nobody can share with me, like, there's no downside for my child trying it, but nobody can share with me that this actually might be the product that saves my child's life. Like, they can't be told. I can't be told. That's what bothers me. Like, that we can't. No one can share health information. When I think the law is that you have to share all health information. But Tony, I want to just play a little bit of a video, and this is about the ladies with red umbrellas. Can you? This is back when people were begging for their lives, when Health Canada was restricting access. And it's kind of a way for us to bring it back. So, like, this is in real time. This is back in likely 04 or 05, when people were, you know, begging for their lives. Tell us how this group came together and kind of what's going on here. Like, I know this is going to shock people.
Well, my daughter Autumn, of course, was very concerned. She's now been healthy for a number of years by that time. She's gained her life back, and she's involved in the movement of assisting people with mental health conditions. And of course, the big threat came, the embargo at the border where they shut the product off. People are having to smuggle. It's just a big mess. So she had this impression, this inspiration that came to her, where she gathered a number of female participants. We don't call them patients because we're non-medical. They're participating in this new program. And she gathered a number of these good ladies together, and they all went to Parliament. But they didn't get any traction. Jean Chrétien was the prime minister, blew them off. And they had this impression: go to the store and get red umbrellas. And they did. And so they stood outside of Parliament, and they were given certain allowances where they didn't throw them off the property. Many MPs grew to love these women. They were there for a good number of days with these beautiful red umbrellas. And they became known as the red umbrellas. And they had these red umbrella pins that they would give out. And many of the MPs, the members of parliament, were actually sporting these pins on their lapels. And it really helped. It did. It was an amazing idea, an amazing piece of inspiration that sent this all across Canada. And
so I'm going to play this, and it's going to bring us back to what Tony was talking about. You know, people trying to communicate to Health Canada that they needed the product. So this is an actual press conference in the press gallery in Center Block on Parliament Hill. So, you know, these are just real people, you know, either they depended on the product themselves or their mother fighting for the child. So here we go.
Yes, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here today to stand with a courageous group of women who've come to Ottawa hoping someone will listen to them. The issue is freedom of choice in natural health products. They've been taking a simple vitamin and mineral supplement that is now being withheld from them. I'd just like to give a brief background on the situation. Over the last 40 years, there's been an explosion of scientific information about the importance of vitamins and minerals in building a healthy body. Now, faced with increasing health claims about the benefits of natural health products, in 1997, Minister Alan Rock moved to bring natural health products under a drug-style directorate. Over 1 million Canadians responded, saying, hey, hands off our natural health products. They're low-risk products. The Health Committee was commissioned to look into this and to hear from Canadians. After consultations, they published a report with some 53 recommendations. And then along came a transition team for an Office of Natural Health Products, and they recommended changes to the Antiquated Food and Drugs Act. Now, I have a private member's bill right now before the House, Bill C-420, that addresses the concerns about health claims for natural health products, and basically would move natural health products under a food directorate rather than a drug-style adversarial directorate. Now, the product that these ladies have been taking has been researched at the University of Calgary. There was nearly $500,000 fund, Alberta funded from the Alberta Science and Research Council, funded research underway, which unfortunately was stopped by Health Canada. The research results have already been published in several peer-reviewed journals, and discussed at psychiatric and psychological gatherings across the country and even around the world. Now, these ladies have come from across the country because they're concerned about their future and their well-being. They feel threatened, and their families, by an obstruction from Health Canada that's now preventing their natural health product from being available in Canada. So the question really needs to be asked is, why is Health Canada imposing such draconian measures on enforcing an antiquated clause in the Food and Drugs Act, one that is under discussion and under review at the present time? And is it justified in putting these people at risk? They're here to tell their stories. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I'm going to first, I'm sorry, Autumn Stringham from Alberta, all the way from Alberta. Autumn?
Thank you. I am from Alberta, and I apologize. I feel like coming out into Ottawa has been a real eye-opener for me. And I have gained a new respect for this country. I love this country and what it stands for democracy and for freedom, and I'm so grateful for that. On Friday afternoon, I found out that Health Canada had put an advisory on their website about the vitamin supplement that I'm taking. And they said that it's a dangerous drug and that they recommend that Canadians don't consume it. And I was really concerned about that because I'm 6 months pregnant and I have been eating this supplement for a lot of years. And out of genuine concern and wondering why this is dangerous, I put in a phone call to Health Canada, where I was immediately flipped over to a mental health crisis line, where they have a script that says that you are mentally ill, you need to be under the care of your physician, please go to the hospital. If you run out of your supplement, you will not have this dangerous drug anymore. We're looking out for your best interest. I was upset by this, and I told this nurse that I had been well for many years, and I asked her why it was dangerous, and she said it was information that she could not give me. So I said that I would like to make a complaint about this because I couldn't get any help. And when they put me through to another line, it was the complaint line that said, Health Canada is a regulatory board for this. We have the highest standards. We're protecting the Canadian people. We're looking out for your best interest. You can leave a message, but it won't be answered. All of us have made calls to that line out of concern. A number of weeks ago, hundreds of shipments of this vitamin and mineral product were seized at the border and turned back. And there are about 3,000 people in this country that use the supplement, many of them for the same reasons that we do, and they're all really scared, really nervous about it, really terrified, because it seems like a rather rash decision, and then with no explanation. And when we call, we're told that we're mentally ill and we should go back to the hospital. I was offended by that, and I want you to understand why. Because I have been well for 7.5 years. I haven't seen a psychiatrist for 7.5 years. But I was very, very, very sick before that. My family has an incredible history of mental illness. I lost my grandfather to suicide when I was 5, and I lost my mother to suicide when I was 21. I see an inheritance of mental illness in all of my mother's children in one degree or another. And I inherited her illness full force. I spent years through my early teen years and into my 20s as an extremely ill woman. And I spent my time in the psychiatric units. In a 3-year period, I tried 13 drugs, many of them in various combinations. I developed an autoimmune disease. I developed liver damage as a result of these drugs, and they didn't work for me. I'm not anti-medication, but my mother died taking medication. We've never been anti-doctor. I loved my doctor. My psychiatrist wanted to help me, but he didn't have the tools that it took to help me. My family suffered for 2 years after the death of my mother. She left 9 children that she had given birth to and 1 adopted daughter. And several of them were still home. Her youngest children were only 6 and 7 at the time when she took her life. And so the cost to our family in suicide was phenomenal. And there is a cost that every Canadian pays to suicide. There are many, many suicides in this country daily. So this is an issue of life for me. Sorry. 2 years after my mother's suicide, my dad was just so desperate. You see, my brother, who had been diagnosed with bipolar as well, and as a young male with bipolar, he was extremely violent and agitated, and the whole family felt that they were physically at risk. People in the community felt like they were at risk. He was stocking weapons, and it was very, very scary to be around at that time. And my dad, out of desperation, was doing his work as a property manager. He was in a church hallway talking to a man about carpets and toilets and regular things to do with the job that he had. And he broke down and expressed his concern about his family. He told about the suicide. He told about his children and his fear for all of his children. And this gentleman, who was a volunteer for this church, said, "I've been in the agriculture feed business for 20 years, and your boy sounds like a pig with ear and tail biting syndrome." And he explained how farmers for years and years and years have used trace minerals to get their pigs not to be agitated. And as a result, they went down to the store out of sheer desperation. The medication wasn't working for him or I. I was in the psych ward at that time. They went down to the store. They purchased all of the different combinations for, in human grade consumable form, but they bought all the ingredients that they would have put in this pig feed, and they started feeding it to my son, or to my brother. And as a result, he was off of his medication within a few weeks. And I did another stay on a suicide watch, and when I got out of the hospital, my father offered to take me into his care. So my husband drove me down, and within a week I had discontinued 3 of the 5 of the medications I was on. It took me 2 months to get off of the rest. and I've been stable ever since. This is my whole life. And I need the Canadian people to protect it because we cannot get answers from the government officials who have been elected to protect our health. As a result of our story, many people in southern Alberta started trying the same thing and having the same success. And as they documented their success, the University of Calgary picked it up and decided to do some research. And the research moved forward. They went through every appropriate method for getting permission to do this research. And after it had been published in the Clinical Journal of Psychiatry as having some effect with mental illness, a phenomenal effect with mental illness, Health Canada decided that these vitamins were drugs and shut down the study. And so they tell us it's dangerous because it hasn't been studied, but they won't allow it to be studied because vitamins are now drugs when they work for people. I'm just appealing. I came here to see the Prime Minister. I can't get through on the phone to Anne McClellan. We've been stonewalled at every turn. There are 3,000 of us that are really, really afraid. So on Friday when I called these women, I had never seen them before or met them, but I had heard their stories too through our True Hope support and read letters from them and heard of them. When we gathered together, we decided that we needed to be rational, that we needed to show that this is the new face of mental illness in Canada, that there is hope. All of these women have similar stories to mine, and they would love to have the opportunity to share their stories and to proclaim themselves as mentally well. We don't need to be brushed off by Health Canada. We don't need to be sent through to mental health support lines and told that we are mentally ill and need to go back to the hospital. If we were going to think ourselves well, if this was a placebo, we would have done it years ago, the first time a doctor gave us a medication, because all of us want to live, all of us want to be well. And so I appeal to Health Canada to hear our stories and to give us some credit, and I appeal to the Prime Minister to act on our behalf. We've met so many wonderful MPs. We are the ladies with the red umbrellas that are standing outside near the Peace Tower, asking for help quietly and patiently as we wait for our government to notice us. And many of the MPs have come forward. We've talked to MPs from every party, and they have been absolutely wonderful, but none of them have the ability to immediately intervene in this. And so we're appealing to the Prime Minister, and we're appealing to Anne McClellan to see that we are well and that we are rational and that we are desperate Canadian women who are seeking to protect ourselves and our families and essentially our children. And I thank you for that.
Hi, my name is Sabina Colson. I live in Pembroke, Ontario. From the time that I was a toddler, I've lived in a world of bipolar and obsessive-compulsive delusions. Was on medication for about 16 years. For the last 6 or 7 years, my medical costs averaged between $1,200 and $1,800 a month. That was not including the cost of the many times I had to be hospitalized, sometimes for months on end. I feel that in watching the news, I always was under the impression that healthcare in Canada is in trouble because of the tremendous cost involved. And I don't understand why now that I'm able to function, I'm able to work, I'm now paying taxes, I'm not a burden on the system anymore. I feel that this right is being taken away from me. It's not only going to reduce me back to not having any quality of life, but it's also going to take the dignity away from me to be able to be a productive member of society, to not be a burden on the system. And I just ask that you please let me keep my quality of life. Let me continue as a productive member of society. Thank you.
Anybody else would like to speak right now? Lou? Okay, Suzanne? Just a few words.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Acton-Gervais, and I as well would like to mirror what Autumn was saying. We've met some fantastic MPs and ministers, and we really appreciate you lending us your ears and giving us your time. We do realize how busy you are, and we are here because we are here to protect our rights and freedom. We're here all these women peacefully to ask that our access to this product to be imported into Canada is not restricted. As well, I'm here to put a question forth. This is a possible cure. This is science. This is a made in Canada possible cure. This illness knows no boundaries. Why can't Canada lead the way? Why can't Canada do what is morally right? Why can't Canada support the research at the University of Calgary? We ask you, the Canadian public, the MPs, to please do what is morally right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Patricia Shantz.
I'm from Calgary, Alberta. I came out here searching for answers, coming to my government, the people who protect me, who are essentially in charge of my life, looking for answers. We have gotten so many different answers. We have been getting conflicting reports. We've been told that as participants, we can drive down to the United States, purchase a 3-month supply of our supplements, and drive them across the border. Well, that seems true at some border crossings, not true at other border crossings. At some border crossings, people are being told that they need a letter from Anne McClellan from Health Canada to be able to bring their supplements back. When we ask Health Canada about the letter, there is no letter. We're very confused women. We are upset. We're fighting for our lives here. And when you go to ask your government what's going on, what they're doing, and you get 10 answers, that's really scary. That's really scary. I love this country and I'm proud of my government. But right now, I'm really scared at what they're doing. It seems like everyone's getting a different answer, not just us. MPs are confused. No one knows what's going on. And we just beg of you, Canada, to help us get these answers. We need answers from Health Canada, and we need one answer, not 10 different answers to the same question. Thank you.
I'll speak, sure.
Hi, my name is Christy, and I've come to Ottawa from Red Deer, Alberta. I'm here with these wonderful women fighting for my right to take a natural supplement. The supplement consists of everything that's available on the health food store's shelves today. Itself is not available in the health food store, but it's made such a difference for me. Without it, I fear for my life. That's not a threat, it's a fear. I know that for a decade before this supplement, I made over a dozen suicide attempts, and I really am lucky to be standing before you today. The supplement has kept me well for 2 years. I have not been hospitalized. Before that, I was on a revolving door, in and out, in and out, in and out. I was a tremendous tax to the government and to the people of Canada. And I don't understand why something that is working for me is being taken away, and why we're being told to go back to the hospital when we're well. So please stand up and do what's right and fight for Canada and for our rights and our freedoms. Thank you.
No. Okay, MP Reid Alley would just like to say a word.
In the last Parliament, I was the Vice Chair of the Health Committee when we did the review of natural health products in this country. And I think we as a committee came forward with some pretty unanimous recommendations about the use of supplements and how they should be viewed by Health Canada and the Canadian public. And one of our recommendations, of course, was that a separate food directorate be set up that would include these supplements and that would not be placed under drugs. Unfortunately, the government has ignored that particular recommendation, and so these ladies come to Ottawa today as a result of inaction of Health Canada and the health minister at that time having this problem with this food supplement. And I think that it clearly shows that there's a problem with the way things are handled in this country concerning natural health products. And certainly my colleague James Lunny and myself are going to continue our efforts to try to see that this problem is taken care of so that people like this, Canadians who depend upon supplements for their very life, are not denied that which is really their right.
So, thank you. We're available for questions.
I just wanted to ask, you took it several years up until now. How were you receiving it? Was it through the mail or?
Originally, it was just off of the grocery store shelves, where it was just a combination based on this swine feed discovery. So it was just whatever I could just go down and pick up the different ingredients. Some of it was brought in from the United States in liquid form, but it was inconsistent, and so and it was hard to develop a placebo with so many different tablets and things like that. So when the university decided that they wanted to do a double-blind placebo-controlled study in order to prove what thousands of Canadians already knew, they developed it into an all-in-one supplement, and that was produced in the States, it's sold in the United States, and it's imported for personal use into Canada. So I've been using this program for 7.5 years. I've also had 2 healthy babies during those years, and I'm pregnant with my 3rd, so I trust that it isn't dangerous. And
From the States?
we can order it, but it's pretty tough to get it across the border. Sometimes it comes in. Patricia had a friend who drove from Calgary yesterday to pick up her product. When she got into the United States, she picked it up. She called back to the Alberta border to make sure that she wouldn't be hassled coming back through, because some of the women have been reduced to tears and told that it's an illegal drug, you're not allowed to have it, and you have to beg and make a scene to get it. And so they said, don't even try. So this woman drove back up through BC, and the BC border had no trouble. She declared it. They had no trouble getting it in. It's just mass confusion. We just need an answer.
I went on the Health Canada site. This page, you said they just put that there the other day.
That was on Friday, yeah.
Friday. It does say there are risks associated. It doesn't say what, or a risk. Have they ever told you what that is?
No, they haven't. And we've heard from different MPs that there have been different risks associated with it. They haven't told us. Apparently, we can't answer. We wouldn't understand the answer if we got it. We just get the mental health crisis line. But what I do know is any of us could tell you the risks associated with our previous treatment. If I were to show you the side effects of my drugs that I took on a scroll, it would hit the floor and keep on rolling. There's no death as a result of vitamins and minerals, and most of these ingredients have been available for at least 40 years on the store shelves in Canada.
Call it a drug, would you be amenable to having them go through the process of the testing? I know it can be lengthy to do that, but
as long as the access isn't restricted, that's an issue. But I really believe firmly that vitamins and minerals are not drugs. Drugs are synthetic things that are put together that have a lot of side effects and that can be dangerous. People die from medication complications often. They don't die from vitamins and minerals.
saying it's a drug because it makes a claim to do something? Is that?
Well, it wasn't a drug for the first years. And if the fact that a vitamin and mineral actually makes a difference makes it a drug, I'd like to know where the logic is in that. The ingredients didn't change, and it's vitamins and minerals.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yes, please.
Just on the point of drugs, if vitamins and minerals have always been traditionally in this country, they've always been public domain. They're not drugs, but of course, in the last 40 years, there's been an explosion of information about how important these things are in building healthy bodies. So the question is, why should we put a low-risk product through a millions of dollars of testing? Who's going to pay the cost? It's going to drive the cost up to consumer if we do that. Now, let's do the research. That's great if they want to do it. But who's going to pay the cost of that for something that is really low risk? And then when will it become available, if ever? And that's one of the questions for something that is low risk. The other thing is that as far as safety goes, the Alberta Science and Research Council that approved the funding for a $500,000 study, they did a risk assessment of the components of the product, as did the University of Calgary. It had to go through peer review and ethics committee before the research was conducted, and there's no one has ever demonstrated any risks associated with this particular product. As with most vitamin and mineral products, the adverse reaction rate is so low, it basically is not even on the scale. So it's lower than Tylenol or aspirin, or peanuts for that matter.
Problem with it, I'm assuming here, is that because it's used to treat something serious like depression as opposed to other vitamin supplements out there that are just supposed to generally make you healthier. Is that
We don't
See-
understand really what.
And that bothers me because if that's true, then eating an orange for the vitamin C for scurvy, does that mean oranges are drugs? Does that mean if we have an orange tree in our backyard, we're a drug pusher? You know, you have to look, we're not just looking at one supplement here. Yes, that's our case, but look at it across the board. If that's true, then vitamin C is a drug.
I think John's wort treats depression, right? So-
And it's not a drug, is it?
Yeah, no.
Can I make a comment? My comment too is that I can't claim to fully understand how these supplements have returned my mental well-being back to as normal as I think I can be. I also did not exactly understand how the drugs that I was given were supposed to work. Now, they did not help me, but I do understand, and I did see on black and white, the fact that I developed diabetes, that many times I was hospitalized because my sugar level was in the coma range. At one time I was hospitalized, my sugar went up to 59. It's supposed to be 7 at the highest. I also know that my liver became enlarged, and all of my liver enzyme tests came back really abnormal, and I was sent to specialists, and they told me that the medication was leading to cirrhosis of the liver. So I don't understand maybe fully how this supplement works, but I do know that my tests are now coming back normal, that I threw away my insulin under medical guidance. I do not even need a special diet. And that's virtually unheard of with diabetic patients. So can you explain to me what the danger is in me taking this supplement? The drugs were literally killing me, and they would have led to extremely serious health risk.
If I can just... It's really important to understand, too, that we're not asking people to drop their drugs and go and get vitamins and minerals. That would be extremely unsafe. This program True Hope has set up counsels people to work with their doctors, and many of us have the support of our physicians. And so we're not trying to be radical here and say, drop your drugs and go on vitamins and minerals. We're saying that there is a treatment that has been discovered in Canada that may well change the face of mental illness for many more people than the 3,000 that are using it now.
Anyone who says it didn't help them or it just didn't benefit? I mean, that's the case with most things. It doesn't work for everybody.
In the four studies that have been published, I think the average is about 80% effectiveness. That's what they're saying. It certainly doesn't work for everyone. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Tony, I'm just honored to have you come and share your story. It's, very few people have had to experience the tragedy that you experienced, and very few people have had to, deal with Health Canada, literally where it's life and death, and, where there was death, and still stand through that. And so we're asking everyone that we have speak to answer the question, what's your message to Ottawa? What's your message to Ottawa? You've got all this experience. You understand things that many of us don't understand. And what would be your message to Ottawa?
Let the people go. Let the people have their rights and freedoms to manipulate their own health care within their own body, to self-mediate instead of being restrictive and following the financial platitude that has come forth. I mean, this case just brings it right clear. There's no question. If you follow this from the beginning, Sean, to the end, it smacks of control of human life instead of letting people have their freedom. And it's actually a very sad story. It's a sad story for Canada and what happened. Where are those 300 people that disappeared out of our database? Did we lose 300 to suicide? If we did, that's terrible. That's such an attack. So let the people go. Let the people have their rights and their freedoms. We don't need to be monitored. You know what, Sean? I'm going to be real silly here. I don't drink gasoline as part of my dietary makeup because I'm wiser than that. I know that that's a very dangerous thing to do. And every self-respecting human in Canada is wise enough to determine what's safe for them. Just read the label. Listen, seek for wisdom. We don't need this control. It's overt and it's so oppressive. And when you have Health Canada agents that sit in a courtroom and say that human life is of no value, that their regulatory framework is what we should be giving credence to, that's Auschwitz. I'm sorry, I don't want to belittle anything or be seen as a radical, but it just goes on and on and on until the people truly have their freedom and they can have their health back. We saw the same thing with the COVID show. We saw the same thing.
We're trying actually to stay away from that theme. And
I'll block my words out. If anyone's listening, ignore that statement. But it's time. Time for people to have the right and the freedom to access their health. It's that simple. That's what this story is about. Praise God that we were so blessed. I'm so grateful, Sean, that you were our counsel. You were very inspired all the way through. And I know it was a difficulty because we all got attacked. How many times was broken in? And we don't go needs to be asked.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it was interesting. Nobody could sit through that trial and read that evidence and not be affected emotionally. So, I mean, even just all the letters and calls documented before Health Canada restricted access. Like I couldn't get my head around psychiatrists saying, listen, my patient's going to die. And doctors saying my patient's going to die. Like, I've tried all the other, this is the only thing that works. And people saying the same thing. And it's kind of like, you get damaged when you see what happened, and then you realize actually, as the court found as fact, that people died. Because here you have this regulatory agency that was not concerned about the health of people. Like this you could see the train coming. This was all very predictable, and it, you know, I think we were all affected, and we're probably still affected, and there's nothing we can do about it. But it certainly shows that we need to change the laws so that we do have the right to make our own decisions. I think, you know, like, I think we all agree with the government making recommendations, but where we find ourselves in a world where we can't share truthful health information, it's quite something. So Tony, on behalf of the world's greatest health show, thank you so much for coming and participating and sharing with us. It's just been an absolute pleasure.
And thanks for all you're doing to get information into the hands of Canadians. It's a wonderful group of people throughout Canada. Good people here. And we need to be free. But thank you very much for what you've done.
Thanks, Tony.
Hello and welcome to the world's greatest health show. I'm here today with Shar Doobie, and she's going to share her health story with us, her health journey. But first, Shar, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I do a lot of dragon boating, and I do a lot of crafting and stuff like that, ceramics, painting.
Sounds fun. Would you like to start sharing your health journey now?
I can. So I've sort of had ongoing health issues over the years, of course, to no avail of getting any results from a doctor. So eventually I just started passing out about 5 years ago. And
Passing out, like just randomly?
Just randomly passing out.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
1 minute you're awake and the next minute you're not. So a little scary for sure. So anyways, after going to the doctors on and off, getting tests done over the year and a half-ish, 2 years almost, still no results from that. And I was told just continue living my life normally. I did a hike in Havasupai in Arizona, in a very remote area. So the hike went well to the very end, where coming up the switchbacks were not so good. Shortly after I got back, I was sent for another test, actually by a doctor that I didn't realize was a doctor. We went for a blood pressure study at the U of A hospital, and she was intrigued that I was passing out and nobody knew why. So she took it upon herself to take me on as a patient, and she did more testing, and she didn't stop until she found out what the real issue was, which was a shorter term than the previous doctor that I was dealing with. And lo and behold, as soon as I got back from the hike, about 2 weeks after, I was told I had a pulmonary embolism. So of course they put you on blood thinners and medication for that sort of thing. And they did more testing, and they still tested me every year for lung damage from this pulmonary embolism. And they were quite shocked I have no lung damage from it. At the time I was taking NAC because I was working out and doing hikes and stuff, and it was just very beneficial for overall health, and it assisted with additional breathing and stuff like that, lung health for dragon boating. So I was taking it for that, and it turned out at the end of it that I didn't have any lung damage. So that was a bonus.
Which was expected. They anticipated that you would have.
Yes.
Okay. Wow, that's great. Tell us a little bit about the passing out. Like you could be just kind of doing anything and it would just happen?
Yes. It first started actually when I was taking a shower. I just didn't feel very well. Your vision sort of starts to go blurry. It starts going down. And then next thing you know, you're blacked out. Next thing you know, you wake up and you're like, how to get on the ground? What am I doing here? So, yeah, it was a little scary. You do definitely change your habits and your lifestyle a little bit. You don't know when it's going to happen.
I imagine you sustained a few injuries along the way from these incidents?
Yes, to say the least. Yeah, so a few bumps and bruises, some scratches,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So
yes,
it could have been worse. I was very fortunate, but I didn't drive very far if I didn't feel okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if I did feel okay, I was very, very quick if I did go out, because I didn't know when it was going to hit again. So a lot of times I had help from family members to drive me wherever I needed to go, just to be safer.
So you were on blood thinners, and then you were taking NAC to support your lungs, and you feel that really made a difference. You were able to get through this without any lung damage.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's great. Then you were talking to me about another diagnosis that you have that you are using some supplements for.
I do take MSM, so I've always had back pain. So how the pulmonary embolism happened, they believe is from body inflammation, uncontrolled body inflammation. And there's always been markers in my blood work that's never been investigated. But inflammation markers that were a telltale sign of what led up to the passing out. So had that been under control prior, that wouldn't have happened. 27 years, I've been going on and off to the doctor to be told take some Tylenol or, some anti-inflammatory or whatever, which never really worked. And it always seemed to be disregarded. So I've taken it upon myself to investigate holistically and see if there was anything I could do.
So for 27 years, you had markers of inflammation, but no real investigation into what was the cause of it, and not any solutions.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So no diagnosis either until this passing out. So until I met this doctor that was doing a study at the U of A, she's the one who looked into it for me and sent me off to actually get things looked into, and upon one of those investigations, discovered I had ankylosing spondylitis, which most likely comes from the uncontrolled inflammation. And it's caused lower spine damage. It's now in remission, but I do take MSM because I do still have quite a bit of pain. The uncontrolled inflammation triggers a whole set of other autoimmune issues. So I have fibromyalgia. They're not sure what else is going on because I do still have quite a bit of back pain. If I do take the MSM, I'm able to be functionable to be able to do some things in a day, but I really have to build myself up to be able to do a certain amount of basic things. It could be housework, it could be yard work, it could be going to the grocery store, because there's still a limited window even on the medications, and taking the supplements, but at least the supplements allow me to be able to do things a little bit more in less pain.
So the supplements are supporting the medications too, or kind of picking up what the medications can't quite take care of completely.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's significant. So the back pain and that must affect, like, do you feel fatigue most days, like fatigue and pain most days, or?
You do.
Yes.
And brain fog that comes with it. And they say there's fibromyalgia now, and it's all based on uncontrolled inflammation that's caused a whole host of issues.
So you have your work cut out for you figuring that out with the help of hopefully some healthcare professionals.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there's still ongoing testing and stuff. It's slow going, but hopefully we come to the bottom of the rest of it.
Yes. Are you still able to do dragon boat racing?
I didn't this past year. I was a little cautious because of the back pain and stuff that I have been experiencing, and a few other things, but I didn't do it this year. I hope to be able to do next season though. Okay. It's a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm, definitely. Lots of benefits to that, health benefits to that, if you can get the pain under control. So
absolutely. Well, staying active is very important even throughout the pain process, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You can't do nothing, but there's some days that the pain is so extreme that you're just like, I'm not doing it today, but it makes it hard to plan to do certain things because you don't know what day it's going to react with you.
Yes, I can imagine. Are there any other health issues that you have that you're supporting with supplements that you want to tell us about?
Well, I do take for regular health maintenance. So I have done the keto. I have taken the MCT to reduce the brain fog. I do take vitamin C's, vitamin D's, and your vitamin B's just all as a basic maintenance. you don't realize how you're supposed to feel if you've always felt the same way and you think that that's normal.
Mm-hmm.
So taking these supplements have increased how I am feeling from average to super fantastic. So now I'm like, okay, well, I guess that's not how you're supposed to actually feel. So, I do my own investigations as well and read up as much as I can to find out, the health benefits of each supplement and stuff. Even before they found out all this diagnosis and the passing out, I was in so much pain. At one point, I wanted to know what it felt like for 5 minutes to be pain-free, because I didn't know what that felt like anymore. And came across recovery, and recovery worked super fabulous. Like, I took it for a month and a half, and I was literally almost pain-free at that point. And then Health Canada they made them change something in the supplement, and it never worked the same. So
do you take it now?
I don't anymore because it doesn't work for me. So I believe what it actually did was reduce the inflammation, because there seems to be an awful lot of body inflammation.
Mm-hmm. And that was working for you, and now it's reformulated.
Yeah.
Yes, that's unfortunate. Very. Okay.
They're expensive, so you want to make sure you take something that's going to work. And at the time it had like a guarantee that a health guarantee that it was going to work or your money back. So I'm like, well, I got nothing else to lose but how much it cost this for the supplement, which was pricey for me at the time, right? And I took it. I was shocked. I really didn't think it would work.
And it did.
And it did, yeah.
It must have been very sad to lose that, though, after depending on it for, yes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the story is behind the change in reformulation, but maybe we'll get to that somewhere on here. So anything else that you want to share before we sign off?
I think I pretty much touched on the importance of the health supplement, especially if your body is doing things that it shouldn't be doing and you don't know why, but it seems to be a work in progress, and there's a lot of benefits health supplements can give you over and above taking your medication.
Yes. So do you have a message for Ottawa?
It would be really good to keep the supplements affordable. Otherwise, people who may have financial situations, it makes it less attainable for them to be able to feel better given any health condition they may have. So affordability is very important for health supplements.
That's a great message. Thank you for sharing that. And thank you for sharing your story with us today. On behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, I want to thank you for being here, Shar, and thank you, viewers, for taking the time to watch our submission. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me Alan Castles. And Alan, I want to call you Dr. Alan Castles because I know you were a professor at UVic forever and a day. Welcome to the health show.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. And you're right, I'm not a doctor, though I play one on TV.
Right. So can you share, a lot of the audience won't know who you are, and I'll tell the audience that I've read some of Alan's books, and he was an expert witness at the National Citizens Inquiry, and I heard him say something that very few people come to understand about our drug regulation, and I thought, okay, I've got to continue to follow this guy because he knows what he's talking about. Alan, can you kind of share with people watching how you fell into kind of looking at drug regulation and some of the things that you've done, and then also tell us the books that you've written?
Sure. So I've been doing pharmaceutical policy research for 31 years now. I started when I was doing a master's degree at UVic, and was asked to work on a drug study here, a policy study here in British Columbia. And that led to another study, into another study. And next thing you know, 30 years later, I'm still doing the same thing. And in the process, my eyes were really open to how the institutions that we've set up to kind of protect us from the worst aspects of drug dangers, pharmaceutical dangers, really, doesn't serve us very well. I think that the thing that you mentioned that might have caught your ears, Sean. You said that I said something that you hadn't heard from others, and just to lay that out for your viewers, the point is that I made is that it appears that our drug regulatory system protects patents and not patients. And what I mean that is that large companies that want to achieve a monopoly by producing a innovative drug that they can maintain a monopoly on and make lots of money, that seems to be who is being protected by Canada's regulatory system. If you've just in comparison, if you've got a company that can produce something that might fall under the heading of a natural health product that can't be patentable, they're really not interested in protecting those interests. So the regulatory system is very much skewed and influenced by the large companies who make a lot of money selling patented drugs. So I've been delving into drug policy and drug safety for many years. Wrote a few books along the way. Probably my niche is mostly around the way the pharmaceutical industry and their companions, shall we say, their hangers-on, can take disease and shape it in a way that it looks like a condition that needs a drug. And so that resulted in this book, Selling Sickness, which came out in 2005. I wrote this with an Australian journalist. And we had spent a number of years looking at what we would call essentially disease mongering. It's the way that groups, not just the pharmaceutical industry, but others, can take conditions, exaggerate them in a way that drives people towards prescription drugs. I mean, everything from high cholesterol to childhood restlessness to thinning bones and osteoporosis. These are all conditions for which there is really good evidence that the pharmaceutical industry has been behind the creation of the disease, and hence the Selling Sickness title. That book went on to be translated into 12 languages and sold around the world, and did fairly well in sort of health policy circles. Kind of helped spawn the creation of what I would call the preventing overdiagnosis movement. So Ray Moynihan and myself and others basically created an annual conference called Preventing Overdiagnosis. And this is where researchers get together and talk about the research and the regulation that's needed to prevent the worst aspects of a disease mongering. I just came back from the Preventing Overdiagnosis conference in Oxford. I was there 2 weeks ago. It's great to see that there are, hundreds of people can come to an international conference really concerned about the same things I am, which is about how we need to reform regulation, how we need to be very skeptical of the claims made by the pharmaceutical companies, and so on. Yeah.
Do you want to just briefly mention the other books?
Yeah. So Selling Sickness gave way to. So I started looking upstream, and that one of the reasons why we end up on so many drugs is that so much of what is prescribed for us is not for illnesses that we suffer now, but to prevent future illnesses. I'll give you an example. High cholesterol. If you've got high cholesterol, it's not an immediate health concern. You don't feel any different compared to if you have low cholesterol, but it's a slight risk factor for a potential future heart attack or stroke. Therefore, screening for cholesterol is something that is routinely done. Your doctor will send you for a blood test, and based on those results and the definitions that we've placed around what's considered to be highly influenced by the drug companies and other groups like the American Heart Association, you end up getting millions of people put on cholesterol-lowering drugs. I mean, I think that's probably one of the most egregious examples of inappropriate screening, where you've got people who are not symptomatic and they are suddenly turned into patients because of a screening test. The other kind of screening tests which are really problematic, in my opinion, are breast cancer screening, prostate cancer screening, screening for lung cancer. So these are this is not about diagnosing illness. This is about taking perfectly healthy people, subjecting them to a periodic test, whether it's a PSA test for your prostate or a mammogram if you're a woman, and then what that test does is perhaps discover some markers of future disease. When you really unpack what happens in screening, you discover that the tests are very non-specific, and oftentimes will find things that will never go on to hurt you. And therefore, screening causes a lot of unnecessary harm in terms of biopsies, explorations, sometimes surgeries, and drug treatment for something that would never go on to hurt you. So this is what led to me writing this book, which is called Seeking Sickness, and the subtitle of that is Medical Screening and the Misguided Hunt for Disease. And I can tell you, I took on 10 different kinds of screening, and most people would say to me, well, shouldn't you be, why are you making this controversial? Shouldn't you be better safe than sorry? And this is what most people believe. But when you understand that there's lots of harm in screening, in fact, I would argue that all screening involves some level of harm. There might also be some benefit. But when you understand that there's a lot of harm involved in screening, then you might change that parable to look before you leap. And this is what I tried to do with this book, is try to sort of unpack some of the problems that that you could face if you're being screened. So
you're likely, Alan.
It's that.
So you're likely talking about just medical problems. So we're doing a bunch of medical harm. You're not even talking about kind of the psychological harm.
No.
That would come from, like, we have a lump in your breast, which could just be a regular fibroid or nothing.
Yes.
And I just imagine the angst that something like that creates.
Absolutely, Sean. In fact, that's one of the main points that I make in the book, is that the psychological impact of telling someone that they are pre-diseased is profound. And in fact, there were studies even done as far back as in the early 80s where they were testing people for high blood pressure. And they did this test at a steel plant in Hamilton, Ontario. The study carried out by people like Dave Sackett and Gordon Guyatt. These guys would be considered the fathers of evidence-based medicine. Carried out this study and found that when you screen people and you tell them that they have high blood pressure versus screening them and the person does have high blood pressure, but you don't tell them. The people who are told they have high blood pressure and you follow them over time, you find they do worse on all kinds of levels. There's more absenteeism. There's higher rates of loss of productivity. You know, you are basically giving people a label, and that label creates illness. So we have to be very, very careful about applying any kind of screening test to normally healthy people. That's not to say you shouldn't get screened for high blood pressure. It's that any physician that does that has to contextualize what high risk might be. And so oftentimes that doesn't happen. People get worried, and that worry and concern is a cause of ill health.
Right. Okay.
So that was the second book. The third book was this, my fun one. This is called The ABCs of Disease Mongering. And 26 letters, 26 examples of the way in which the disease mongers attack us. And, you know, everything from social anxiety disorder to osteoporosis to menopause and so on. Each letter has a disease and it has an illustration as well. So this was my fun book, and but it's got a backstory, so you can look at and it's written in verse, by the way, as if Dr. Seuss had taken this on, I footnote it, so it's got pretty strong references on why we should be skeptical of a lot of what we're being told. So there's that.
What's the backstory?
So when I say the backstory, there is we call it the fine print. The fine print meaning the references. Each letter has each letter has a poem, and then there is the backstory where I tell why the poem exists and what's really behind it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Alan, Canadians by and large have just this, I think, belief in almost all of their government institutions. Like, and in a way, like, I don't know how old you are, but I mean, I'm in my 7th decade. Yeah. And I found it easy when I was younger to just buy the narrative. And it is a narrative. Like I didn't see it on a wall. I didn't read it in a book, but I just felt comfortable. You know, my institutions are protecting me. That's what they're for. And I accepted that. And I think a lot of people do. But in the area of, you know, so even the words Health Canada, I have to say, it's funny. I was interviewing somebody earlier today, and they said, you know, I don't even want to use that name.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, they just find that it's so wrong. And I've had those thoughts too over time. It's just, I'm actually not comfortable using their name because it in my mind doesn't represent who they are.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm the similar age to you, Sean, and I could agree with you 100% that, you know, I used to believe that these federally funded institutions paid for by our taxes are there to protect, you know, the health and safety of people. If you read the mandate of Health Canada, and I know you've cross-examined people on this very topic where, you know, well, actually, health and safety is not really our business. We are in the business of protecting. We are enforcing regulations. What regulations? Well, the regulations generally favor the development and the marketing of new, sometimes very not well tested drugs. So that's
can I just stop you, because this is you talked about the mandate of Health Canada, and I want viewers to understand. We have law, and then we have public messaging, and one is, you know, a legal obligation that sets out, you know, rights and obligations and what can be done. So Health Canada administers the Food and Drug Act and regulations, and that's the law. And in the law, they're under no obligation to create good health outcomes, to act in our interest, to protect us, to do anything but enforce the Food and Drug Act and regulations. Now, if they create a policy document that they put on their website, that's public messaging.
And there's a big difference, isn't there, Ellen?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I think the best way to kind of describe how problematic a group like Health Canada or the FDA is to use a good example. So can I talk to you about an example that's been on my mind for 20 years now?
Oh, yeah, no, please do. I know where you're going, and I think actually a big discussion on this because it illustrates a breakdown.
Right. Now, if I were to ask your viewers, have you ever heard of Vioxx? Now, some people might say, oh, yeah, wasn't that a drug or something? I asked my friends who are professionals, or teachers, lawyers, judges, and so on. I asked them, I was at a reunion earlier this year, and I asked my friends, we're all about the same age, have you ever heard of Vioxx? No one at all heard about Vioxx. These are well-read, informed,
you see, that
people.
Surprises me because it was so popular.
So
I know people who took it.
So yeah, okay. So let me give the quick backstory on Vioxx. So this drug was the generic name is rofecoxib. It was marketed by Merck, a large drug company. It was one of several what they call COX-2 inhibitors, the type of drug that was approved in 1999 for pain relief, for arthritis, and so on. Now, so this drug, by the way, became a massive blockbuster. And we're talking in early 2000s, 2001, massive. The amount of advertising, marketing, journal articles, it was just really overwhelming. It was the blockbuster of the decade. And it wasn't until you got into the weeds to realize that the clinical trials before the drug was approved had about 4,000 to 5,000 patients, and they were focusing primarily on does the drug actually treat arthritis effectively, and how does it deal with GI safety, so gastrointestinal tract safety. So drugs, just for arthritis, often called NSAIDs, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. These drugs can be very hard on the stomach, right? They can cause stomach bleeding and a range of other things. So an advance in this field, and there already at that point there were 23 or 24 NSAIDs in in that class of drugs that can do the same thing. What if we had one that was safer on the stomach, right? It would be an advance. So they studied this drug in these 3 to 6 month trials. They used low risk people, and they use these. They basically showed some small benefit in terms of reduction in ulcers and so on. But the trials didn't show any increase in cardiovascular risk, which was always a concern. But here's the thing: the trials weren't powered adequately to really show whether there was going to be an increase in cardiovascular risk or not. And there were early murmurings about, okay, there's something going on here, and but still, the drug was quickly approved. It had a priority pathway, expedited review based on these benefits around the GI tract. Even though at the time, I remember there were researchers and others sort of saying, just hang on a second, why are you fast tracking this drug? Because there are some concerns around cardiovascular safety, and maybe you should look at that closely. Didn't matter. It was a blockbuster, hit the market, massively prescribed. It was used by over 20 million Americans. And then one of the main studies for Vioxx was published. This was called the Vigor study. And it showed, and this is after the drug's already on the market, okay? So when they published the results, it showed that there's a 4 to 5 fold increase in heart attacks and serious cardiovascular events compared to naproxen, which is a cheaper generic standard NSAID. And instead of saying, oh, the drug actually might be more dangerous than a comparator, the narrative driven by Merck was that, oh, no, naproxen was cardioprotective. And instead of saying our drug is actually going to cause heart attacks, it's like, no, the comparator that we use in the trial is actually is better at protecting your heart. That kept the drug on the market for a little bit longer. They added a safety warning in about 2002. So now the drug's been on the market for 2.5 years. They apply a safety warning, but no stronger action after that. And then they did another study because, of course, they wanted to expand the market, as drug manufacturers like to do. And they did the approved study. And this was to try to look whether it prevented polyps developing in one's colon. I guess there was some potential benefit in that, but in that trial, that's when the wheels came off the bus, and it came out in like September of 2004, and it showed that the drug actually doubled the risk of heart attacks and strokes after 18 months. That's when Vioxx was withdrawn from the market, and so this delay from the early safety signals to when the drug came off the market. So we're talking about 5 years. The estimate is there were more than 88, there's somewhere between 88 and 140,000 extra heart attacks in the US, and probably about 60,000 deaths. Okay. 60,000 deaths. So when I do presentations on this, I show a picture of Vioxx, and I show a picture of bodies lying in a roadway from the Vietnam War. And I say to people, what do these two things have in common? Vioxx and Vietnam both start with V. Other than that, what do they have in common? Well, they have in common an American death count that's around 60,000. So 60,000 Americans died in 5 years with Vioxx on the market, and about 60,000 American soldiers died in combat in a 12-year war in Vietnam. Everyone has heard of Vietnam. But it's happened, Vietnam War ended 50 years ago. Vioxx ended 20 years ago, and no one's ever heard of it. So the parable there really is that the kind of inadequate research before the drug got to the market, and then when the safety signals started coming out, the bodies were starting to pile up. It took the regulator several years before the drug was taken off the market. And I remember the group that I was working with at UBC had published a number of newsletters designed to educate doctors about the benefits and harms of new drugs. And they had published their third letter on Vioxx, basically saying, there is a major safety signal here. We should be very careful about using this drug. Oh, by the way, they reiterate that this was not the only drug out there. There are many, many drugs that can treat arthritis. So the only reason that you might jump to Vioxx is that your doctor's been bamboozled into thinking it's an advance. Anyway, so there's a lot of other stuff I could say about that, Sean. But
can I just slow you down for a sec though, because you're using this. You're telling us you do these presentations, and you basically have pictures of dead people in Vietnam, lying on a road, and Vioxx, and you make the point that the Vietnam War was 12 years. 12 years of ugly combat. It was a full-blown year, war, and so in 12 years of war, you lose 60,000 deaths. There's a memorial wall in Washington D.C. There was, public debate. There was, civil disobedience over the war. It was a huge cultural issue that
absolutely
shaped American culture, and then, shaped Canadian culture.
Yeah.
Even the word draft dodgers. You and I will know that word.
Yeah.
Younger people won't, but those were, young American men that was avoiding a draft because they were being drafted.
Yeah. And they were asked to go fight in a war in Southeast Asia, and they had no idea of the geopolitics of it. Why was the American government drafting 18-year-old men to go fight in a war? It was a big deal. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, it's if that's not an eye opener on, governments have too much power over your life, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
But Vioxx in a shorter period of time killed as many Americans, and by, if we assume Canada had a tenth of the population, then it was available here, and it was available here for the same amount of time.
Absolutely.
Likely a little longer because usually we're slower on the draw.
And we're more conservative in prescribing. I could talk a little bit about that as well, but yes.
But just back to the point I'm trying to make, which is just emphasizing the points you were making.
Yeah.
So people don't know about this, and nobody's held to account, right? Like the politicians supporting the Vietnam War, they could be voted out. There could be other consequences.
Yeah.
But but the Health Canada officials that sat on this in face of what had to be completely ugly safety signals,
yes,
and allowed it to stay on the market when it wasn't necessary, was
Absolutely.
just benefiting a company, is not talked about. Like, Ellen, in my world, I've been involved in situations where if it wasn't Health Canada, people would be going to jail.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. And there were lots of accomplices. We could single out Health Canada or the FDA for their lax approach to approval, or what we would call post-market safety surveillance. Once you start discovering, let's say you're in the interest of airline safety. Well, an airplane falls out of the sky. They ground all the airplanes. It's surrounded by teams of investigators. They comb right through the ashes to figure out what went wrong, and those lessons are conveyed to the pilots and to the airline, and the system is improved. Well, if you ask Health Canada or FDA how many planes crashed in terms of drug disasters, they couldn't even tell you that answer. They couldn't answer the question. They don't even know how many planes have fallen out of the sky, and that's. I mean, we often use airline safety as a good comparator to demonstrate how poor drug safety is, right?
And another thing, a point I'd like to make, because you're talking huge numbers of a single drug failure, and and there's failure after failure.
Yeah.
And when you hear numbers like 60,000 or up to I think you said 100 and something thousand deaths, who was it, Stalin, that basically said, a million's a statistic, but one person is a tragedy.
Right.
We forget that every single one of those people, had a life, they had a family, likely were parents or somebody's brother, sister.
Yeah.
Like there's a whole impact to an individual death, and these are horrific numbers, but the societal impact on it would just be incredible with those numbers.
Absolutely. And worldwide as well. And again, we're talking healthy people. This was not a life-saving drug. I mean, by the way, I don't ever use the term life-saving drug, because no drug has ever saved your life in the history of the world, other than perhaps an antidote for a snake bite. But in terms of having your life saved, these drugs were not life-saving, nor did they, by the way, reduce the risk of gastrointestinal bleeding, which is kind of what we were worried about. But you're right. But in terms of the company facing any consequences, I mean, there were thousands of lawsuits, as you know, and lawsuits take a long time. They're very contentious. They're very expensive. Most people don't have the heart to go through a lawsuit, right, Sean? Because it's just too difficult and too draining to your finances. But there were thousands of lawsuits, and Merck ended up paying about $5 billion in settlements. But the one thing that you would want out of a scandal such as Vioxx is for the regulatory system to be enhanced, to find the mistakes, to make sure that kind of thing isn't ever going to happen again. And I would argue, and I think my colleagues in the sort of drug safety research world would argue, that the system is no safer now than it was in 2000. And we still have potential drug disasters in our midst. In fact, I wrote an article a couple of days ago about a class of drugs called the GLP-1 inhibitors. These are drugs like Ozempic, massively marketed, massively hyped drugs for weight loss, which I would argue is the next Vioxx. And these drugs will eventually come off. I'll make this prediction now. These drugs will eventually be pulled from the market in disgrace, because if you take a look at the history of weight loss drugs, they will all end in disaster when the harms exceed the benefits. This is going to happen. It won't be until millions of people are exposed to the harm and there are deaths and injuries from the drug. But I predict we're living in a slow moving train wreck. Would you call it that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because Alan, I've heard the safety signals are just so awful on those drugs.
Yeah.
So again, I think at any given point of your life, there will be a drug on the market where the safety signals are horrific, and yet it's being marketed aggressively, and we're taking it. Now, you cited, that Merck, may have paid out like $5 billion in civil suits, but my understanding is that basically that the pharmaceutical companies factor that in. It's the cost of doing business.
Oh, absolutely.
They may have made 20 or 30 or 40 billion on the drug. So having to pay 5 billion out is just the cost of doing business.
Yeah, they I think at the height they were selling something like $2.5 billion of Vioxx per year in the US. So I mean, it was on the market for 5. So they probably made 10 or 12 billion in the US alone. I don't know what global sales would have been like, but yeah, you're right. And oftentimes when companies are hit with these kinds of fines, it's like the cost of doing business. It's kind of like if I give you a speeding ticket that's $300, you're going to go, ouch. You're not going to say, oh my God, I can never drive again because I got a $300 speeding ticket. No, you speed, you pay your fine, you move on. I mean, it's the same with the lame kind of punishments that these companies get. I mean, nobody, as we like to joke, nobody wore an orange jumpsuit. You didn't see any of the CEOs go to jail.
I think we have to discuss this. You're hitting something like your speeding ticket example.
Yeah.
If they change the law, Alan, so that people in Canada could not be fined for speeding. I mean, the government could go to court and get the court to agree that we were in the wrong and broke the law. We would all speed more. It doesn't mean there'd be more accidents, because intuitively people just kind of drive whatever they think is safe. So on a hot sunny day, the line of traffic on a highway is going faster than on a rainy day and on a snowy day. Like we all just adjust.
But again, you don't want people speeding in school zones where kids are running across the street chasing balls and things like that. You don't want people going 70 miles an hour through a school zone.
But we're agreeing. Like my point is if there was no fines, I think I would probably speed more.
Yeah.
Like when it stings you, that's why we have punishments.
Yes.
Is to correct the behavior. I don't know. Like in my opinion, if you're on the board or you're on the management or you're a senior person in a pharmaceutical company and you guys are getting safety signals that your drug is killing people and you're not pulling it off of the market when you know there's alternatives, nobody's life relies on this. Yeah. Like I see people charged with culpable homicide and criminal negligence causing death for things that, are way less serious than that, Alan. Yes. Have you ever seen a pharmaceutical executive or management person or, high up employee pay a civil fine or being convicted, even charged criminally?
But they used to have, a position in the pharmaceutical company. I don't know if they still do it. And it was the VP of going to jail. So they had one guy whose title was, he's the guy that's going to go to jail if we get fined to the point, or we get charged to the point that somebody has to go to jail. Now, it was kind of partly in jest, but also partly true that they had a guy whose part of his job description was, you're the guy that goes to jail if we get caught doing this stuff. Nobody ever went to jail. I mean, it was kind of a joke, but they did have concern enough that they would appoint these guys, the VP of jail.
And they don't anymore. And just imagine, so people watching, we're all on the board of a big pharmaceutical company, and we have a drug on the market making $2.5 billion a year, just in one country, let alone worldwide.
Yeah.
And, we're at a board meeting And we're being told, listen, there's there's heart attack after heart attack after heart attack. There's some real liability here. And our lawyers are briefing us, well, civilly, probably we're expecting about $5 billion in fines if you can continue selling it. And, with our marketing department and legal and all of that, we should be able to keep it on the market for another 2 or 3 years. At best, 2 years at worst. So that's another $5 billion. That should just cover it there. And that's all we're talking about. And the board actually has a legal fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder profits. Can I say that again?
Yes,
the board has
yes.
a legal fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder profits. So there's literally a legal duty on them. Now,
Yes,
we're in the
if they
same
don't do
board
that,
meeting.
they're not doing their job, right?
We're at the same board meeting, and we know all of this information. But then a lawyer makes it clear, because we're in a different regulatory environment where people are held to account. Yes, but every single one of you will spend the rest of your lives in jail, and you guys will be sued civilly. So your spouses and children are going to be paupers. It's going to be a different decision.
Yeah.
But nobody's held to account. You and I hurt somebody physically, we're going to be held to account. I mean, in Canada, even if, it's 2 a.m. and somebody's broken into your house, you're going to be held to account if you harm them.
Yes.
Just even acting out of just total fear and terror.
Yeah.
So, but not pharmaceutical executives and board members and high ups and lawyers who are participating in these decisions that they know or ought to know are causing death and disablement. And with the VIAC stats, you didn't even talk about people that had heart attacks and lived, but they're disabled now and harmed.
You know what else I didn't talk about? And let's not forget that these are prescription drugs. You can't go and buy them over the counter. You need a learned intermediary to prescribe that drug for you, which means you need the involvement of a doctor, someone who's highly credentialed and has a medical license. In the early days of Vioxx, the group at UBC, the Therapeutics Initiative, were looking for some rheumatologists. These are the people that, this drug would be in their wheelhouse. They were looking for rheumatologists to be involved in helping to sign off, to help peer review their letters around the safety concerns of the drug. They couldn't find a single one that hadn't been taking money from Merck. Merck had basically bought all the rheumatologists in British Columbia. Now, I say that, and it sounds egregious, but I can assure you, 20 years ago, when these drugs came out, the hype was so big, the bamboozlement of the science of the medical profession was profound, and hence the average Joe doctors taking their marching orders from specialists, the rheumatologists, they're going to lectures funded by Merck. They're listening to people present data funded by Merck. And what do? They prescribe the drugs. And so, the one agent that is there to protect the patient has been basically brainwashed by the promotional activities of this country. They had so much money, they poured so much into the education and the whining and dining of physicians that there's no way you could get an independent opinion. I mean, I know the doctors that I know who are very careful, cautious prescribers. They would say, look, I'm going to wait till this drug's been on the market for a number of years before I even consider it. That's what a cautious doctor does. But most of the physicians bought into the whining and dining and the bamboozlement. And, just like we were let down by the regulator, we really got let down by the medical profession, because if Merck hadn't bamboozled all the doctors, this drug never would have went anywhere.
Well, and the doctors had to have been seeing safety signals of heart attacks in patients, and doctors talk. So, how does this happen? And they're also being dispensed by pharmacists, who should be another line of defense. So how does this happen then, Alan?
Well, so we have a thing called the post-market safety surveillance system, where if you suspect that a drug is involved in an injury of some kind, you can report it. You can report it as an individual, But as a medical professional, a physician or pharmacist can report it. You have to go onto Health Canada's website. The problem is they don't get compensated for doing that. So very few do it. And it's time intensive. And that's one thing that physicians and pharmacists don't have a lot of time. They don't have time to report to Health Canada if they suspect a drug has caused a problem. The other thing too is that, and this is something that myself and my colleagues have been railing about for years, the kinds of education that physicians get in medical school around drug safety is almost non-existent. And I can say that.
Okay, just wait. You got to explain that. So, because that's interesting. Because Alan, my understanding is that one of the leading causes of death, one of the top 5 leading causes of death in Canada and every other Western nation, is chemical pharmaceutical drugs taken as directed, so not even abused.
Right. It's number 3.
Okay, so the third leading cause of death in Canada,
heart attack, dying from a prescription drug is
okay.
The third.
So the third leading cause of death in Canada is dying of a prescription drug taken as directed, not abused.
Right.
So you would think that our doctors then, that are there to help us and prevent death, they'd probably have to have like 2 years of training on drug safety, or that probably wouldn't even be enough. But you're saying they get hardly any.
Well, and what they need is ongoing drug safety information, ongoing, because when you graduate from medical school, a lot of what you've learned is going to be obsolete by the time you get to practice. You need sort of ongoing methods of staying up to date and being able to read literature, and also being able to be knowledgeable around epidemiology, so you can understand things like relative risk and absolute risk reductions and things like that. You know, my colleagues complain that the students in, say, for example, UBC Medical School virtually have no courses in pharmacology. So they're not even taught the basics of how drugs interact, how safety signals are detected, and not recognizing the harm that drugs can be causing. I mean, the 60,000 deaths from Vioxx would have been dispersed across the entire U.S. Not if they were concentrated in a single clinic, I'm sure somebody would have noticed something or said something. But because it's so diffuse across the country, and the signal is really would be really hard to detect.
So, but just wait a second, Alan, because those are deaths recorded by their VAERS system, I assume, in the U.S., right?
They may have been.
Like, where does that number come from? Because my understanding is that actually, reports to VAERS may be underreported by a factor of 100.
So just to be clear, these are estimates. So this is an epidemiologic estimate based on the number of people that took the drug, the length of time they took it, their age, and so on. There's a bunch of different factors. So these are modeling exercise, epidemiologic studies saying, okay, if you gave so the rate at which the drug would cause a problem. Let's say it's 1 in 100. Well, you give it to 1,000 people, then you're going to cause 10 problems, right? So it's that kind of epidemiologic research, and the estimates, they vary. There's confidence intervals, a low of 20,000 to a high of 55,000. So it's generally accepted that the death rate by Vioxx was about 60,000, but that also includes not just heart attacks, but also strokes. Those would not have been recorded in the VAERS database.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So as far as, so you're talking about, how doctors are not really trained in drug safety and pharmacology. So they're not really taught this drug interacts badly with that drug. But they do seem to be trained to prescribe drugs for conditions. Well, and there's an expectation for that. Like for this health show, I've interviewed 3 medical doctors, and all of them, practiced for at least 40 years. One of them is still practicing.
Yeah.
And then they became integrative medical doctors. So 2 of them became homeopathic doctors, and the third just studied extensively in nutrition and the like. But they explained, like, so even like that were trained as homeopathic doctors, well, they're still practicing as both, that people come to them because they're medical doctors with the expectation of getting a prescription drug.
Absolutely. I
Like,
mean, it's
like we've been
culture.
trained, and that's what they do is they dispense. Like I haven't seen a medical doctor in years and years, except when I had to go to the hospital for something that was acute.
Yeah.
But when I did, I mean, almost invariably, I would get written a script.
So here's what the data looks like there. So you're right. It's a cultural thing. The estimates are 67%. So we're talking 2/3 of medical visits in Canada end in a prescription. So that's either a new drug that you get prescribed, or it's a refill. So a drug that you're already taking is getting renewed, or it's a free sample. And the free samples are the newest, latest drugs that the drug companies drop off at physicians' clinics, and they, here, try this. It's free, but it's not really free because we all pay for it eventually. Yeah. So you can't discount the idea of patient demand, and because we do live in very much a quick fix society where we want rapid solutions to any problems. And if it takes years and years to develop a medical condition, it sometimes takes years and years to reduce the impact of it. I mean, this is the problem with the weight loss drugs that I explained to you, where they're so widely advertised, they're so widely promoted by celebrities, and they're embedded in sort of cultural discussions. People believe that the drugs are completely safe. You inject yourself, what is it, once a week, and the pounds just melt away, believing that there's no downside to it. And I think part of the reason why there's so much demand for a drug treatment is we do have a quick fix mentality, sort of fast food approach to expecting healthcare. But the other thing too is that we don't understand how drugs can harm you. So, like I say, back to my parable of telling my friends about Vioxx or asking them if they'd ever heard of Vioxx, no one ever heard of it. It's how is that? How are they able to keep that from the general consciousness of the population? And so, and of course, we've got a big problem from the US, which is the direct-to-consumer advertising of prescription drugs. And now this is very controversial. No other country except New Zealand allows direct-to-consumer marketing of prescription-only products. New Zealand's getting rid of it, by the way, because they realize it's a disaster. But when you go to countries in Europe, for example, they believe that the marketing that happens in the US is absurd. Why would you market, cancer drugs or chemotherapy drugs or sort of high-tech, often dangerous medicine directly to consumers? Why? Because they know that if you feed a message to consumers, they're going to go in and ask their doctor. And ask your doctor is the punchline to almost every drug ad you'll ever see.
Let's take this further though. So you're talking about direct to consumer advertising. So you're talking about it's not allowed in Canada, but in the US, where you can actually advertise about a drug.
Yeah.
You have to list all the side effects. So at the end, may cause death, decapitation, bursting into flames, whatever the side effects are. But let's talk about indirect advertising.
Oh,
because Alan, in Canada, pharmaceutical companies can indirectly advertise.
Yes.
And so, they can have the Pfizer logo, they can have the Merck logo, they can sponsor this, they can sponsor that.
Yeah.
And I've been told, I don't know if it's true. So at least several people that I've come across the strong opinion that pharmaceutical advertising is, is so large in Canada that, the Canadian media is reluctant to be critical about pharmaceutical companies, which may explain why nobody knows about Vioxx, which may explain, listen, the third leading cause of death, jumping in a car can be dangerous.
Yeah.
The third leading cause of death is chemical pharmaceutical drugs taken as directed. You'd think that would be a leading theme forever on the mainstream media, and that they would be chasing down examples so that in the public interest, the worst offenders would be repeatedly driven off the market. That they
Yeah, but
would be on the cutting edge.
you're assuming that the journalists are working in the public interest. I mean,
Yes,
okay,
but you see,
so every morning this arrives on my doorstep. I believe I actually get the paper copy of this. This is considered Canada's national newspaper. Why do I read this? Well, it's really important to know what's coming. And sometimes they do advertising. In fact, the lead journalist for this paper is a massive vaccine fanatic. And we know that even though vaccine advertising is legal in Canada, you can advertise a vaccine, but you can't advertise a drug to consumers. And so the Globe and Mail, we know, gets a certain percentage of its profits from drug manufacturers that are marketing vaccines, and it's reflected in the editorial policies of the paper. Nobody's talking about Vioxx or the dangers of vaccines that have been taken off the market because people died. No.
Or getting criminal responsibility,
right? It's
for
24/7
board
marketing
members or Health Canada, management.
Yeah, and then but the other thing too, and this is really insidious, Sean. Your viewers need to know this, is that so much of what happens in the public debate is driven by advocacy groups such as Obesity Canada, which tells us, we should be giving GLP-1s to children now. Or, you've got Arthritis Canada that's behind, marketing Vioxx or drugs like Vioxx to people. So the pharmaceutical companies understand to some degree that they're not really well trusted by the average consumer. Therefore, they give money to these organizations like Diabetes Canada or Arthritis Canada or Osteoporosis Canada, and these groups do the marketing for them. It's hiding your promotion. It's camouflaged promotion.
Right.
And
right.
most of us, and this is just not my opinion. This has been very well researched in Canada. There are some really good papers written about AstroTurf marketing. And when it comes to drugs, the pharmaceutical industry puts tons of money into patient groups that end up becoming their spokespeople. So they will get so even though they're not interviewing the head of Merck, they will interview the president of Arthritis Canada to tell you about how wonderful this new class of drugs is. Like, yeah.
Okay, no, but this is important because there was a time when I would turn on the mainstream media and I actually thought, okay, like I'm getting the news, I'm getting the truth. One of the big markers for me, Ellen, was the Kuwait War. So Iraq invades Kuwait, and I'm a young man at the time. My frontal lobe is still developing, and I'm watching. I'm just glued to the TV and watching CNN and all of this, and I'm beating the war drum because that's what I'm being told to do. And my word, when they came on and listened to this, people, how egregious this was.
Yeah.
When the mainstream media came on with how Iraqi soldiers we had gone into the neonatal care unit of a Kuwaiti hospital and taken the premature babies out of the bassinets to kill them.
Yeah.
And we have this nurse from Kuwait testifying about having seen this. Oh, I mean, I was enraged. Now, this was all fake propaganda.
Huge propaganda.
There was no nurse from Kuwait. That was the ambassador's daughter, Kuwaiti's U.S. ambassador's daughter, who hadn't been back home for years.
Yeah.
The whole thing was propaganda. It was a deliberate, created lie story.
Yeah.
To basically create, because they're still trying to get people on side and other countries on side for the first Iraq war, to go and kick Iraq out of Kuwait. Now, so here I was, I bought it. I was enraged. Let's go to war. And then to learn afterwards that the whole thing was staged propaganda on and it was that story was run on several stations,
Mhm.
and the others didn't debunk it.
Yeah.
And then you learn that, well, that happens time and time and time again.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, I mean, they might not understand that the media isn't kind of that, that called bastion of journalistic freedom that actually is going to go after everyone, regardless of who they are and regardless of who's paying their salaries through advertising.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think we saw a lot of that performative stuff during COVID, right? You know, the trucks lined up with the bodies being put in New York or in northern Italy and so on, where it's like, where is this coming from? There was there was a different kind of war, and they needed support for that war, and they manufactured a lot of it.
Right, even though the all-cause mortality didn't go up, like, but we're not. So the point is you're making the point that the media can't be trusted on drug safety and the like, because Alan, we're talking about the third leading cause of death in Canada is prescription drugs taken as prescribed.
Right.
But my understanding is another leading cause of death is highly preventable medical accidents. A large part of that is just, the hospital administering too much of a drug or the wrong drug, or a doctor prescribing, one drug that contraindicates another drug. But the keywords, they're highly preventable.
Right.
Medical incidents.
They're accidents, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But it's a leading cause of death. So there was one risk analysis, I can't put my finger on it anymore, where Canadians were broken up into age groups. So, 0 to 10, 11 to 20, like 10-year age groups.
Mm-hmm.
And in every age group but one, the most dangerous thing you could do is drive to your doctor's office. That was the most, for Canada, for Canadians, the most, except for a 10-year period of your life, the most dangerous activity isn't, scuba diving for the first time and skydiving.
Yeah.
It's driving to the doctor's office.
Yeah.
That's spectacular.
Yeah.
So let's talk about how drugs are approved, because, you talked about on Viax, there's roughly 4,000 people in the double-blind clinical trial, but it was kind of underpowered for, heart conditions and the like. I think people just assume that if a drug's approved by Health Canada, that, there has to be these, double-blind clinical trials, and really we can trust the science. Just to use that term that became very popular a few years ago, is trust the science. Can you kind of share with us your thoughts on how these trials are, created and how we could do things better?
The main point is that the companies, for the most part, negotiate with Health Canada about what they need to get their drug approved. So it's about the regulator and the manufacturer coming up with a believable story that they can sell to the public, right? I mean, this is, so one basic fact that you need to know, and I hope this shocks people, is that the cost of regulating the pharmaceutical industry, both in Canada and the US, is paid for the most part by the manufacturers. You just say, so what do you mean, Alan? Well, if you're a drug company and you want to get your drug approved, you got to pay thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of dollars to the regulator so that they will, approve your drug. So if you're a regulator, you're a scientist working for Health Canada, who's your client? Is the client the Canadian public who expects a safe and effective drug to be given to them by their doctor? Or is your client a pharmaceutical manufacturer that expects an expedited approval for the drug with a believable story, with a plausible deniability if anything goes wrong, and so that they can get it onto the market and make good monopoly profits for a number of years? Well, we've set up a system where the manufacturers are buying the regulation, and come on, it doesn't even pass the sniff test. what we need, and that would be my form of maybe the final penultimate comment here, is that we need the regulator to be treating the Canadian public as their client, not the manufacturers as their client, because that would change things overnight. If I was suddenly in government, I would say, okay, well, you know, the several $1 million that we get every year in Health Canada to approve drugs, we're going to cut that off. We're not taking money from the drug companies. You know, we're going to increase everyone's taxes by $1 each, and we'll use that money instead to regulate our drug supply. That would change things overnight.
Oh, you know, so just, I want people to understand what you're saying. So Health Canada charges the pharmaceutical companies fees. So when they submit a drug license application fee, like a complicated one, it's $250,000, just the application fee.
Right.
There's yearly renewal fees for each product on the market.
Yeah.
Each year they have to pay fees to have a per building to manufacture, a separate fee for labeling, a separate fee for warehousing. So economists call this rent seeking, Ellen. It happens so much where the regulatory body and the interest of the industry they're regulating becomes so intermeshed that the regulatory body stops acting in the public interest. And it doesn't just happen here. It's like I say, economists have you can all Google rent seeking. It's so common.
Well, the other term that you should Google is what we call regulatory capture, where the regulator has been captured by the regulated. So you could, the image might be of Health Canada on the end of a leash, and the person walking that dog happens to be a pharmaceutical company. Who's in charge?
So, I'm going to share a story and then ask you a question. And the question is after I tell you the story, the question will be, you know, if we change the drug approval process for, you know, the new drug approval process, so that pharmaceutical companies didn't get to design the clinical trials and didn't get to run the clinical trials, but they would, you know, Health Canada would put out the study design for everyone to comment on, and then secretly hire researchers to run 2 double-blind clinical trials on a drug. The question, but I'm going to preface it with an experience I had. The question is, do you think any chemical drugs would get approved if if that was the case? So your pharmaceutical company, you don't get to run your own double-blind clinical trials. You go to Health Canada, say, we want clinical evidence on this drug for this condition. And Health Canada would come up with a study design. It would be publicly available for people to comment on as whether it's a fair study design. And then Health Canada would privately and secretly contract with different research groups to run 2 double-blind clinical trials on that publicly, you know, commented on study. So the story that was, you know, got me thinking of this is
none of those would pass, by the way. None of those would pass. If the drug companies aren't in charge of setting the parameters of the study, collecting the data and analyzing the data, then the locus of control is out of their hands. It would be an utter disaster for them.
Okay, so can you just, because that might surprise people. So what Alan is saying is that if the drug companies weren't allowed to create their own study design for these double-blind clinical trials and run them themselves, that they would never be able to get a drug approved. But Alan, science is science, isn't it? What? How pray tell could that be?
Yeah, maybe don't say never. Not often. You know, part of the problem is that instead of what happens, what you've described, you know, company going to Health Canada, getting them to set up and run the study, the companies run the studies themselves, right? And therefore, if a study is negative, and we've seen this in a number of cases where you run a series of studies, perhaps in different countries with different populations, you're kind of going on a fishing expedition for a study that shows some benefit. And let's say the drug happens to be Paxil, which is an antidepressant. You study that and you do 10 or 12 studies. And of those studies, 8 of them are negative, 2 of them are neutral, and 2 of them are positive. which ones do you think are going to get submitted to the regulator to get the drug approved? And which ones do you think are going to be marketed to the physicians to demonstrate that there's science behind this drug? Of course, it's the positive ones. And so when you allow the companies to bury the bodies, this is the reason why we've got the system that we've got, is that it's so skewed in their favor that I did a radio documentary more than 20 years ago with CBC Ideas, and the title of that documentary was 1 hour, and it was called Naked in the Pharmaceutical Marketplace. And 20 years ago, I believe that we were basically naked in the pharmaceutical marketplace, and my opinion has not changed.
No, what do you mean naked in the pharmaceutical marketplace?
Well, we have no protection. We're not protected. We're naked. We are exposed to the elements, so to speak. And the elements happen to be doctors, regulators that aren't doing their job, drug companies that are over marketing drugs, and patients who demand them. And we are extremely vulnerable.
Yeah. So Alan, I'll share that story just so people have context. And I've been a lawyer in the drug approval world for 30 years. So, I mean, I've been in court cases with them. I've been in the trenches. So have you read that book from Angie Marcel, who was
Yes.
Yeah. So she was the journal editor of the New England Journal of Medicine. So a blue chip medical journal.
Her book came out the same year my book came out. And then that was our competition. Marsha Angel's book.
Well, there you think the one, it would be symbiotic because it's similar things. But I mean, I was horrified because she basically outlines how clinical trials are designed by the pharmaceutical companies to get the results that companies want. So basically, they're not fair trials.
Right.
And I remember reading a New England, a New York book review. So it was New York Times book review on her book. And they quoted her in the book as saying that, something like she comes to this conclusion slowly and reluctantly after being, an editor of a medical journal for 20 years. And she's also a medical doctor.
One of the top 3 medical journals in the world, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the conclusion that she slowly and reluctantly came to basically is that you can't trust most, listen to me, people, and you can just Google Angie Marcel, get her book. You can't trust most of the published peer-reviewed journal articles and our public health guidelines. Wow. So,
yeah. Yes. Marsha Angel is her name. Marsha. Marsha, and last name Angel, Angell.
Yeah, no, it's so everyone just Google her, get her book, and you'll know exactly. You'll be horrified. But what we all have our those experiences, Alan, where we just get even more horrified. And one for me was I'm in the middle of this federal court trial with Health Canada, and they've hired this expert who is a psychiatrist. That all he did for a living, he had a company that would get new psychiatric drugs approved by Health Canada.
Yeah,
and he's under oath. Anyone can get the transcript. This is publicly available knowledge. So under oath, he starts complaining to me of just how hard it is to get a new antidepressant approved because he's got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials, showing that the statistical separation between the sugar pill and the drug that we pretend means the drug worked in a trial totally gamed to get that result. But he said, I got to give him 2. So right out of the gate, I run 8. I run 8 double-blind clinical trials so that I can get 2 to give to Health Canada to get the drug approved. And now the other 6, they could all be inconclusive. They could show the sugar pill works better than the drug. They could show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but they didn't like the safety signals or something else in the data. Or they could be a combination of those things, but they don't give those to Health Canada. And that frightens me, Alan. And then and it's illegal for them to share them with us. So the drug companies, they can only talk about what the drug is approved for. So
Right.
an antidepressant, using that example, they can say this drug is Paxil's an antidepressant.
Right.
but they can't share failed clinical research with you. They can't share this ugly safety data they're getting. It's illegal. There's censorship.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of that? Like, because
that's appalling. I mean, if we had a safety system like that around airlines, no one would ever fly. We can't tell you how many planes dropped out of the sky or why. No one would ever fly. I mean, it's a pretty shocking state of affairs, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, could it be worse?
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, we're living in this crazy time where it's hard to know what to believe. But one thing you always have to remember is you got to follow the money. And let me just leave that to your listeners. If they see an ad, they see an expert being interviewed about a drug, they read a newspaper article or see something on social media, you got to ask yourself, who is behind this, and why are they pushing either this theory of disease or this particular product? And most people want independent, scientifically verified information. They don't want marketing pitches. And frankly, too much of the discourse around drugs are marketing pitches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, Alan, I'll give my last question that I ask everyone then.
Okay.
Unless you think there's something else that we need to cover.
Yeah.
This has so far been a fascinating conversation. But the question I ask everyone at the end is what's your message to Ottawa? Isn't that a great question?
Mine would be kind of tacky. I'd probably say, do you mind getting out of bed with the pharmaceutical companies and doing your job on behalf of Canadians? That would be kind of my bottom line. And if you can't stop taking money from the drug companies because you're addicted to it, stop meeting with them, stop having coffee with them, stop having read their regulatory submissions, but limit your contact to the purveyors of promotion, because it's not doing you any good. I say the same thing to doctors, by the way. We know that physicians exposed to pharmaceutical marketing and promotional efforts of specialists are worse prescribers. It's a fact. So the more your doctor sees drug reps, goes to drug dinners, attends conferences sponsored by drug companies, the worse prescriber they're going to be.
Meaning they prescribe more often.
Prescribe more often, prescribe newer, less tested, less understood drugs, and on a range of things they will be a worse prescriber.
Right.
So you don't have much power over Health Canada, but if you're to ask your doctor, do you actually go to drug dinners? We don't think that's good for you.
Oh, well, and I think we've also got the point where now we have to ask, do you get paid more if I take a certain treatment than if I don't? We've learned we have to ask that also. Are there incentives for me to take a specific treatment?
Yeah, usually, Sean, the incentive, unless this has changed, the incentive is this drug's going to get you out of my office. And that's the goal here, is to get you out of my office, because I only got 10 minutes with you. I've got 10 more people waiting in the waiting room. And if a drug does that, that's it's what we call it's a termination strategy for a consultation. Yes, we've understood your problem. Here's your diagnosis. Here's the reason why the visit's over. It's a prescription or a free sample.
Right.
Or whatever. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No, I've just heard that there's, sometimes the fee structure for doctors is geared towards specific treatments. And I know that we always we have a problem as humans. We want to act in our interest.
Yeah. I'd have to look into that. I can't say for sure.
Mm-hmm. Alan, I don't know about you, but I've really enjoyed this conversation.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, thank you for the softball questions. Really helped.
Yeah, no, I mean, most of the people in the world have no idea about this stuff, and literally it's just they'll trust the word science.
Yeah.
And I think everyone needs to learn more and take more responsibility. I think you'd agree with that.
Yeah.
And look into things. So it's just been a pleasure, Alan, on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, and I'll ask you to just stick around for a minute. But on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
You're quite welcome.
Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I am very, very pleased to have with me today Justin Donaldson. Justin, welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show.
Thank you, Sean. It's an honor to be here with you. Thanks for all the good work you're doing.
Well, it's an honor to have you, and I'm excited about your story, and you're here to share kind of your personal journey. And so why don't we just start with, when you were a youth and kind of how you first became aware of things like nutrition?
Yeah. Well, I was an athlete back in the day. I played football for a lot of years. Afterwards, I got into competitive lifting, but it was in my junior football course. I was actually kind of training, hoping to go back to university, and I was playing junior football here in British Columbia. And I just remember my uncle was over one day, and he asked me, about supplement my training and everything. And he asked me, what I was doing for diet and everything. He said, "You've got to read this book. It's changed my life." And he gave me this book called, actually have it here still. I've kept it to this day. The all new sports nutrition guide by Dr. Michael Cole.
Do you want to hold that up just so people can see the book that you're referring to?
Yeah, this book changed my life. So in that book, like I considered myself my athletic career. I was kind of a big fish in a small pond. I was able to get by on just my natural genetic athletic ability, whatever it is. I was always pretty quick and pretty strong, but I was never the biggest guy on the field. And as I got older and played at higher levels of football, that became like, that was definitely my weak point there, is right. I was playing against guys that were twice my size, and I was in a physical role as a running back. So, you know, I was like, okay, I need to get stronger. The coaches are telling me you need to get bigger, stronger if you're going to play at the next level. And in that book, it actually broke down all the nutrients, all the vitamins, the minerals, and what they're doing in your body. And the thing for me that was really eye-opening is it compared the recommended daily values by the FDA and you know, our Health Canada in comparison to what an athlete requires to thrive, right? So yeah, so that was really a stark contrast for me.
Can I stop you there? Because so, you know, when people pick up, you know, a vitamin bottle or you know, some food, the labeling you're required to put, well, what's the amount of your recommended daily, you know, it's in Canada, we refer to it more as RDA, recommended daily allowance, but it can be either name, it's the same thing. And people think, oh, well, if I get, you know, 100% of my recommended daily value or daily allowance, I've got all I need.
Mm-hmm.
And you referred to it yesterday. I think it's just enough to keep a pulse.
Yeah. And that actually came full circle for me, because I ended up, after football, I ended up working in basically animal nutrition and health.
Can I just stop you before you go there and tell you? So, because I think the audience needs to understand where these values come from, because these values, these RDAs, they affect your life, because actually Health Canada will go after manufacturers and make regulatory decisions if you exceed these. I've been in court cases where Health Canada, you know, has been arguing, oh, my client's being dangerous because they're selling a product that's above the RDA, the recommended daily allowance. So the RDA came from World War II, Justin, and the Allies had a problem as they were preparing for D-Day, and they were expecting most of the beachheads to break out. They weren't expecting that most would be bogged down for a couple of weeks. So, they thought the army would all break out, and they'd have a supply problem. And they calculated for 2 weeks, we're not going to be able to resupply our troops that are now, you know, in the interior of France. And so they calculated what's the bare amount of nutrition that will keep a young 20-year-old male who's fit and healthy still being able to pull a trigger for 2 weeks. The person can collapse and die after 2 weeks, but for 2 weeks, what's the bare minimum? Because, you know, being able to carry supplies is a premium. You got to carry ammo and everything else too, right? So that's where our RDAs came from. And Health Canada will agree that our RDA is the amount that every Canadian, so every single one of us from our birthday, so we're talking you're a day old, every Canadian can take the RDA every day of their life, the entire populations, from day one to the day you die, and we will never have an adverse reaction. Well, okay, so this has nothing to do with good health.
Yeah.
Not like it's not optimal nutrition. Now you learned it the other way around in the animal world. Do you want to share that journey?
Yeah, kind of where I was going there is this came full circle because I ended up working in animal health and with animal nutritionists. We were doing a lot of high-end feed rations at that time. And I remember one of our nutritionists saying, we make thrive rations, not survive rations. And that kind of brought me right back to that book thinking, yeah, the RDA is survive, not thrive. What do I need to put into my body to actually thrive and perform at an optimal level? And by making those dietary changes in my going into my my third and fourth year of junior football, I put on 20 pounds of lean muscle just by dietary change, right? And you know, and I felt like I was healing, I was recovering better. It was just the impact to diet, and I became a geek after that. I'd studied sports nutrition just to perform better on the field. I ended up getting into animal nutrition and health, and I saw some correlation there, and what I was seeing, you know, when we were doing these large feed trials with animals, just the impact you could have on a large flock of birds or cattle or something, just by subtle changes in nutrients like magnesium or zinc or copper, the impact to health was profound.
So I'll just stop you so that everyone understands what you're saying. So in the animal world, where we're raising animals, and our interest is having them as healthy as possible, so that no sickness, grow as fast as possible, that actually subtle changes in vitamins and minerals, things like that, make a huge difference.
Absolutely. And sorry.
Well, the focus is on what's the optimum amount of nutrition. Like, how do we make them as healthy as possible? What's that level?
And when animals under stress, they're not going to produce the milk. So there is an incentive to have these animals as healthy as possible. I know the industry kind of gets a bad rap, and I see all sides of it there, but the interest of the farmer is to have the animals in good health, to get better outcomes, right? To get better, more eggs, to get more meat. They call that feed conversion. You don't want to feed any more than you possibly have to because it's so cost prohibitive, but you want to hit that sweet spot of optimizing the diet to get the best outcomes, right? And that isn't with survival rations, it's with thrive rations.
Yeah, and so again, just so that the audiences understand, so Health Canada will basically, with these RDAs, which are not for optimum health, it's just bare minimum survival, they actually prevent the natural health community from trying to get people as healthy as possible with the actual nutrients they need. So somehow we've got this historical anomaly where the bare minimum to survive has become the optimum, and our regulatory body actually, prevents us from recommending to people what would be optimum nutrition. Like that's why I wanted to spend time with this. You're raising a fascinating point.
And when we see it, and there's differences all over the world. So is the science better? Like I think a very obvious one was just the RDA of vitamin D in the last few years. It went from, I think, 400 IU well beyond that. And there was countries that were doing significantly higher levels of that. Well, we were limited to 400 IU. And that was one that was changed. That's the most recent one that I can recall that was really impactful, right? Everybody else had higher allowances, and then we were kind of late to the game on that. And you don't make it, right? You need it. You need vitamin.
Now, so you're working in animal nutrition, and you learn, optimum nutrition's important. You'd already learned that in your own life as an athlete, and let's just fill in the blanks. Like when you say you were a football player, I mean, like you're at the caliber where you could be, getting scholarships at universities and the like, playing on their teams.
That was my goal. Was always to go back to university to play football. I wanted to, maybe study kinesiology, and that was kind of my track. And I ended up kind of getting recruited by one of my old employers to get back into the animal health world, and I kind of climbed the ladder there, and really enjoyed what I was doing. I loved the ability, because I was focused on more the small producers, so the backyard farmer, and I just really loved. I was really passionate about the right to grow your own food, right? And that's kind of who my clientele was. So we did a lot of really neat projects there, but that's kind of how. But I noticed a lot because I was doing with a lot of high-end performance equine rations, and you notice some synergies there and similarities to the performance horse side. But anyways, in that period after football, I ended up working in that career, and then I got recruited to do from our local strength club there. I ended up qualifying for nationals for powerlifting after football. So I still had the passion for training and everything, and I needed a bit of an outlet, and that's how I went to that strength route. Ended up owning a gym later on, but I guess my health journey starts somewhere in there with an old injury through football. And
can I just slow you down, because I think you're glossing over how much of an athlete you were. Like, so when you say you qualified for the nationals, you're talking you qualified for the Canadian team to compete internationally, and this is in things like bench press, squatting, that deadlifting where people throw the bar and they're bending down in the middle, there's so much weight, and squats, right? Like, so we're talking, you were really one of the strongest Canadians out there. Like,
you're doing things that put you at our national team level for weightlifting.
I would say so. The just to clarify, I won a few competitions in the Vancouver on my first few competitions, and then I qualified to go to the national team, and that's a whole story in itself. But yeah, it was. I just I geeked out on the training, and I loved it. It was something that I just, it was my outlet, like I said. So, but I still, I am still very passionate about it. What people are doing nowadays is so beyond. The access to information is incredible. The access to dietary and nutrition is. I had old magazines back then. We didn't have the internet as accessible as we do now. So it's amazing to see where things have advanced to. But yes, thank you. I still am passionate about the training, and that's kind of where I went down a dark road, because I was unable to do that for a period of my life. And
so can you share with us what happened?
I had an old injury just from football. You heal up pretty good when you're young, so I was always able to overcome it. It was kind of a spine injury. I had some discs bulging and everything, and I was always able to come back from that, no problem. I ended up also, as I was competing for nationals, I had really bad tendonitis in my elbows, to the point where I was trying to go set a bench press record, and I could barely pick up a jug of milk. I remember thinking, that's kind of interesting. How am I going to do here? But it was through supplementation that I was able to get over that tendonitis and that old back injury. Right, there was a supplement that I became a fan of, and I was using through my training.
So anyway. can we just stop there, because you all of a sudden there was a hesitance to mention the supplement, and so let's talk about that, and let's talk to the people viewing. Is in Canada, Health Canada will basically go after manufacturers and practitioners if they share truthful health information, like, hey, this person was helped with this, that person was helped with that. And Justin is in the natural health community, works in that community. So even though he's telling his personal story, which I think he's free to talk about, he's afraid to mention the products because he doesn't want to get the company into trouble. Yeah. And so do you see how weird our law is with this censorship? And so I don't know if you're willing to share the product or not. But you end up taking a product, and it's interesting. If you weren't in the industry at all, I'd just say go great guns here, right?
Yeah.
I think you're free to share your personal story. You're here on your personal behalf, but that's not necessarily legal advice. I'll visit you in jail. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I do think it is.
But it's crazy. We have to worry about this. We're actually having a discussion. And can you share the actual product or products and I'm not forcing you to, but it's just, I think the people viewing have to understand the reluctance is we have censorship of truthful health information in Canada, where we're not allowed, if you're in any way involved in the industry. So it's the manufacturers, it's the health food stores, it's the health practitioners that know what works, that have these fantastic stories. Well, not stories. They have these fantastic experiences,
testimonials
of people being saved, or people going from being disabled to healthy, which is what Justin's going to talk about. You're going to be shocked by his condition, and yet they can't share it with you. The people that know can't share it with you. So with unless you're comfortable. So you're
actually, because I did skip over a part of it, because I was introduced to this product by being in the animal health world. I didn't know they made a human health product at that time. And it was one of my clients who had a neck injury. He was an old football player like myself. He had his neck fused. And I just by chance happened to be walking into his store as he was unboxing this product. And he said, hey, you've got to try this. This stuff changed my life. And I thought, what is it? He
saw you were walking funny and moving funny, right?
He knew I was dealing with a bit of a back issue at that time. We talked about our old war stories and football and all that. And that was kind of how we really connected, is we both, I say we age ourselves in dog years playing football and rugby, right? So we really have all these old injuries that kind of you pay for down the road. And his was a neck issue, and he knew I was dealing with a bit of a back issue at that time, and he had recommended to me this product. I'll say it was Recovery. And in a short amount of time, I started seeing this product pop up in all of my animal accounts, like everywhere. And I was hearing, and I was in the performance horse world, so I heard all these stories about these horses and making these recoveries and training and everything. And
can I just back up and make a point? You're talking about race horses,
performance horses, pleasure,
yeah. So
high end.
And this is big dollar.
Yeah.
So like
yeah,
race horses are big
horses.
dollars, and there's no placebo with animals.
No.
So if it works for the animal, if the animal can run when the animal couldn't run before, there's no placebo there, right?
Yeah. When you see a dog come out of a wheelchair and start running around the backyard again, you can't tell the dog to feel better. Hey, take this, you'll feel better. You wonder, okay, is it placebo? I always say, if it was placebo, did you get the result you were looking for? Because ultimately you're trying to be well, right? But anyway, that's another topic. But that isn't an effect with pets. It either works or it doesn't, right? And this is what I was seeing over and over again. And I was in that world for years. And I ended up kind of running some stores that carried this product. And my rep came in one day and I said, you got to tell me, what's going on with this stuff. I really, really liked it. What is it doing in the body? How does it work, right? And he knew I was kind of that mind where I wanted to like geek out on every part of it. How does this actually work, right? I know it's working, but how? And so he broke it down. He was the next judge in bodybuilding, so he kind of came from that strength world. I never did a bodybuilder. I was more strength, but he knew training's the same, right? You want to recover, you want to heal faster, keep anabolic. So he was able to break it down for me, and from that time I was like, okay, this is a core to my supplementing when I'm training for nationals. That's how I really got on it before nationals. And then anyway, that's the long story. And it was a few years after that this old injury was aggravated.
So we'll just say, so you took it for a while. It basically you got well again.
Yeah, the tendonitis was gone, the tennis elbow gone right before nationals. I was really worried about that. Really bounced me back. Yeah. So.
Right. And then, so your life's going on okay for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And my wife and I, we ended up opening up a gym in Chilliwack, and we had that gym was our passion. And probably, a few years into that, I aggravated a back injury or somehow. I just know that this old injury was back and worse than ever before. And there was at this time I could get no relief. There was nothing I could do. I was in and out of the system trying to get MRIs and X-rays and blood work and all this. Like, what is happening here? This does not make sense. And we're talking 24 hours a day of pain, sweating from pain. I couldn't stand up. I couldn't sit down. They tried to give me an X-ray. I couldn't even lay down on the X-ray table. It was so bad. And I went from being a national level power lifter, I had a big butt and big legs and all that. I lost my butt. My left leg atrophied. I was numb from the knee down. And anyways, it was a very dark period for me.
Can I just slow you down? Because some people might not know what atrophied is. So you're actually, your one leg is basically wasting away is what you mean. So here you are, this power lifter building your leg up, and you have no control. It's wasting, it's shrinking. The one leg is shrinking because of your injury, and there's nothing you can do about it because you're in so much pain.
Yeah. And, the diagnosis were just getting worse and worse. And we can get into the conversations I was having in that with the doctor and everything. But I just remember
him. Do that. Like spell out for us exactly what was happening.
Well, I was going in and just saying, I need something, sometimes I think you got to send all trucks to the fire. So you do what you can to optimize your diet and nutrition naturally. And then, then I kind of go, okay, what else do you have for me? I go to the doctor, go to the X-rays. Okay, there's obviously something here that I'm not able to correct. So I need to figure out what's going on, because honestly, I can't live like this for the rest of my life. I'm just over 30 years old. I'm like envisioning what life is going to be like at 40. I'm 45 now. And it was dark, and your doctor is telling you, you're not going to be able to run anymore. You're not going to be able to lift any weights anymore. You're probably going to start peeing your pants because the nerve damage is so bad. This is all I was hearing from the healthcare system. And I said, okay, what they wanted to do is give me a prescription Advil, Percocets, and the Oxys. And I said, okay, well, those are symptomatic treatment. I've got a high pain tolerance. I played football with a broken sternum. I broke my hands. I can handle pain. I don't want to live in pain for the rest of my life. What I want from you is, how am I going to heal? And I remember asking, if I was Sidney Crosby and I wanted to play hockey again, what would you give to me? And he said, oh, well, there's this therapy, there's that therapy, there's this, but that's not covered by your health care. And I had really good benefits, and half my paycheck was going to, anyways, the taxes or whatever, so my free healthcare system, and they're not going to give me anything except for drugs that are going to basically be symptomatic treatments, right? Nothing to heal me. So I was getting really, really frustrated with that. It took me almost 3 years to get an MRI. He said, you can go downtown to Vancouver and pay $1,000 and get it right now, or go down to the States. And I kind of like, no, I want to go through the system, right? This is anyway. I don't want to get on a big rant there, but this was my diagnosis. There was no relief. I was paying, hundreds, if not thousands of dollars a month on physiotherapy and chiro, which I believe in. They work for some people, but for me, I was getting worse. I was just getting worse and worse and worse. So I don't know if we want to go to my turnaround or kind of dive into that.
Well, no. So first of all, they did recommend surgery, right?
Yeah. So after I finally did get an MRI, they were talking about possible spinal fusion or trimming the discs and everything. And I knew people that that had that procedure, ex-athletes and everything. And the common theme I had, and I'm not trying to steer anybody either way, but through my own looking into it, knowing people that went through those situations, some had immediate relief and then it just came back with a vengeance, or some it just went really bad. And I was a little bit nervous about having people play around with my spine. So I wanted to do as much as I could naturally and nutritionally, and getting into massage and doing different things that way. I was open to everything except for surgery, and drugs were my last course. I wanted to see what I could do before that.
So can I just kind of sum up and then maybe go into kind of the personal mental thing again, because you're a guy, you don't want to talk about feelings type thing. So, but I'm going to make you. So, sure. But literally you were this elite athlete. You ran, you power lifted, you're passionate about your body and strength. I mean, you'd said earlier you were working on like a bench press record, I assume a national record. And here I'm right. You couldn't even pick up your small child.
Yeah.
There's no way you can run. You're having trouble walking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right. Your job depends on you driving around. Like, this is just pure agony to be able to do that. Your one leg is actually withering.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing you can do about it. Like, you use the term atrophy, but it's literally withering. And the doctor's telling you that likely you're going to lose the ability to walk. Right?
We say definitely no running. I think the one that was no more running. The impact's too much. And when he said you're probably going to start losing control of certain functions and may start
your bladder.
Yeah,
you're going to become incontinent.
Yeah,
and you're like early 30s, aren't you?
Yeah. So, just had my second child.
Yeah. So you're already disabled. Right? And this has been going on for a while. Like, you're disabled and the doctor's telling you it's going to get worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And how is that affecting you mentally?
It was horrible. It was a very dark time. There was a mixed blessing. Like, I had my children, so I was the primary breadwinner, and I had these children, and so there's the pressure to provide, but at the same time, things were pretty dark. And, I looked at them, there was the pressure to provide for them, but there were also my light. They were also what kept me, going, and maybe not down a dark path, because there was no hope anywhere. There was no hope in my condition. And I've talked to people that are in that right now. When I do these trade shows or these conventions or we do these lectures, I talk to people that were right there. And when you can give those people hope, I still remember the first therapist that said, "Oh yeah, I've seen this before. We can treat this." I was like, "Really? You're the first person that said that didn't say this is going to keep getting worse and worse and worse until, you know, how long can you deal with it mentally?" Right? So
yeah. So and thank you, because I think it's important. And I mean, we don't have your wife and kids here, but for sure they would have been living with somebody who was in despair and depressed.
Yeah.
So
describe it like that Snickers commercial where it says you're not yourself when you're hungry. I say you're not yourself when you're in pain 24 hours a day, right? And a lot of people are walking around in pain 24 hours a day.
Okay, so you're in this, like you're disabled, you're being told it's going to get worse, you're suffering terribly, you're depressed, but then something happened. So share, because this is so important for people to understand, because it's not like you are an old person with arthritis or whatever. You're like an elite athlete in his early 30s, and you're now disabled, and the medical system's saying, "Go home. It's going to get worse."
Yeah, take these drugs to deal with the pain.
Masking pain.
Yeah, and I'll say one thing too, Sean, that we talked a little bit, but I actually forgot to mention that part. The other part of the story was from a young age, we'd have to do physicals. So from about 18, we have to do physicals for football and trying out for teams and everything. They would do your health checks. And my kidneys were always flagged for some reason. And it just didn't make sense. I wasn't a big partier. I wasn't a drinker. I was pretty, natural. So was it a genetic thing? I could never get an answer of why this was happening, only that it was happening and that it's getting worse. And so at the time, I remember the same time in the same conversation, literally almost the same sentence, my doctor said, "You can't have bananas. You can't, I don't want you to eat salt. And here's a prescription for prescription Advil." In this, and I said, how does that compute, right? Because, and anyways, I don't want to go down that road, but we know that is something that can definitely affect the kidneys in particular. So I can't have a banana, but I can have that, right? So this kind of got me thinking, well, how much about nutrition do these, anyway, that's kind of where it was at. And when it was getting really dark, I was on this path, and it just happened to be in the short amount of time, my rep from this company that made made recovery, which is Purica, came in and started talking to me. Have you ever tried lion's mane? Because we were talking about my concussions. I said, no, I don't know anything about lion's mane. Yes, send me the data. And I started reading all this data about nerve repair and concussion benefits and everything too. And I'm thinking, well, I've had concussions, I've had nerve damage, maybe I'm a candidate for this. So I started taking that lion's mane product.
And I'll just slow you down. So lion's mane is a type of mushroom. It's just some people viewing this like, well, what the heck's lion's mane? So lion's mane is a specific type of mushroom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a type of, and it's known, there's data there. It's kind of known, it's really exploded the last few years in the health industry across the world because of the benefits that are getting shown for cognitive health and cognitive function. And there is pretty promising work. If you look onto the data, the peer-reviewed data on nerve repair and everything, it actually has some compounds supposedly that stimulate nerve growth factors. So it's one of the few things that they know that do that.
I just have to stop you because I can't resist. But like a company like Purica or other companies that sell lion's mane, they can't legally share peer-reviewed independent research that they didn't do with you, or Health Canada will be all over them and charging them and shutting them down and seizing their assets. So, peer-reviewed research funded by third parties, even governments, it's illegal for them to share that research with you. So, so Justin here is saying this, but I want everyone watching this to understand that we have censorship in Canada of, health information, untruthful, truthful, and everything in between. You can't share it. So this is just fascinating. Sorry for I just couldn't resist.
it's good that, so there is things that if, there are claims you can make on certain health supplements like lion's mane. You can make certain cognitive claims. More for immune health, you can make those claims. But you're right. I had to do my own research. I had to actually go and look at the peer-reviewed studies because, at that time I was a skeptic and I wanted to know why things were working. And all the nutrition studies that I did, I had never heard anything about mushrooms. And now they're one of the top in the entire industry. And they've been used for thousands of years of historical use, right? But on the Western medicine side, they're like, they're hokey stuff apparently. But anyways, I looked into that, and at the same time, going back to the journey there, I was recommended. I was doing chiro and physio and all this other treatments and stuff, just getting worse and worse. I was at my wit's end, and my trainer from the gym said, "Hey, why don't you go see Steven at AcuSpirit?" And I said, "What's that?" And they said, "It's the local acupuncturist. He's got a new." He said, "He really helped me out." This is what she said. And I said, "I'll try anything right now. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe that the acupuncture is hokey stuff. Again, thousands of years of use. Like, how did they figure this out?" I went in there after one session, and I could not believe the change. Right. And he was the one guy, instead of spending hundreds of dollars and giving me a prescription, he gave me a $5 cushion and a little strap to wear around my knees. And that's the first time I remember that night I had to sleep with this strap, and I could not believe the difference on my hip, the pain. It was relieved. It took all the pressure off. So there was the acupuncture, there was the supplementation, and then I also asked a little bit more about the recovery. That I said I always had success with this. I'm just thinking, how can I use this? How much can I take? What's the dosing like? I'm in a really bad way. I need to figure something out. And so I did that with another supplement, and I described that as my TSN turning point. Every day a little bit better. I still remember the day where it used to be a process just to get out of bed. It was like a few minutes, walk myself up the wall to standing, and then go out. Even tying my shoes was so bad. I still remember the day I just rolled out of bed and stood up. And it was like, for most people, that's what they do every day. And I just could not, whoa, what just happened there? Like, sometimes it's the stuff that isn't happening anymore that you notice, right? It's like that was I just got out of bed that day. That was a big milestone for me, right? And I described
I just have to stop you because you're making a fantastic point. You were so disabled that literally, like, am I wrong? It would take about 10 minutes to get out of bed because you're in so much pain. You'd have to inch up the wall and position yourself and kind of slide over and move your legs down and then figure out how to transfer your weight just to manage the amount of pain and try to keep it controllable.
Mm-hmm.
And, and now all of a sudden this is why it stuck out for you. So you got out of bed and then just realized, wait a second, I just got out of bed.
Yeah.
without even thinking about it. Right.
Yeah. So that's like returning back to my regular quality of life. And then, it was so bad. Like I mentioned, my wife and I, we'd never been to Disneyland. We didn't have that opportunity. We had two kids, and we were really excited about maybe doing that trip. But behind the scenes, I'm looking, can I rent a wheelchair at the airport? Can I rent a wheelchair at Disneyland? And is it accessible? Is it going to be, am I going to ruin the whole trip if they have to push me around in a wheelchair at Disneyland? Anyways, I didn't need to do that. I ended up getting on this path and running again, training again. So, and that was all. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to come across like I just didn't take the advice that was given to me by the system, and I have had other situations in my family where we've had really good outcomes based on that system. So I'm not against it. I'm just saying what we should have is a bit of a balance here, right? The fact that we can't
let's just back up. Like, you're normal today, right?
Yeah,
you're not disabled.
Yeah. I'm training, I'm running, I'm hiking. I'm definitely not as strong as I used to be. I've put on a few years, but yeah, there was a time where 24 hours a day I was aware of this injury, and my movements were like all around that. Now I don't think about it unless I do something stupid that I'd probably pay for anyways. So it's very rare that this old injury comes into my life right now, and no
Okay,
surgery.
so you've gone from being completely disabled and facing the path where you never run again, likely become incontinent. Lord knows what's going to happen to your leg that's actually shrinking, and to being like normal and healthy.
As normal as can be. Yeah.
Well, yeah. but this is, you see, this is the whole point though, is for you, your access to these natural health products is the difference between being disabled and healthy.
Yeah. Not only the products, but also the therapies. It's interesting. We did a lecture a few months ago, and on that call was a lady. Her father played CFL football. He's the Undertaker Baker. He played for the Rough Riders, and she made a comment on that call saying that her dad used to have to go underground to get acupuncture treatments and massage. It was hokey stuff back then. It was like, and I had no idea that the access to those therapies were so, I guess, shunned back in the day as well. I'm glad we have more access to that now too. But it's not just the supplementation. It's some of these other natural therapies that have been around for thousands of years that I think we need full access to. And I'm glad we still have. I was able to access them because I had much better outcome.
Yeah. Now, for you, this kind of journey back to health became transformative. So you actually changed your career, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah. I like I said, I loved what I did. I loved the industry I was in. I was very, like I said, passionate about your right to grow your own food. And I had an experience, obviously my recovery was a big part of this journey, but I had an experience where I thought, you know what, I need to do a change. I need to do something that's a little bit less corporate. And I can't just sell anything. I can't just be a widget guy. I need to believe in what I'm doing. And what I've seen, my own experiences, I'm really passionate about this product. So I did apply to come aboard the company that made that product that
Okay.
I had to go.
And we have to dance carefully. So now we're going to switch into less information mode, because I don't want to actually get you into trouble with Health Canada for having this interview. And I regret that, our nation is such that I have to be careful interviewing you, just sharing your own journey. But I think you kind of had some divine confirmation. And so without giving any details except for that you got an email and where you were and stuff like that, you had started working for this company, and which provides natural remedies that were transformative in your health journey back, and very early on you got a communication, and I don't want you to tell us what it was except for the nature of it, right? So can you kind of share what the situation was there?
Yeah, it was, I still have a hard time telling the story. And I'm really not allowed to tell the story in a lot of ways, but I'll just say, shortly after joining the company, I was with our owner, and we were going to be doing some lectures and some trainings, but, as a rep that time, your constant emails and everything. So picked him up at the airport. We were going to go grab breakfast, and I remember we pulled into the stall and said, I'm just going to check a few emails so I don't get too far behind. Do you mind? And he said, no, go ahead. And I started reading this email, and for some reason I just said, I don't know what this is all about, but I want to read it out loud. And I read it out loud, and it was a note from the owner of a store who had a daughter come in tears. Her father had a really bad diagnosis, not good. And so there was really, and they're kind of like in my situation where, there's really no hope. There's nothing being recommended that, hey, if you do this or whatever. So they started looking into different things, doing their own research, and they heard about a certain thing, a certain supplement. And we didn't know any of this. They just started taking it. So this email was basically saying, this was the journey. This was the diagnosis. This is what they started taking. Their doctor in his entire career has never seen a reversal of this condition, ever. And it was so can you please pass this message along and thank you? So as powerful as that was, it gets crazier. This was in, I got this email in Langley, and it was from a store outside of Vancouver. 2 or 3 days later, I was in one of our accounts in West Vancouver, and I was setting up a little bit of a demo, and I was actually a little bit frustrated because I was well away from the section where my products were and everything, and I was just all alone in this aisle, and I'm putting my table together, and I look up, and this lady is walking towards me in the aisle, and she stops and she starts crying, and she welled up with tears, and I said, "So can I help you? Like, what's going on? Are you okay?" And for some reason, I said, "Is your name such and such? Are you from
the first email?"
It ended up being the daughter from that email. The daughter didn't even know that this email was sent to me because the email was sent to me by the manager of the store. She's like, "How did you know?" So I think we were talking yesterday, Vancouver just hit 3 million people in the greater region. It was an hour and a half drive apart between these two locations for me getting the email, and the place where these people lived was another hour away. So for all these things to happen and converge, like, it's just
it's a divine appointment. So
yeah,
I can say as an outsider, when you shared the story with me, I thought, okay, that's God giving you a confirmation that you are on the right path, if I've ever seen one. How did you take it at the time?
It's just processing it, and exactly what you said. Okay, there's something more to this, right? There's something more to this. And I got to say, it's not the only one. You get them all the time. And I'll share a story. You can cut it out if you need to cut it out.
Well, no, we can't edit, so you have to be careful. And I apologize to the audience that Justin's dancing around here. He's not telling
anything.
but he has to, or he could get into trouble with Health Canada because he is involved with a manufacturer. So you have to live with this censorship. It's why we're marching the charter across the land. So
this one isn't. I don't think we'll get in trouble. It's just hopefully it makes sense of why I feel the way I do feel. I was on a BC ferry one time, and the guy in the lineup before me, he was wearing this red shirt, and he turned around and it had Redbox on it. And I said, "Oh man," I have to say, I'll age myself, people won't remember Redbox, but there used to be a little kiosk in the grocery stores, and you could just pick up a DVD or something for 99 cents. This is before all the streaming, like Netflix and all that. And I was the guy that lived out of my truck and out of airports. I was on the road all by myself all the time. So I ended up getting one of these DVDs for 99 cents, and you could return it anywhere. I took it on one of my business trips. So I'd never heard of Redbox until I saw this kiosk. And I see this guy wearing this Redbox shirt, and I said to him, "I have to thank you. I just use your service there. I'm all by myself on the road all the time, and it was just great to have this on the road." And he turned to me and he said, "I've been in sales all my life. When you're in sales, every call is a problem you have to fix, or something that, damage control, or something that you have to solve. Since I've been with Redbox, my life is not that way. It's everything what you just said. Every time I get a phone call, it's to thank me." And that stuck with me because that's the experience I have now. I don't get the calls of, got to fix this problem or do that. It's like, "Oh my God, thank you. Thank you. Oh, my dog is running around the backyard again. It's doing this. It's doing," like, that's the quality of calls. So that's why I say, I hate to say I'm in sales, because I'm not in sales. I'm sharing this passion. I'm sharing my own experience. And I'm thanking you for hopefully fighting this good fight so that we can continue to do this. right? People don't really understand what is at stake here, what could potentially be lost. So I think we need to be able to, yeah.
Without details, I mean, we can talk about this. Like I'll share my story at a different time during this health show, but I got involved because I saw actually in court cases that this was a matter of life and death, that if people couldn't access key products, natural products, they would die, and in some cases did die when they couldn't access them. And I just thought there's something wrong here. Would I be correct in saying, here you're working in the industry, that you see feedback after feedback after feedback, which has led you to believe that lives are being saved because of what you're participating in?
I would say absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. That, I've seen people that were as dark phase as I've been in come out of that, and like I said, getting some hope, getting some positive results when they were told, no, we're just going to treat symptoms, not the root cause. There's a lot of, and like I said, I'll go back to it. Sometimes you got to send all trucks to the fire. I'm very grateful for, the care that we can get, and especially, my son fell and broke his jaw. I cannot say enough about the care that he received there, and I was so grateful. So I just want to come across that there should be a balance. These two systems, they're not at odds. They can be integrated, and they should be. If we're truly looking for best health outcomes, they should be integrated, and not belittle one or the other.
So I just wanted to share a story that happened with, so the company you worked with ended up doing a fundraiser to get a piece of hospital equipment. Can you share with us kind of how that came about, and then something else that happened? Because again, it just seemed to be almost an impossible story. And when you told it to me yesterday, I thought, oh, I sure hope you'll share this, because again, it makes us think. It made me think that we're all part of something bigger.
Yeah. I still have a hard time getting through this one, but if I just play it all in reverse, it's pretty uncanny. So we had an amazing lady that worked with our team, and she ended up having some complications through pregnancy, and she ended up on bed rest for I think it was 9 weeks, over 2 months, just on bed rest. And the care again that she got from that hospital was absolutely incredible. There was pretty slim odds to start, would the baby survive? And she was a fighter, and she's a strong lady, and she did everything that she needed to do, and ended up delivering a beautiful baby girl who's, alive and well to this day. Because of the care that she had, the company decided to donate partial proceeds of a new product to that hospital. And at the time, they needed a piece of equipment called a PCO2 monitor. I believe it's a PCO2 monitor. And my understanding is this is for their infant transport unit. If a baby has to get flown, or I don't know all the details. I know that that's what it was called. So we ended up doing this fundraiser and buying this piece of equipment. We had posters in all of our stores. A lot of the stores in Vancouver really got around it to support that effort. So it was kind of a feel-good thing. The care that she had, we did this, we gave back. Well, in this period at the same time, we find out my brother-in-law and my sister-in-law are expecting, and they were told very early on that their baby was going to be born with half a heart. So they had to make a very difficult choice there. For them, it wasn't difficult, but again, another strong lady went through, delivered this beautiful baby boy.
But I'll back you up. So they knew that really, basically, immediately after birth, there would have to be emergency heart surgery.
Emergency heart surgery. So immediately upon delivery, the surgeon from Vancouver was away. The baby had to be flown to Edmonton for immediate heart surgery. Was hooked up to this PCO2 monitor that we just bought at the hospital. The posters were still in the care rooms there. And I kind of get a joking a text from my brother-in-law that he's going to name the baby after the company. But anyway, just another one of these really uncanny stories. And there's another little piece to that story, because we were doing a lecture the morning that surgery was going on, and the store wanted us to recap that whole promotion because they really got behind it, and they didn't know this other side of the story and what was happening as we were in that room telling the story. So yeah, it's yeah, these things happen, and you feel like there is so much more to everything, and kind of puts things into perspective, right? For me, it's definitely, increased my faith and strengthened my faith over the last few years to have these experiences. And I just have faith that we're on the right path, and we want to share this as much as we can. So.
And Justin, I can tell that this is emotional for you, and you're passionate, and I thank you for sharing it with us. Now, we ask everyone that we can, what would your message to Health Canada be? And I'm asking this question in the context. I mean, we're finding that these natural health products truly are under threat by being overregulated. So poor people already can't afford them, and because of things that's happening behind the scenes, we're actually worried that we're going to lose access to a lot of them. And so, as somebody that actually, you're only here on this call with me as a healthy man, a provider for your family. Like, one thing we didn't talk about is if you had stayed disabled, likely your entire family's economic situation would have suffered horribly. Yeah. So, with all the consequences that flow from that. So you're here because these products basically gave you your health back. What would your message be to Ottawa? So to the MPs that we're asking, pass the charter, to Health Canada that's viewing, natural health products as needing ever stricter regulation without looking into stories like yours, looking into the benefits. What would your message be?
Oh man, there's so much. I definitely don't want to come across as against regulation for this, because we're happy to play by the rules, and we want the best, highest quality products that we can provide. And I think you could say that about the Canadian industry as a whole. We have the strictest regulations and the rules, but when it gets to the point where we're depriving care and we're depriving these good outcomes, that's going a little bit too far, right? So, and I also see that we need an even playing field. We can have the strictest regulations in the world here, but some guys getting whatever they want off Amazon that's coming in here. So we got to play by the rules in Canada. We're almost like shooting ourselves in the foot a little bit. We're happy to play by the rules, but I think it should be an even playing field. And I just also just want to get, I'm really hoping if we can encourage to get back to more of a preventative mindset. If we keep going down the road that we're going here, why are we spending more on healthcare and having the worst outcomes, right? And I'm seeing this everywhere. We need to think more preventative, not symptomatic treatments. Not, definitely you want, if you're in pain, you want to get rid of that pain, but we want to address the root cause of these issues. And so let's maybe if we can channel some more energy into some of these things that have been used for thousands of years, or at least allow them to be accessible, and allow people to share their stories, their experiences, we might get better health outcomes. So is the goal really better health outcomes or more regulation, right? I guess that's kind of where I kind of wonder sometimes. That's a long, convoluted thought. I'm sure I could go way down this here a little bit. Sorry, Sean, but
I'll let you. But I mean, I appreciate what you're saying. Is you're saying, what I got from what you were saying is let's try and get good health outcomes. So so let's regulate in such a way to have good health outcomes, and that includes, we have to understand people are getting benefits from this. So if we're regulating to take them away, we're going to lose that benefit, and we're trying to get the best health outcomes. So anything else you want to add before we close?
Well, I just thank you and your team for the good work that you're doing. And I mean, we want to make sure that these things that have been used for thousands of years thousands of years of historical use are still available. And, we kind of have this theme, ancient medicine for modern times, because, a lot of these ancient medicines are really going to the root cause of ailment, which a lot of times is stress and everything. And I would say at our talks, who hasn't been stressed out or who hasn't been a little bit sick lately, right? So we can deal with a lot of these root causes of ailments by using some of these ancient remedies. And if we can get some more of the funding into, instead of regulating and making sure they're not accessible, but okay, maybe we can prove that these do work. Maybe we can get some more use or integration of these systems. I think that's the best outcome for everybody, right? So, but we have to just censoring, not being able to share the stories, not being able to research it, not being able to, and also the barrier for a small mom and pop company to do the research, what they've said, the only ones that can actually do this are now the big pharmaceuticals, right? The only ones that can go through these trials and everything. So we need to make that more accessible too. Long-winded answer here. There's so many ways we can go at it, but I just thank you for your time, the efforts that you're doing, and I just want we need to break out of the echo chamber and make sure that people know what's at stake. And I thank you. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, Justin, on behalf of the world's greatest health show, thank you. So for sharing your story. I know it was emotional at times, and you've really kind of opened up for us, but I thank you because I think it's important for Canadians to, understand that there's a whole bunch of Justins there with stories, and they need to be heard, and we need to understand that, don't lose hope. There are answers out there.
Yeah.
So, so thank you for joining us, and really appreciate it again.
Likewise. Thank you, Sean.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name's Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me Natasha Morley-Lissus. Natasha, welcome to the health show.
Thank you so much, Sean, for having me.
Yeah, no, it's good to have you, and I'm quite excited about having you because you've been a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner for 20 years.
Quite a while.
Yeah, well, yes, that is. But it started because of kind of what your grandfather was doing, and then an experience you had yourself with the healing journey. Can you share with us how you came about to decide to practice as a TCM practitioner?
Absolutely. I was sort of on the track to try to go to the Western medical route because my grandfather, who would be over 100 now, but they practiced medicine slightly differently. And he had inspired me. They'd go to home and they really knew their patients very well. And they would sometimes have little concoctions in their bags that they would mix up. It was not as intense now as many of the prescriptions that are out there. So when I got an injury, though, to my Achilles tendon, I found myself struggling to get relief. And it turned out that it was Chinese medicine acupuncture that actually solved my problem, my Achilles tendon problem.
Now, as I understand it, you did go and see, a Western doctor and basically got the cortisone shot treatment.
That's right.
Right? Yeah, but you weren't.
Yes, because I was on the path. I thought I would do kinesiology and then try to get into medicine that way. But through the treatments in both, it was kinesiological support plus physiotherapy, the cortisone shot, which was all given through the Western medicine system. I still did not have the relief that I needed. And it was only after I ended up being in China and got about 5 treatments, one a day, and my problems were solved. I mean, granted, I wasn't playing the sports that I had been playing, so it's also an amount of rest, which Chinese medicine tells you, you need to not overwork in order to heal. Yeah.
And what was the treatment?
So it was basically the application of needles to the channels that were blocked. And that's sort of how the Chinese medicine system works. It is trying to restore harmony and balance to a system. So the channels that they're myofascial tracts that have a sequence of points on them. And in a case of an Achilles tendon, it's actually the bladder channel that might be restricted. And it's also the ones that run along the side, which would be kidney, as well as maybe gallbladder channels. So that's what they title them, these names. And there's a sequence of points. So they treated those channels using needles. They also used something called mugwort, which is a herb, a warming herb. So it's kind of like it looks like a cigar, and you shine those, the warmth, smokes into the points, and that exhilarates the healing. It warms up the channels, for example.
Okay. Now, I'm going to, in a little bit, get you to explain the practice of traditional Chinese medicine. You've probably already said some things that might have some people unfamiliar with the tradition going, well, this is interesting. And it is interesting, but you found it worked. And I know we're going to be talking about some of your successes in that. And so this inspired you. You wanted to become a healer.
Yes.
And actually this dual experience. So you had treatment by the Western system, or, our mainstream medical system. And on the same injury, you got treated while you were in China with a much different system.
Yes.
And you thought, wait a second, this Chinese system has done me way more good.
Correct. That was a pivotal moment.
Well, and it was a big commitment. I think people are going to be really interested when they learn just how much training somebody has to go through to become a traditional Chinese practitioner. I mean, it's as much or more than a doctor has to go through, a medical doctor. And it's much the same stuff, all your physiology and right down to, learning the chemical drugs and that, so that, you can work with those or around those with patients that you have. So my understanding is you did you did an undergraduate degree in kinesiology.
Mm-hmm. That's right. It was like a 4-year program, and then followed with that exploration in China. I learned that it is a 4-year program for Chinese medicine. So it's done at a college. Mine was at AIM Academy in Toronto. And after those 4 years, you learn how to use acupuncture. But you would have to go back for another 1.5 to 2 years to learn the Chinese medical herbal formulas. And after which you write a board exam for that one. So I wrote the one for the acupuncture, went back to write for the board exam for the herbal. And so in all, it was 6 years. And I still felt I needed more after that. Many people stopped, but I've just completed a doctoral program now, which was another 2 years. And that one was based out of Oakland, California. So it gave a little more focus, extra focus.
Right. So an undergraduate degree and then 6 more years to be able to do both acupuncture and treatment with herbs, which is the full scope of practice for a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, to be able to do both. And then you did another 2 years of study on, with the Oakland, California, basically on orthopedics, as I recall, and classical traditional Chinese medicine.
Yes.
So
yes,
some people might have no idea about what is the practice of traditional Chinese medicine. We just know about this Western model. And, you already had said, well, there's when your Achilles tendon was being worked on, that's connected to the bladder meridian.
that tradition connects things. And could I just tell an anecdotal story?
Please.
So I was listening to a lecture. This actually is several years ago, although I will say that my dealings with this medical doctor, led me to take some actions that I'm not going to go into that I'm quite happy about. But his name was Dr. Jerry Tennant, and he was an eye surgeon. So in fact, he was the very first eye surgeon to do cataract surgery as an outpatient instead of having to stay in the hospital. And he was, these lasers that correct our vision. He was conducting a clinical trial. So he was one of the people that had been hired to do a clinical trial. And he said, well, we're vaporizing eye tissue, but that's not killing viruses in it. And he inhaled a virus that disabled him. So it caused physical problems, but it also affected the mind, where he explained he was maybe aware enough to understand a newspaper for about 2 hours a day. And he's going to all the big medical names. He's a big medical eye surgeon to get help, and no one can help him. And so after he's disabled for years, he just decides, I'm going to use that 2-hour window I have every day where I could, to research. I've got to solve this. And for him, it came down to, cellular health. You got to start there. And was actually the first person I ever had heard say, don't eat canola oil, and explain why, right? Yeah, you know why. Yeah. So, and that'll surprise some viewers. What? Don't eat canola oil? And that's not the purpose of where I'm going here. But he got well. Now last time I communicated with him, he was practicing just general medicine in Texas. So he has a general medical practice now. But what he shared in his lecture in his book was that when somebody comes to him as a medical doctor with a chronic health disease, the first question he asks is, how many root canals do you have? And he said, basically 100% of the time they've had a root canal in the tooth that the ancient Chinese practitioners identify, because they link teeth to different body systems. Right. And he says, that's why he asks the question. Like, he basically knows the answer before he asks it. And I think for him, he just has fun, because it's every time somebody with a chronic illness that's seen him, and it's probably not every time, but it's enough that that's the first question he asks. And I have to say, Natasha, I found it interesting that here, we've got a current medical doctor that was, big name eye surgeon that has learned so he basically incorporates traditional Chinese medicine into his practice after his own health journey, and that somehow there's a clear connection, like these teeth are linked to these systems. Right? Absolutely. But it's a different way of thinking. So do you want to share with us kind of?
Yeah, and actually on that line, sorry, I didn't mention that before, but there was a book, and I forget the doctor's name, but he's a surgeon in England, and it's called The Spark in the Machine. I could try and find his name, but he had mentioned, like, he'd always wanted to study Chinese medicine, and he was talking about a point after he became a surgeon. He studied it, but there's a point on your wrist here. It's called lung 9. And it is the empirical point, like it's the point for arteries. So all the arteries in the system. And he said the problem that he was trying to teach the nurses in the emergency department in England, not to put IVs in patients who are experiencing heart issues. Because if you land up putting an IV in this artery area or this vein area, you could affect all arteries, because it's the empirical point of arteries. So that's another medical doctor who was trying to utilize those teachings.
Right, because he came to understand that there is that connection, and you will have found that in your practice. Maybe we can talk about that also. So yes. You go through an incredible amount of training, which, you just stuck it out because you believe that you're going to be able to help people here. How far back does the practice of traditional Chinese medicine go?
Well, it is documented. I know that in the notes that we learned, it's over 2,000 years old, but there have been documents that are from more close to 3,000, and they were written like on oracle bones. So, for example, traditional Chinese medicine definitely we could say goes back 2,000 years, and with regard to the teachings, it's based out of like broken down into different systems. So trying to restore the body to a system of balance using like meridian treatment, which you would use an acupuncture needle applied to points on meridians, which are channels, as I'd mentioned. And now we could explain them as myofascial tracts. So they understood that these tracts will potentially connect one organ system to another. And that is how the doctor you were mentioning talked about the meridian system in the teeth connecting. If they'd had a root canal, they would have compromised the system.
Mm-hmm.
And it also uses acupuncture needles, which you could almost call them like a tuning fork in a way, because what happens is when you put the needle into the point, it stimulates a flow of oxygen and blood, and it also is telling the system to open a channel, or you might want to even close. So depending on the problem that you're working on. And it also utilizes Chinese medicine herbs. So we'll have herbal formulas, as well as moxibustion, which I was telling you about, which is the mugwort therapy. So it's a heating of the channel therapy. And there's also the nutritional component, as well as the massage along the channels, which is called tuina, Tuina. So that's basically what like the whole medical system is composed of.
Okay, so which is a little bit of a different approach. So it's one of the oldest systems that we've had. Now, you have had tremendous success, and I don't even know how many patients you would have seen in 20 years of practice. But like likely over 100,000, I bet, eh? Or I mean, yeah.
Yes.
So, and what percentage of patients that come to you have tried to find relief in the mainstream medical system before they make their way to you?
I would say at least 95%, which you might find from other alternative healthcare practitioners. They've exhausted every medical route, like Western medical route that they could.
No, and I asked that question deliberately, and I now am asking that question because actually it's in doing this health show that I've learned it's so high.
Yeah.
Like I was speaking with one naturopathic doctor, and I mean, he figured it was almost 100%. And he's very focused in a specific area, but I find that surprising, the amount. But what it means is so, 95%, so practically everyone that's come to see you, they have tried to solve their problem with Western medicine, our mainstream system, and that's failed. And the mainstream system we don't have to pay for. But when you go to a traditional Chinese practitioner, I guess unless you're independently wealthy, you're having to pay to see the person. And you're having to, if part of your treatment ends up being herbs, you're having to pay for those herbs also.
That's right.
So yeah, so you're having people come to see you, and am I fair to say that you've got most of your clients continue to see you?
Yeah, that's you'll have a variety. Like sometimes you'll have someone come in with an acute issue, and also a variety of ages, right? So let's say it's a 20-year-old coming in with a sprained ankle, for example. They don't have any other issues, so potentially you could have them on their way, dependent on the extremity of the strain, within 3 to 5 to maybe 8 at the most treatments. And you may not see them again, depending on if there were any other issues. But most of the cases that come to you tend to be the ones that were more chronic in nature. And again, they've either already exhausted different treatment plans, right? So going back as well to the herbal medicines, we have to be cautious because many times they're taking lots of Western drugs. So you have to be sure that you can add a herbal component to their treatment that wouldn't interfere with what the other drugs are doing. Most cases they don't, but it takes longer then, right, for them to heal, because the Western drug is causing a little bit of extra strain on their system as well.
Okay, see, so now that's an interesting comment. So you've been at this for 20 years. You've, literally seen 100,000 plus patients. And in your experience, if one of your patients is taking chemical drugs, it takes you, it's going to take you longer for them to heal them than if they're not on chemical drugs.
Yes. And again, in many cases it had been an acute issue, and that drug they would say is helping them. So they're just trying to potentially get off the drug, or they're still experiencing symptoms. And so you have to work with them, but it does take longer.
And I wasn't meaning to be critical of I just found it interesting that, you've learned that, right?
That's
So
right.
like when we've done something for a long time, and people watching that have done something for decades, they'll understand you just learn things. Like, I practiced law for over 30 years. There's just things I've learned, because of the patterns. So
Correct.
which, that's called wisdom, I guess. So, okay. Now, when we were having a pre-interview, I'd asked the question, not what's your best success, or anything. I asked, what is the patient that has stuck out to you the most? And that could be a failure, right? So, because sometimes those are the things, the experiences we have that affect us the most. And often good comes from it. But so I asked you that question, and you brought up a specific person that basically had multiple sclerosis.
Yes.
And so can you tell us what multiple sclerosis is, and then tell us what you experienced with this patient?
Yeah, so in a simple explanation, it is lesions in the brain that will affect the myelin sheath so it's basically the sheath that wraps around the muscles. And it can be causing issues such as severe pain or spasms in the entire body. It can also cause like a wasting away. In the Chinese medical term, it kind of a wasting disease, where the person loses strength in their limbs. And over time, they might end up having to use a walker or, other support systems in order to walk for many miles. The other issue is that it can also attack the nerves affecting the optic, like around the optic nerve. So it could cause blindness in some worse cases. And that's like sort of a simplified version of what it is. And yes, so the patient had come to me and was in distress, having many years of treatment, but of midlife age, and was really at a very low point in their, just how their health was. They were feeling that their health was failing.
So I just want to flesh this out a little bit. So am I right that this lady was in chronic pain?
Yes.
Like, just constant debilitating pain.
Chronic pain and also fatigue, right? Because when you're in so much pain, she was also having digestive issues as well as sleep issues, which they many times will go together.
Right. And by digestive issues, you mean she was like constipated was the main part of that?
Yes, very much.
And am I right that she was basically off work for 1.5 years by the time she came to see you?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's because she couldn't work because of the MS, the chronic pain, the fatigue.
This is it. And she was basically just managing to take care of her family. That was it. And then, her system was at its lowest point.
Right. How was she doing mentally? Because, when you're in chronic pain, when you're when you're fatigued, all of that, I imagine that after a period of time, it can really wear on you.
Yes, she was, I could say, almost distressed, like in a state of distress and feeling, that she is not her best self. So she was just
Right.
looking for any sort of relief.
Now, she had been seeing the Western medical doctors.
Yes.
Did they have any treatments that could offer hope for somebody like her that had MS?
Well, that is what people tell me in the Western world, is that like when they get a diagnosis of MS, it's almost like there is really not much that can be done. And it's quite disheartening. There are medications that could kind of support you along the way, but it's not a cure, and by no means does Chinese medicine offer a cure, but it definitely offers hope that you could come back to almost your full function.
Right. So, like my understanding, and you can correct me, that because I think you're being gentle here, with MS, typically, I mean, you are expecting as it progresses to be disabled and then to die from it.
You're expecting, yes, no positive outcome, really.
Right. Which is, I don't know about you, but I would find that terribly depressing, aside from the suffering. So she comes to you. She's not in a good frame of mind because she's suffering so much. She's not finding relief. What happens?
Yeah, so in the Chinese medical world, and of course, when I was just going over what it is, we also examine the abdomen. You palpate around the belly button, and you also examine the tongue like this to see the coloring on the tongue. And you examine the pulses, like on your left hand is your blood pulses and on your right hand is your energetic pulses. Because the system I told you, it's talking about, there's a disharmony. It's looking at the free flow of qi, which is your vital energetic force. And the concept behind it is if you can manage to balance this qi and let it flow where it is meant to flow, then the body can heal itself, because that is how it is designed according to this medicinal system. And I had forgotten to also mention to you that it is also taking into account the mood of your patient, their even potentially their status, like are they able to eat the right foods, right? So there's another component. It's also a spiritual component as well, where they feel they fit in the world. So you take into account not only the physiological symptoms. So in her case, what was discovered was that there was a blockage in her digestive system. So we had to really work on that digestive system to get that stool flowing. And there was also a disruption in her we call this channel at the back. It flows from the brain all the way down the spine. So it's classified as the governing vessel. So once we were able to clear those two blockages, she was already feeling relief.
And so when you say feeling relief, is my understanding is her constipation dissipated and
Yes.
she started having normal bowel movements?
Yes, that was the first one. And the second one was a relief of pain, because it was excruciating pain in the upper back and also the lower back.
Right. And then so the pain keeps reducing. And my understanding is she just got better and better and better.
That's right.
And then she basically stopped taking a bunch of chemical drugs.
That's right. She slowly reduced the chemical drugs. She was on also Chinese medical formula, and she's also reduced that now as well, because we don't believe once the symptoms change, you have to keep changing the formula, and eventually you can discontinue the formula, depending on what the issues are.
Right. Okay. And so she's basically, as I understand it, so she'd gone from being disabled. She couldn't work for 1.5 years when she came to see you. My understanding is she's totally out there again full time.
That's right. She can function just like every normal person.
Right. Yeah. So she's gone from a diagnosis of MS where she's suffering terribly. Like she's been disabled for a year and a half, chronic pain, chronic constipation, just feeling no hope with the chemical drugs she's taking, to basically being a normal, healthy person that is not suffering from MS.
Correct. I mean, again, considering it is a chronic illness, I always recommend that they keep an eye on it. And as well, they come to me. So she continues to come like every 3 to 4 weeks. She has a session. We classify this as a maintenance session. And that way it gives me a chance also to keep an eye on her, as well as, not stopping your regular checkups, like potentially once a year, you keep up with your neurologist. Because again, as I had mentioned before on the phone call with you, it does take a village, right? So we need all hands on deck.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate you sharing that with us. And I know that every patient's different, but one thing that because I'm not just we're not just having practitioners in the show. We're as the viewers will know, we're having people tell their health journeys, and whether it comes out in when we're on video or not, but and it mostly does, but in the pre-calls, like some people just say, I had no hope.
Right.
Like unless you're there, you don't even think about it. So what I hope people understand is if you're in that situation where you're not feeling any hope, understand, just keep looking. Like your journey doesn't have to be over. There are other things you can look into and try. And that's what's, really fun about, when you were telling me 95% of the people that come to you, they've already exhausted the mainstream medical system. So, yeah. Now, you were telling me about another patient. I put the heading allergic to the world. This is an interesting one. Do you want to share with us what was happening here?
Oh. Yes, as well. Allergic to the world. He came to me. He was even unable to wear underwear. So he was literally wearing a pair of shorts and a t-shirt that he had worn like for the last 3 to 4 weeks, because that one, he was afraid to put something new on as it would cause all these allergic reactions.
Now, do you want to describe, because these allergic reactions actually were quite serious and also quite visible, like the the rashes, the whole face getting like this isn't something that in somebody's head, you can see the reaction. So do you want to share with us, what was the reaction this person would have?
Yeah, so let's say he did put on a fresh shirt from the laundry, and again, it wasn't washed with many chemicals. He would have a flushing to his face. It would go red like a rash. He would also have a rapid heart rate. His blood pressure would go up, and in some cases, he would faint as well. So those were the symptoms.
Yeah, so his system would just totally react. And so when you see him, how long had he been wearing that one shirt and that one pair of shorts?
He was embarrassed. It was like almost a month, 3 to 4 weeks. Yeah.
So just so that people understand, so he is so afraid of the reaction, and I imagine he used the most gentle, natural detergents possible in the lowest amounts possible, but still would react. So he had been wearing the same pair of shorts without underwear and the same shirt for this long period of time so that he wouldn't have a reaction. And was he able to drive to the appointment?
He wasn't. His wife had to drive. He would have been unable to purchase a new vehicle because, as you know, with a different, they call it like an off. It's almost like an off exhaust, right? Off gas. Yep. And so he was driving an old car, but she was driving him in it. And because prior to these allergic reactions, he was planning on purchasing a new vehicle, and he couldn't go to any coffee shops. He couldn't go to any places that he didn't know if there would be chemicals. And it could even be a regular like cleaning surface chemical, right?
And when you say chemicals, like when you can go to the coffee shop because maybe the paint's not 5 years old and it's completely off gas, like that's how sensitive this person is.
That's correct. And he could have literally found himself fainting as he walked into the door.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Like being allergic to the world. So what was his mental state when he comes to see you?
Yes, again, absolutely at his end of his will. You know, he felt that he didn't have any quality of life. He couldn't go anywhere. He couldn't go fishing. He couldn't enjoy any semblance of a normal life.
Right. So he's literally totally disabled.
That's right.
So that he has no chance of working. He's wearing the same clothes for a month.
That's right.
So, and he's not pretending, like he has these reactions. This is real. It seems that everyone's gone through the medical system. Am I correct that he had been seeing medical doctors trying to find some answer?
Yes, he happened to be on a very strong drug, like a prednisone drug, for over 2 years. And he said in the beginning it had given him some relief, but the allergies caught up with him. Our explanation to this in the Chinese medicine world is that when you have allergies, your immune system is extremely compromised. And in the case of a prednisone drug, yes, it might have its support. And of course, they sometimes call it a life-saving drug, but it is extremely cold when you take it into the system. So if you have, let's say, a weak stomach, a weak immune system, it's a constant exposure to a cold drug, which weakens the system further. And so maybe initially it kind of tried to catch up on the inflammation, and afterwards it was weakening the system.
Well, and then also just so moving ourselves out of the traditional Chinese medicine paradigm, prednisone is not something that is safe to take long term.
That's right.
And he had been taking it long term.
2 years, yes.
Right. Okay. So he's totally disabled when he saw you. How did you go about treating this person?
Yeah, it was the same. As I said, like, we rarely get into a person's face. So you're looking at his skin color, you're almost wanting to smell his breath, checking his tongue and pulses, feeling his stomach. And what was coming out from him, as well, he suffered from a chronic diarrhea. So it was, again, in this case, a digestive system, and also like an imbalance in his lung. So for us, that's part of his immune response. So we had to, of course, first and foremost, restore his digestive function, and then as well support his immune system.
And do you recall, how? So that's what you needed to do. How did you do that?
Well, he allowed me, he actually got energized after the first treatment. We didn't do many points, but just the main ones. And his wife.
When you say points, you meaning acupuncture?
Acupuncture points, because I was also worried that he might be allergic by chance to the metal in the needles, right? Because they're made of a metal. But he managed them, so we did a sequence of 6 points, and I recall he wanted to come back the next day. So I told him to come back 3 times that week. And by the end of that week, he actually, with a change of his diet as well, because I told him to take out a few components that were making the diarrhea worse, his diarrhea stopped within that first week.
Okay, so like within a week, and his energy was increasing also.
Yes.
So what happened next? How do you continue treating him, and what happens?
Yeah, so we continue working on reinforcing the stomach energy, as well as the next week I was able to add some more points and start to work a little more intensely on the immune system. And over time, again, I'm still seeing him. This was like 2 years ago. So I'm still seeing him now about once every month to 6 weeks. But he's pretty much maintained. I think it's just more psychological for him. He just likes to come for the treatments now.
He just wants to make sure you're still there.
Yeah, and he's fishing. He has a new car. He wears different clothes every day. He wears underwear. So.
Okay, so he's gone from where he couldn't wear underwear at all,
and couldn't change his clothes for, weeks and weeks and weeks. So now he wears fresh clothes every day. Am I right? He can wear whatever he wants.
He can, and
He can go out. He can go to coffee shops. He wanted to buy a new car. You told us that, but there's no way he could because the off gas. And now he's driving a new vehicle.
That's right. Yes.
So he's going fishing. He's basically got his life back.
He's back to his full quality of life, as he called it.
Okay, so this is interesting. And did you use any herbs or anything in this treatment?
In his case, I didn't. So it was mainly acupuncture needles, a little bit of that tweener massage along the meridians. But yes, because I was afraid that maybe his system was too weak and I didn't want to expose it to something else that might be causing an allergic reaction.
Okay, so this is another example of somebody who had literally exhausted the Western system. When he comes to see you, he is not in a good state of mind, and he's basically suffering terribly.
Yes. It's just not alive, right?
Yeah, and now the person is not suffering and is having a normal life.
That's it. Those are the joys of the practice.
And so important. And this is why I'm appreciating you sharing this, because Natasha, first of all, some people watching this video, you might be the first traditional Chinese practitioner that they have heard talk about the practice of traditional Chinese medicine. I think they're going to be totally shocked by how much training you have to do what you do. But then you're dealing with life and death issues. So, of course they're going to, require that you guys be well trained. Yeah. So, but it's just fascinating. And again, there are people out there that, think they're stuck where they are, that they're suffering. And, I think it's important for them to understand that, there's other treatment modalities out there that can be tried. So I really appreciate this. Now, we had also spoken about some patient that had Parkinson's disease.
Yes. Well, it was like Parkinson's-like symptoms, right? Because we didn't get the full diagnosis yet. She's still waiting for her neurologist appointment.
Right.
But, yeah.
she came to you for something else.
That's right. She came for a chronic cough and, again, allergic symptoms, which would cause like a runny nose, like a rhinitis, constantly coughing. It was actually like her family that sent her because she was driving them nuts from this constant clearing of her throat and coughing.
Right. And the medical system had no answer for that.
That's right. Antihistamines, but they were not working.
Right now, and this is where we, talk about Parkinson's.
Yes.
So she comes to you and she's got the shaking hand.
That's right.
And so she's waiting to see a neurologist, but because of the mainstream system, so
backed
overwhelmed.
Up.
Right. And that shake had started about 2 years before.
Yes.
So it wasn't a recent thing. So when we talk Parkinson's, it's just that's likely what the mainstream medical system would diagnose.
Exactly. She'd have to go through a series of tests, but yeah, we call it like Parkinsonian type symptoms, right? Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay, so she's not coming to you to have that dealt with. She's waiting to see the neurologist, but she is willing to come to see you for her chronic cough. So,
yes.
She's been exhausted on the antihistamines. They're not working. You were saying her family's getting annoyed, but I expect she's getting annoyed.
Yes.
With much. This chronic cough. So, and that one I get, I'd had a similar thing. I had to be in a fire for several hours. Some buildings were burning, and there were people in wheelchairs that need to be carried down a stairwell, and me and several other people were there for hours. And for a good 2 years, I caught everything, and I was just coughing. You watch me at the NCI hearings, I'm like popping cough drops like they were candies.
Oh my God.
So I get her being annoyed about that one.
Oh my goodness, yes. And you had that exposure to the smoke and
Mm-hmm.
the fire. Oh, I'm happy that you're over that, hopefully.
Well, I've still catch way more than I should, so I don't know. But I'm just saying, like when you're coughing all the time, like I would, like I'm wearing a suit jacket. I put my hands in. I have no cough drops here, but I'd used to have both sides, where I'd have every suit, every jacket, my jeans. That little pouch you'd have,
Yeah.
because you need them all the time. Just be
Wow.
coughing, right?
Yes, the
So
body
she,
is trying to expel the smoke, right? It's trying to expel the pathogen and the toxin that it had, because you said you were doing that for over 2 hours.
oh yeah, it was a long time.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I mean, I I don't want to talk about it, but the crazy place. So it's an old folks home, and the middle building, like they're all in wheelchairs. That building next door is on fire, and before the power is cut, their muster points on the second floor. So they muster everyone to the second floor. It should have been the ground floor.
Oh, wow.
And really high, it almost 2 stories up to the next level, and this narrow staircase that curved. So it was narrow, so there couldn't be 2 teams. You just had enough space to carry one wheelchair down at a time.
Wow.
It was just absolute madness. But we're totally getting off topic here.
I know, but that's amazing that you were able to do that. Wow.
Well, me and several other people. I mean, it's not amazing at all. So I was just explaining, I understand the cough thing, right?
Yes.
So this lady, she's coughing chronically.
Yes.
And
so that was
Oh, no,
same idea, is the lung issue. And, she said she had a chronic acid reflux. So for us, again, the same story. We have to harmonize her stomach and restore the function, because we believe, like Chinese medicine believes, that the stomach will produce the phlegm and then the lung lands up storing it. So within the treatment protocols, I'm trying to drain all the phlegm from her system and restore her digestive function. And I prescribed herbal formulas for this as well. So because sometimes she couldn't come to see me, and her cough went away right away, as well as the nasal discharge started to subside. And so, having, of course, witnessing the tremoring hand the whole time, I thought, if I also focus on getting rid of the tremor, if that is potentially the root cause of the tremor as well. And it so happened to be, as soon as we cleared a lot of the excess mucus and phlegm in the system, her tremor ceased as well.
And we're going to get back to her being freed, basically, because that's what's happening here, is people are being freed from suffering. But one thing that I found interesting, and again, it's just a different approach.
Yes.
So that the idea that like Western medicine might just say, well, phlegm forms in the lungs.
Right.
But traditional Chinese, no, the lungs are clearing the phlegm.
Yes.
Right? Like it's a different way of thinking and a different way of approaching, right?
Correct.
So it's, yeah.
And also that the system is trying to find its balance. So you don't want to, overwhelm it, shall we say, with different medications. You need to nurture it along, basically, so that it can get back onto its track.
Okay, so can I just elaborate on what I think you said, just because you made an important point. So basically, in the traditional Chinese medicine way of thinking, the body's going to have kind of a normal balance that you want. If it's out of balance, you want to get that balance back to be healthy. But if you're taking a chemical drug, something synthetic that doesn't belong there, that, because it doesn't belong there and it's being ingested to actually interfere with something,
right,
it puts it out of balance. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yes, it can take it out of balance or put extra strain, right? Like that cold drug, for example, the prednisone, it was further decreasing the immune system. So, yes.
When it was being used in theory to help
right
a condition.
Okay, so that's quite interesting. And so there's an explanation for something you said earlier. You said earlier on when I was asking you about, well, what percentage of your people had, the people that come to you for help had been basically exhausted themselves in the mainstream medical system, and now we're turning to your help. Somewhere around that conversation, you had volunteered that if somebody is taking the chemical drugs, it takes you longer to restrict,
Right.
to bring them back to health. And so the explanation would be it's because the chemical drugs are themselves putting the body out of balance, and that you're trying to get the body back into balance.
Yes, that's a good way of looking at it.
Okay, no, I was just trying to make sure that I understood what you were saying.
Yes.
So back to this lady that had come to you with the chronic cough, come to you with the shaking hand, and that would drive anyone crazy, I think. Plus the fear of the diagnosis, right?
Correct. Because she still hasn't seen a neurologist.
Right, but Parkinson's is, I think, isn't that like a death sentence if the medical system says you got Parkinson's, that it degenerates until you die?
Yes, I know that there's still lots of research being done, but it's, again, not like there's no cure for it, right? According to the Western medicine system, yeah.
Right. So she becomes completely free of the cough. You also described, the basically nasal drip and congestion. So that her hand stopped shaking. So basically she's free of all symptoms of illness right now.
That's right.
Okay. But she's still waiting to see the neurologist, and she's going to go there and there's going to be no shaking.
Yes. Well, I had said maybe, to not take, like at the moment we're at those phases where she's still taking a bit of the formula. So I'd said, maybe don't take the formula for a while so they could potentially see if the shake comes back. But it's not as it was. So it's slowly fading.
Right. Yeah, no, it's fascinating. And yeah, I'm now curious to see what what happens there, right? So maybe you can give me an update, later on or something.
I would love to.
Yeah, it's just a fun story. So this is a completely different approach. You've got the acupuncture, which is a huge part.
Mm-hmm.
You've got herbs. You also have what's called qigong, right?
That's right, qigong. So it's
qi. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm just looking at the spelling, and I totally got that one off. Do
Qi,
you want to explain what that is? Because it's also part of the training.
That's right.
So just so that people have a full understanding of kind of the different modalities that are brought into play here.
Yeah, so the qigong, qi, right, is gathering energy. Gong is gathering, and so it's a sequence of bodily movements that are supposed to help you bring more energy into the system as well. So it's almost exercising each organ to increase its function. And it also entails breath work as well. So there's certain kinds of breath work that will strengthen the kidney organ system, for example, the lung, the heart, the stomach, and also the liver. So you can target specific systems. We learned this as well. So you would like to practice this as a practitioner too, because you need to be strong for your patients, right? Like they're going to need some of your energy, and when you're inserting needles as well, you're using some energy. So you need to make yourself as strong as possible to be the best healer that you can.
So do you have, you had to basically commit yourself to this, the amount of education. You did what, 8 years?
Mm-hmm.
4 and 2, 8 years, just after your undergraduate degree. Do you regret going down this route and becoming a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner?
No, not at all. Actually, it was 10 years if you count the last 2 with the doctoral studies in the States. I would never regret it. I think, it's funny how you find yourself in life. And obviously I was meant to have that Achilles injury so I could discover, Chinese medicine and share it.
Right. Now, we're doing this tour, and the NHPPA is all about protecting our access, and there's some real concerns with some things that are happening, and we won't go in there now. But if traditional Chinese practitioners like yourself lost the ability to access herbs as part of their treatment modalities, would there be any health consequences to their patients?
Yes, I mean, I would go as extreme to say that a patient could potentially die because, even those two examples that I gave you, they had completely lost their quality of life. And if they hadn't found alternative medicine, we can talk about other supplementals as well with other practitioners, but the Chinese medical herbs, they save lives. And so a lack of access to them would definitely be, extremely detrimental.
No, and I appreciate you saying that, because that's why we're doing what we're doing. I mean, I firmly believe this is a life and death issue, and this is a health and sickness issue. And, there's frustration that we even have to have this discussion, right? Like with the regulatory body, and be worried about losing our access. So I appreciate that. I want to ask you a final question, although I don't want the interview to end. I'm really enjoying it, but so maybe just I'll ask, are there any kind of final thoughts before I ask you the final question, just about the practice of traditional Chinese medicine?
So the final thoughts are, it is a system of medicine that takes into account your whole being, not just your physical body. It takes into account like how we fit into the world, into the universe, and it has multiple dimensions to it. So it is, I believe it is tried and true since it's over 2,000 years old, documented. There's definitely worth exploring. It's definitely worth exploring for people listening in.
So my final question, thank you for sharing that. My final question is, what is your message to Ottawa? So that would be both to Health Canada, that be to the MPs, and just, whatever your final message would be, or your message would be.
Yes, I would really hope that they will take heed to all the discussions and understand that it isn't, it's basically science. I know that people don't believe that it is science, but it is based on empirical formulas that have been tried and true. And these herbs were not there to cause harm. They are there to heal as well. As Shauna discussed, it's not people studying something for 4 to 5 months or 2 months and then prescribing. So my message to Ottawa is, please do your research and understand the detrimental effects that could be caused to people who really are dependent on these alternative medicines, supplements, and formulas.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And Natasha, it's just been a pleasure getting to interview you. And I thank you so much on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show for coming and sharing with us today.
I truly appreciate all your work, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Highway to Health. I'm Jason Dahl. It's day 4 of the Health Charter Tour, and we started the morning bright and early with a fantastic pop-up event at Alder Natural Foods in Aldergrove, BC. The turnout was amazing, great conversations, lots of energy, and more signatures added in support of the Charter of Health Freedom. Right now, Sean and Teresa and the world's greatest health truck are on the road again, heading towards Kelowna, BC, for tonight's live event at the Kelowna Events Center. That's 2041 Harvey Avenue. We're expecting another full house, and we can't wait to bring you more inspiration and connection from the road. Before we get to tonight's event, here's a quick update from Sean on the van. Yes, the world's greatest health van is still in the shop waiting for a replacement part. Apparently, the part's been lost in transport somewhere along the supply chain. And as Sean said in his update last night, it's kind of symbolic, isn't it? So much of our natural health industry feels the same way right now, lost somewhere in the system. That's exactly why this tour matters, to make sure Canadians know what's being lost and how to reclaim it. Last night in Vancouver was truly unforgettable. We weren't even planning on having Udo Erasmus speak, but as the event began, he walked up to Teresa and said, "If you need me, I'm here." What a powerful statement from someone who has spent his life creating products that have improved countless lives. We also heard from Sonia, who showed remarkable courage, sharing her personal story, what her homeopathic business looks like today, and how new regulations threaten to change that. Maria and Jim shared their wisdom, reminding us how often we overlook the voices of our elders. We cancel people too easily these days, people who have lived long enough to have seen the cycles of truth, suppression, and rediscovery. As Sean put it, maybe that famous movie line was right. We can't handle the truth. But last night's audience proved we can. Dean Camferman, owner of a local health food store, offered what he called a simple solution. Let us have our natural health products. He spoke about the real people his store helps every day, families who rely on natural products for their health. The crowd was riveted, hearing much of this information for the first time. They left knowing one thing: they can't just sit on the sidelines anymore. And a huge thank you to all of our volunteers, the backbone of this movement. Without you, none of this would be possible. Volunteers like Jeff in the AV department behind me, pulling up the slideshow. Great job, Jeff.
You know, the whole name of the game, in my opinion, is how many people you can help, not how many people you can profit from. You know, so health should not be a profit-motivated activity. It should be a basically a desire to help people find health themselves, to educate people.
They manifest as the result of a nutritional deficiency, and then how using nutrients and other natural health products can help them. You know, maybe, you know, pick the top ones like cardiovascular and cancer and diabetes and the like.
Well, I think certainly cardiovascular disease, the most important antioxidant for the health of the heart is coenzyme Q10. Coenzyme Q10 is often deficient in many people that have cardiovascular disease. It weakens the heart, and it also, if you're deficient in it, it'll raise your blood pressure. The other one that's very important for heart disease is magnesium. And in general, I've read in many different sources, magnesium deficiency may be the most common deficiency found in people with cardiovascular problems. And yet the testing for magnesium is very inadequate. The blood tests don't tell you. Hair mineral analysis doesn't tell you the full story. Red cell magnesium levels may give you a clue, but I found so many people with low magnesiums because they respond to a magnesium supplement. Suddenly they sleep better, their heart functions better, the arrhythmias and the blood pressure problems improve, and it's so often deficient in people. So those two nutrients are very important for cardiovascular. Of course, vitamin E we talked about earlier. That one's very important because that brings more oxygen to all your tissues and it improves circulation.
The homeopathic remedies, which also work, you can take things like belladonna, or you can take, there's a whole bunch of stuff you can take, and there's only molecular amounts of the stuff. It's not a drug. Homeopathic medicine is not a drug. You don't need a prescription for it, and it works. So they had a problem with that Bayer aspirin, and they began this huge campaign in Washington, around the world, to get rid of homeopathic medicine, and they pretty well succeeded. Canada had some of the top homeopathic colleges in the world at one time. It was more or less done in, and the United States had a lot. So, you know, there's a battle on out there, kids, and, you know, you're going to have the courage to stand up and fight.
Counsel for Tony Stefan, and in that trial, the True Hope trial, the court found as a fact, so they're charged by Health Canada in an effort to take this product that was saving lives away. And the court found as a fact and acquitted them on the defense of necessity, found as a fact if they had listened to Health Canada, more people would have died. And no one can read that court transcript and not conclude that Health Canada knew before they killed people and treat like our foods as drugs. Because really, nutrients, again, it's just the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy.
Yes.
If we don't have them, we're not healthy, and we got to take them so the body can be healthy. Like the body just needs some stuff to be healthy. So we're really talking supplementing our foods. These are foods.
Yeah.
But and we weren't treated as drugs before, but then Health Canada is now, we're in a drug model. We have to make claims. We're forced to make claims. We're forced to prove those claims. We're forced to prove that parsley's safe, for crying out loud, Dean, before we can get Health Canada's permission. And this has driven up cost and it's complicated things. Do you want to kind of, and I don't take offense, as an old timer, somebody that's kind of seen it all, what are your thoughts about all of this?
Well, first of all, Health Canada, as you well know, their mandate is to protect the pharmaceutical industry and to protect patents. And you told me that. You heard that directly from Health Canada people when you were handling a case at one point. So natural products are not drugs. They are nutrients. They shouldn't be under the Health Canada umbrella. My good friend Eldon Dahl, who owns Life Choice in Cochrane, Alberta, he once told me, he said, you know, this should be under a totally different, including, if I may add, often my customers would tell me about a product or something that worked for them. And I found quite often, not only my own direct research, but customers would say, hey, Dean, I've tried this, I've tried that. What do you think of it? And I said, I don't know. Let me look into it. And immediately I would go looking. And at that time, going back, let's say, 8 or so years, you could go online, Google it, and get lots of good information. But as time went by, it was harder and harder to find that information. You really had to dig.
This is interesting because of the algorithms,
Yes.
And for, I don't want to date us, but, for the young people that, weren't there at the beginning of the internet, like Dean, you could search for something and find it. Like it wouldn't be buried on page 673 of your search.
Right.
And now I think we have less information, even though we have more websites and our information base is growing, but it's becoming hard, isn't it, to get
and so you have
health information.
Yeah, and so you have to use different browsers to say, a certain browser will work better than another on a particular topic, and so you just have to do more, just have to research more and use more browsers in order to find what I'm looking for.
Yeah,
and even then, sometimes it's all in the wording. Trying to come up with the correct wording that would bring forth what I was looking for. So I got good at it.
Yeah. So you become passionate about it. You research. Now, actually, being an expert in natural supplements, it's really a pre-requirement of running a health food store, isn't it?
Absolutely. Educate. And I wouldn't call myself an expert. I would call myself a student with 15,000 hours of research. Still learning.
Right.
There's so much there.
But Dean, I want to have a conversation so that people that are watching this health show,
Yeah.
and they don't understand the importance of supporting our local health food stores because they haven't really engaged with them.
So what are we up against? Why are Sean, Teresa, and the world's greatest health van rolling across the country right now? The answer? Health Canada's self-care framework is quietly reshaping how natural health products are classified and controlled, adding new fees, testing requirements, and enforcement powers that could put small manufacturers and independent retailers out of business. Even many members of parliament don't know the scale of this threat. Apathy and ignorance have become as dangerous as the regulations themselves. The Charter of Health Freedom is about giving Canadians a voice, ensuring we have the legal right to make our own health choices. And that's exactly why this tour exists, to wake people up, to connect, and to act before these rights disappear into bureaucracy forever. Up next, we're sharing a short film called Shadow Regulator, which exposes how Health Canada has maneuvered behind the scenes to overregulate NHPs, often without debate or transparency. Cue the video, Jeff.
The relationship between Health Canada and the pharmaceutical industry, as represented by RX&D, formerly the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association of Canada, or PMAC, operates through a system termed clientele pluralism. In such a system, the state has a high degree of concentration of power in a single agency, in this case Health Canada, but it does not possess the ability on its own to meet the objective of providing safe and effective medications, and some authority must be relinquished to the drug manufacturers. This low degree of autonomy exists because of a lack of expertise and because of the political orientation of the state. An example of the former was the decision to allow the industry to co-develop the standards for the inspection of drug plants. An illustration of the latter was the delegation of responsibility for regulating promotion to the industry and its allies. On the other hand, the association representing virtually all of the multinational companies operating in Canada, RX&D, is highly mobilized to assume a role in the making and implementing of drug policy through an elaborate committee structure. It also has the ability to act on behalf of its members and the capacity to bind member firms to agreements. Not only does the state, in this case Health Canada, turn over some of its authority, but the objectives that are being pursued are ones that are often jointly developed between RX&D and Health Canada. In this scheme, Canada is positioned as a shadow regulator because it is not known for guaranteeing public safety through the release of timely, sufficient, and effective warnings about drug safety, but rather shadows or mirrors the position of expert regulators, e.g. the United States, when it approves new drugs. NHPPA is advancing a charter of health freedoms to ensure that pharmaceutical manufacturers and health regulators cannot influence each other, and to maintain Canadians' rights to natural health products. Join us, and together we will protect Canadians' access to natural health products.
The journey continues tonight in Kelowna at the Kelowna Events Centre, 2041 Harvey Avenue, starting at 6:30 p.m. Pacific. Tomorrow, the world's greatest health van heads to Kamloops, where we'll be live from Nutter's Everyday Naturals at 6 p.m. You can be part of this historic movement. Join the Health Charter Tour, come out to an event, bring your friends, and take a photo with the world's greatest health van or truck. Visit nhppa.org. Join the tour for the full schedule, tickets, and ways to show your support. Together, we can make sure our natural health products and our freedoms are never lost in transportation again. That's our update for day 4. From the ferry in Vancouver to the foothills of Kelowna, the world's greatest health van keeps rolling, carrying the voices of 150,000 Canadians all the way to Ottawa. Join us tomorrow for the Highway to Health, as we bring you highlights from Kelowna and preview the Kamloops stop. I'm Jason Dahl. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned to the world's greatest health show for more from the road.
So let's talk about Section 17, which basically puts an onus on people being regulated to cooperate with the Ministry of Wellness when the Ministry of Wellness is trying to check and make sure that you're following the Act and regulations. So when they show up at your facility or your place of treatment, that you have to share your record with them and show them around and let them have access to things. And this is necessary in a regulatory environment, or else inspectors will never be able to determine if the Act and regulations are being followed. Now, it is a little different than a similar power that's found in the Food and Drug Act that Health Canada inspectors have. And the difference is this, is our courts have said that when any inspector, whether it's dealing with food and drugs or any other regulated activity, is if the inspectors form the opinion that you have committed an offense and now they're trying to get evidence to convict you, at that point, actually your constitutional rights kick in and you're no longer under an obligation to assist them. And we've set that out in Section 17 just so that the people being regulated actually understand that they have these rights. So it creates an obligation to cooperate, but for when it would be inappropriate, in light of our constitutional protections. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, And I'm very pleased to have with us today Robert Conley. Robert, welcome to the Health Show.
Thank you for inviting me.
Now, Robert, I'm particularly excited about this conversation that we're going to have because some people have no idea of the effects of, electromagnetic radiation around us. And, but you're going to be sharing a personal health journey. And I know I'm sensitive myself, and we have another speaker, Dr. Meg DeHavis, who is sharing research. I'm going to invite everyone who's, interested in what Robert has to say to make sure that you watch that one, especially if you're a parent. I mean, I think you have a responsibility to be learning about this because it's hard to argue that this is a factor in our health and our children's health. But most of you, it's kept secret. So so Robert, it's my long way of saying I'm really excited about you sharing your story and really appreciate you being here. Can you share a little bit about who you are first, what you're doing? You're in this really neat studio, and it's the studio you created. Do you want to share with us about your studio and who you are?
Well, so I'm a film producer. And, before that, I was a music producer. And before that, I was a musician. So I'm good with technology. I use the studio here, which I'll give you a little tour, that I can control using my iPad, my wired iPad. I can control all the different areas of my studio that I can go in and sit in, like this one here, like that. You see, so this is where I compose my music and edit my show. And back I have a side view of where I sit here, and and then I have my overview, so I can demonstrate how to work gear like that. And I'm hooked up to my computer, so I can give you a little guided tour of books that I've written. I've written a lot of books. So I do all that from my studio right here.
Now, you've been into technology early on. I think you were the very first Apple person to have Wi-Fi even in Canada, if I understand it.
Okay.
And this was deliberate. You were a tester, right?
Oh, so I'm considered to be an early adopter of all sorts of technology. And when they first invented the Macintosh computer, Jobs wanted to be used as a music computer, and I embraced it with a digital thing, and I started making records before anybody was really doing this. So I was making records with computers when it was just really first invented, and he saw that I was doing that. So the company came to me and said, we want you to write articles for music magazines, how you use a computer to do it, and we'll buy an ad for the Macintosh computer. And that ended up to go to desktop publishing, and then it went into digital video when QuickTime came out for high-speed stuff. And then right around the 86, when wireless technology came out, and Apple had a portable computer with a Wi-Fi card that would go in it. They didn't have a Wi-Fi base station at that time. So I used a different one, and my job was to write articles about it. And so I had it like all over my house because I wanted to be the best wireless guy. So Bluetooth, whatever. And because I was writing articles for it, I got everything for free as a journalist. Though companies were sending me like $20,000, $100,000 DVD authoring systems when they were just invented, trying to get me to write about it so the industry would go. So that's sort of me, early adopter, too much technology, started having, the usual symptoms that people, explain about, headaches when the cell phone is up to your head, the phantom ring in your pocket when your cell phone is not there. And then let's
slow that down, Robert, because actually I think that most of the people watching actually won't know that these are these are symptoms at all, let alone common. Like, you're in this world. So, you know, like I'm one of those unfortunate sensitive people, and I noticed back in the day of the analog cell phone that if I had like and I'm a lawyer, I'm a trial lawyer. I was at that time, I mean, I would be in court, you know, at least 3 days a week for serious things, and sometimes in court 5 days a week, but not necessarily where you had to be totally on your game and keeping track of everything that's going on. Like, the amount of concentration when you're in a trial is crazy. And if I use that analog phone for 5 minutes, holding it to my head, not knowing, I couldn't do high level thought for about 3 hours. Like, somebody might as well have clocked me in the side of the head. I just learned very quickly I couldn't function. I couldn't do my job, literally. So I learned, okay, I can't do a 5-minute call. It's got to be short. And then I got the digital, thinking it would be better, and it was worse. So now I don't have one at all. But most people, that type of thing's foreign. So start slowly more. I just want you to slow down kind of the progression of what you were noticing, not knowing it was being caused by this.
Okay, so the first cell phone was that brick gray Motorola, phone, the big one. Is that with the phone that you were talking about?
No, I didn't get one until they were small. So mine was, it was, Star Trekky. It was almost before the Razor came out, type thing, right? Like that kind of era. I don't even remember what year it was, but it was analog.
Okay.
If I recall correctly, it was a Motorola, and it would fit in my suit pocket quite nicely.
Okay, so to the progression of where this came from is they invent the microwave oven. They gave it a way of free frequency, 2.4 gigahertz, to boil water very quickly. That's the frequency to boil water. And because it was a free frequency, this wireless industry, let's just call it that, which would be Motorola, made a portable phone for your home. That's sort of how it started. And that's an analog phone, and it worked on the same frequency your microwave oven worked on. So people that were using portable phones right around the late 80s. And then we wanted to take the portable phone out of the home, and then Motorola made that $4,000, brick phone. And when I didn't have a bad reaction to the portable phones for your home, but when I got the brick phone, and I was a movie producer at that time, and I was we're shooting out in the forest somewhere. Where's the truck? Well, how come my star's in here? I had to communicate with the people, so I spent $4,000 back then. That's crazy. And the first time I held it up to my head, I got a headache, and I went, "Oh, this stuff's not safe." So I went to take it back, and they wouldn't give me my money back. They said, "Oh no, it's all in your head." So I basically sold it for $2,000. So I knew at that time I was sensitive to those frequencies. So I didn't want to buy a cell phone like to way later until like you had to have it, just to do business. So I knew I was sensitive to it, but it wasn't debilitating at that time. I just noticed I got a headache, and if I got a headache, so there are some people that are genetically born and raised that have built-in sensors to unnatural frequencies that don't exist in our environment. And luckily, I would like to think I was one of them, because I sort of could sense that it's not good to be around. And, if you're not around it, then you really don't have to worry that much about the effect it might have. I think, unfortunately, people that don't feel this stuff, which they think they're okay, you can come down with some, pretty serious diseases, and it's written off to be coming for something else. So
if I can just stop you,
right?
If I can just stop you there, I think Stanford University did a study to try and figure out what's the mechanism that of Wi-Fi causing harm. And Wi-Fi broadcasts at 2.4 gigahertz and 5.4. And I don't know if they did the study on both of those frequencies or just one. But my understanding is is that Wi-Fi causes cell damage at the mitochondrial level, causing free radicals. And free radicals is what causes us all to age, and it creates a cancer risk. So I don't know why they don't advertise to the young women, it'll help you age faster, so you'll be more mature, but maybe they're just missing a marketing thing, because I know young women want to age as fast as they can. But I'm sorry I interrupted. I just couldn't resist.
No, well, a lot of there's a lot of change. Like when I noticed that these unnatural frequencies were making me sick, I went and had a meeting with Dr. Magda Havis, because she lives like 2 hours away from me, and it was her specialty. And when I walked in with my oversensitive stuff to it, I was like her guinea pig, because I was an early adopter. I had the symptoms before everybody else. So basically, she sort of experimented on me.
Can we back up into your symptoms? So kind of that progression, because even, the story about your microwave kind of blowing out your Wi-Fi repeater, I think would be fun for you to tell. So.
Oh, okay. So the first time I really noticed that, I had all these symptoms, and the doctors were just saying it's stress, it's the midlife crisis, and just go away and don't work anymore.
And what are your symptoms? So what are you experiencing that's leading you to go to the doctor?
My first symptom was headaches. And then the second symptom I had when I took the cell phone out of my pocket and I laid it on a desk, I would feel the buzzer on silent mode. My pant leg would buzz where I kept my thing, and I went like, what is that? And then when I did a little research, they call it the phantom ring. And at that time, only about 2% of the population experienced this phenomena. Now it's like, you ask almost any kid in school, they'll say, yeah, they experience that. So for sure, keeping the cell phone in your pant pocket is going to put radiation there, and your body will develop a sensor that it never had before this showed up. So they sort of admit to it, and like even Apple in their user manual, they actually tell you can't keep the cell phone in your pocket. They actually tell you that. So anybody putting the cell phone in their pocket while it's working, you're breaking the safety rating of the phone. So I'm glad they did that, in that way.
Can I interject, Robert? Isn't it also true that Apple and everyone else tells you not to put the cell phone against your head?
Well, yeah. Well, basically, if you really read the Apple user manual, they say your body. The cell phone has to be at least a ½ inch away from your body, or you break the safety rating. And they consider your hand to be your body. Now, okay, all right. When it's operating in a wireless transmitter and receiving mode, you've broken the safety rating. However, I keep my phone in like airplane mode like all the time, and I use it to like listen to music, and I can actually edit videos on it. As long as it's airplane mode, it's entirely safe, provided you turn the Bluetooth and the Wi-Fi off. That, it's basically it's an iPod to MP3 player, and watch movies, download movies, watch it. So they tell you in a wireless mode, it's better that you don't touch it. And they basically say, if you touch it when it's in the operating mode and you have a health effect for it, and you come as a lawyer and you come to sue us, and we're just going to tell the judge that you didn't read the user manual, and you ain't going to win. So getting that.
So how dare you actually touch your cell phone when you're using it as a wireless device? So are people listening here? So read whether it's Apple or other company, it will actually tell you not to use it in wireless when it's touching your body, and it may even specify, like Apple, it's half an inch, some other it's more, so when you're holding it in your hand, or you're holding it, my gosh, against your head, they're telling you not to do this. And ask your wireless provider if they have insurance. That's important, isn't it, Bob?
Yeah, yes. The Dolly Parton can insure her breasts. Like that Swiss insurance company will do anything. But there's another thing too.
But they won't insure wireless providers. They
Canadian Standard Association. My other girlfriend I had for a long time, she worked at CSA and she flew around in and out of China, making sure the Chinese were making the thing safe to use. And they do know is that when CSA puts their label on the side of the thing to say it's safe, the Canadian Standards Association, they will insure it from blowing it up. If you buy something from Canadian Tire with a CSA logo on it and it blows up, you can't sue Canadian Tire, you sue CSA. And basically, Canadian Standard Association, they're just an insurance company. And they're guaranteeing the stuff's not going to hurt you. So they test it to make sure it works. They won't insure anything if it produces a radio wave. That's one thing. No. They'll test Wi-Fi so it doesn't smoke and blow up, but they won't test it for the health effects that it has, because all these companies know that there are side effects when you abuse these things. So just using it once or twice or a couple of hours a day and all that stuff, and provided you get away from it, there's not a lot of problems. It's when you're chronically exposed to it and you never leave to go and walk through a forest or take a holiday on a weekend, when your body recovers.
So, but Bob, there's two maritime provinces where you can't walk through the forest.
Wow.
So isn't it Nova Scotia and Newfoundland? You can't go and walk in the forest. It's now illegal. They want us into the Hunger Games district. So, but you're telling us we have to go and walk, meaning get out where there's not the signal.
Okay, so I made this movie, it's called Tesla's Medicine. And Tesla caused all these problems, and he also created cures for all these problems. So when they got rid of Tesla, they got rid of any of the information that his inventions caused the problem or it could cure the problem. And they just said, magnetic fields have no effects on the body, good or bad. They're just, you stick your finger in a light socket and you'll get shocked. And then let's not talk about it and let's just move the technology, forward. That's where we sort of sit today. However, because we're adopting so much of it all the time and bringing all this stuff into our house, we never escape it. So from that 11 o'clock at night till 7 o'clock in the morning, when you're sleeping, you basically should sleep in a bed that doesn't have any external electromagnetic fields, so your body can repair the damage that you had during the day. Because this stuff's not going away. When you walk out of your house, it will never go away when you walk outside your house. But you just don't have it inside your house. So when your body goes into repair mode, when you sleep, you're not exposed to all these frequencies, so your body will repair the damage. So was Tesla's big thing. So Tesla exposed himself to a huge amount of magnetic fields, and then he would walk 10 miles every day through Central Park. When he built his Long Island laboratory to do wireless electricity and all that stuff, he built it in the middle of a forest. So he could walk through the forest. He understood nature. That was his most important word. He wanted everybody to know that if you just emulate nature electronically, it reversed the damage of unnatural magnetic fields that don't exist within nature. And that's what my movie is sort of about. How to emulate nature in your home so that you can repair the damage from unnatural frequencies that don't exist in nature. That's just sort of as basic as I can get as far as what the movie is about.
I want to get us talking about that, and I want to get us talking about different things that like parents can do to make their home safer for the kids. But I still want to go through your story, because first of all, I think it's an interesting story how you learned this, because my understanding is you were getting really ill and severe mental fog and everything, and then something happened that caused you to invite somebody over to check something out, and that was really kind of a turning point for you. So can you I just don't want to skip over your story, because frankly,
All right.
Robert, I find it really interesting, and I think others will too.
So I come out, with, this is my demonstration, the microwave oven, right? So I put these symptoms gradually picked up over like 7 years, when they invented this stuff. And about 7 years later, I started feeling like really bad, and nobody could tell me what was the problem. So the brain fog, the nervousness, can't sleep, nausea, can't eat, rashes, all the common symptoms from overexposures to the unnatural frequencies. So I put a corn in the microwave oven, and beside it, I had my refrigerator, and I had a Wi-Fi repeater on the top of my fridge. So I took the Wi-Fi that was in my basement, comes in, the cable company into your basement, feeds it through all the cable connections. So it's a cable modem, but it also broadcasts Wi-Fi. And I'm up on the roof writing articles about Wi-Fi. And so I needed to get that signal up to the roof. That's 802.11a. That was so low back then. Now they've got 4 or 5 areas that are super powerful. You only need one. But back then I had to put a repeater to get it off. So my repeater was on top of the refrigerator. So I put a corn in my microwave oven, and then I noticed that the light went off on the repeater to throw it up to the roof. And then the microwave oven went bing, and all of a sudden the green light comes back on. I go, there's something wrong with my microwave oven. So I called the microwave oven repairman. It was Rob Metzinger at that time. He was just starting. He had one webpage. I measure microwaves. He wasn't selling anything. And he comes with like these little meters, and he walks up and he stands on the front lawn, and he says, put some water in. And I put the water in, and he goes, it's on, it's off. And I guess it's leaking to the front lawn. And he goes, oh yeah, they all do. They leak. And I went, wow. I says,
meaning that the microwave's broadcasting, so it's not sealing in the microwave that it's supposed to be sealing in.
It just goes out. Yeah, most of it stays inside, but they leak. They all leak. I tested all of them. They all leak. They don't leak so that it's like dangerous unless you're using it all the time. You only turn it on for what, 6 minutes a day. Like that's not going to hurt you. But the frequency, because it's the same frequency, because it was a free frequency to make the water hot. The frequency from the Wi-Fi that the cellular industry took, because it was a free frequency, they didn't have to pay for it, so they made Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and DECT phones and all that stuff from free frequencies. It interfered with it. It's called EMI, electromagnetic interference. And I went, okay, I need somebody to fix the microwave oven. I says, I can't fix it. And he goes, no, it's better that you don't use it. And how do you feel? I said, oh, I feel so bad. And he walked around with this meter, and he walked around my house. He found everything my house was, and I had wireless everything because I had to write about it. And he says, well, it seems like you're an early adopter, and people are having these symptoms that are from Silicon Valley and early adopters, and sounds like you might be electrosensitive. And so, oh, okay, so what do I do? And he says, well, just unplug everything and take it out and hook up your Ethernet cables. And I said, well, I got those. So I went to my basement and
dusted off the old dusty box and pulled out the Ethernet cables.
I dusted off everything. I plugged it in, and in 3 days, like 90% of all my problems all went away. And I went, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then, but the last little bit, you have this like brain fog, and you're depressed because you can't think clearly, but all the aches and pains and nausea and you can't sleep, that all went away, but I was not happy. I didn't have my genius brain, which I usually had to be able to write about all this stuff. It wasn't there. So I went and saw Magda, and Magda at that time, this magnetic field therapy was just, arriving about, I would say 14 years ago in the into Canada, and then into the States. It came into Canada first and then went down to the States. And she says, lay on this mat. He says, what's this? And he goes, she says, this is magnetic field therapy. And this was invented by Tesla, and then was banned, and then the Soviet Union and Switzerland, and now they're all made in Europe. And if I endorse this and say it's okay, they'll use my endorsement because I'm the woman that says all this stuff is bad. So if they say this is good, it'll go. So guinea pig it, like lay on it. And I got off, and just that brain fog was just gone. And I went, whoa, that's amazing. Where do I get one of these? And she said, well, luck would have it, they brought it, into Toronto. So I went and saw the company. They saw that I had, the technical experience to talk about this thing. So they gave me one, and I started trying to understand how it works. And I said, well, it looks like this is something that I should do to make a career of. So that was 14 years ago. And since then, I made a movie about it, and I'm making 2 more in the assembly line about how Tesla actually invented this thing and how you can use it to quickly reverse the damages that all the unnatural frequencies are doing. That's okay. That's what that's about.
So the long and the short is, you had become really sick because you had surrounded yourself with basically electromagnetic frequencies, and then you basically reversed that sickness by reducing it dramatically by just wiring whatever you could.
Yeah, and I teach people how to do it now.
And we're going to get into that, but first I want to talk about the movie. I want to talk about the movie, and everyone watching. I mean, during the World's Greatest Health Show, Roberts basically said, we'll let you broadcast the movie a couple of times. So watch for it, watch the schedule, and make sure you watch the movie. So Robert, tell us about the movie. What are people what can they expect to see and learn when they see the movie?
Okay, so I go into great depths of explaining the life of Nikola Tesla, Tesla's medicine, what he used to heal himself by being overexposed to all the, electrical generators and all of the electricity that he used. And back at that time, when there was a war of currents between AC and DC, like direct current having no frequency to it. Mm-hmm. And in order to broadcast electricity for a long way, you have to alternate the current. And when you alternate the current, you make a frequency. And he figured a way to broadcast that frequency wireless, and that became like radio, which is just wireless electricity. So he invented that. So when Edison and Westinghouse, Tesla, were fighting, Edison was electrocuting, dogs and elephants and people with alternating current electricity to scare everybody in the world. Can't use alternating current electricity because it's dangerous. And then Westinghouse went to Tesla. Okay, we're like, what are we going to do? And he says, oh no, alternating electricity, we can use it to make medical inventions. And he would stand in front of his Tesla coil and put a high frequency into the frequency, and it would send out a magnetic field, and it would cure him of all his diseases. But he didn't use it like all the time, like we're using it all the time now. He was just using in very small doses. And AC electricity came in because of it. And a whole organization called the Electromedical Doctors started. There was basically thousands and thousands of doctors that were using electricity and magnetic fields to heal you. It was the way it was done. And then when they organized the drug industry, they said, well, we can't patent that. So sort of let's, ban it and get rid of it. So any light therapies, magnetic field therapies, even homeopathy, they got rid of it. And but it never went away in the Soviet Union, and that was their healthcare system. And so I tell that story so people can understand this is not new technology. It's very old technology that was commonly used in doctors and hospitals, was an organized medical system. It went over to the Soviet Union. That was their medical system. They didn't have drugs. And then when the wall came down, the East Germany and West Germany united, and they said, well, what did the Russians teach you? And the West Germans said, give us the secrets. And the East Germans said, well, they use magnetic field frequencies, light frequencies, and low frequencies. And so Switzerland was the neutral country, German speaking. So Switzerland started using all this stuff legally. So like you hear, like even Steve Jobs, he'd embrace this stuff and he would go to Switzerland to be healed on these machines. And today, if you're like really rich, and you have the money and you have some serious diseases, you'll go to Switzerland, to be healed in these Swiss clinics because this technology is 30, 40 years old over there. And you use magnetic fields, and they were sneaking them back in their luggage. And they basically about, I don't know, during Trump's first term, he legalized all these things as wellness devices. So they're FDA registered wellness devices. And so my movie explains that whole story, right, in an hour and a half.
Well, now let's talk about kind of what people can do, because first of all maybe let's talk about what is dangerous and what isn't. So, and for you it was Wi-Fi. So, and I think for many of us, so it's Wi-Fi, it's the cordless phones, it's being close to cell towers, and it's dirty electricity, that's a different thing that I think will need a different explanation. But did I kind of hit on the main ones? So, Wi-Fi transmitters, cell phones and cell towers, and cordless phones and baby monitors. Like, I think we need to talk about baby monitors, because that one makes me angry that we would have something by baby that is not good for baby.
Well, that's an easy fix. Yeah, because so Switzerland, the laws in Switzerland are very, very different than the laws here in sort of North America. And the Swiss telecom company, this Swisscom, and the Swiss people, and World Health Organization, that's where that is. So the Swisscom telephone company said, okay, we recognize that there's some problems with these unnatural frequencies if they're chronically used all the time. So what we'll do with our telecommunications industry, we will only have our devices send out the radiation during when you use it. So as soon as you hang up the phone, it will stop. So you won't be living in chronic radiation. That's really good, because you can use all this stuff for an hour, a couple hours a day, and your body will repair it. But it's when you sleep in it, when it's on all the time. So what Swisscom did is they invented a phone system. It's called EcoDect Plus. If there's a plus, that means it turns it off. And they made baby monitors that are EcoDect Plus too. So when the baby cries, that's when it sends out all the microwaves. And when the baby stops crying, it cuts off the microwave. So it's a voice-activated baby monitor. Those are the baby monitors that they sell over in Europe and in Switzerland. Here in Canada and the United States, they don't sell these things. Now, you can order them from Amazon and over and bring them in, because I do. You can use them, but they don't promote the use of them here, because that's at this particular time, as we're going through the awareness, which is, I feel very happy that's going on. Like people like Robert Kennedy, which Trump chose and said, okay, you go tell everybody the truth. And he's doing it. And so he has gone out and say there's a problem with Wi-Fi. And these baby monitors are talking to each other via Wi-Fi, and you don't have to have it on all the time. Like I have Wi-Fi in my home, but I buy this thing that's made over in Europe, and it's a Wi-Fi base station, and you pair the phone and all of your computers to this. So when you turn the Wi-Fi on, it sends a signal to the Wi-Fi base station that's listening for it, and then it turns itself on and it sends you the signal. So as soon as you turn your computer off, as soon as you turn your cell phone off, the Wi-Fi base station stops transmitting any chronic radiation. And that's a patent from Swisscom. So the Swiss telecommunications company had a patent, and they licensed it for their own people to use. And that's the right way to use these things. It's when it's on all the time. So what people are now doing, they've realized that it's not healthy. So they just go every night. They either put it on a timer so it goes off at 12 o'clock, But you could just buy these Wi-Fi base stations that it only comes on when you need it.
But let me just slow you down, Robert, so that people didn't miss what you just said. So if you have a regular Wi-Fi transmitter, so Shaw, TELUS, Rogers, or whatever, you can put it on one of those electrical timers, like people that want their lights to turn on at 8 o'clock when they're not home, so people think the thieves think you're home.
Christmas tree
or whatever. You can set it. Hey, if you're going to bed at 11 and getting up at 7, you can have your Wi-Fi transmitter plugged into this, so when you go to bed it turns off, and when you get up it turns on. But that repair that Robert's talking about, where you need time not in this strong signal, you're not using it anyway, so now it's off. That's what you were talking about.
If everybody would just turn off the wireless broadcasting transmitters in their home while they sleep, I would make a guess that 50% of their sleep problems are going to go away for sure. For sure, it's going to go away. So that's the least they can do, is just turn it off, right?
And again, I just got to slow you down, because one of the big symptoms of too much EMF is you can't sleep. You just can't sleep, because it kind of cranks you up a bit, right?
Well, that process, this is how it works, all right? This is how it works. So this frequency that they use, that's on all the time, is called the beacon signal. So it takes the frequency of the microwave oven, 2.4 gigahertz, and it pulses it. So it's on 10 times per second. Da, 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 da. It's on all the time. So this beacon signal is sending out everywhere. So if I walk in with my portable computer or my iPhone or whatever, and I say, do you have Wi-Fi? Yeah. Well, what's your password? So when I turn my phone on with the Wi-Fi, their Wi-Fi base station shows up on my phone because it's transmitting a beacon signal, and it's called the SSID, Secure Socket Identification Layer, right? And it says, give me your password, and when you give me the password, I'll let you use me to get onto the internet. That constant chronic pulsing, that's causing 90% of the problem. Not just you turn it on and using Wi-Fi a little bit, on your laptop, your things like that. You use it for an hour a day. It's not a big deal. But that beacon signal broadcasting all the time, that's the problem. So the Wi-Fi base stations that you get from Europe, they don't broadcast all the time. They only broadcast when you turn and request it. And then when you turn it off, it automatically shuts itself off. So there's no need to put your electronics on this remote Christmas tree timer, because they automatically go off. So that's the easiest way to do that. But then there's other ways, you could do it by wiring up your place, which is like what I did, is went back and got Ethernet cords, but then you got these wires all over the place. But the industry has a solution for that now, and Amazon is actually part of it. Amazon is actually producing devices that you buy from Amazon so that you can plug in your cell phone, and you can plug it in the end, and your cell phone will recharge, because you got to recharge your cell phone anyhow. And then in airplane mode, with everything totally turned off, you can send and receive telephone calls. And so you
it
can
basically wires your cell phone into the internet.
And
So
I use it. That's the way to do it. You can live with all this stuff, no problem. Just they don't teach you about it in school. You know, they don't want you to know that there is a potential problem.
So while you're at home, I mean, granted, you're not walking around, but while you're at home, you could be texting, you could be watching YouTube on your phone, you could be doing whatever you want on your phone. It's just you're now plugged in. So there's actually, you can get plugins for your phone that basically act like an Ethernet cable for your phone.
Yeah, I'll show you what I do. And it's super cheap, super inexpensive. And I think what is happening is that when Nicole Shanahan, I think her name is, like, put some money into Robert Kennedy to go out, she says, I'll give you money as long as you talk about the problem with all the wireless stuff. You know, tell them how to fix the wireless stuff. So I think the industry knows that the jig is up, so they're making adapters so that you don't have to be wireless anymore. This is my opinion. Okay. I'm usually right with anything that deals with technology, but there's several ways to do it. You can do it with a cable adapter or a power line adapter. So I'll do it with the power line because everybody's got power in their house. So I'm going to go over to my overhead here, and I'll show you how it is. So this is called a power line adapter. It's got a plug. You take this and you just plug it into the wall. That's all you do. It's like a night light. And at the bottom of it, there's 2 Ethernet jacks. So you plug this into the wall, and you plug an Ethernet jack in the back of it, and the other end of the Ethernet cord, you plug into your Wi-Fi. And now, every outlet in your home now has internet access. You don't have to run wires along the floor. So if your smart TV has an electrical plug to run the smart TV, that electrical plug that supplies the power to run the smart TV will also supply an Ethernet connection to the TV, right? So on your computer, you know, you got to plug in your computer to recharge your computer. You got to plug in your iPad to recharge it. So that same recharging thing can be used. Now you go get a pair. You get another one of these. They sell them in pairs. So you go get another one of these, and you plug it in. Let's say you plug it into your bedroom. So now your bedroom has, you know, like Ethernet, the internet coming out. Okay, so how do you plug, you know, an Ethernet cord into your phone? You get an adapter. This is an adapter, and Amazon's actually selling these. He's making them now. So you just plug that into there, like that, and then you plug that into your phone, and now you got high-speed internet access in airplane mode. And if you get an app for your phone called a VoIP app, Voice over Internet Protocol, and you subscribe to, I subscribe to a company called Ring Central. Ring Central takes your cell phone number. So when you put your phone on airplane mode, so you can't receive the call, it will take the call and route it, and it'll send it up this wire, voice over the internet. So you can send and receive phone calls. And at the same time, your phone is being recharged. So if you want to, you can put the, you know, cell phone underneath your pillow and sleep on top of it, provided it's in airplane mode with everything shut off. And if somebody sends you a text message and you got to get that at 3 o'clock in the morning, your phone will buzz and you can pick it up and you can hold it up to your head for hours and hours and hours, and it ain't going to hurt you. So this makes everything safe. And if you don't want to use your power lines to do this, now they've invented They've invented coaxial, the coaxial.
Oh,
So
for
in
your cables that are in your walls already.
That nobody uses anymore because they don't want to watch cable TV anymore. They want to have the Ethernet thing. So all the cable outlets in your home are sort of dead. So now everybody's making these things because they know the jig is up. So you get this, and you put the coaxial cable here, and you screw that into the coaxial cable into the wall, and they get two. So you get the other one, and you
plug it into your Ethernet cable
jack
into your
here,
modem.
and you put the other end of it into your modem. And now every cable outlet in your home has high-speed, fiber optic speed internet access.
Wow. Okay.
And it's
clever.
cheap. It's only like $100.
Okay. So the point is
it's
there's
easy to
two
do.
different ways that people can wire things like their cell phones, and and they don't have to be. They can make their home safer. Now, what do you do? I mean, I was just in Toronto and we're at Airbnb, and so we're in very high density. And when I turn my laptop on, I mean, I just see this row of very strong Wi-Fi networks. Now, I'm not going to be able to get my neighbors to do that. Are there? I know the answer to this already. I guess I'm basically asking you, how do people feel
there's levels
when
of
they're
how
in
much there's levels of how much work you want to do. All right. So okay, so when I tell people, oh, you got to turn the Wi-Fi off on your house, to get all this good magnetic fields, because you don't want bad magnetic fields when you're giving good magnetic fields. And you go, oh, but Wi-Fi is everywhere. And I say, well, okay, radio is everywhere. When you're in your car, you're driving in your car, and you go, through 20 radio stations? You got satellite radio, you got all these things. That's really not hurting you because it's not broadcasting, it's receiving. Unless you're a farmer and they put a radio broadcast tower out in the guy's farm, and then the farmer's getting it. So distance, it really drops off with distance. That's why Apple says don't hold the phone. As soon as you don't hold the phone and you move it away, it becomes way safer to use. It's like this radiation. It's an electromagnetic field. Your oven is on, your stove is on. You walk in your house, oh, I feel hot. And you walk around, oh, it's hot in the kitchen. You look in the kitchen, oh, the red element's on. And you hold your hand over it, oh yeah, I left it on. You don't take your hand and put it on the element to see if it's working or not. You can see that it's working. We don't have sensors to see if all this Wi-Fi is dangerous or not. We're starting to have negative symptoms to it. It's the same thing. When you got a laptop on your body, you have to send the signal back to where the base station is. So you have a Wi-Fi base station on your computer because your computer is sending out the same beacon signal that the Wi-Fi is sending out. So that the proximity is too close. So if you take it out of your house and it comes in from your neighbors, it is so minuscule. It doesn't have like a very big effect of you unless you're living in an apartment building and you've got, tons downstairs and tons upstairs and tons beside you everywhere. Though that's a case that's really hard. And in that particular case, I tell everybody to go and buy a Swiss Shield bed canopy, which is it looks like a mosquito net, and it's very nice, drapes over the bed and it hangs from the ceiling, and it's made of silver, and there's cotton wrapped around that silver, and it's made in Switzerland, Swiss Shield, and it serves two purposes. If you're sleeping inside it with the grounding sheet, when you crawl inside that, if it's really good, you don't even get any radio signals. So it's like you're living out in the forest. So ideally, everybody should be, sleeping in one of these things, even if you don't have any wireless technology in your house. But they're expensive. It's a couple of $1,000s. So it blocks all the unnatural magnetic fields, but the Earth's magnetic field can come through it. Just the radio waves, the wireless electricity, it doesn't come through it. So it's like you're camping in the middle of a forest. That's good. Now, the second part is there's a lot of diseases and viruses going around too. So when the oxygen and the virus goes through the thing for breathing, when it passes through the silver, it kills it. So silver is a disinfectant. So it's really healthy to be inside these. It's a couple of $1,000s. So when somebody calls me up, what do I do? I live in a condo. I says, look, buy a Swiss Shield. So at least from 8 o'clock at night till 8 o'clock in the morning, you don't have any wireless technology coming in so your body can repair itself. Then I suggest that you might want to think about long-term and invest in a sort of like a property where you can control the exposure that's coming in from your neighbors. And if you want to live in a condo, go and live in either the basement because it doesn't come through the dirt, or if you're on the first floor, you can paint the ceiling with this stuff called Y-Shield paint. And it's just it's like a graphite water-based paint. And so everywhere it's got this black paint, and then you just paint the color over top of it, and then your next door neighbors is not coming through. Now you can't do that if you live on the second floor because you're going
to trap the first floor.
Will come up, and then you're inside of this microwave oven. So as long as you're on the first floor and there's nothing below you, you're good to go. So if you're going to live in a condo for the rest of your life, live on the first floor, make sure there's no cell phone towers across the street, and just when you move into the place, just paint everything up, and block all the radiation that's coming in for your neighbors, and don't put it inside your house.
Robert, I want us to switch to dirty electricity because that's something different altogether. And some people will have never heard of dirty electricity, know that it's an issue, would have no idea that actually the electrical wires in their walls are broadcasting to them. And this is something that's easy to fix, but can be, quite a problem if it's a problem. We have Dr. Magda have us doing a separate presentation on dirty electricity at this health show. And, it might shock parents to know, if children are really having behavioral issues or health issues at a school, they used to check for chemicals first. Now, sometimes they go in and check for dirty electricity first because it has such a profound effect. So can you explain that for us?
Okay, so dirty electricity is sort of a recent, phenomena that started when they brought out low voltage appliances to try to use less electricity. That's sort of where it started. And variable, to turn the power down and to turn the power up for your lighting. So variable controls for your lighting and 12-volt step-down transformers.
So
and
dimmer switches.
And there's a problem too is if they've got and the electrical supply that comes to your house, they're putting cell phone towers up on on power line towers, and the radiation's jumping into the wires, and you're getting it to come into your house. So just like you have in the beginning when they were given water to your home, and then the pipes got rusted, and then the lead in the pipes, and they told you, look, we will make sure that the water that we give you to your home, is free from bacteria, but not lead, because we're going to put lots of chlorine in it, and it's up for you to take it out. So now a great percentage of the population now filters their water to make sure that, the water that they're drinking and bathing in has been filtered to get rid of the contamination. You have to do that to the electricity now because the electricity has become contaminated. What started as a 60 hertz frequency sine wave like this is now all these kilohertz electricity is riding along this wave. So the 60 hertz is now a carrier wave for, they call it intermediate frequencies in the kilohertz range. So AM radio frequencies, amplitude modulated and digital, everything else is riding along this wave, and it hurts your electronic, your equipment. It used to blow up your hard drives. That's what was causing all this problem. All this electrical magnetic interference, EMI, was damaging all your appliances because it wasn't 60 hertz anymore. So they made these things called power conditioners. So if you're going to spend, $5,000 on your analog stereo system because you want that feeling of analog frequencies into your music purist, everybody that buys these things, they buy a power conditioner. So the electricity that goes into the stereo, it's only 60 hertz because it's the intermediate frequencies that burn out the components. But your body feels the same way to these unnatural frequencies.
Because our power line, the copper lines you're going to your plugs, they're actually broadcasting. They're like antennas that are broadcasting what is in that, right? Like that's why they hurt.
So we're a big walking antenna. So this is how electricity works. When you broadcast electricity, as the electrons move through the wire, they spiral like this. It's called the right hand rule. This is the right hand. They spiral. So as electricity moves, the magnetic field spirals. And the more voltage and current goes through, the bigger spiral it is. And the electric field likes to join that magnetic field. So your high tension power lines, that high tension power line is like way, way up high, because as the magnetic field gets big, it ends up going into the ground. So the electric field goes into the magnetic field and goes into the ground, and then it goes back to the power generation because electrons don't want to flow. They don't want to do this. So the easiest, if they can jump into the ground, they will. So you have to keep the lines really high if it's a very high tension power line. But by the time it gets to your home, you got 220, and 220 volts, 20 feet high from a telephone pole is high enough to almost not get it so it won't jump into the ground. But if you're an antenna and you're walking above it, and we basically have trillions of volts in our body, we're an antenna and we're a battery, and it says, oh, here's a guy's walking, that's a ground. Let's jump into him, go into his head, and then go down to his feet, and then go into the ground, and then run back to the power station where I came from, the law of return. So when you go into your house, follow the wires in your house, say, oh, there is an antenna that practices the law of return. So let's jump the magnetic field and the electric field into him and travel down through his body to his feet and run back. So when you walk into your home, as long as the wires in your home are energized with electricity, you're a ground. So it's going to jump into you. And when it was 60 hertz, it really wasn't that bad. So we've lived with 60 hertz for a long time, and there's overexposures to the 60 hertz has a problem, but nowhere near the problem is when you raise the frequency to the intermediate AM frequencies, the kilohertz frequencies. Our body goes like, oh, wait a minute, that's like really too much to me. So when that 60 hertz with the dirty electricity, when it jumps into you, your body responds very poorly to the kilohertz frequency that has been deemed to be called dirty electricity. And because it's those frequencies are highly biologically active. And in fact, some of the magnetic field therapy devices that you purchase to heal you uses those kilohertz frequencies. They pulse these frequencies into your body because they do have a healing biological effect, but only if it's really low, and only if you got to stop after 8 minutes using it. They're called sawtooth waves. So basically, the sine waves has all these sawtooth waves running along the sine wave. That's okay for 8 minutes. It resets your body. But after 8 minutes, it becomes detrimental. And that's called the dose. So unfortunately, now we're bathing in sawtooth waves in our home because of the dirty electricity. So it's highly, is good. Like the wireless electricity, that's the worst because you're broadcasting the electricity. So it's going into your body. You're absorbing into your body. The power line frequencies that are in your home, that's a little bit more, difficult to get from the wall and the ceilings to get into you, unless you're sleeping right up against it, your bed, and there's a wire right beside your head, and it's only got to go a feet. But if you're 4 feet, away from it, it doesn't cause problems for most people, unless you become electrosensitive from all the wireless technology. So now you're sensitive to like just everything, and like you can't.
How do you
can't
solve
live
it?
under
How do you
anything.
solve it, Robert? Like,
How do you-
because it's
how do you-
pretty easy to reduce the dirty electricity in your homes, and
Yeah.
it's reasonably inexpensive. And I think it might be helpful for people to just understand, hey, wait a second, if I'm sensitive, this is something I can solve pretty easily.
Yeah. Okay. So so if I go to my overhead, like this is called a Stetzer filter. My first thing that I did when I started studying under Magda Havas, what she knows, she says, "Oh, you got to meet Stetzer because he's the guy that invented this. He's the dirty electricity guy." This is a capacitor. There's a little, a metal coil wrapped around in this thing here. And when the 60 hertz comes into here, it basically shorts out all the high frequencies, not all of them, but it shorts out the frequencies, and the capacitor stores the high frequencies. So this is sort of like becomes a battery for high frequencies. So instead of it going into the electricity in your room, this is absorbing the high frequency. So this is called a dirty electricity filter. And the idea is you buy one and you put one, in basically every room of the house to be, the easiest, the safest way to do it. A better way to do it is you buy an industrial power conditioner, just like people buy a full whole home water purification system. Like you can put one underneath your sink, to take out the bad water that you drink, and you'll bathe in chlorine. But if you want to take all the chlorine out, you basically buy a big tank that's filled up with silica sand and charcoal, and that will take out like most of the contaminants. And then for sure, you just run it through an ultraviolet light, and then you'll kill all the microorganisms. And that's what I do, and that's what a lot of people are now doing because they figured out the water's not that safe. So for the electricity way, you do sort of the same thing. You buy a whole home power conditioner and you install it on your breaker panel. So you get an electrician to put in a power conditioner that power conditions your whole home. So the dirty electricity is not coming into your home from your neighbors. And as long as you don't hook up all the dirty electricity, fluorescent light bulbs, and you're not dirtying up the electricity in your home, you've removed it. Now, if you have a factory and you're making computer chips, you have to install these power conditioners, because these machines that make integrated circuits and chips, unless the electricity is clean, the chips will get wrecked. So they make these things. They're not impossible to get, but they're just, you don't go to Amazon and buy them, because people have not figured out, that it's really that important at this particular time, and less expensive. Like if you buy these things, you're going to put, if you put like 20 in your house, you're going to pay, a couple of $1,000s, and you can buy a whole house power conditioner and put it on the side of your main breaker panel for almost the same price. And that's a lot more logical to do. But for somebody saying that doesn't even understand what dirty electricity is, they're not going to spend $2,000 on it. But that will be the way it's going to happen, because this stuff's not going away. So gradually, that'll all come out.
Do you know, because you've spent a lot of time on this, what percentage of the population suffers from being sensitive to electromagnetic radiation?
So this is like my personal experience, and I do read a lot of the research material that comes out that doesn't really get published in the mainstream journals. They're sort of like independently published, but when I came in to see Magda, like about 14 years ago, when I was first suffering, I was like 2% of the population. Now they've sort of classified it as a disease with the World Health Organization. They've given it a name, magnetic radiation, syndrome. They admit that it's there now, and that's a major accomplishment, to admit that you might be sensitive to it and you'll experience these symptoms. So in my estimation, because just the way I go out and tell people how to do this, and I sit in audiences with people that come in, there's a lot of people that don't know that they're sensitive to this. The ones that do know that they're sensitive to this, I would probably say 10% right now of the population of Canada and the United States probably do know that the magnetic fields are causing their symptoms and they're trying to do something. I feel personally that you probably have anybody that suffers from depression, and you got these kids from, about 15 years old to about 26 years old, the kids where their antidepressants aren't working right now and they're suicidal. So you've got like a third of the students in the United States that are basically suicidal right now. I think, because I personally experienced it and I've watched the rates go up, the depression is a big symptom of overexposures to the wrong frequencies, because I know almost like 99.9% of the time when somebody lays on one of this magnetic field therapy mats, it's almost impossible to be depressed when you lay on these things. And all it's doing is just flushing the microwaves out of your body and resetting your cells to the Earth's magnetic field. So when you flush it out and all of a sudden you feel happy, you're basically sensitive to electromagnetic fields. So I think in the students population, because there's so much of depression currently happening right now from their cell phones, from the Wi-Fi, never getting away from it, sleeping in it, not playing sports and canoeing and going to Cubs and camps and stuff like that. You're seeing the effects of overexposures to these frequencies as a symptom of depression in the children. So you got 30% of the children out there, so that's 30% of a certain particular age group, and they're not being diagnosed as being electrosensitive. They're being diagnosed as just having the depression. So that's the thing that lifted me right away and proved it. They proved it. The government proved it. Is that in Canada and in the United States, if you fail 2 drugs that are for depressants, then if you got a good psychiatrist that's honest, they'll say, well, okay, so you failed 2 drugs. I'm going to write you a prescription, and now you can go into a hospital in Canada, and they will give you magnetic field therapy, and the government will pay for that as a treatment of depression. So this is good. This is Canada saying, okay, right? But you have to have a prescription to go and do this. And they put a Tesla coil to your head, and they just pulse a magnetic field into your head, and you're relieved of this depression. So they proved it at the at CAMH, the Canadian Medical, for Mental Disorders. And I filmed there, the transcranial labs, and interviewed them. They says, oh yeah, we know in 2002 that magnetic field therapy would cure depression. We gave it a green light go. The government adopted to it. It's in the hospitals, but they don't teach this in like the McGills and stuff like that. They don't teach it. They teach you to write prescriptions. They don't teach you the benefits of magnetic field therapy, although the government will pay for you to go and have this if you fail 2 drugs. And if you don't want to take the drugs, they have independent clinics using Health Canada certified medical devices that you could go to and you pay. And after 2 sessions with a Tesla coil to your head, it's like has a 99% treatment rate.
Right. So Robert, 99%. So parents, so let's say you've got a teenager that, they want to throw on antidepressants.
So you're not going to be told that basically there is a non-synthetic chemical treatment that is using magnetic therapy that's been proven to be, what did you say, 98% effective in treating depression. So basically a non-pharmaceutical drug intervention.
Severe depression, drug-resistant severe depression.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So, because I don't know about you, but as a parent, I would want to try that, even if I had to pay for it, which I do, but I'm not told about it. I'm not told that it's an option. It's one of the things that's astounding to me. Well, Robert, it's illegal for the manufacturers of those devices to tell the public. It's illegal.
Okay. All right. Now,
you know, if you were selling those devices right now, you would be in trouble with Health Canada for sharing this information. Because this has been my career, is, you know, when people share truthful health information, other than the approved claim, they are in trouble.
So there's caveats to that, and I do agree with you on that stuff. There are caveats to this. Okay. So we'll just depression with the transcranial pulse magnetic field therapy. Okay, we'll just say that. In Canada right now, I can open up a transcranial lab as long as I have a Health Canada medical licensed device to make claims that it will treat depression, but that's it. That's all I can say. So I can go into a former pizza parlor and I can put a machine in there that's licensed by Health Canada to make that claim, and Health Canada makes a percentage of the sale. They make a percentage of the sale to allow you to, you know, make that claim. And I can make a radio. Are you depressed? Come to my clinic. I have a machine that you can treat depression.
Is there a device approved to treat depression, just simple depression?
There is. Yeah, there in the United States, it's called NeuroStar. It's like an FDA cleared to make that claim. It's called the NeuroStar, transcranial NeuroStar. They gave them that license in 2011. Canada gave it in 2002. These machines have been there, legally licensed by Health Canada since 2002. They won't teach about it in medical schools. And in order to use it in the hospital, you have to fail 2 drugs before you can use it.
So is that the approval then? Like I'm just skeptical, because I would think I would know of a clinic in the big city I live in doing this if there weren't hurdles.
So here's the story. In my film, Tesla invents magnetic field therapy, and he used it to treat depression because Tesla was severely depressed. And so he used magnetic field therapy on itself, and it treated his depression, and he wrote books about it. That I was depressed, I used magnetic field therapy, I ain't depressed. So we know that Tesla invented a cure for depression. So now fast forward to where we are today in Canada. They had to make sure that this thing was tested. So CAMACE, the Canadian Mental Health Association in University of Toronto, has these transcranial labs. I went there, I interviewed the guy that's the head of these labs. And there was like 10 of them. And they did thousands of people transcranial to the brain. They proved that it worked. They published it. They showed it to Health Canada. And the machine that they tested it on, they gave it a Health Canada licensed device so that you could buy it and that you could go out and make money doing it. So what they did, and I filmed this, and Magda is actually, she was one of the test subjects in the film. And I asked the guy, so when you do double-blind studies, you're going to have a machine that works and the machine that doesn't work. Yep. And I didn't even know if it would work or not. I would just get a number and I'd know. Okay. What happens if the guy's severely depressed and they don't have a treatment on it? What are they going to do? Like, what do they come to here? No. You go 1 block up the street on College Street. There's a private guy that owns that machine in there, and we give them coupons for free. And they go and use the machine there that actually does work and go there. So I went there and interviewed the guy. And I got the whole skull. And I says, okay, so the deal is you can use magnetic field therapy and make a claim that it actually works. And he says, yeah, it's mostly Americans come up. And I said, well, that's okay. So it's totally legal for you to make a claim. Well, okay. So there's caveats that it's totally legal, but they want me to be affiliated with a medical doctor. They just don't want some guy using this machine, break it away. So I'm not a medical doctor. I've hired a nurse, but I have to have somebody affiliated with my clinic that's got an MD license, so their name is on the door. Then we're all good. That's where we are today. That's where we are. So these machines do exist. People do advertise them on the radio to go to these clinics. They don't say magnetic field therapy because people say, oh, magnetic field therapy is bad because it's magnetic fields, that's EMF. They just say, we have a new drugless therapy to treat depression. They don't say it's magnetic field therapy, but that's what it is. So that's where we are today as far as the Health Canada licensed medical devices. Now, the unlicensed medical devices that are in my movie that I go around and shoot, the government of Canada says, okay, if you want to use that and you want to buy it and use it on yourself, that's good to go. But if you're going to advertise the sale of this device, it's a wellness device. You can't make any medical claims. So it's as long as you're using it to prevent you from getting a chronic disease, we're okay. If you want to use that machine to make a claim that actually treats depression, you got to go to a university. It has to be done a study. It has to be a reputable university. You have to publish the study, and then you prove to us it actually works, and then you give us a percentage of every one you sell in Canada for the license. We're good to go. This is what we're dealing with. Now, how do people find out about that? Because the medical universities that should be teaching you about these machines, they go, well, I think, right now, let's not talk about magnetic fields, like they have no effect. So generally we're into that mode while nobody knows about this stuff. But that's changing mainly because of what's going on in the United States, because Trump wants to take credit for curing chronic illness. And one of the ways you do that is by using magnetic field therapy.
You mean one of the ways you cure chronic illness?
Yeah, is by using magnetic field therapy, because it reverses the damage of the the bad frequencies. Basically, when you lay on these mats, they're just putting the Earth's magnetic resonant frequency. They're all about 10 hertz. And when the magnetic field moves through your body, it just resets your cells. So when you absorb all the microwaves into your body, like homeopathy, the chicken in the microwave oven, it causes cellular disruption. There's all sorts of names, technical mitochondria, and all that confusing stuff. But it causes cellular disruption. So your cells can't talk to each other and they can't repair the damage. So when you lay on the mat, you're just flushing all these unnatural magnetic fields out of your body, and it's emulating the Earth's frequency, which is 10 hertz. So you're taking a shower in the Earth's magnetic fields, and then you feel, oh, okay, I feel good now. So don't make any claims of what that stuff does. It just stops you from getting chronic illnesses.
Right. And just to circle back to a couple of the things that you said earlier on, I mean, this was established long ago, and then the Soviet Union continued to use it. And then with the fall of the Soviet Union, it kind of transitioned into Germanic speaking, Switzerland that, was able to pick this up, and it's been researched. It's been published on, this is going to be new to people. This is going to be new to a lot of the audience, but the amount of research there, like Robert, because I'm EMF sensitive, this is like 15 years ago now, but my medical doctor then in Kamloops, wasn't quite sure of this. And so I just, went to a site that just lists it all, the good, bad, and the ugly. And I brought her binders of peer-reviewed published studies on this stuff. Like this, it's hidden from us
I think for financial reasons, but it's not it's out there for people who want to research. Where should people go to learn more?
So everything has its own sort of little island, So Magda is good, magdahavis.com. That's a scientist teacher that teaches the subject. She takes complicated research papers and teaches her students how to understand complicated stuff. And then she makes very simple videos to tell people what all these bad frequencies do. So that's a good place to understand how to get rid of the bad frequencies. And then the good magnetic fields, what you would bring into your life in that way, it's right now, because they've deregulated it as wellness devices. As long as you don't make any claims, it's like the wild, wild west where they've discovered gold and everybody's out there staking their claims for gold, and it's turned into like an absolute huge mess, like the good frequency world. They're selling like, I just plug this box into your outlet and it sends out good frequencies everywhere to counteract the bad frequencies, so you don't have to take your Wi-Fi off anymore. This is the big problem that's going on. So, it's hard to pinpoint, one place you go to. My movie is a good starting point for it. These are the machines that I've tested for 10 years. I use them every day. I teach people how to use them. They have medical device licenses in the countries that manufacture them. In the United States and in Canada, they're called wellness devices. Can't make claims about what they do. They just sort of like make you well. But I do know that everybody that uses magnetic field therapy mats, they call them PEMF, all of them, all of a sudden they're happy. That if you've got a problem with depression, these things are amazing for that. And many other things that it will do too, but that's a good starting point. So the manufacturers that make these machines, some are sold by multi-level marketing, some are sold
Robert, I
from the factory.
don't want to get too far off onto that because I
Okay.
So I was just hoping that quickly. So magdahavis.com is a good start, and then your movie
For the bad
Testless
frequencies.
Medicine is also a good start.
But my movie is a good place to give you a good understanding of the different manufacturers that make these things. Yeah. And
Okay.
I didn't make the movie to sell anything in it. I just wanted everybody to know that there's a solution besides pharmacies out there for a lot of our chronic conditions. That's where I'm coming from.
Because I'm going to challenge everyone to watch the movie. So Testless Medicine, with Robert Conley as the producer, and understand that Robert produced the movie coming from a place where he had personal experience about the need to educate you about this stuff. So that, whenever that happens, that it's going to be powerful. Robert, my last question I ask everyone is, what's your message to Ottawa?
My message to Ottawa. Okay. So from what I've experienced with Ottawa and with Magda, it's kind of interesting. So Health Canada will say, oh, there's no problem. Keep going. They sort of protect, industry. So like the world keeps sort of going, you can't just shut off all this wireless stuff because, planes won't fly, So, but they are giving money like to Magda, she's a university professor and they do pay her to teach the subjects, that there's, a solution to this stuff. So I would like to see, Ottawa and the Ontario, like Ford, Ontario, to come out and start telling people that, there is solutions to these problems and use magnetic field therapy. So they would say, well, we're going to try, some community centers, for example. And in these community centers, we're going to put magnetic field therapy into a community center, a wellness. So like you have a gym equipment to make yourself healthy. They put magnetic field therapy into this gym so that you could use it, and just start telling people that magnetic field therapy actually, is a solution to this problem. That's what I'd like to see. Not take all this stuff away. Say take all the radiation away from what you've absorbed. There is a solution for this. And it's a legal solution for depression and non-union bone therapy. They admit to that. But, the public should be able to bring these things into their home and use it. And they do allow that to happen. They just don't understand that happens because they're not being taught. So it's time to start teaching the people about it. So I made the movie, and put it out there on Tubi and Amazon. Apple's promoting it like crazy. So I think it's the start to this thing, to where you can use it for education. I'd like to see, the government to use it and to promote it. They buy television commercials in my movie. So that's a good thing, right? It's a start.
Robert, that's a great answer. Now, just to also end, I mean, this movie has won award after award after award. So,
yeah,
I mean,
this is not a YouTube video.
Yeah, no. This is a professional movie that's won film festival awards. It's available on Amazon Prime. So, the World's Greatest Health Show is honored that, Robert, that you're sharing it, allowing us to put it out. And so please watch the schedule. Please watch the movie. Robert, it's just been a pleasure. We got to meet each other, because of Dr. Meg de Havas. And I have to say, I've enjoyed the conversation we've had. I've enjoyed the information you've shared in your personal story. On behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you for having me on.
Let's talk about sections 18 and 19. Now, section 18 gives the Minister of Wellness the power to make regulations. When you're regulating a whole bunch of treatment modalities under an act, you have to pass regulations for people to comply with and to deal with very specific issues. But section 19, it's an interesting section because it puts a bit of a brake on this for our safety. So the regulations are not supposed to be so strict as to take a product away for non-compliance. And let me just give you an example. So back in 2004, when we came out with the natural health product regulations, all of a sudden, this regulatory burden is being imposed upon natural health products, and good manufacturing practices are being imposed. I knew of a herbalist at that time whose products I actually used, and this herbalist would go out into the woods and actually handcraft herbs. Well, what if you had a regulation that specified, no, all herbs have to be grown in, a sterile greenhouse, and we're washing it with this and that? Well, that regulation would drive those well-crafted herbs off of the market. Now, as providing it's safe for us to access those herbs and that we know they're not complying with that regulation, then why should they be taken away? And so what Section 19 does is it just causes this break in this kind of more reasoned approach so that you basically can't be stifled with regulations that are unreasonable.
Hello, and welcome to episode 2 of the Nutritional News Flash, part of the world's greatest health show. I'm your host, Eric Clegg, and I'm very excited to have another conversation with my special guest, certified nutritionist Roseanne Cassell. Roseanne is a nutrition coach and private chef and the founder of Nourished 365, where since 2016, she's helped clients take charge of their health through conscious, sustainable food and lifestyle choices. Her work has supported people facing a wide range of challenges, including eating disorders, diabetes, obesity, food allergies, autism, and cancer. She holds a BA from SUNY Old Westbury and a master's in nutrition from the University of Bridgeport. Welcome, Roseanne. How's New York today?
Another beautiful day in New York. Yes, thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I'm in Montreal and the weather here is just gorgeous today. And of course, I'm missing it with the work I'm doing, but I think I'll have to build a studio outside for the next one.
Yes.
So just a little bit about the NHPPA. We're a nonprofit organization dedicated to the protection of natural health products and natural health practices. And in this series, we're talking about the basics of natural health, which is good nutrition. So in these episodes, we're exploring the benefits of good nutrition for your body and mind, and how the right foods, along with appropriate vitamins and supplements, can really make a difference in your overall health. So Roseanne, I figured we'd start at the basics. I love the name of your company, by the way, Nourish 365.
Thank you.
And good nutrition is something we should be thinking about 365 days of the year, except maybe Thanksgiving and Christmas. So I'm just wondering what brought you into the field of nutrition?
Well, it started as a personal journey because after the birth of my first child, I had undiagnosed postpartum depression, and those symptoms lingered for a while, and it sort of led into just overall, not feeling well, digestive disorders. And so I wasn't really getting the help that I was hoping for, going, the regular medical route. So I took it upon myself to do a ton of research, and this is in health food stores. There was no internet at the time, believe it or not. So I just was in libraries, health food stores, just trying to get as much information as possible. And I went on a journey of the kind of diets there are, what kind of food I could be eating or should be eating, and also supplements, and how supplements can help to support a diet. And through that work, I was able to, return to good health. And the great thing about that is, I have 3 children, and I was able to share that and with my family and grow my children up that way, with an eye towards eating healthy. And it still is with them today. They've taken it with them. So yeah, so that's how it all started.
So they were your test subjects, but it turned out. To be honest, I never thought too much about nutrition in the past. I've always been pretty healthy. Don't really take any pharmaceuticals unless I really need it. But over the past 5 years, with all that's been going on in the world, I figured I should start maybe taking a bit better care of myself, eat right, take my vitamins. I'm definitely not an amazing chef, so I started doing a bit of research myself and into eating better. But having you here is going to actually make it a lot easier for me and for people listening who are in the same boat. Speaking of boats, here's a hypothetical 2-part question.
Okay.
We're stuck on a desert island, beautiful sunshine, sandy beaches, fresh water stream, but there's only 3 food options. So I'm wondering what they would be to keep us alive and healthy. And the second part of the question, since you'd probably be the chef, would you share?
I would definitely share. So yeah, we can answer the second part first. And as far as being on a desert island, so we would hope that we were, in some type of tropic, so it would be warm where we were, and we would have to learn how to catch fish some way, and that would probably, rather than if you think about hunting, I'm not sure about how that would go, but I think it would be much easier to learn how to fish, and fish could supply our protein needs if they were fish that some fish are supply fatty acids that we need, so that would be even better. So definitely fish would be the main source of protein for us. And then I would probably go to, hopefully there were some coconut trees. And besides that, coconut has like its fruit and its meat inside. It does have also something that you could drink, and the that inside the coconut is beneficial to health as well. It has you could almost use it as like an electrolyte drink to supply some of your minerals and for hydration and things like that. So that would be very important. Then the meat of the coconut definitely has a lot of fiber. It has healthy fat in it. It is a saturated fat coconut, but it is a healthy fat. And so, yeah, that would be, and coconut is high in fat and it has the fiber. So, and it also has carbohydrates. So it's loaded. Coconut's great. So that would be my second pick. And the third, let's see. So we have protein. Carbohydrate could be anything. Like we could search around for berries and things like that and hope that we're not poisoning ourselves. But things like that, I guess you would get if we saw something that looked familiar. That could supply.
I hope they would have raspberries, maybe, because that's my favorite. So raspberries would be nice.
Yes, exactly. So something like that for the third. Just I know there's like nuts and seeds and that kind of thing, but I'd probably go berries and things like that for the third pick.
Great. So in general, we'd probably have to be vegetarians. I mean, fish, I guess, I'm not sure if that's considered.
Pescatarian. Yeah, it would be a pescatarian. So we'd basically, that would be our only source of protein. I don't think we'd go for meat, but you never know. Depends on how long we had it.
Be a little bit of adjustments to think about. But hopefully we'd have more than 3 things, and at least we could enjoy the beach and the sunshine.
Sunshine,
And
get
then-
tons of vitamin D from the sunshine. So we'd be in good shape. I think we'd probably lose a lot of weight or lose some weight, but I think we'd be pretty healthy actually.
Yeah, and then we want to get back to civilization, and so we'll put an SOS out on the beach and hopefully get rescued. After 3 months, we'll probably be tired of it, right?
I think so.
So I guess 3 things really wouldn't be practical, but what would you say are the basics of good nutrition? Basics of good nutrition.
The basics of good nutrition. Okay, so there are things you need in your diet. So you need protein, protein supplies the building blocks for us to build our things in our body. So, hair, skin, and nails, and muscle. And so protein is very important. And you have carbohydrates, so that's anything from grains and fruits and vegetables. And that the first thing to just keep this short for right now is it's a great source of energy, carbohydrates. So it also supplies fiber, so that's great for our digestive system. And then you also, the next nutrient really for the basics of nutrition would be fat. And fat is very important for many things in the body. It surrounds every cell in our body, so it protects our cells. And the brain itself is made up of 60% fat. So you want to be really careful with the fat you're putting in your body if it's the building blocks of your brain. So those are actually your what we call macronutrients. So that's the broader part of the basics of nutrition.
So those are the macronutrients. Another one would be, I've done a bit of reading on it. So micronutrients, what would that encompass?
Correct. So right, if you think macro, bigger, micro, smaller. So the micronutrients would be the vitamins and minerals you get from food, and that could be, anything from vitamin A, vitamin B, vitamin C, vitamin D. It's not too much food, many food sources, but there are vitamin E, and it's just, and then there's all the minerals and magnesium and a lot. So those are all the micronutrients, which I think maybe we're going to go into a little further at another time. And also, sometimes it's hard to get everything that you need in a diet, and that's where we would then talk about supplements and what we could supplement with, because a lot of us are deficient, and just a couple off the top of my head would be vitamin D and magnesium. So those are two right off the top of my head that I could think of.
Right. Vitamin D, especially living in the northern area.
Absolutely.
Especially during the winter.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
kind of necessary, right?
Yes,
I'm
absolutely.
in Montreal. We don't get too much sun in the winter. You're in New
Right.
York. You're a little more south, but it's probably similar, I guess.
It is. It's not, you really need to be exposed to the sun for at least half-hour a day on your arms and legs, a good part of your skin. So, we're not getting that here either. So, yeah, I would definitely, from, like I said, my own research and my perspective and my opinion is supplementing with vitamin D for where we live is pretty important.
Right. Sun tanning in the snow is not so fun.
No.
Okay, so that's very interesting. Are you ready for a rapid fire quiz?
Sure.
So I can be sure who you say you are. Who you are. You say you are.
I'll try. If I don't know it, I'll tell you, but I'll do my best.
Okay, great. So if you could give me some examples of the following categories and what foods would represent that, because
Sure.
I'm really not too sure about that. We'll just go with carbohydrates. Can you give me some examples?
Absolutely. So carbohydrates, now just keep in mind that some foods are mixed foods.
Okay.
Some foods, like let's say nuts, have protein, carbohydrate, and fat. But I'll just give you, right, so some foods are like that. But as far as like a carbohydrate, vegetables are carbohydrates, fruits are carbohydrates, and then we have beans, which is also a mixed food, but it has a good part of carbohydrate in it. Legumes as well. Any kind of starchy things, potatoes, like grains, pasta, corn. So it's a pretty broad range in carbohydrates. Anything that you could think of that not necessarily sweet, but everybody knows sort of like what, carbs, like when you're craving carbs, you want pasta or pizza or, something like that, or just even fruit, a naturally sweetened fruit. So, yeah.
Right. Okay. Next one on the list is protein.
Okay. Proteins. So, proteins, a lot of proteins can also have fat in them. So some, like a pure protein is, say, shrimp. So, or they're called something else, but I can't think of the name. People call, prawns. Okay. So that's something that's like pure protein. So I'll just give you the categories first though, but so it would be any kind of beef. So like ground beef or steak or any type of cut of beef is a protein. Then you have pork, and any cut of pork, could be bacon, could be sausage or whatever, roasts or things like that. You could, another protein would be poultry. So chicken and turkey and duck, that would all be in the poultry category. And then you'd also have fish. So salmon and all the other fish you could think of, a flounder, and that's like very popular here on Long Island. So yeah, anything in the fish category would be a protein as well. And the fish that contain like the omega-3 fats, that would be like a salmon. You get so that's a protein, plus it has that good fat. Like bluefish also has that. Sardines, the little fish, have a lot of that. And then a lot of the other fish are more protein than anything else. And the same, like I said, prawns or shrimp. So that's the
I didn't realize that different fish would be categorized differently.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably lump them together, but I know when I go to buy fish, I know that I like salmon and it has that fish, and we do keep sardines around the house, very handy and pretty healthy. And I didn't want to leave out eggs because eggs are a good source of protein. They do have cholesterol in them, which was kind of demonized for a long time. But eggs are, if you do well with them, they are on the high allergen list. So for some people who are sensitive, they're not good. But there's tons of nutrients, particularly in the yolk, and a lot of protein, particularly in the white. So eggs, I would almost consider them a health food, as long as you're getting, the best would be like pasture raised, organic, where the chickens are roaming and eating what they normally eat, and you get the super orange egg yolk. So eggs also are in the protein category.
Wow. So eggs and bacon in the morning is not a bad idea.
No, it's not. I mean, it depends on calories, and I would say mix it up and maybe eat lighter on some days, but it depends on the person and a lot of, a few different things. So
Right. So I guess each person is a little different, but these are
Yes.
sort of general terms.
General, right? Yes.
And not medical advice, of course, but
No medical advice. It's really just research that I've done over the years. My diet has changed since I first started this journey, like really a long time ago now, a couple of decades. I've gone through the keto diet, the paleo diet, a Whole30 diet, just anything that came along, I always tried on myself. And I really feel like after this time, I've sort of whittled it down to what I feel best doing. But I know other people I prefer like a mixed diet, a mixed carnivore diet, but other people like a vegetarian diet. So just sort of being sure that you get what you need within those diets, the nutrients within those diets.
right. So a mixed carnivore, that would be basically carnivore, but mixing it up with other, and then we'll get into these topics maybe a little later in some future episodes, but just on a general term.
Yeah, it would be like I am a carnivore, like I do eat meat. I do eat meat. Some carnivores are like just strictly like beef and things like that. But, I eat meat in general, poultry and beef and fish and eggs. And then, but I also like to eat some vegetables, and I like to eat some fruit, and I like to eat pizza once a week. So
you're allowed to cheat. You're allowed to cheat here and there, right?
Yeah, I don't even call it cheating, because if you didn't do that, you would never. I don't think that anything is successful if you're just too strict with it.
That's another note I made for future talk is, when's a good time to cheat?
Absolutely.
What's the percentage that you would need to be strict and cheating?
Yes.
I think we'll call it 80-20 or something like that. But you
Right.
probably know more about that than I do, but we'll talk about that later.
Yes.
So yeah, that had a few. Okay, so that we got through carbohydrates, protein.
Right.
How about fats?
Okay.
We gotta go fast. I'm just kidding.
Okay. So, well, like I said, like with carbohydrates, there are some that have, like nuts have fat built in, but just strictly fat, I would say there's coconut oil, there's butter, there's like, you could use regular tallow, which is like beef fat. But if you're looking in as part of foods, you would go back probably to, meats have a percent, like beef has sometimes 20% fat in it. Pork has fat in it. Chicken and turkey have less fat in it. But if strictly just fat things are, for the most part, and then also, of course, there are the seed oils, which we're going to go into at another time, I think. But, there's canola oil, sunflower oil. Those are all pure fats.
Right. And those are the ideal fats, right?
The seed oils are not, but the other ones that I spoke of are. So like a grass-fed butter, I love for health and for taste, and coconut oil, these are saturated fats now. It's very good for your health. Coconut oil, cooking with it or whatever, and baking and things. And I don't actually use beef tallow. I actually make a moisturizer with it. But I know people that do that. And also there's like ghee, which is butter that has like all the milk fat taken off of it. So it's kind of like a form of butter, but it is butter. And so, yeah. And you could also think about dairy products. Like there's cheese. Cheese is high in fat, and not high in fat, but it's fat. And same with yogurt. You can get like full fat yogurt and those kind of products too. I guess those are mixed also, but you could kind of put them into the a little bit into the fat category.
Yeah, I was only kidding about the seed oils, by the way. I've heard so many bad things about that, but maybe we can talk about that in the future.
That's
another
a good
episode.
topic. Yeah.
That would probably take a little while to get into.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting. Coconut oil and butter. You mentioned butter.
Yeah.
I know there's
olive oil too.
Butter, which
I'm sorry to interrupt, but olive oil as well. I'm sorry, I didn't want to leave that out. Olive oil.
Olive oil, yes.
Yeah, because a lot of people use that, so that's important. Yeah.
Well, that's all I use actually for cooking is olive oil. I used to use, the sunflower oil, different things like that. And now I've switched completely to olive oil. So I guess that's probably a smart thing to do.
I think so.
A little bit more pricey, but
yes, definitely. But definitely worth it. So worth it for your health. Yeah.
So you mentioned butter. I know grass-fed butter is one thing that I've heard recommended. I unfortunately have been looking for it in the supermarket here, and I can't seem to find it anywhere. So I guess I have to go to a health food store for that, right?
I guess so, but it's surprising because actually here in New York, it's in regular supermarkets. Like it will be in a Whole Foods, or there's not even that many health food stores anymore here because of Whole Foods. But any Stop and Shop or any of the big supermarkets all have at least the one brand of grass-fed butter, and it's really delicious actually, and it has more health benefits than. It's so different if you put the two side by side. The color is different, the taste is different, the fat content is the same, but yeah, it offers more benefits.
That's interesting, but I guess I'm shopping at the wrong store. Then I'm going to have to do a little bit of shopping around and see where I can find it. And tallow, that's another thing I've heard a lot about.
Yes,
I hear that certain chains are changing to tallow for their instead of whatever oil they're using. Is that actually happening?
It's not really widespread lately. I do notice in, say, Whole Foods, which is where I do most of my shopping, I do notice some companies, say a tortilla chip, like they used to fry them or cook however they prepared them in, it was usually sunflower or safflower oil or canola oil. And they're starting, I do see the switch over to avocado oil. And that would be, actually, I didn't name that, but that's another one. Avocado oil it would be fine to use, and it has a higher smoke point than, say, olive oil. So that if you're cooking something a little higher, I would say use either ghee actually or avocado oil rather than olive oil. Olive oil is a little more fragile. Like you don't really preserve the integrity if you cook too high with olive oil. It's kind of a little bit of a, maybe sidetracking, but anyway, I do see a change. And I just recently read something about McDonald's switching to some grass-fed beef, and then, they're calling, people are calling for McDonald's. They used to make their French fries in beef tallow. I don't even know how long ago that was. Now, part of the problem with French fries is what they're frying them in. It's probably a big part of the problem. And so if they would actually switch back, you could indulge every once in a while at McDonald's French fries if you wanted to. Yeah.
So that'll take pressure from the public to make them do that, I suppose.
I think so. Yeah. I think companies are feeling it. I think there's a market for it now. So I think that, of course, that's why they're probably making the switch.
So coconut oil, avocado oil. You also mentioned ghee. I'm not sure. I didn't quite catch it. What was it?
It's ghee. Yeah. So ghee. I have
No?
It's Ghee. It's more sort of like a Middle Eastern type thing. Also, it's like if you ever have lobster and you are dipping it in the butter, it's usually butter that has had the milk fat removed. So you don't see the foamy stuff on top. So it's just pure yellow. That's what ghee is. It's butter and it's been clarified, which means they take all that milk fat off. And so I have a jar of it downstairs. It happens to be from grass-fed cows, and it's and I don't even refrigerate it because it has no milk fat in it. So I just keep it on the shelf, and that has a very high smoke point too. So if you wanted, there's certain things that I like the flavor of that in the foods that I'm making. So high smoke point things, I would use ghee, which is really butter with the milk removed, or avocado oil, probably those two, or beef tallow if I use that. And then for other things, especially salads and things, I would definitely use like a good extra virgin olive oil. And if I'm just doing like a light saute or something, I would cook with olive oil.
Okay. So we went through carbohydrates, protein, fats.
Yeah.
I have listed vitamins, minerals, dietary fiber. Is that sort of in the same category?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I could tell you that, let's see. Well, like that would definitely get into the micronutrients, and that's, no calories. The macros are foods and for calories, and then they contain the micronutrients, which are, I mean, there's just a long list of all the vitamins, and you probably know a lot of them. And so I don't know if maybe we could put that with supplements. Maybe they're like fat soluble vitamins, which means that you have to take them with fat, like some kind of fatty food that you're eating, not high fat, but that would be like vitamin A, vitamin D, vitamin E. Like from fruit, you get, you actually get fiber, but a lot of times you get vitamin C, and orange things, you get vitamin A, and some fats you get the essential fatty acids, which your body doesn't make. Like a lot of these things your body doesn't make, you actually have to take them in. So there's a long list of micronutrients. So those are all the things when you think about, if you're taking vitamin C, or you're taking vitamin D in the winter, or you're taking zinc maybe for immune health or for your skin, or magnesium. Like so it's minerals and vitamins. That's all your micronutrients.
We'd probably have to make a whole different episode just for that, right?
We could go through it. Like it's it's kind of easy to research if you really wanted to. Like what vitamins and minerals, what are the benefits of them, and it will tell you. And our body needs all of them really to a certain degree, and the diets provide some, but a lot of times not all.
Right. Okay, that's very interesting. So we'll go into a bit more detail in the future episode on those things.
Sure.
And there's a few other things that I figure we could go more into detail, but I think I know the answer to this one, but I could be wrong. What's better for you, processed food or non-processed food, which I guess we would call whole foods, or I like to call it real food. So what's the answer to that? Is it easy, or is it?
I'm just gonna. I mean, I really don't even. I've just written a few notes, but so whole foods are like untouched foods, let's say. So I'll give you an example of a meal that's like whole foods. It could be a steak or a piece of fish. It could be a baked sweet potato, and then it could be let's put a vegetable in there. So maybe some roasted vegetables or sauteed vegetables, or a salad, something like that. Now, as far as processed foods, it's like the more it's handled, the more it's I don't want to say not dismantled, but the more that's added to it. So either sugar, corn syrup, also usually a lot of sodium. So the more different it looks from its original form, the more it's been handled and possibly, chemically altered in some way. Like when we're talking fast foods, I won't name any places, but like a lot of that flavors are created in labs. And but even things that are just in your frozen food aisle sometimes, like if you're looking at things and the ingredient list is this long, and that's how much more processed it is. It just has so many added ingredients. So the more simple you can keep it, the better. It's not that I always only have like 3 things on my plate. Sometimes I do things with those things, but it's everything that I'm doing in my own kitchen, and I'm adding a little sea salt or things like that. So they're not that altered. Yeah, processed food is just really not good for your health. It's just, there's like a list of things besides the sugar and the corn syrup, and then sodium, and a lot of salt, and then chemicals. Besides that, of course, most of the stuff is not organic. So then you can think of the residue on there from herbicides or pesticides or things like that. Yeah.
Right. So I guess in a way it would be the least ingredients would be whole foods. The most ingredients that you see, if you look at the ingredients on a package, well, pretty much guaranteed that's processed food.
That would be a great way to put it. That's really a perfect way to put it. Even if you think of something like Cheerios, it will only be it probably won't be that many ingredients, but it has been, of course, it's like chopped up oats, and they add other few things in there. So that's semi-processed. It's not terrible. A lot of the in between there, and it's not terrible. And I'm sure I probably use some things here. But basically, the closer you can stick to just whole foods, unprocessed, the better.
Yeah, better for your health.
Absolutely.
Long term. You probably don't notice it in the short run, but
that's right.
After years of eating all that kind of stuff, the chemicals they put in, whatever else, it's probably probably shows up in your health in the later years.
It does, not only in your physical health, but in your emotional, in your mental health as well. In the whole well-being, like it shows up in dis-ease in more ways than one usually.
Yeah, that's a whole other topic, the mental health too, right? So yeah, this is also going to require probably a whole episode, but sort of leads me to ask, what would be some nutritional red flags? I mean, that's processed foods would be one of them, I'm sure, but is there any foods you can think of that would be red flag food?
Well, yes, there are. But I mean, a lot of what I jumped into in the red flag foods are of course it's the processed foods, but it's the seed oils. For me, that's probably the biggest, it's the thing that's deteriorating health in the US. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what they're doing in other countries as far as seed oils go, but it's
probably be very similar in Canada, I'm sure.
Yeah. So look at any packaged food, and you'll probably see. So I wrote out the whole list because it's a lot. But there's sunflower, grapeseed, safflower, corn, soy, rice bran, peanut, canola oil. And the reason, I don't know how deep you want to go into that. To me, that's the biggest red flag in food. The other is the processing of foods, and the other is the spraying of foods. I would say those are for me, those are the biggest 3 red flags. That's what I would stay away from. I like to eat organic. I don't want to eat seed oils, and I try to eat food that's as least processed as possible.
Well, I think we'll have to have you back to talk about the red flag food. If you're willing to come back, that would be great. There's so much.
Particularly the seed oils. That's really, it's interesting, and and even its genesis is like, where did the stuff come from? Why are we using all that? And how to get it out of your diet and replace it with the other fats that we talked about, which happen to be saturated fats, but believe it or not, they're better for your health.
So much to learn.
Yes.
So much to learn. If you'll join me again, I would look forward to going deeper into some of these topics in future episodes.
Yes.
That's great. Well, Roseanne, thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure. I've learned a lot, and thanks for joining us on the Nutritional News Flash.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. And thanks everybody for joining us, and we'll catch you in the next episode. Stay healthy, everyone.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me Dr. Sean Caesar. Sean, welcome to the health show.
Thank you so much, Sean.
Now, you are a naturopathic doctor by training, and some of the people watching might have no idea what a naturopathic doctor is, or what type of training and that is required to become a naturopathic doctor. And so my first question is, can you explain for me the training that you had to go through, which is, typical of what all naturopathic doctors have to go through? My understanding is for most, they even have to have an undergraduate degree that's somewhat related to the medical field. Can you share about that?
Yeah, so it's 7 years altogether training, including a Bachelor of Science underdegree. And then 4 full years of naturopathic training at an accredited college. And there's several throughout North America. There's 2 here in Canada, and there's several down in the States. The biggest thing is the introduction to science behind what we do. And we want to make sure we're scientifically based using our natural medicine. So we're much more familiar, patients are much more familiar on the West Coast, say BC, moving through, than they are moving this direction. Almost everybody goes to see a naturopathic doctor in BC. I have my dual license in BC and Manitoba both. And our focus is on using natural medicines rather than drugs. And more importantly, I think, is a holistic approach where we connect with patients and say, what do you really need and how can I take care of you specifically? It's the medical system tends to be pretty quick. 5 minutes, if you have one complaint, then you got to come back for your next one. And I can't tell you how frustrated patients are with this kind of approach. So naturopathic medicine we're trained for 3 years, first of all, Bachelor of Science, and then 4 years full-time. Which is equivalent to a Harvard or Yale medical for their medical training. Our emphasis is on the natural medicines, which includes nutrition and dietary therapy. We also do IV nutrition, and we do advanced therapies like PRP, prolotherapy, acupuncture, Chinese medicine, hydrotherapy is part of that. So all these encompass anything that's natural. The naturopathic doctors are the best trained doctors that are out there for these particular ailments and conditions that we do treat.
And I think that's important for people to know, because I think there's a public perception, we've got medical doctors on this high pedestal, and that other, doctors like naturopathic doctors are, they're just not well trained, when the reality is you actually get more training. You have to take all the chemistry and biology and physiology, and you learn about the chemical drugs, because you can't be treating people that are on the chemical drugs without knowing about all their effects. You take all of that, but then you guys learn about things that the medical doctors don't, even, nutrition, for crying out loud. And now you personally, you took more than 7 years training, because after you were qualified as a naturopathic doctor,
you decided to take further training so that you could focus on some other areas. Do you want to share that with us?
Yeah, and that's why I love my profession so much and have been doing it for over 25 years and still have enthusiasm every single day. I've never looked at the clock once and said I can hardly wait for the end of the day, because I do get to choose what I use as my medicines for everybody that comes on in. And after graduation, I was very excited. I had a patient who came in with fibromyalgia, and she said to me, you know what, can I get some treatment? There's a book that I've been reading that I'm very interested in. I looked into it and I said, I think I can help you out. And since then, I've had a great interest in prolotherapy, PRP therapy, using PEMF machines and these kinds of things. And did training in the States, with some of the best that are for PRP and prolotherapy and that kind of thing. And then further training.
Do you want to just explain to those that aren't familiar with those terms what
Sure.
you're referring to?
So these are advanced injection techniques that help to repair. They're called regenerative injection techniques. So they help to repair the tissues, the tendons, the joints, the ligaments, rather than an approach that goes with painkillers and then eventual surgery, which patients go through and they say, okay, you know what, that hasn't worked. Let's just see what else we've got. And then they hopefully come across prolotherapy and PRP. So these regenerative injection techniques actually use platelets, the patient's own, and also dextrose as the means to repairing. The first thing is a good exam to find out exactly what's going on with patients using these advanced injection techniques, and then seeing how patients respond. And generally they respond very, very well, even though they've been through physio, they've been through their medical doctors with prescriptions, they've been to surgery to see what they can do. They've been through the medical system, and then finally they come to see me most of the time. And we're able to get, results 50 to 90% better with these injection techniques. And that's no exaggeration. I don't talk as a salesperson here. This has just been my experience with using these advanced naturopathic techniques.
Am I correct? So we've got this, I'll call it a mainstream medical system, although, ironically, naturopathic medicine and other traditions were around long before that. But the government pays for it. And, most of us were raised in an environment where when we think of healthcare, we just automatically think of the medical doctors. And, many of us will access that first. Am I correct that most of your patients, or let me ask, what percentage of your patients before they come to you have actually tried to solve their problem with the mainstream medical system first?
It's virtually 100% when they come first. Now, following that, they usually stick with me. If they have a complaint or a disorder, once they know, they become familiar with me. I try to treat everybody as family. So if someone comes in, it's like a sister, or brother, mother, father, or my kids. And the general status in the medical side is not as caring or as proficient to say, okay, what can I help you with? It might be a neck issue, but the problem might be that it's related to their sleep, for instance. So the holistic picture is a big deal. And so as far as, having to pay, patients do have to pay out of pocket, but they wouldn't come back if they weren't happy. Who comes back and pays money when they can go and have it done for free elsewhere?
And it was an important question, and I hope that the viewers appreciate, this health show isn't about, trying to disparage in any way the mainstream medical system. I get in a car accident, I want to go to the emergency ward and get patched up. And one of my children was born very, very premature and was in a special care nursery for about 6 weeks. I mean, thank goodness that we have those skills in the mainstream medical system. I will be forever grateful. But this health show is about saying, that's not the whole story, because it's not the whole story. And if we want good health outcomes, we have to look at what all of our options are. And Sean, when I asked you the question, what percentage of your patients went through the mainstream medical system first, and you tell me, well, basically 100%, that means that that system didn't work for your patients. Because if it worked, they wouldn't be coming to you saying, look at me, I'm suffering, and I am now going to pay for your services because the government won't, because those that were paid for me. So you basically have a practice of people that need something other than the mainstream system. And again, not there to disparage the mainstream system at all, but to make the point that there are people out there that's not working and they need other treatments. Is that fair to say that's your experience?
Absolutely, yeah. So it's, the well-roundedness of the system is to work integrated, work together. And I wish that we could. I wish that I could send notes to medical doctors and say, hey, listen, let's work on the dosage of this drug. For instance, in BC, we have prescribing rights, so I could prescribe virtually any drug that I wanted to, gabapentin, you name it, across the board. Here in Manitoba, we can, but I would love to be able to talk to doctors on an even level to say, hey, let's manage this patient together. And there's a small percentage that is, I'd say perhaps maybe 5% that are open enough. However, those ones that aren't, usually, it's not necessarily the doctors. I think it's just the fear of the College of Physicians and Surgeons kind of coming in and saying, hey, listen, you can't refer to naturopathic doctors, it's an unspoken rule. You can't refer to chiropractors, it's an unspoken rule. So as much as the patients are the focus and they want the teamwork, and I'm saying I'm willing to do that. Absolutely. I'll send whatever I've got and communicate with your healthcare team to make sure that everybody's in the loop.
And now, you had, when you were describing what the practice of naturopathic medicine was earlier, you said they take a more holistic approach. And I know if that's not defined, nobody's going to know what you're talking about. So I'm hoping that you can define it and perhaps, maybe use the example of a headache to kind of draw the difference between, the mainstream medical system, which is what we would call an allopathic system, where the focus is on not curing the problem, but actually dealing with the symptoms of the problem. So maybe use that as an example, but I just know that when you said naturopathic doctors take a more holistic approach, that many people won't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. So that's a great question. And a holistic approach takes in order the physical, the spiritual, the mental, the emotional, everything that goes with the patient's disorder. So it's not just the headache, and patients tell me that usually it's a prescription and they head out, and that's the medical side. The naturopathic side would be to check in, why is there the headaches? It might be a sleeping position, might it be a cervicogenic headache that's due to the neck pain. So a good physical exam can tell us that, and then we would use something like prolotherapy to fix that up. It might be a food allergy issue. It might be an inability to sleep. There might be it might be fibromyalgia. So the medical system works on getting a diagnosis, number one, number two, and number three. So after they get a diagnosis, then they're able to give their medical treatments after that. With us, it's not at the top of our list necessarily to give an accurate medical diagnosis, but to get a sense of what's causing this for the patient and get to the cause and the root of it. Is it an emotional issue? Is it that they're under stress? Is it their job? There's a lot that can really cause headaches in patients, and there's a million different remedies naturopathically for each one of them. It might be hydrotherapy, it might be PEMF, it might be prolotherapy, it might be adjusting their sleep patterns, it might be some supplementation, it might be a dietary change if there's some foods that are causing inflammation in the body. So there are lots and lots and lots of different naturopathic treatments, rather than getting a standard diagnosis and then moving forward with prescriptions and surgeries or these kinds of things.
Right. Okay. So I think that's helpful. So naturopathic doctors try to look at the whole person, not just physical, but, spiritual and emotional and the like. But even on something like a headache, it's not like, oh, you have a headache, so take white willow bark to mask the pain. it's, well, and you might suggest something for pain control in some situations, but it's like, well, what's causing it so that you don't have to come back to me? Like, what's wrong and solve the problem. So thanks for that explanation. You've been doing this for how many years now?
It was 1999 since I graduated, so it's over 25 years, which is kind of hard to believe. I'm just glad that it's a path with heart for me, and that I really am enthused every single patient and every single day that I'm there, and very thankful that I found this. I didn't know about naturopathic medicine, but kind of stumbled upon it actually quite accidentally.
Oh, how did you stumble across it?
Well, I did sort of soul searching after I was 18 years old. I left and just traveled, and during the travels, I came back to Vancouver in Canada, and then I stumbled across yoga, and yoga was kind of what got me. I was doing weights and lifting. I've always been active, always swimming and that kind of thing, keeping fit. I had no necessary notion of eating well or anything like that, but starting in a men's workout magazine was a yoga article, and I started to do yoga, and I thought, wow, this is fantastic. And then there was the Ayurveda, which is the partnership of yoga and eating together. It's an ancient medicine that's the most ancient of all, even beyond Chinese medicines, 5,000 years old, that treated ailments using diet as well as body types and herbal medicine and teas. And I thought, this is interesting. And this is, this goes back. So I was driving a truck, and I thought, I don't want to be driving a truck for the rest of my life. Let's start a career that's like yoga. So massage therapy and physio was all I knew. And when I went to school, I didn't get in after the first year, after the interview. And I said to the counselor at University of Winnipeg, I said, what should I take? I want to go into physio next year. And she said to me, you shouldn't do physiotherapy. She knew me for about 5 minutes. I said, really? She goes, you should do naturopathic medicine. I said, I've never heard that. What is that? And back in those days, you couldn't go on the internet and find what you wanted to. You actually had to mail away to get information. So she said, these are a couple sources. Mail away to the Toronto Center and mail away to the center that's in Portland, just to see what it is all about. And I thought, wow, this is amazing. You use dietary therapy, you use herbal medicine, you use nutrition, you use all these things to help people get better. I said, this is very much along how I'm feeling and what I'm thinking about. And that was sort of, there was no first, I have to be a doctor and I have to do X, Y, or Z. It really was a happenstance. And I happened to be there just at the right time. If it was the next day with someone else, they would not have recommended that, and I'd be doing something else right now.
Right. So you end up doing this training, and after your 7 years, when you focused, you were focusing, getting extra training on treating people with cancer and with pain management. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
So you've structured your practice to try and focus on pain management and on helping people that have cancer.
Yeah.
Now, we had spoken earlier about, you were giving me an example of a pain patient that basically, I think it had 7 or 8 knee surgeries, so the patient comes to you, like, that's well beyond you being able to solve the knee problem with that many surgeries. Can you tell us about that patient and what the healing journey for that patient was?
Yeah, so that she's kind of a rare case, just because her disability is that she's had so many of these surgeries, and her pain is 9 out of 10 on average. She's just chronically encompassed in distress every single minute of being in this horrible pain, and there's no resolution to it. Most of the cases we treat don't have the surgeries, and we're able to really, really help most of the time avoid surgeries in the future. But for her, we had to do some work, and the injection therapies that I'm trained in, there's many, many. We used a course called neural therapy to help address the scar that was causing some pain. So we were able to get her scores down from 9 on average down to 4 and 5. And she comes back continually about every month or two for touch-ups for her pain. So for her, unfortunately, we can't fix it up because the surgery's already been done. But I feel that we help her tremendously, but even greater for the patients who come in before their surgeries, so that we can prevent this kind of possibility. Not every surgery happens like that, of having repeated surgeries and absolute horrible chronic pain.
So let me just back up on this so that people understand what you're saying. So when this lady that's had 7 or 8 knee surgeries, by the time she comes to you, she's coming to you because her pain is, and you do pain scores. There's like, you're not picking these numbers out of airs. Like you pull her chart, she comes to you and she's been assessed of having pain, 9 out of 10. That type of pain, you're not functioning. You're with a knee injury. You can't leave bed, basically. You can't do anything because it's too painful to move. And you're all focused on your pain. A 9 out of 10, you can't not focus on your pain. Am I right about that?
Yeah. And your brain tries its best to just filter it out, but it's undeniable. At 9 out of 10, you're debilitated. You are unable to do 95% of your daily tasks, whether it's getting up, going down the stairs, it's walking in the house, going out for shopping, whatever it might be that you do daily, you cannot do that. So getting the quality of life and functioning so that you can do those things with your friends, with your family, is that's what I love to do. That's the immediate gift for me, is to see patients back on their feet again, able to live their quality of life that they should. The cancer patients are a longer.
But I just want to slow you down on this one patient. So she's 9 out of 10. She's basically bedridden and disabled. Can't go grocery shopping. Can't go out. Won't be able to make dinner. Like, the pain's too much. And I imagine mentally she's in a bad place because she's in constant pain. But when you say you get her down to a 4, some people might go, wow, that's still a lot of pain, but it means that she can get out of bed. It means that she can go out with her friends. It means that she can go grocery shopping. Yes, she's still in pain, but she's no longer disabled. Like, am I getting this right? I'm just wanting people to understand what you're describing.
Yeah. So, and actually her mental outlook and you would not know that she's in that kind of pain talking with her, because she smiles, she seems quite pleasant, but her pain is debilitating. But she doesn't want to be miserable at the same time as being in chronic pain. So the getting her so that she can be out helps her personally and helps her to be more happy. And so that day to day, she's not having these troubles.
Right. So, and I wanted that as an example so people understand. This is an example between somebody being totally disabled, accessing the mainstream medical system, like 9 out of 10, you're not doing anything, to being able to have a life. It's not perfect, but basically she's not disabled anymore. That's what you were describing.
Very much so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I just sometimes people just want to gloss over, well, you've lived it with her, so but I just want people watching to fully understand. But you were saying that basically a lot of people come to you and you're able to solve their joint problems and avoid surgery. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so the joints and the ligaments and the tendons do have the ability to fix up and to heal. This is not what they hear from the medical side. So when they decide, say, some will come in their 60s or 70s and they have a surgery that's coming up, and they say, hey, my surgery is in 2 years and I don't want to be in this kind of pain. So the first is to find out exactly why they have pain. And if it's a physical pain, we'll find out precisely where that might be, whether it's knee or shoulder or back, or it can be anything. It can be fingers, ankles, you name it. We want to know exactly, and treat those areas exactly, which hasn't been done medically. So I had a patient in the other day, it's early 70s. He said, I'm on the hip surgery. And I said, oh, really? Okay, hip surgery. And then I went to do my exam and I said, this is not your hip. This is your SI joint in your back, which he went to the doctor and said, I've got a hip pain. The doctor said, okay, let's give you these drugs. They're not working. Let's go to the surgeon. The surgeon didn't put their hands on him either and said, okay, well, you need a hip surgery. Meanwhile, the pain was actually in his SI joint. It just took a really, really good exam to find that out. So I found that out, did some prolotherapy examination, a good examination, some prolotherapy treatments, and there's no pain. We got rid of the pain, and he would have had a surgery that was not necessary, and that would have taken his hip out, replaced it with a metal piece, and that would not have solved the problem of his quote unquote his hip pain.
You know that it's a bit of a segue, but I remember this is several years ago now, but they did a study where they took 3 hospitals in the US and they got pathologists to do autopsies of just, the first 100 people. I'm just picking a number. I don't remember how many it was, but just, in numerical order, people who died in those hospitals. They did autopsies, but they didn't give the pathologists the medical records. So to know what they were being treated for or anything like that, it's just pathologists. What did these people have, and why did they die? And they found, I think the figure was, roughly 50% of the patients that died in those hospitals were being aggressively treated for conditions they did not have. And it's just when you were talking about this hip thing, it reminded me of that, because I found that quite scary, the prospect of being aggressively treated for something I don't have. But you're saying people come to you that need surgeries, and sometimes they're able to avoid the surgeries.
Absolutely. And I would say the vast majority, 80%, are not on that surgery list yet. But every single time we go in to do a thorough exam, and I say, okay, I go over a rotator cuff, all the places that they might have pain. And I say, it's here, here, and here. And I point at the skeleton, and they say, yeah, every single one, their eyes light up, because they know somebody knows exactly about where their pain generators are. So that's the first part of it, is to find out exactly what's going on. The second part is to use the tools like the PRP and the prolotherapy to actually repair these things, so they don't need any more treatments eventually. It's not like you're on a drug that suppresses the pain and that you need to be on it constantly, which has its own side effects. It can repair, when it does work, the problem entirely.
Right. Yeah. And I don't know about anyone else, but the idea of having a joint heal is much more attractive to me than going through surgery to replace the joint. Now, when we were talking before, another area that came up was you were talking about endometriosis.
Mm-hmm.
And now the females that are watching this will know what we're talking about, but some of the males might not. So do you want to explain what that was? And there was, I know that you've had several cases, but you were telling me about one lady that was just completely bedridden. Can you share that with us?
Yeah, so endometriosis is tissue from the endometrium, which is in the uterus, that goes elsewhere and causes all kinds of problems. It can cause debilitating pain. It can cause fatigue. It can cause all kinds of problems with periods. And this kind of syndrome, that there's so many symptoms tacked on here. For her, it was particularly the pain was absolutely disabling for her. And the notion of a pain reduction for her comes with prolotherapy. It's the only therapy that she finds that she has relief from. And so she maintains that and keeps that up. And you wouldn't necessarily think that a uterine problem like that would have its resolve or its betterment in using a prolotherapy treatment. But this case is a little unique that way, in that this is the only thing that she finds continual care in, being through the medical system.
And she had been through the mainstream medical system and was coming to you because it wasn't helping. Am I right?
Yes, the medical system was not helping with her pain and her symptoms. In fact, she had really seen some of the best in North America. And was working. She's really eager to resolve it, as every patient is, with their condition, and just couldn't get the results. And with the consistent result like she was getting, she comes back again and again for her repeated treatments, and her repeated treatments keep her just so that she's got a quality of life. She loves to work with cats and that kind of thing. So her joy is to do those things and be able to continue, and she is able to do that through those treatments.
And and again, it's just sometimes you gloss over things. She was in so much pain, correct me if I'm wrong, that she was completely bedridden. Like, we're talking, she was, basically totally stopped with this pain.
The pain was at a level, I believe, when she first came in was 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 to start off with, and very quickly came down with the treatments. And so she she was able to be given not only the pain reduction, but also that not every day would be like the last days, which are just ridden with this awfulness, where it's like a big anchor. So as much as she was disabled, I hardly look back at that anymore. And you had said, I tend to gloss over that. I tend to gloss over that because I like to make patients forget, and I like to make them forget about what life used to be like. And so I'm the same. When they come in, I refresh it every day and say, how are you today? And every treatment is different. I haven't given her or any of my patients the same treatment twice. It's always according to what's going on that very, very day.
Right. But I just, want to emphasize for people watching, you sharing with us, that this is a person, it literally was the difference between being in agony every day, being bedridden because of so much pain, that she got a life back.
Mm.
And the mainstream medical system didn't have an answer for her, but she tried something else. And Sean, it's just one thing I'm learning with this health show is there's a lot of people out there that they get in pain, they have a medical crisis. It seems to be they're stuck and they start getting hopeless, but just keep looking.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Just keep looking. Now, I want to switch to cancer because it's another area that you focus on. And I appreciate this is kind of like it's a forbidden area. So for people that are out there watching, like, I've been a lawyer for 31 years, and for all of that period of time, I've run interference between people like Dr. Caesar and manufacturers of natural health products when Health Canada is attacking them, whether, in court, but usually it's out of court, it's pre-court. And the number one problem for Health Canada is people sharing truthful health information. And there's some areas where Health Canada, like they're red zones, and one of them's cancer. You cannot share truthful health information about treating cancer. So that's like, I feel like I'm almost doing something wrong in us, wanting to talk about cancer, but let's do it. So I had asked you earlier today, what was the most impactful patient in your career? And somebody came to mind who was a cancer patient. Can you share with us, that was the lady that had stage 4 breast cancer?
Yeah, so the medical system had not produced the results that she had hoped for, and the oncologists never ever will promise anything. They always paint the bleakest picture possible so that patients, if they say, well, you promised me X, Y, or Z, and it doesn't work, they can't come back. So patients don't particularly love their visits with their oncologist because it tends to be very flatline. And so when she came to me, she was already done therapy. They said, there's nothing more that they can do for me. And I want to go on. I mean, who wants to just lay down and die? And they said, set things in order. She had a prognosis of about 3 months or so. And this is stage 4. So just to clarify for patients, for watchers, that stage 4 cancer means that it's moved to another distant organ, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, and that it's not curable any longer. In the medical eyes, there's no cure for this. So she came to me and said, you know what, I want to do some naturopathic therapies for my cancer. And I said, yes, okay, let's start that, because that's what I love, I enjoy, and I focus in on, and I know very, very well. So we began our therapies, the IV therapies, the hyperthermia that we use from Germany, the mistletoe therapies, these kinds of therapies that we do use that we cannot promote. We can't say we use any of these for our cancer treatments because that goes into the forbidden zone like you had talked about before. But the notion is that patients know about it and they try to find us, but it's not out there because we cannot say anything like that. So she came in, we did our treatments, and it ended up being successful for her. And she ended up with a no evidence of disease, which just means on a repeat CT scans, which are done everywhere between 3 months to 6 months, that there's no active tumors anymore. They're gone. For breast cancer.
And can I put this in context? When she came to you, she had already been through the mainstream medical system. She had had chemo, and the tumors were actually growing despite the chemotherapy. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, so her repeat scans would say, okay, these are growing, the medicine's not working, we can't continue on this therapy. So she had got to that place where there was no further care that was available for her. So
So the message to her from the mainstream medical system was, you have 3 months to live as a maximum. So the outside, you're going to be dead within 3 months. So get your affairs in order. There is nothing that we can do. Have I got that right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And now, you're not allowed to tell the world that at that point there is some things you can do, but she makes her way to you, and the tumors go away.
Yeah. Yes. And she remains in remission, very healthy. The nice thing about the treatments too is that the health of the patient doesn't decline like it can on chemotherapy. Chemotherapy is a good drug for reducing tumor size fast, but it also has its side effects that are really, really troublesome. Not only fatigue, but later on it can cause cancer to become stronger. So it's a problem that isn't explained to them with talking about chemotherapy specifically. So during her treatments, she was able to stay healthy, to stay strong. And I really realized the difference that we had made when she said, thank you, Dr. Caesar. I said, what? And she said, I was able to witness the birth of my granddaughter. And this was just the other day. And I thought, really, that is such a big reason why I love to do what I do, is to be able to give these great gifts that can be so big for some patients that make them live longer to experience what they hope to experience.
Yeah, and I mean, she came to you a couple of years ago. We're not talking within a 3-month window here. She came to you a couple of years ago.
Yeah, so she was able to survive another 2.5 years, and then she did pass.
Right. So now let's talk about chemotherapy, because you just said, and I just, and again, I'm not here to knock the mainstream medical system, but you just said it can be an effective treatment for shrinking tumors. But my understanding is often patients are told you should do chemotherapy to prevent cancer that's been treated from coming back. Am I getting this right?
It can be used in that context too. So as you are, I'm not against any medicine that's a good medicine for certain patients. And in fact, I have to convince sometimes patients to do chemo who don't want it but should. But there's an indwelling failure for chemo that isn't explained to patients when they're put on chemotherapy, is that the chemo does not hit the cancer stem cells, which is why cancer recurs. So while you got active tumors, there's nothing like chemotherapy to shrink that down quickly. Really, there's no natural medicine. There's nothing else that does that so great. So as patients go through, get their CTs, their tumors shrink, and everybody's happy. However, underneath is the cancer stem cells. And the cancer stem cells are what cause the recurrence later on, because those grow into active tumors. So that's where the naturopathic medicine comes in, along with the chemotherapy or the immunotherapy or the targeted therapy, is to take care of the baseline recurrence problem. And that's why those two should be in hand always together. Every single cancer patient should have a naturopathic oncologist on board to help them along with any of their treatments to fill out the holistic picture. So it really is a more holistic picture than just shrinking a tumor and getting that taken care of, because there are problems underneath.
Right. Okay. So, yeah, and my understanding is that you really should ask for treatments, and definitely chemo. Well, what are the odds that it's going to make any difference to me? Am I right about that? Because there's another lady, Jane, that so watch for her testimony at the health show, who got breast cancer and did the surgery, but the surgeon and oncologist are pressuring her to get chemo, and she'll tell you, and so you can watch her sharing that the oncologist said, well, like everyone said, the purpose of the chemo was to prevent the cancer from coming back. And she said, well, what are the odds of it coming back with chemo? Well, 10 to 20%, which are pretty low odds. Well, what's the odds that it'll come back if I don't do chemo? Well, 5 to 10%. So we've really got a little bit of overlap here and not much difference. And they're not telling her that the chemo is going to make it way more likely she'll get a different type of cancer. And so, her husband asked the oncologist, well, if you were in Jane's shoes, would you do the chemo? No. So what, are there any tools for people to find out, for things like chemo? Well, what are the odds that it's going to make any meaningful difference for them?
And that's a tool that the oncologists do have, and it's different for everybody. It's different according to tumor size. They now have an onco test for breast cancer patients specifically, which is fantastic, which tells patients, hey, you've got a 3% chance of doing of the chemotherapy working for you. And patients will say, well, 3% isn't so much. But the oncologist said, well, that's quite a bit, actually. I just had this conversation this last week. So the new tests at least will tell us, whereas 10 years ago, we would have just put everybody, the oncologist would have through chemotherapy. Chemotherapy has its place. Like I said, it has a great tumor shrinking capability, but it doesn't do so well in a typical case, for instance, breast cancer, we'll go there again, is when patients have a mastectomy, there's no active cancer, but they have to follow up with chemotherapy almost invariably. And the studies do show some benefit there, but the studies don't go into how much of this can be taken care of otherwise. It's just the chemotherapy because that's their tool.
Right, because the studies don't have a control group that didn't do chemo to say, oh, well, but the cancer came back at this rate without chemo.
Right.
So what are they even measuring then?
Well, that would be considered a study that's unethical because they say...
No, I'm going to disagree with you there. Because, if you don't study, like they tell us that the double-blind clinical trial is the gold standard. So if you're not doing a double-blind clinical trial, which would mean that you're running a trial where some people are getting chemo and some people are getting a placebo, but they think they're getting chemo and nobody knows who, patients and researchers alike, that's really the only way to determine whether an intervention works. So I'm going to challenge that it would be unethical to do our gold standard on a treatment that we've basically encouraged strongly everyone who has breast cancer to do.
That's completely correct in our eyes. However, in the scientific world and the researchers, they cannot do those studies. They are not allowed to do a study where a cancer patient is not treated. What they do is they have to go by standard of care and say, what is the control group? The control group, for those who don't know, is you're comparing one versus the other. And normal, if it's something that's not like cancer, you can do a placebo. So that's just giving a pill. And then maybe you give a pain pill to the other group and saying the pain pill worked because it compared to the placebo and was better. With the cancer care, they cannot not do treatment in these studies. It just doesn't happen. So now what they do is they do chemotherapy and they add a new drug onto the study group on this side.
Yeah, so this is interesting. So you've been told this is for ethical purposes. So what it means though is then that we will deliberately never have evidence. It could be that people that don't take chemo have way better health outcomes, but we can't find out because we tell ourselves it's unethical to do the study. And yet in other circumstances, they say, well, you can only rely on double-blind clinical trial evidence that anything else won't do, that you cannot know. So it's just interesting, Sean. And I know that's not why we're supposed to be here, but I just found that interesting. So just to switch gears to something else, is you had already shared that the people that come to you, they've already been through the medical system. It's basically not working for them. We could, and so they're looking for other answers. They're having to pay. And you've described some people, like, that one cancer patient. I mean, she was sent home to die within 3 months. She lived for 2.5 years. She had real quality of life. She was able to see granddaughter born. You've had people in pain that basically they got their lives back where they were disabled. Would I be going overstating to say that, being able to access naturopathic doctors and the treatments they use literally is an issue of life and death?
It can be for some, absolutely. And I don't mind taking on that importance. And some patients will come in and their daughters bring them in. And then when the cancer patient leaves the room, the daughter will say to me, geez, how come you don't get depressed over this? How could you treat cancer every day? And as it turns out, I absolutely love treating my cancer patients. There's just a special quality to them that doesn't take the small stuff. It doesn't sweat the small stuff. And so every moment, every day is really, really an amazing one. So in that realm, choosing this life and death scenario for being responsible for a lot of their decisions. So the biggest part is the decision-making process along the way. And we've worked with, well over 50,000 cancer patients with all different kinds of cancers, from rare to the more common: breast, prostate, lung, you name it, colorectal. And having that responsibility of life or death scenarios where we make the best choices. And that can include the oncology side, absolutely. Sometimes I have to encourage patients to do that. So is it a life or death? Absolutely. And so sometimes your ability to be there for patients when they really need you in a life or death scenario, and I emphasize this, I say, sometimes I'll spend 15 minutes with you or half an hour with you. I'll be a little late. I don't like to be it, but that's because it's critical right now. We have to take care of this. It's life or death.
Would it also be fair to say, and that, there's cases where it's not life to death, but, really you experience in your practice where people are really suffering and really don't have quality of life, and they get quality of life back, and in many cases, become totally free from suffering?
Yes, I mean, that can happen. And of course, not every case does. We have failures as well as success. And so there's no guarantees. And if anyone gives you a guarantee, you want to kind of run the opposite direction. But the patients who do get success with these is a fairly high number in my experience with pain and with cancer. So these ones, hopefully, I understand what their goal is, and I can meet them and say, okay, let's try to achieve that. And we'll understand. I want patients to understand every step along the way exactly what they're doing.
And, the third thing is am I right that the practice of naturopathic medicine, actually a large focus is on preventing problems in the first place, catching things early, and basically taking steps to help the patient
avoid being in trouble in the first place.
Yeah, and that's a big part of naturopathic medicine. And I'll give you, because my experience day to day is with cancer, I'll give you an example. I'll have a patient come in and say, you know, we've got stage 4 breast cancer. And she says, it was diagnosed 10 years ago. They did their treatments. And then after the treatments, they said, okay, you know what, just come back to us if there's any trouble, maybe a yearly mammogram. And she said, then it recurred, it came back, and they dismissed the symptoms. And then finally it was diagnosed that it was stage 4. For me, it's much more important after a patient has a mastectomy and there's no cancer remaining to keep on it every 3 months, to monitor using the proper labs, to using the proper gauges to see, has this recurred again, and has it come back? So prevention of a recurrence is what I can speak to specifically with cancer. And we're able to order labs, for instance, and these labs might cover specific things that tell me about inflammation, which is really important for cancer. If inflammation is rising, we need to take it and nip it in the bud before this becomes a cancer recurrent and an active tumor. There are other markers in these labs that will tell me, hey, is something aggressive happening in the cells? Is there problems with the liver? So there's all these kinds of clues that can tip me off to saying, okay, this is using prevention so that our medicine doesn't have to be so strong in the future, but to get at a disorder early is really, really, really important.
Yeah. So there's, you know, one of the things that the NHPPA is concerned about is us losing access to natural health products, which is, you know, a large part of the, you know, the treatment kind of options that you use. Do you think that that there would be an effect to the health of Canadians if our access to natural health products were restricted?
There is no doubt. There's not an ounce of doubt. And over 50% of cancer patients do use natural medicines, over 50%. And so for them, it is crucial as part of their healthcare, and part of the supplements, the diets, the naturopathic treatments and the naturopathic care. It's not something that can be pushed aside and said, well, this doesn't matter to the health of individuals, because what we would see is a crashing down of our healthcare system if we feel it's broken now, which it has completely shattered. From just my patient experience, like I said, there's a place when you have an emergency, you don't come to a naturopathic doctor. You have to have the hospital services, that's for sure. But in order to keep health on this side of emergency, you need the natural medicines. You need the proper practitioners like naturopathic doctors to help in the system to make sure that it doesn't get to be an even worse system.
And Dr. Caesar, the reason I asked that question is, you know, Health Canada announced what was called a self-care framework back in 2018. They toured Canada and, you know, explained what they're going to do. And they've been phasing that in. But one part they haven't phased in yet is a new set of regulations that they promised. And, you know, we have their slides up that we took pictures of, and they said, we are not going to license products that are not self-care. And self-care has two requirements. And that is, first of all, that it's a self-limiting condition, so that within 60 days it would limit. And the second part is it can't be for a condition for which you would seek the advice of a healthcare practitioner licensed by province. And if we couldn't license under this would replace the NHP regulations. The only other licensing option is this new drug approval process that no natural health product can ever get through. So we'd in fact lose those products that you use to treat patients. And if that's allowed to happen, what would the health consequences be? So basically you'd be out of work because the remedies you use would be gone. Would there be health consequences if naturopathic doctors were basically forced to stop practicing in Canada?
Oh, that answers itself. And it answers if you pull over 100 people and you ask them, the vast majority are naturopathic doctor patients, especially on the West Coast? And so the answer is absolutely yes. I mean, we can't take these away from us as practitioners or from the public for treating conditions that go beyond self-care. My notion is that that would be extremely harmful, and that would bring about a widespread detriment to health in Canada.
So what, we asked this question of everyone that's willing to come on the show, what would your message to Ottawa be?
Is that the natural products need to have access to everybody. Everybody needs to access these. The healthcare practitioners do. And as well, there should be another health regulating body. It should not be Health Canada that takes care of these things. It is not their expertise. There's not the knowledge of the natural medicines to have in place. So there needs to be another Health Canada body that has naturopathic doctors, has chiropractors, has Chinese medicine doctors, acupuncturists, has all these health practitioners at their board level or at the level of making decisions that makes these kinds of decisions. That would be my message to Ottawa.
Thank you, Dr. Caesar. So on behalf of the world's greatest health show, I thank you very much for attending. It's helpful for Canadians to actually understand that there are naturopathic doctors, what the naturopathic doctors do, and you sharing your experiences have been very helpful, and I thank you for that. So let's talk about sections 20 to 22, which deal with offenses and punishment. And these sections set out basically that you can be fined and go to jail for violating the Act or regulations. Absolutely necessary to give the Act and regulations teeth to make sure that people comply. But at the same time, it's a little different than the penalty sections in the Food and Drug Act, because the purpose of the Charter of Health Freedom is basically to ensure positive health outcomes. So when a court is ordering somebody, for a violation, and well, should we send them to jail or should we do this? If the effect of the order would be to take away a treatment that people rely on, and that would not be an appropriate thing to do from a health perspective, then the court is to take that into consideration. So again, the Charter is always focused on ensuring that we have positive health outcomes, because one of the things that's happened in the past under the Food and Drug Act is because courts are obligated when sentencing basically to follow other sentences, the effect of a sentence can and has been to take access to treatments away, and that can have a negative impact. So we're basically just ensuring that even in enforcement, that the Act is respecting that the purpose here is to protect and promote our health freedom and our, have good health outcomes. So that's what these sections are about.
Hello, my name is Sean Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Products Protection Association, and welcome to the world's greatest health show. I'm extremely pleased to have our next presenter, Dr. Eldon Dahl. Eldon, welcome to the health show.
Well, thank you. It's an honor and a privilege to be with you today, Sean.
It's an honor and privilege to have you. You know, I think you have been in the health, natural health community longer than almost anyone else. And I know you and I have seen lots of old timers kind of, retire and all of that stuff. I don't think they allow that anymore. So you're going to have to just keep going. But you've been basically working in the field of naturopathic medicine for now, I would say, 40 years?
Next year will be our 40th year. We entered in
Right.
1986.
This might be a career for you. Keep at it, right?
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. So you actually went to naturopathic school in the United States. Which school did you go to?
Clayton School of Natural Medicine.
Right. And so basically you trained to become a naturopathic doctor. And what's involved in that? A lot of people watching will be unfamiliar with the practice of naturopathic medicine.
Well, naturopathic medicine is really treating the body as a whole. So holistic healing. So we look for the root cause of an illness, and then we trace it back, and then we start to heal, get the body to heal itself. And but we should keep in mind that no one on the planet can heal the body. What we can do is to bring it into an alignment so the body can heal itself. And so naturopathic medicine takes and treats the body in all stages for, how the diet is. We look at how the gut is functioning, how the bowels are functioning. You look at herbal remedies that could be involved in homeopathic remedies. We use Ayurvedic medicine. But it's a treatment of the body as whole. And really, it is the foundation of medicine. It's the same thing like Hippocrates I would classify him as a naturopath. And he is the father of modern medicine. So we've gotten away from what they call us the newbies, but we're not the newbies. We've started it from the beginning, from back 2,000 plus years ago, and it worked. And so naturopathic medicine really recognizes the body as a whole, and this is what it does. So we've gotten off path with the medical system because they really don't have any training in this. They treat and work on treating the symptoms with drugs, with synthetic drugs. And, well, then they've taken over. And I know that when I was graduating in '88, there was quite a purge of naturopaths. They were being arrested. They were giving up their practice because there was an attack on our industry. Because it was
can we
popular.
Can we talk about that for a sec? Because I think some people will be shocked to hear, wait a second, naturopathic doctors being arrested and attacked. And I think that some people don't understand that. I mean, this has been going on for well over 100 years. Remember, we had the Flexner report at the turn of the century, used as a pretext to get rid of other treatments. So, like, just to use an example, we've all heard of like the 1918 flu pandemic, which had quite a high mortality rate, we're told. I remember listening to a CBC documentary, and they were actually talking about that pandemic and pointing out, at the time in 1918, there were homeopathic hospitals and they were allopathic hospitals. That's our mainstream, what we would now call our mainstream medical system. And if you had the flu in 1918, if you went to an allopathic hospital, you had an 80% chance of dying. But if you went to a homeopathic hospital, you had an 80% chance of living. So, whether you lived or died depend on which type of hospital you chose to go through, but we basically created this entire legal system and regulatory system to privilege chemical drugs. And so it's just it might shock people to hear that people like you, naturopathic doctors, actually the regulatory bodies are very hostile towards you.
Yeah, because it's a threat. It's a threat, and once you bring the body into a state of alignment and it becomes, the body heals itself, there's not much money in it. It's not a money-making. Naturopathic medicine isn't there for having a customer for life, a patient for life on the products that you're selling them. Our objective is to get their body into a state of healing so they can go back to living a normal life.
Right. And Eldon, why did you choose to become a naturopathic doctor, and why have you stuck with this for 40 years?
Yeah, sometimes I ask myself the same question because the journey has been very difficult. It's been nothing but challenges all the way through, but it is the greatest field of medicine that I could ever ask for. I'm blessed. So I think I would have to point it to my mother. My mother was ahead of her time. I don't know where she got it from, but she, from all her siblings, she's the only one that went to naturopathic doctors. She was on a naturopathic prenatal formula. Never gave me a single vaccine all my life, neither my siblings. She really guarded our health, and so that was a pathway that I was led on. I would go to naturopathic doctors and medical doctors, and that was fine. But when I became 10 years old, I had my cousin Linda die at 10 years old. And I stood in front of her coffin in amazement because I'm thinking, there's all these people in the crowd here and they're old. And she's in the coffin. And I was just playing with her not long ago. And she looked like a little Snow White, beautiful girl. And she died of cancer. It was just unheard of. It changed my life direction, what it did. And after that, I started to look at people differently. I started looking through our Encyclopedia Britannica under disease conditions. I started to go to every time we go to the natural, I'd pick his brain, our naturopath, Dr. Fleming. I'd ask him every question there was on this. How does it work? Why are people getting sick? Why are young people dying? And what's going on? How can we stop that? And then I started to go in the library. At around 10 to 12 years old, I was still going to the library looking at disease conditions. I was starting to read journals, medical journals, probably around when I was 15 years old. I had just a fascination of just the body and how it functions. And I would look at all my relatives, how they walk, how they cough, how they talk, look at their skin conditions, and just wonder and think in my head, well, that one has this one, that one has this one. And I was just amazed. And then so the progression was that I was taking, herbology and studies of medicines and this nature and plants. And then it just, I bought a health store too. And then I went to become a naturopath as a final cap because I needed knowledge. And I needed this type of knowledge because I felt that it was my life's calling to be a naturopath. And I felt it all my life from 10 years old.
Interesting. Now, once so you have a health food store, you become a naturopathic doctor. My understanding is then you also kind of had a clinic at your store, and but you ran into problems with availability with treatments. Can you tell us about that?
Well, as I said, that naturopathic medicine really works on a preventative measure. We work to try to bring the body into a state of alignment to get the people to be healthy so that they can function And when I opened my practice was mainly chronic disease conditions, and I wasn't ready for that. Yeah, I was trained preventatively and how to work, and so I tried to get remedies to heal my patients, and I tried to get them well. But when I started to get stage 4 cancer patients coming in, this was during the time of AIDS, when it was in its full-blown AIDS. I was getting AIDS patients coming in. I was having people with neuromuscular disorders, ALS, MS, and I could tell you about this one patient that came to see me, and she came directly from the hospital, and it was quite overwhelming, to tell you the truth. She came directly from the hospital for an appointment, and she had her IV still in her arm. She had a turban wrapped around her head. Her daughter was holding her by the other elbow, and she was walking in. And she sat across from my desk, and I looked at her and I says, "What do you have the turban on your head for?" And she says, "I've had so many radiation treatments. My skull is so thin that if I hit it, it'll crack." And she said, I've come directly from the hospital to see you because I've been given two weeks to live, and they told me to go home and get my affairs in order. And so you can imagine a young naturopath sit in this situation. And when I looked at her, she was just shaking. I still get emotional thinking about it. Just give me a sec. Yeah. She said to me, "You're my only hope." And so what I did is I took her by the hand and I looked up, and being a spiritual person, I said, "Oh God, help me." And I looked at her and I said, "Where there is breath, there is hope." I says, "I don't know what I can do for you at your stage, but I'll do everything I can to help you." And when I said that, her countenance just changed completely. She became relaxed, and you could just see the fear leave her. And that's the greatest thing, when people are told these type of death sentences are given, by someone that really has no authority to give a death sentence. And I helped her. I would take my Vega machine and I would go to her apartment. I would test her on a weekly basis and started to give her remedies, herbal remedies and naturopathic remedies and this nature. And her hair started to grow back. She was functioning again. She could live on her own again. She was, every time I'd see her, she'd be so happy. And I knew that, for her stage of sickness, that she's not going to have a long life. But she lived another 9 months. And when she finally died, well, she died when I was away on a vacation. I guess she put a lot of hope in what I was doing for her. Maybe she gave up when I was gone. And when I came back, her daughter came to my clinic and she had a bottle of champagne and flowers. And she says, "I just want to thank you. You gave us our mother back." She died with dignity. She was happy. And so what more could I ask for? I've got hundreds like that.
And Eldon, thank you for being vulnerable with us, because that I think it's the emotion that actually tells us how important what you did was. So you basically had a lady who was sent home with 2 weeks to die. Literally, she's having to wear protection on her head because her skull's so fragile from all the radiation treatment. She had brain cancer, am I right?
Right.
And she was totally afraid and totally lost.
Right.
And you were able to, restore her where she could live on her own for another 9 months.
Right.
And have some dignity and some peace and a quality of life.
Right. And she died on more her terms rather than their terms.
And you were kind of sharing with us, when you started your practice, you were thinking, I'm going to help people not get sick. But you basically got flooded right away with people that had serious chronic illnesses who basically were looking for answers because the mainstream medical system, the chemical drug system, they weren't finding relief. Am I right about that?
They exhausted the medical system. They did everything that they could. I mean, I had AIDS patients that would come to see me. They'd be on AZT. And of course, that's equivalent to what we were given for the COVID of another generation, same thing. And for me, I just said, well, it's the drugs you're on is not helping you at all. It's actually making you worse. And so I started to give them some glandulars that would bring in thymus gland to build their T cells, because that was what was happening with them. Their T cells were at a low stage, and we started to give them thymus and L-glycine, which works on the glycogen levels in the pancreas and creates the proper sugar levels. They got well. You see, they got well. They were improving. They wouldn't go into ARC. They would the sores would start clearing up, and I did the same thing with another patient of mine with Evans syndrome. That's an autoimmune condition for the blood, and gave him the same protocol, and it reversed his condition. And so this is the beauty of bringing, not so much as trying to heal the body, but to bring the body into a state so the body can heal itself.
Can I just slow you down? Because you were talking about this person with Evans syndrome, and that's kind of like an advanced form of cancer where the white blood cell count is like really low. Am I right about that?
That is right.
Can you tell us how that person was suffering?
Well, they would shortness of breath, joint pains. They had they would be able to pick up any small virus. They had to watch out for even the common cold that could kill them. They were struggling just to sleep because the platelets were so low that they had no energy. And he was taking prednisone, and he was taking steroids, and every, I think, 6 to 9 months, chemotherapy. But every 9 months he'd have to take chemotherapy again. And eventually they were saying that you can't have more chemotherapy, you can only have so many treatments. So each treatment would have cost him $25,000, he was telling me. And so I said, well, just try this protocol. What do you got to lose? And I had all his blood work, and there's his doctor and patient records. And then we would put him on the thymus and glycine, and you could just see the difference in his blood work. And we did a follow-up over the next year. And the doctor, he told him what he was on. He told the doctor what he was on. He said, whatever you're doing, keep doing it because it's working. And And we had a second follow-up with blood work. So I have all the patient records, and it was helping him, and it is helping him. Every time he takes it, he finds relief.
And that's a case of a life and death change.
It is.
So my understanding is also, you help people with a lot of pain. You were sharing with me earlier a story of a chiropractor. Can you share that with us?
Well, we have a chiropractor in practice in Alberta, and he had joint pains and pain in his neck, and he couldn't function properly. He couldn't do his job properly as a chiropractor because of the pain that he was experiencing. And so he went to practitioner after practitioner, medical doctor after medical doctor, and finally he was told to go see this specialist, and he had to wait like about 1.5 years to go see this specialist. He was in Calgary, and after having a diagnosis and evaluation, and the diagnosis, the doctor said to him, he says, the reason is because of the circulation that you have, and the stress you have on your joints is because you're too tall. And, when he told me that, well, what do they expect you to do? Cut your limbs off so you're not going to be in pain?
And that's really telling them there's nothing they can do, right? So this guy's literally disabled in pain.
Right. You have to live with it. You have to live with your pain. I'd be a total painkiller. And so they inquired and says, he inquired and says, what can we do? I says, have you tried DMSO yet? Dimethyl sulfoxide. And never heard of it. I said, here, try this. And so he tried it. and he writes us back, or I think he phones our office back, and he said, what is this stuff? How can this work so quickly? I have no pain. My pain is almost gone. What is this stuff? He was just amazed. And I said, well, this is DMSO, and it's an anti-inflammatory, and it actually treats the condition, and it helps heal the pain. He was just amazed. It changed his whole life, and he no longer has the pain.
Right, so that's an example of basically another person who is absolutely disabled with pain and the medical system couldn't solve his problem. Right.
And we also had in our office, this is a story that's quite disturbing. We had a IT person come to fix our computer, and he was fixing our computer, and he came to the knowledge of what I did for a living and who I was, and so he says, can I talk to you for a sec? And I said, sure, go ahead. And he says, I've got my son. He's just a young teenager. He's non-functioning. Something happened with him, and he's in bed. He won't talk. He won't eat. He's depressed. He cries all the time. And he said, I didn't know what to do for him. So I took him to a psychiatrist, and then the psychiatrist gave him some medication for depression, and he started to get worse. And I don't know what to do, because I think I have to go there and maybe get something stronger. He said, what would you suggest? And I said, well, I'm not in practice right now, and I can't give medical advice. But if this was my son, I would give him kava. Is that if you give him 2 droppers of kava in the morning and in the afternoon, an empty stomach with a little water, what he got to lose? And he went home and tried it. his son started to change, started to respond. With a matter of, I think, the first week, he was up, he was functioning, and they said, I got my son back. And he says, but tell me, how would I know? How would I know what this product was? And I would have kept doing exactly what they told me to do, and he would have got worse. How would I know? I mean, how he said that was in such a desperate state. And I was thinking, how would they know? You got these wonderful things here that can help, and how are they going to know?
You bring up a good point, but I want to talk about kava. But when you're saying, how would you know? Like, I think it's important for those viewing this video to understand that the people that know about successes like kava or adrenal or whatever they're using, these life-changing treatments that are saving lives or taking people from disability to being fully healthy, practitioners and the manufacturers that know what their products are doing, it's illegal for them to share that information with you. Health Canada will shut them down, will go after them. I've spent my legal career defending people, both in court and, when there aren't charges, which is most of the time with Health Canada, and almost every file, it has to do with people telling the truth. Not that Health Canada is saying you're not telling the truth. It's that you can't talk. But kava is interesting because kava, it's like the national drink of the country of Fiji.
Right.
You go to Hawaii, there's kava, they call them kava bars, but kava doesn't impair you. But my word, it calms you, doesn't it, Elder?
It's a wonderful product.
Yeah, so it calms you without impairing you. So you can drink all you want. But my gosh, I don't know if it's a diuretic or something. You have to go to the bathroom like crazy at first. But you can drink all you want and drive. But you'll notice it calms you. But it was banned from Canada for a long period of time.
It was 11 years.
So 11 years. And you know what happened was, some old person that had a whole bunch of health problems, like the person's dying. And old people die.
Of course.
And especially when they've got serious health conditions and they're on a whole bunch of prescription drugs, which have just, their own range of side effects. And the public health nurse or some nurses there after the person dies, and there's all these prescription drugs there, and there's some kava tea. So all of a sudden, kava tea is reported as a possible cause of death. Like, help me out. It's not like there was a coroner or anything, but there's an adverse reaction filed with Health Canada. And they pull it off the market for 11 years before, they agreed, wait a second, this is silly.
Oh, there's a big backstory to that. It's much deeper than that.
Okay, well, maybe let's go into that. But you were pointing out, so here, likely this child's life was saved with kava because, I interviewed somebody else whose wife committed suicide when they were put on, I think it was Prozac, which creates suicidal ideation. There's a whole bunch of these psychiatric drugs that actually create psychiatric problems and can be high risk. And they're only approved for use for short periods of time, usually less than 2 months. And yet the doctors will have you on them for years.
Right.
And so kava can save lives, and yet it's taken off the market for 11 years. And what's the health consequence, Eldon, when people lose access to treatments like kava?
It's life-threatening. I mean, kava, the history of kava was that they were at Duke Medical University, did a double-blind, placebo-controlled study using kava and Prozac. And they were testing it, and they were showing at the end of the test that kava was equal to or superior without side effects than the drug. Short period of time after that, a German study came out and was saying that people were taking kava in Germany and they were dying of liver toxicity. And so they blamed the liver toxicity on the kava. And so It didn't register to me as being accurate. So I did a big review into this, and I went into the deep study, and I contacted the American Biological Studies of Herbology, and we got to the bottom of what was happening. The people that died in Germany already had liver toxicity, and they were going to die anyways. They had cirrhosis of the liver, all of them. It was not cava at all that had anything to do with it. And so I compiled all the evidence that we could, and I applied to have Cava licensed by Health Canada. It took us 3.5 years of submitting evidence. And to the point, even after we submitted all the evidence, the Director General himself was on the phone with us, and I had Alicia from Dicentra. She was helping me with the licensing. And I said to him directly, either you give us the license for Cava or I'm going to bring all my evidence to the press. And within the next week, we had the first license for Cava after 11 years. And what they were saying about Cava at the time on Health Canada's website with our logo and our product on there, that it could cause liver toxicity and death. And after our license, our claim was a calmative and a sleep aid. That's a far cry. Mm-hmm. And so we reintroduced Cava to the Canadian market, and actually it changed the situation of Cava on a global scale. That little impact of what we did with Health Canada changed it all, that a world body would recognize Cava and bring it back onto the market. So that's the background of Cava. And what it is in Germany, they were selling about $200,000 worth of Cava per year. But in the United States, they were selling close to $28 million of Cava per year without a single claim of liver toxicity. But Germany had these 8 patients or more, whatever they had, say that they had it. So it was just to block the Duke Medical University study, because that would have been able to do away with a lot of those SSRI medications.
I think it would shock parents who have, put kids on Prozac and actually understand the risk profile of a drug like Prozac to know that there's, I think it was a government-funded study, was it not?
It was.
Showing that Cava was as effective or more effective than Prozac without any of the side effects. So, but let's carry on. We were talking earlier, and you were telling me of a patient that had extreme fungal rashes and extreme fungus. And I'm wondering if you can share that story. I want people to appreciate that, naturopathic doctors like yourself that, are really making a difference in people's lives.
Yeah, we had this clinical nutritionist in BC, and she had ringworm, or TINA, we call it, and that is a fungal infection that could affect any part of your body. And she's had it on. Well, it would be in various stages at different places in her body, and she had it for over 25 years. So she had it on her scalp, on her face, on her abdomen, on her groin area, on her legs at different times. And as a clinical nutritionist, she tried everything. She tried what the drugs could do, and she tried what natural products on the market, everything she tried. And she sent us a testimonial. And so I'm reading the testimonial, and I'm thinking, when I'm reading it, well, this is great. This is a great testimonial for our antifungal medication cream. And when I got to it, it was for our fortified boron. I thought, wow, I wouldn't have thought that, because it does have some healing properties, but I wouldn't think that it would clear up her TINA within a matter of 2 weeks. And then she wasn't sure it was the product, so she stopped the product for 30 days, and her condition came back So she went back on it, and it cleared up. And she stopped again. She did it 3 times before she sent any testimonial in. And she said it works. And so I guess hereditarily, her brother had the same condition. So she gave it to her brother. And his condition cleared up. And actually, his girlfriends had also the same condition, and hers cleared up. So maybe what they had was something that was catchy too. But it cleared up with boron, turmeric, and pepperine. That's the combination we have in our product. And yeah, fortified boron does amazing things, I tell you. Our white paper is quite in depth, but never thought it would do this for treating a fungal infection.
And if I can just slow you down, I mean, you're talking a lady that suffered for 25 years.
Yes.
And this is a condition that is extremely itchy and uncomfortable. Am I right about that?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And she also described it would break out on her face so that she wouldn't be willing to go out in public while she was having a breakout on her face because she was just too embarrassed.
Right. Yeah,
So-
her emotions were all over the board, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think we have to use our imagination much. Like if we have this breakout on our face, we don't want to go out in public and we'd feel self-conscious, let alone the itching and other effects. So this is somebody who after 25 years with just a simple natural health product found freedom.
Right. Changed her whole life. Changed her whole life. We have, I can tell you more. I mean, some of them are
Well, we could go on for hours and hours. Like, how many people do you think, with chronic conditions, either where their lives were saved or it was the difference between, being disabled or really suffering and being healthy? How many people do you think it's been in your 40 years of practice?
I would probably have to say the amount of people we've touched with the products that we've produced over the years, because we don't only produce them for ourselves, but other naturopaths use our products, so we're national with our product line. It's safe to say that there would be no stadium in the world that could house the amount of people.
Right, whose lives have been changed.
Yeah, it's so overwhelming. I mean, I'm humbled by that, even the very thought.
If I was to ask, I don't want people to think that, I'm exaggerating here. I mean, do you think that people having access to natural health products is a life and death issue?
Absolutely. For some, their lives depend on it. Because if they weren't having their natural health products, they would revert back into the condition they had. Eventually, the body will come back into that stage because they're not getting the nutrients they need. It's all so overwhelming that you know that there's something that could help, and you're restricting that from the person from having it.
No, and when you say you're restricting, you're referring to our friendly regulator, Health Canada.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, we look at some of our product labels and the warnings. Sometimes you'll have a warning, but this much, and really the product itself isn't causing the warnings. But they look at it in the stage that they believe with the warnings that everybody's on pharmaceutical drugs. And so if you're on a pharmaceutical drug or drugs, then these are the warnings that would happen if you take this product with these drugs. But if people were not on the drugs, they wouldn't have these warnings.
You've seen some real changes. So, and people watching may not understand, we talk about regulation or over-regulation, and I don't think anyone even knows what we're talking about. But I think why it's important is what Health Canada's been doing. I've been at this for 30 years, and it seems that they're continually restricting our access to natural health products. And would you agree with that over your 40 years, that it seems that Health Canada is intent on restricting our access?
Well, I know they are.
Okay, yeah, so it's not even think, and we'll go into a little bit of that. But, you know, another thing that people don't understand is, like, so we came in with this licensing scheme where now you have to get Health Canada's pre-approval before you can sell a natural product. And so, you know, I'll use ginger tea as an example just for the people watching, Eldon. You know, is it like 3,000 years, 5,000 years? Like, how many thousands of years have we been using ginger tea? We're talking the ginger you eat in your food. But, you know, you just dry it and put boiling water in it, and voila, you've got ginger tea. It's tremendous for nausea, and it's good for just calming the digestive tract. And we've been using that for thousands of years. But all of a sudden, Health Canada says now it's illegal for you to use ginger tea for what we've been using it for thousands of years, unless you go through this expensive licensing process. And what do you think of that, Eldon? And other countries like the United States don't have these requirements.
No, they don't. They come out. They're under a different system, and we were treated as before, and we've been fighting this for. I think the day I got in this, we were fighting for the survival, because it's always been under the Codex. They wanted to put it. They wanted to have it under the World Health, and they wanted to always take away our access to natural health products. And I really, you know, personally, what gives them the right to take the they can say you can't take that herb out of the garden and you can't dry it and put it into a capsule and give it to someone and they get well. You can't do that. That's illegal. Who gives them the right to say what's legal and illegal? Oh, we allowed it to happen. And so this is where we are today. I mean, I fought the regulations when they were trying to put these regulations in. I fought against it because we're not a subclass of drugs. We have nothing to do with pharma. Why put us in, squeeze us into that category? We are natural health products. And we can't forget that. And so if you try to take this this square block and squeeze it into the circle and say, you're going to fit, and no matter if I have to use a big hammer and mallet, you're going to get in there. Well, you can do that, but that's not what the good Lord intended for us. These are, are the healing of the nations. It says the scripture. I mean, it's our right.
I thought of, remember back in the day, Nature Sunshine tried to get encapsulated parsley approved. And so just so the audience understands, so like we eat parsley as food. You can buy it in your vegetable aisle, but it actually has some health benefits. And there's some people that, would benefit from taking parsley, deliberately. So Nature Sunshine, encapsulates parsley. So, dries it, grinds it up, puts it in a capsule, and tries, now that we have to get approval from Health Canada, tries to get Health Canada approval. Well, Health Canada said, you have no evidence that parsley is safe. And you know what? There's no clinical trial evidence showing that parsley is safe. Now, I hope you see the absurdity of this. So you can buy it in the grocery aisle as a food all you want, but you can't tell the truth about it because you don't have clinical safety studies showing it's safe. Like, I couldn't resist, Eldon.
Well, that's what we've come down to. I mean, the same with charcoal. You have to get a license for charcoal. You take it for upset stomachs and for vomiting in this nature. But as soon as you could take it out of your fireplace and eat it. But as soon as you put it in a capsule, it becomes a drug. And or you don't. Then it has to have all these warnings. What changes to the product does it have when you take it from this stage and put it in that stage? Why? The only reason is you've made it accessible to people and let them know that this can do this certain, this can help you in some way. That's the problem.
It's actually, and you're hitting on it, it's just you can't tell people that these natural things are, will make a difference. Like, so you've shared some stories with us that like people's lives being transformed. In your practice, you've saved lives. There's not a stadium in the world that would fit in all the people whose lives have either been saved or like really, really helped, because you've been in the business so long and you guys supply products for other practitioners. You've got a professional line. So am I right that there's never been a consumer that has complained to Health Canada about you or your products?
On the contrary, we have letters of praise pretty well on a weekly basis.
Mm-hmm.
We've never had a single complaint. Sometimes the people say that it works too good. When they're taking a product like GABA, that they become more calm and more than they wanted. So it's hard to deal with that but it's working better than they thought it would. But actually, like a real complaint, no, we haven't had any like that.
No,
out of 40 years.
The next question I want to ask, I was kind of setting things up, because you've had some interactions with Health Canada, but you actually don't want to talk about it. Am I right about that? Like there's some reluctance to talk about it.
Well, you don't want to awaken the dragon.
Right. So in other words, just to translate what you've said into English for those watching, is you don't want Health Canada coming because of what you might say and interfering with your ability to help real people.
Right.
Yeah. So, and it's just interesting because, I can't tell you how many times I've been told by, a manufacturer, distributor, or store, we don't want to associate with the NHPPA because we're actually worried about getting attacked by Health Canada.
Right. I was apprehensive myself to come on this program because of that. But how do you bring awareness to the people?
Yeah.
How do you do that? The need is so great, and people are suffering. There's a lot of suffering going on.
And it doesn't have to, does it?
No, it doesn't. No, we could have equal access. If you want to have the medical route and the allopathic medicine, perfect. And I agree, sometimes allopathic medicine is the one you want. I get in a car accident, don't give me some parsley. Give me the strongest stuff you got. I need first aid. But when it comes to living your daily life, let the people choose how they want to treat their bodies. We have the right for food. Choose what you like. You can go to McDonald's and live your life eating that food, or you can have organic, or you can go to the local grower, farmer's market. You have that right so far. But we don't have the right to choose something that is completely natural.
And I think that's what it comes down to, is the difficulty is and nobody's anti-regulation, and just so everyone knows, when we're talking regulations, like everyone, the whole world agrees, hey, we have to protect against fraud. So, people can't lie about what's in the bottle. They can't lie about what something does or doesn't do. But there's a difference between fraud and complete censorship of all information.
Right.
Right? The NHPPA, we believe the law should be you have to share all health information. the favorable, the unfavorable, the stuff that's, unclear, so that the consumer can understand and make informed decisions, those that want to dive in deeply. So we all agree there should be protection against fraud. We all agree there should be protection against adulteration. So don't sell a sleep aid and spike it, with some chemical drug that is good at making you sleep, which is also fraud, let alone adulteration. So we all agree on stuff like that.
It's been done. I mean, the products.
Well, I know it. I know it's been done. So I know more than you know about it being done. So
I'm sure you do.
The nature of my business. So so I'm aware, and we all agree on that, and we also all agree on reasonable good manufacturing practices. But when you basically, and economists call it rent seeking, when you just make regulations so onerous that we actually lose products now without taking into account the health consequences of losing products, now we're not getting good health outcomes. So what this is all about is asking the question honestly, how do we get good health outcomes? And that includes being able to share the truth with people and don't tell us about risk without also taking into account the benefits. Let's have an honest discussion, what works, what doesn't work, and where there's risk, let's manage that in a way to get the best health outcomes. But you haven't seen that in your 40 years with Health Canada, have you?
No, but I wished it would be. I haven't seen it, no.
Without getting into trouble, are you willing to talk at all about some of the experiences you've had with Health Canada? Because I don't want to poke the bear for you either. I'm so thankful that you're sharing, first of all, what the practice of naturopathic medicine is, and then, some stories so that people understand, if they have a chronic illness, right, and they feel stuck and they feel hopeless, understand, you keep looking. There's answers out there, aren't there, Eldon?
For sure there is. But I mean, there also is, but product quality is a big thing too. Mm-hmm. So I mean, people need to just say everything that's a natural health product is good. There has to be quality standards and Health Canada doesn't care about those quality standards. I mean, when you're getting a product license, they don't care if it's been radiated. They don't care if it's genetically modified. They don't care if it's feed grade raw materials. They don't care. Actually, they don't care. That's the thing. They don't care about the quality of the raw materials themselves. As long as you have a certificate of analysis, it could be grown on sewage sludge, which much of it is. They don't care. But there is a standard. If you have the quality, then natural health products is a wonderful, wonderful way to. That's the only way I live, and my whole family lives that way. I don't know what I'd do without it.
Right. Would it be fair to say that there's kind of a fear in the natural health industry, so manufacturers and the like, actually speaking out publicly about Health Canada and some of the things they do?
Oh, yeah. I mean, amongst ourselves, we can talk, with different suppliers. I've had that conversation with some. I mean, but when we were rated, that was before the regulations. We were rated to comply with the regulations when there were no regulations to comply to. So they took everything from us, our whole business. They stripped it all, even the tape guns and the scales, and so it was what it was. It was they were using us as a means to scare the entire health industry, and we had people from other suppliers said, I have my warehouse full of the same stuff you had. But when they came to do that to you, strip you down, we got rid of everything. And I heard it from pretty well every supplier out there at the time. Mm-hmm. And it's just that they put a big fear in everyone, and everyone, of course, started to apply for the regulations and do exactly what they said. come in lockstep with that, whatever they were told, because they didn't want what happened to us. It took me 4 years in court.
Mm-hmm. Without any customer complaining. And let me ask you, was Health Canada ever looking at the health benefits that your products were creating?
None. No, not at all. That wasn't it. And I do believe that I think you mentioned this to me before, that when you had one of the Health Canada agents on the witness stand, you were saying that that your mandate is for the health of the people. And correct me if I'm wrong. And he said, no, my mandate is to enforce the regulations.
Oh, yeah. So that was actually during the True Hope trial, and anyone can look that up. The transcripts are online, and I know I have paper copies, and people can order copies from the court. So, yeah, so there's a Health Canada inspector on the stand, and I'm cross-examining her. I forget now. I think her name was Sheila Wheelock, but don't quote me on that. And as a lawyer, I wanted to box her in, and so I've got a list of questions where I believe she's going to answer yes, like. Slam dunk. I know for sure she's going to answer yes to this list of questions. And then once she's answered yes to this list of questions, I'll be able to ask her another question, which logically, because she's agreed to the ones before, it's going to be hard for her to disagree with. And one of the questions, Eldon, was something like, well, as a Health Canada inspector, you're there to protect our health. And, this would be back, I think that trial was 2006. Well, I didn't know yet. I didn't know that Health Canada wasn't there to protect our health. I hadn't realized that nowhere is there a legal duty on them in the Food and Drug Act to act in our best interests. And I certainly hadn't come to understand that our drug regulations have nothing to do with protecting health, like nothing. They're there to protect intellectual property rights. So I'm just thinking, I'm Mr. Naive, thinking that Health Canada inspectors are there to protect our health. And so I say, I ask, well, as a Health Canada inspector, you're there to protect our health. No. And so I try to circle around, basically asking the same question different ways, because surely she just didn't understand what I was asking. And finally, under oath, she gets exasperated and tells me the truth. No, as Health Canada inspectors, we're there to enforce the law. We're there to enforce the Food and Drug Act and regulations. We're not there to protect your health. I had on the same case, the same file, a different inspector on the stand, Miles Brousseau, who this was a case where you cannot read the evidence and read the exhibits and not conclude that Health Canada caused death. And the court concluded in their oral findings that, True Hope was legally necessary for them to defy Health Canada, or there would have been more deaths. It was an inescapable conclusion because Health Canada caused a bunch of deaths. But before they restricted the product, Eldon, there were letters and calls from psychiatrists and doctors and patients saying, don't take this away, or my patient will die, or I'll die, depending on who's writing the letter. And as they're restricting access, there's the amount of documentation saying, this person's going to die, or I'm going to die. And then people started dying. But so I point out to this inspector on the stand, there's all this evidence. And I said something like, so if you have evidence that your actions are actually, causing death, you're going to proceed with your instructions anyway. And if I recall correctly, and it has been a long time ago, so forgive me if I get this wrong, but the person said something like, yes. And those moments where time stands still, it's like time stood still in the courtroom. It's almost like everyone stopped breathing. We're all collectively going,
wow.
Like we're all just paused because we don't know what to do with the answer. But, it's, people have to understand when you give bureaucracies the power, the sole power to say, you can't take a treatment unless we say you can. And we're talking about treatments we've been using for thousands of years. We're talking about natural remedies that they're so safe, it's absolutely crazy. We're in a brave new world when that happens.
Oh, we are. I mean, because our inventory, they took about $400,000 worth of inventory to let it expire. We then, when the regulations came into effect, we licensed them all, and they were perfectly fine bringing them all back. It's because we weren't under regulation with our products. Same products, but they're not regulated. Now they're regulated. Oh, we're good. You're good now.
Right, but the Canadian consumer has to pay way, way more now for the same products, don't they?
Oh, they do. They do. Because the level that they put us in, as I said before, they're trying to squeeze us into a drug model. We don't belong in a drug model. But they want to take us and say that you have to do all your testings according to pharmaceutical drugs, synthetic chemical drugs. How can you do the same thing when you're doing something that's completely natural from the ground? You just prove that there's no microbials and there's no heavy metals in it. How can you put that on the same level as a synthetic drug, like a codeine or another pain control drug that's on the market? Tons of them, the SSRI medication, when you know that they're getting some, like some of our stories I told you. But this has to be squeezed into that same level of testing. You know, when you do the testing, you're paying the price. Sometimes you pay $1,000, $2,500 for a test. You know it's going to come back clear because you've already had the raw material tested. Before all the raw material is tested with a certificate of analysis, you know there's nothing wrong with it. And so after it's blended and it goes through the manufacturer, which is GMP, the highest standard we have in the world that Canada has right now. And
can I just explain for people what you're talking about? Like, because we're talking about prices going up. So already the suppliers have to test the raw ingredients.
Right.
So the raw ingredients are tested. So let's say then you take 3 raw ingredients and they've already been tested. You know there's nothing dangerous there, and you blend them together. Now you have to test them again.
After product testing, yep.
For the same thing.
Same thing.
You know, like, so, yeah, and then, you know, the whole thing, the prices have just skyrocketed because, you know, you also have to have staff. You have to do the licensing. You have to comply with this burden you didn't have before, which across the border in the US, the same products, they don't have to do any of this stuff.
No.
And the prices have just skyrocketed, right, Eldon? And there's nothing manufacturers like you can do. Your costs have gone up. So to stay in business, you have to charge more.
Right. We get priced out of the marketplace because the people are ordering from the United States and it's crossing the border and it's taking our marketplace. I mean, we're losing market share for products that we should be able to sell like they do over the counter. They have no issues with their products. They've been doing this for years and years under DSHEA. I mean, the licensing way that they deal with products. And so we're losing market share. They can undercut us because we have to do things they don't have to for the same product.
Mm-hmm. And then the result is that low-income Canadians can no longer afford natural remedies,
especially quality products. I mean, that's why they look for flyers and they go to Costco and they buy 500 vitamins, you know, C for $13, and they get a coupon. Well, it's all genetically modified. Of course, it's not quality, but that's what they can afford.
Mm-hmm.
So they buy what they can afford.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, they sell vitamins in the dollar store.
Yeah. So another thing, and maybe we should talk about health food stores, but it just, you know, just in me asking you these questions is just helping consumers to understand that, you know, the prices of our supplements have dramatically increased with these regulations, and Health Canada, everyone agrees that there's no evidence that our products are any safer from the US products that don't have these requirements. And there's no evidence that our products are any safer than they used to be before we have the requirements. But the price has gone up dramatically. So we're all paying way more in theory to have safer products, and nobody can say they're any safer. But low-income Canadians, they can't afford them at all.
Right. I mean, you know what they did before. People were still making them in their garage or in their kitchen. They're still making it in their garage and their kitchen and selling it under the table. So that's still going on. If it's going on, I know a lot of companies that are selling unregulated stuff, and they get away with it. But the people that comply and do everything that they are supposed to and do everything right, their products are higher.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they do everything right. It doesn't mean that, like I say, before the raid, same product. After the raid license, same product. I had no problem before. I have no problem now. But now we have much greater costs. Much greater costs.
I want to talk a little bit about health food stores. You know, if you're comfortable doing that, because you sell to professionals like naturopathic doctors. So having been a naturopathic,
we also sell to the health food stores too.
And you train the health food stores on the products.
Right.
And if you can just comment on the importance of supporting the local health food stores, because what I understand is happening is a lot of people, I'll use my wife as an example. So, you know, she was suffering from migraines. She goes to the health food store. They have really trained staff there. And the person knew to say, oh, you want to take, you know, this type of B vitamins, you know, this complex, you want to take this type of magnesium. Like they had, I'm just using this as an example, but they were trained and they had some knowledge to share with her. But, you know, if she's ordering from Amazon, for example, you're not getting people who are trained by the manufacturers on their products to give you advice. And you also don't know it's not a counterfeit. But, you know, the store dealing with your reps and it shipping from, you know, Life Choice, that's your brand, right?
Right.
Yeah. So they know that it's not a counterfeit. So do you want to just kind of speak about how it works with educating stores and why it's important for the store staff to know about the products and why it's important to support our health food stores?
Well, I think it's of utmost importance, because when you got the consumer, when they walk into a health food store, they see a sea of vitamins. They don't know. They don't know what to take. And they don't come in and say, you know, I need a B complex, or I need some boron, or I need lithium, homeopathic, for instance. They don't come in like that. They come in and say, I got a migraine headache, or I got such severe rheumatoid arthritis. Oh, I get such belching in my stomach. Oh, I can't sleep. I can't sleep. And so they're opening themselves up because they're desperate. No, that really they're looking for solutions. And so they need some, how do we, you know, filter this down? And so they just ask them, the health stores, the staff, once they've been trained, and you recognize when you train them. When I train the health food store staff, I do it through Zoom, and we go through a PowerPoint, and we point out what these products do, what they're intended to do. And, you know, we show them what the warnings are. We show them what the benefits are, because the benefits are on the label too, what it can do. In most cases, if you did a good license and you paid enough money to get a good license, so you have a claim, you can say that our product does this. Like I say, for Kava Kava, we can say it's for calmative and it will help for sleep aid. So when my trainers say on Kava Kava, and I tell them these things and how it works with the body, and how when you take the product in, what you should look for. And when a customer comes in and says, I'm just stressed, I don't know what to do. I'm a bundle of nerves. And they say, you know what? I was just trained a few days ago by Dr. Dahl. Try this Kava Kava. And then they take it, go home, and they come back. You know, the thing worked. I feel great. By thank you for helping. And they come back again for another condition, and they bring their other family members because they're getting some help. And if the store staff doesn't get properly trained, then they won't have an idea how to direct them for what they have, because the people, like I say, are not coming in asking for a certain vitamin. They don't know. They just know that they have problems in their life. Their ankle is sore, their head is sore, their ear is ringing, and they come in and they look for relief for these conditions.
Mm-hmm. I think this is important discussion, Eldon, because the public actually, they don't understand that, so manufacturers like you do a lot of research when you design a product. You don't pull things out of thin air. It's based on practice experience. It's based on research. It's based on what other practitioners have discovered. And so a lot of thought goes into a product, but store staff have to be trained, and the manufacturers do train the store staff. And I think most people aren't aware that, manufacturers, first of all, they do their research, because there's two things. First of all, you want to help people, but business-wise, if a product doesn't work, it disappears from the market, doesn't it?
We sell it once.
Yeah. And this is important for people to understand. And I've heard this for 30 years, I've heard this from manufacturers. If we put a product on the market, we know whether it works or doesn't work, because if it doesn't work, people don't buy it again.
Right.
And, so when somebody comes up with a new type of product for a condition, nobody's thought of this combination before, and it's selling gangbusters, then all of a sudden everyone emulates them, and all of a sudden we have a new type of product. But they know it works because we're not dumb. I buy something and I see no effect, I don't buy it again. But if I find something and I feel better, then I'm going to buy it again. So, but there's this feedback with the stores and there's feedback with the manufacturers. And if we don't support our local stores, we're going to lose that, aren't we, Eldon?
Oh, we are. Yeah, it must be supported. And because otherwise everything will be online. And I've been preaching this for years to the health stores. I said, you've got to work with the manufacturers, and you got to work with them and not carry the stuff that the big box store has, because then you'll become obsolete. And then everything will be bought online. And unless you have a full store where you're selling produce and everything else, if you're a health store just selling vitamins, you're going to become obsolete. So you must know what you're doing. You must be trained. You must have quality product, like our Kava. To bring our Kava we had to have a higher standard than anyone on the market today had. First to market has a higher standard. We had to use 5-year noble root, and we had to use water extraction. They don't have to use that. They don't have to do any testing. who follow us. They follow what our lead, copy what we do, and my 3.5 years of research and study, they just apply and they get it.
Well, but let me say, as Canadian, that thank you for doing that, because I believe lives have been saved by the fact that you got Kava back into the market. So thank you. And thank you, because I actually use Kava, and I'm thankful that it's back and I don't have to smuggle it in from the US, that I can just go to my health food store, because I used to smuggle it in when I traveled, right? Yeah. So, and just hope it wasn't found, almost like it's some,
contraband,
heroin or something crazy, right? Like that. it's funny that we live in this world, right? Something that, like I say, Fiji's national drink, and kids can drink it in Hawaii. There's special places. They're called kava bars, but they're not bars. You can't get impaired. But your 5-year-old kid can go sit there and have kava tea, but Canadians can't get it. So we always, Eldon, we're asking every guest, what's your message to Ottawa? But you have a message not just to Ottawa. You also want to speak to the provinces. So I'm going to ask you, what is your message to Ottawa and the provinces?
Well, my message to Ottawa would be that when you have 72% of the Canadian population relying on natural health products, and every time, and I've been involved in this in several different battles we've had with Health Canada on Bill C-51, now we're Bill C-47, and all the way through, that each time you've tried to restrict natural health products, the people have rose up. And the last one was monumental. It flooded all the members of Parliament. People, when they knew that their natural health products could be restricted or removed, they spoke out because their lives depend on it, and they prefer this way of treating their body. And so my message to you is, don't restrict what the people want when it does them no harm and it helps them. It prevents them from getting other chronic diseases, and it helps when they do what they're doing. It takes the burden off the medical system, because right now the medical system is highly burdened. Such a lineup. We don't have enough doctors. We don't have nurses. If you could give products that the people could get well and be happy with natural health products, 72% of the population is a big thing. Don't mess with that. Leave it alone. It does not harm the people. As we know, we've never had a single death from using natural health products. But prescription drug, properly prescribed prescription drugs is the third leading cause of death. Maybe your focus should be towards that department and not focused on our department. Let the people choose what they want for treating their body. And my message to the province is that I don't carry in my wallet a Canadian medical card. I carry in my wallet an Alberta medical card. And I'm covered with my medical plan through the province of Alberta. And so the province of Alberta covers medicine. It covers the health of the individual. And my message to the provinces are, take authority and create the two departments. Have your health minister and create a wellness minister. Create a wellness minister so that minister knows how to dictate for the people. That can help. They would be in charge of naturopaths, homeopaths, Ayurvedic medicine, Chinese medicine. This is a huge swath of the Canadian public, how they treat their bodies today. So give them a wellness minister that understands the method of products that they're going to be taking. Keep your health ministers for the pharmaceutical drugs that you know are regulated in a certain way. And let the people choose and make it part of the medical system that when I go by choice to a naturopathic doctor, that it will be covered under my medical plan. My medical plan, I don't use medical doctors very often. So I don't use them. I don't use pharmaceutical drugs. So that's not being used. But I would use, if I had access and it would be paid for, a naturopath or a homeopath or a Chinese medicine, I would use that because that's what my choice is. And if they were going to give me medication to use, I would use that. and it'd be paid by my medical system. People then could afford to have the treatment they want and have the choice. The choice that 72% of the Canadian population could choose which form of medicine they want to be treated by.
That's a good point. So the point you're making is look at, why don't the provinces include natural health as an option when they're providing healthcare?
Right.
And, just and not trying to complicate things, but part of it is mischief, and I use that term deliberately, created by a prime minister named Trudeau, but not Justin Trudeau. His father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, when he was our prime minister in the earlier 70s, well, he started late 60s, but it was in the early 70s when this really happened with a vengeance. Under our Constitution, provinces can tax directly, and they can only tax within a province. But the federal government can raise money by any means, direct or indirect, and they have the whole country to tax. So they came up with this brilliant idea to get around our division of powers, because under our Constitution, the provinces have jurisdiction over healthcare, which is why they regulate doctors provincially, why they run hospitals. And how do you get control of that as the federal government? Well, take all this money from the country and then say to the provinces under what we now call the Canada Health Act, I will give you provinces a big amount of cash for healthcare, but you have to spend it the way I tell you to. And under the Canada Health Act, they are legally obligated, if they take that money, to provide a specific type of healthcare, which is our chemical drug healthcare. So this is, an example of the federal government, and the court should have never allowed this, because the federal government does it in every area. And basically now they control the provinces, when the intention was for provinces to try different things and do things differently. And in the area of healthcare, if you had different provinces doing different things, we might see what works better and be able to adjust. But we're locked into that model. I kind of segued, sorry about that.
I believe that a great example would be for Alberta, because Alberta is now changing. We see that there's a great amount of people that want to break away from Canada and to have our own independent state like they do in Quebec. And so I think that would be the first place to go, to establish a wellness minister and put it there. Once we show how successful it will be, the other provinces then we won't need the money from Ottawa, because Alberta doesn't need the money from Ottawa. We actually give the money to Ottawa. So I
don't want to get into Alberta separation, but so we'll just leave it at that. This is
okay.
This is a health show. I don't want to wade into any politics other than.
No, I hear you, but
please structure our drug laws so that we get the best health outcomes. That's
right.
What we're after. So
that's what I'd like to see.
But Eldon, you've shared just some wonderful things for us. You've helped us understand the practice of naturopathic medicine. You've given us some real examples from your own practice of how lives are just totally transformed. And, you shared your own experiences, and thoughts with Health Canada and about health food stores. It's been an honor to have you on the show. I've known about Life Choice, your products, for a long time. I've known about how, you're there to help people. I've seen it in real life. You basically stand up to say, no, I'm not going to be silenced. I'm going to carry on trying to provide products for, people and other naturopathic doctors. And I can say that to the people that don't know Eldon and don't know his story, that he's really respected in the natural health community. So it's an honor, Eldon, to have you on. I understand that your family has had to bear the brunt at times for, you standing up, and they've stood behind you. And I have deep respect for your wife that stood beside you the whole time. So thank you on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show. Thank you and your family for all you've done and for participating with us today. It's just been an honor to have you on the show.
Thank you, Sean. It's my pleasure to bring this out because the people wouldn't know otherwise.
Yeah.
You're doing a great thing with what you're doing. You're bringing awareness, and awareness is needed more today than ever before.
Yeah, we're doing it together. So thanks again, Eldon.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Teresa Buckley, and welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. Today, I am really happy to have on Jacqueline Noosh. Welcome, Nat. Welcome, Jacqueline.
Thank you so much for having me and your organization for putting this together. It is so, so vitally important to all of us Canadians, and I don't know what we would do without you guys, so thank you.
Well, thank you for being so brave to come forward. We had a nice conversation earlier on today, and I just thought it'd be nice to hear your story. So tell us a little bit about you.
Well, I guess like most people who might have grown up in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, or Alberta, I'm a prairie girl, and I was born and raised on a small farm in a small town, in a farming community, Catholic, and my parents were both teachers. So we weren't really exposed to health food stores, or I mean, and honest, probably one of the most, healthy livings you could have. But the idea of going into a health food store and purchasing something, or going to someone for an acupuncture or a Reiki treatment, or, having an appointment with a nutritionist, that wasn't part of my upbringing.
Right. And so now you were really active when you were younger. Tell us about that, like when you were like a wee girl.
Yeah. So right from a very young age, we did competitive gymnastics, my sisters and I. And then following that, moved into competitive track and field and volleyball. And it was just a really active lifestyle. But all of the knowledge that I had at that point was sort of what you would find in mainstream health and nutrition books. We counted calories. We were worried about our fat content. We believed that if you ate from the bottom of the food pyramid with a lot of carbs, then you were doing okay. But I got mono or Epstein-Barr virus actually in grade 12, and that totally transformed and changed my life. And it's probably the number one thing, other than mental health issues, that started me on this healing journey and the quest to find solutions for natural health.
So tell me about what happened with you getting that. You were in grade 12, or?
Yeah, it was in fall of grade 12, and I just finished a volleyball tournament, and I got home to my grandma's house, and I collapsed the volleyball tournament was in my grandma's town, and I collapsed at the bottom of the stairs, and I slept there until we left at 10 or 11 at night, didn't eat supper, spent the entire weekend in bed. Woke up in the morning and I had all of the white, sores that you typically have with mono. I'm pretty sure I would have got it from, water bottles or something like that at the time. And my mother had actually taught another girl a couple of years ago that had been out of school for somewhere between 3 to 6 months with mono. So we were a little bit familiar with that in our family. So we did recognize and know what it was at that point. But, my energy totally changed. I didn't have the ability to work out the same anymore. It was kind of like there was a mental fog, and it was like my body stopped absorbing nutrients. And anytime something happened, I would just be really, really sick. My autoimmune system, I think, was totally destroyed.
And so how did you, so when you were younger, like even before you got sick, you said that you were very, in our interview, you said you were very highly driven with sports.
Yes.
How did you handle that change, and how long were the symptoms with you?
So before I answer that, because actually when you brought that up, something I would love to share, if I would have known now what I knew in athletics back then, I think I probably would have been, a professional athlete, right? Fair phos and iron absorption. I suffered from nosebleeds that would last an hour to 2 hours. They were so bad, they would bleed out of my tear ducts, actually. And so when you think about, the ability to perform when you're losing that much blood on a regular basis, like that would affect energy. So there's just all these different things. But like I said, when you go from, getting up in the morning and working out, going to school, taking 2 or 3 extra credit courses, doing volunteer work, having a part-time job, working out again and going to bed, and that's your life. And all of a sudden you can barely, pull yourself out of bed to get to your university class. It's totally, totally changes your life and everything that you thought would be in your life going forward. And I actually, mental health issues run in my family, and I had been on antidepressants in high school, and I had been on them again. I started going on them again in university. And luckily I met a woman who practiced traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture, and Barbara Hagee, and she started treating me. And within a few months, I was able to go off. And typically when you go on antidepressants, I believe that you're on them for like 1, 2, 3, years, if not decades or longer. And certainly that's what I'd seen in my family. And I saw something that worked. She helped me with restless legs with acupuncture. And
how did that work? What was that like?
It was incredible. She wheeled by me on her wheelchair and she says, "Ooh," she goes, "you're losing all of your energy out your back hip." She says, "You must be exhausted and you need to come to me for acupuncture." And the first treatment, and I could sleep through the night, it was 70 to 80% better. 2 more and it was gone for the next 2 decades. And that's what really blew my mind and said, there's something to this. It's real. And you need to find out as much as you can about natural health. And while I was doing a degree in business and marketing, my other degree was in natural health and learning as much as I could whenever I could.
So you mentioned that she had a lot of books.
Yes.
So tell me about some of the books, and tell me about your relationship with books and self-teaching.
Yes. So as I said, my parents were both teachers. And one thing that they prolifically stated again and again is that we're not here to teach you the material. We're here to teach you how to learn. And if we can teach you how to learn, then you're set for life, because anything you want and need to know, you can learn. And I grew up in a small town, Borden, and read out the high school library. And so when the new books would come in, before they hit the shelves, the librarian would give them to me to take home. I was just a prolific reader. And when I met Barb, both sides of her office, which treatment room, was lined floor to ceiling with books. And
Barb was she was the lady that did the acupuncture.
Yes. And she studied every natural discipline basically out there. And every time I go to her for a treatment, she would send me home with books from her collection to read.
And now, how did you kind of stumble across her? Because if you grow up thinking did you know that was even an option before you met her? Natural health products?
No idea. I didn't even know that, natural health products or stores. I probably had some kind of fruit gummy, when I was 3 or 4, but that would be the extent of my exposure to it growing up.
Right.
But I met a woman, I was living in residence, and she was walking with braces and like sort of canes attached and braces on her legs. And I had a conversation with her about it one day. And she says, you should have seen what I was like before. I started taking, this dance class at the Williams building through Pat Prokopchuk. And she says, my range of motion and my ability to walk since taking these belly dancing classes is incredible. So that's where I went, and that's where I met Barb. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting how like sometimes like I grew up very similar to you, where I would not have even known that there was a natural health product. It's like, I think once you discover it, it's like you discover a new food group almost, like that you like you don't even know it's there. So share with us a little bit more about the sadder time. You were in university and you said you were depressed. When you work through that, like, how did the natural health products help you with that, in addition to the restless leg syndrome?
So one thing I'd have to say is just severely nutrient deficient. If a person is suicidal and you can get some butter or some omega-3s or fish oil into them, it can change them in a matter of hours or days and take them out of a suicidal state. So that would be, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that. How horrible is that? People can be literally, in a suicidal state, and you do not know if you are allowed to say you need to take some omega-3s on camera. Isn't that horrible? Anyways.
Yeah,
so
it is. That you have to question it.
Yeah. And especially because what can possibly go wrong if you take an omega-3? I think that's the thing we're really missing. The fact that you can go into so many different stores, and I won't say what, and buy products that are not necessarily, the best for your health. And you could just buy them. And the fact that we're questioning things like citronella or, different vitamins and minerals that have been used for 5,000 years is just absolutely ludicrous. And so this was one of the books on my journey early on in university. Healing depression and bipolar disorder with drugs. I didn't even know that was possible. And this book is one of the books that transformed that for me. I bought this book, and so I think I said, maybe it was your husband, when I buy books I love, I buy multiple copies because I like to pass them out to people. And some of these books can be kind of hard to come by. This book, What Your Doctor Doesn't Know About Nutritional Medicine That May Be Killing You. This was written by a medical doctor. And he got sick of people coming in over and over and over and not being able to do anything to treat them. So he started listening to his patients that were using natural medicine. And that's what brought about this book. And I bought this book. Get this. I bought this book at the University of Saskatchewan bookstore. And it was phenomenal. And years go by and I need another copy. So I go back to the university bookstore and I'm asking for this book, but they've sort of removed all the books and I have to now ask for it in a different way. And so I said, and they're telling me they can't find this book. And I said, well, surely if you just go through the nutrition courses or the medical school courses, you'll find out which one it's a textbook for. And, I can get it that way. And they told me that it's not part of the university curriculum. And I said, but it's in your university bookstore. And they said, yes, but a doctor doesn't have to take a single course on nutrition to graduate as a medical doctor. So can I repeat that? Oh. You can become a medical doctor and probably, well, this might be stretching it, but I would wager a guess that most people are becoming medical doctors without nutritional training. So in traditional Chinese medicine, they believe that 80% of all illness is related to diet and nutrition. So why, why are we doing medicine that doesn't incorporate that into it? Anyway, there's one of my little rants.
Well, it's a good question. It's a great question. I mean, I just find it so interesting that it was kind of through these happenstances that you ran across the lady at the belly dancing place to bring you forward to a point that actually showed you that there's perhaps other things that can help you. So how are you now? Like how and where is this taking you now? Are you on chemical
No,
drugs, or like how
27 plus years, not on medication, and it's certainly nothing for mood disorder. And I would say that more balanced, happy, healthy than, someone said to me once, they said, my doctors had me on the same medication, thyroid medication, for 30 years. Is this normal? And the thought I had to myself is, I don't know anyone on any medication, let alone something for 30 years. And like, where do I have here? Healing the thyroid with Ayurvedic medicine. Like this is what's healing me. I just, to me, that's what is not normal. The fact that there's so many good books. I mean, this one, I bought it and I gave it to actually a woman, a doctor who deals with this kind of stuff, and asked her to read it because I just felt that, her clients in her practice would benefit from it, because nowadays this would be the number one thing I would recommend for anyone with mood disorder. And this was my husband's best friend's mom growing up. She had a seed company and she studied the body in really different ways. And as an adult, when I was an adult, she gave me this book. And I mean, knowledge can transform your life. And the minute that we take knowledge and the ability to purchase the products that are tied to this knowledge away from the individual, I think we're really doing a criminal injustice actually to people. Oh my goodness, this book, I call this my Bible. It's not my Bible, but this is one of my favorite books. I have a sister in pharmacy. I have another sister in nursing, and they bought me this book for Christmas one year. And I think they were thinking if Jacqueline would just get on the boat, and start using natural medicine. But this is like my go-to book for alternative healthcare and treatments. It covers everything from tissue.
Can you show that again? I want to make. Okay. Well, that looks pretty good.
And
Okay.
again, 2 copies because one isn't enough when books are this good. So yeah, every condition is in here, and everything from essential oils to tissue salts to vitamins and minerals to reflexology points to, you name it. I just did a post on this, and the fact that organic fruits and vegetables have on average 50 to 100% more vitamins and minerals in them than non-organically grown produce, and so if you're going to make yourself eat all those fruits and veggies, don't you want to be getting the absolute most nutritional benefit from your food?
Yeah, I fought my sister for years because she was always saying you should go with organic, and I'm just more of like, I guess the miser, and I'm like, well, but it costs more. And and that's also an interesting question. It's like, why does it have to cost more? Right? Why does it cost more to be healthy?
Mm-hmm. And I think if you get right down to the healthiness, and if you're eating whole foods and stuff like that, there's a dirty dozen they talk about with certain produce that has way more chemicals. These days, honestly, we go to the grocery store. We're like, do we go to the grocery store that's open till 9 or 10 o'clock at night because we work a lot? Do we buy the produce that's in a plastic bag and organic versus the non-organic produce that doesn't have the extra packaging? Do we buy the produce that comes from Canada instead of other parts of the world? So it's a little bit, every time we go to the grocery store, we sort of make new choices depending on what we feel is important in the moment. But the guy that works for my husband was into biodynamic farming, which is where you grow different plants together to sort of benefit the nutrition in the soil, and it enables you to not use the pesticides and things like this. And it just, I don't know where I was going with that actually, but yeah, the way that we grow stuff, and it's so beautiful when you see people who just have an art and a skill and a gift, and they have the knowledge and learning and experience to put that into practice so that we can benefit from it.
Wow. So tell me, overall today, if you look back at when you were having a hard season in your life, and I think we all have those hard seasons. Where would you be today if you hadn't met Barb, if you hadn't gone the route that you did? Where do you think you would be today?
100 billion%, I would not be alive today without it. It saved my life, but it's not just my life. I mean, the amount of people whose lives I have saved because of the knowledge that I have is unimaginable. But it's not just the saving of life, it's the quality of life that people have. And if you can live life and sleep through the night, if you cannot have the same kind of aches and pains, if you cannot blow up at your kids 10,000 times a day because you can't handle, your mood, if your arthritis, if, I had clients, they couldn't go to their home country because they couldn't get insurance and they couldn't get on a plane because of blood pressure. If you can fix those issues so that your quality of life, and don't even get me started about, senior centers. I've been going in there and seeing the amount of substances and pharmaceuticals that these people are on. And again, someone with restless legs for 45 years, and they're discontinuing making that medication now because I think they have problems with it. So I took them restless legs, which now I know that there's tissue salts and homeopathics for that as well. And I think it's not about one way or the other. It's about every single person on the planet can benefit from natural health. And we need to figure out, it's basically the only thing that's going to solve this health crisis, because it is the cheapest, easiest, safest, most affordable form of healing and health on the entire planet. And not until we get it into the hands of every single person will we be able to deal with all these health issues we're facing.
Wow. That's a really good message. So, as you know, we're in the process of going across Canada, and we're taking the Charter of Health Freedoms with us. The petition has over 150,000 handwritten signatures, and the goal is to take it to Ottawa, to Parliament Hill, and you're now part of that. You're now part of that. I want to know, Jacqueline, what is your message that you want to take to Ottawa? What would be what's your message for Ottawa?
So as you're talking, I'm clairaudient, and I just keep wanting to ask you about your message, because you're the one putting this together. You're the one volunteering your time. Obviously, this is so important to you as well. And I'm wondering if you've even had a chance to share your message or your story, or what you want to be said. Just talking to you has been so inspirational in different things about, young women and having the resources and the things accessible to them on their journey. One of my favorite quotes is something about, you become the woman you wish you had when you were your age. And so that's, something to me, but I would love to hear from you, Teresa, and know what you would like to say.
That's what we were just talking about before. And it's like, because it's like, well, what do you say? Like, I'm not political. I'm not wired that way. I don't know how, what would be the words. But what really came to me when we were sharing, was that, you struggled, and I struggled, and we all have struggles, and no one said it was going to be easy, but something happened when you were 17, and then another thing happened when you were 24-ish, when you were able to meet Barb, and that kind of set your path. We want to make sure that the next Jacqueline, who's now 17, that's now struggling, still has access to what you had in order to get yourself better. Like, you deserve that choice of freedom. And the 17-year-old girl who has her future in front of her, she should know that there's a pathway forward for her to at least explore, if that's what she wants to do, because it's really just about the freedom of being able to make the decision, because it's your body, it's your life, right? I mean, I think you're fabulous, and I think you're a real inspiration, and I think you're actually just getting started.
Well, actually, that makes me really smile because I feel like I have so much left I want to do. But, you know, one thing to touch on, just my husband's a contractor, and they have grandfathering in clauses, you know, with antique places and places where things weren't kosher. And I don't know why when a plant has been around since the dawn of time, or 5,000 years in Chinese medicine, why we can't have grandfathering in clauses. Like, you know, to me, that's the most basic thing. If it's been used for 5,000 years, I think we can keep using it for another 5,000 years. And like you said, have those pathways open to young people, because it is the number one most important thing in my entire life. And if I did not have access to it, I wouldn't be here today.
True words of wisdom from Jacqueline. On behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you so much for sharing your story. This will really, it's going to go forward. I know it will, just like you. Thanks.
Thanks.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show and the charter tour. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and we are in Kelowna, British Columbia today. And I'm very pleased we've got a lot of people that have come out for the live event. Earlier today, we were in Aldergrove at Alder Natural Food, which we think may be the oldest standing health food store in Canada. Like it's like working on its 52nd year and at the exact same location. And, you know, there was a whole crowd there when we pulled up. They were reserving a spot for the old Volkswagen van, and we didn't have the van. The disappointment was absolutely, you could taste it in the air. And so we had to explain to them, you know, well, like the day before, we're taking the van for a trip. We thought, like, when we actually got it, the steering was so loose, it wasn't safe to go on the highway with, so we just had the steering box replaced. We're driving it from the repair shop, and we thought, well, we better take it on the freeway. It's an old van, you know, the Bug 1600 motor in it. There's rumors they can go 100K, and we thought, well, we should see if this is true, and so sure enough, we get her up to 100K. It's having no trouble at all. We're on the freeway for about 10 minutes, and then we take our off-ramp, which is right by where we live, and you know, it's making some noises. It's not very happy, and very shortly after that, the engine stopped running, and you know, I going about 50K, so I put it into gear and see if I can start it. Well, no, it's not going to do that. So literally, I just had enough momentum to park it across the street from my house. But that engine, it was seized, right? It made it to 100, yeah. So now we're in a dilemma. It's kind of like, you know, we've got all this this momentum and goodwill with this old Volkswagen van. So, you know, we sourced another motor to put in, and the motor got lost in transport. So, you know, I'm just sweating because we want to drive that. We're going to swing back through Edmonton and drive it to Ottawa. And we put a sticker on it, a bumper sticker that says, you know, Ottawa or bust, which we've got some of them here. So, and we were meaning, let's get to Ottawa, let's not bust. So, so we're actually quite excited about that. The van has no heat at all. So, you know, we got the snowmobile suits and toques ready, and off we're gonna go. But really pleased with what's happening here. I'm gonna share some things about our nation, our drug situation, that will shock you. Like some of it, literally, you go, what the heck? You can't be telling the truth, but the kind of ring of truth is going to be there, so you will believe what I say anyway. Even though it's just outrageous. It's just absolutely outrageous. And this tour, like we started in Victoria on the 4th, and just had an incredible in-person event. And then we were broadcasting all day. Like we're doing openings at 7 a.m. Pacific time. We're broadcasting 4 days a week in English, and then we're having some French broadcast days. And Wednesdays we're broadcasting 2 documentary films, both in French and English. So, but on the 4 days where we were doing English, I'm doing openings every morning, much like I did with the NCI. But using it as an opportunity to share some of these themes, because it's now time for us to learn the truth. It's now time for us to literally see things differently. How many of you are religious or Christians in this room? Okay. So, so when I say, you know, it's time for us to see the truth, you know that medical symbol of 2 serpents on a pole? I'll just ask the rhetorical question if that's a symbol or not, right? So we need to start seeing things differently, and we need to escape. I think we're literally in a trap. You'll come to understand that more clearly as we go on. So why don't I just launch into that? And so for those of you online, thank you for attending. For those of you in person, thank you for participating. I think we're going to have an experience. Because the reality is, you know, we can come to an event, we can watch an event, and, you know, maybe learn something. or we can actually have an experience together, and I'm expecting that we're going to have an experience together. So let's talk about drugs in Canada. So we've done this really crazy thing. And that is we've put ourselves in what's called a drug model. And the drug model has 3 parts. And the first part of the drug model is you by law define drug so broadly that it covers everything. So literally anything that you're going to use to prevent illness, which includes just vital nutrients. So anything you're going to use to prevent illness, or anything you're going to use to treat illness, that's a drug. So everything. So literally I could say this gentleman with this beautiful t-shirt in the second row, you look dehydrated. Can you drink can I give you some water? If I actually gave him water in front of you, you could all be witnesses at my criminal trial, because I will have violated just federal law after federal law after federal law, because I've made water a drug. I'm using it for therapeutic purpose. So using drug to prevent or treat dehydration is a therapeutic purpose. I don't have a site license. I don't have a product license. I haven't proved to Health Canada that water's safe. I haven't proved to Health Canada that water's effective. I don't have a license. I probably couldn't get that claim anyway. So I'm, with all the censorship we have. The point is it's actually illegal even to give water for therapeutic purpose. So I need you to understand, in our country, in the King's Dominion of Canada, it is illegal to give somebody water for a therapeutic purpose. Everything's a drug. So that's the first part of the drug model. The second part of the drug model is you make every drug illegal. It's kind of like a war on nutrition. So, and the way you do that is you just basically pass regulations that say you can't sell a drug without a license. So when you pass a regulation saying you can't sell a drug without a license, that means every drug is illegal except for ones that Health Canada grants a license to. So every drug is illegal. So now our basic nutrients are illegal, except that Health Canada will grant temporary exemptions to us in the form of a license. So now, isn't that interesting? So we live in a country where it's actually illegal for us to prevent illness or to treat illness with anything that Health Canada hasn't given us permission to use. Like, how does that happen? How does that happen? Well, that happens because our parents and their parents were asleep at the switch. That's how that happens. This has been going on for almost 100 years, this model. Now, the third part, and before I go into the third part, I just, it's come to mind something that President Eisenhower said when he was leaving office, and many of you will have heard this before. But he said, nothing happens, by accident with government actions. So like if you find yourself in a situation, don't think, government stumbled there. We're there deliberately. Things are well planned. So the next part of the drug model is that they have made the drug approval process for serious health conditions, like anything but the most minor of conditions. They've made the process so expensive that in the lifetime of anyone in this room and everyone watching, every single drug that has been approved, except for Primarin, has had a patent. So in all of our lifetimes, this has been going on so long, every single drug that has been approved for all but the most minor of health conditions is a synthetic chemical that had a patent. Now, this is deliberate. This is by design. Health Canada knows exactly what they're doing. But you have to ask the question, why is this? And we all know, I mean, we all intuitively know without even thinking of it, if we go and engage the mainstream medical system, by and large, the only treatments, other than surgery, are synthetic chemicals that had a patent when they went through the drug approval process. You know, you go to the hospital for mental illness, for arthritis, for cancer, I mean, you name it, other than surgery, because they do cut parts of us out. Other than that, by and large, the only treatments are synthetic chemicals. And I get there are exceptions. You know, you show up at the hospital and you're bleeding out because of the chemical drug warfarin, rat poison, which they use as a blood thinner. They're going to give you a shot of vitamin K. But I mean, they kind of have to, because that's how they save your life. And if too many of us are dying from warfarin, then, you know, we get a little owly. Just a little, not enough, but a little. So first of all, understand that you're now locked into a system where the only legal treatments are synthetic chemical drugs, and this is by design. And they play a game with us. So because this is all about intellectual property rights, and I'll share with you how this works, because there's not a law that says you can only treat serious health conditions with chemical drugs. Like, if you search, you're not going to find that. But we do it by design. And so what we do is we make the drug approval process so expensive that you can only afford to do it if you have intellectual property rights, if you have a patent. What a patent is it's just, if you invent something new, you can get what's called a patent. You have to apply for it and prove that you really invented something new. And in the drug world, a patent lasts for 25 years. And that means nobody but you can sell it unless you give permission, and they're going to have to pay you for that permission. And the example I love to use is Viagra, because it's a fun example. Well, it was the first erectile function drug. And, you know, we're an old enough crowd here, by and large. Most of us will remember when Viagra was approved. And even though there wasn't direct advertising in Canada, there was in the US, and we used to all watch cable TV. And so the demand in Canada was through the roof, and the mainstream media had fun with it. Remember, they would run stories on how expensive a single pill of Viagra was. Well, Pfizer could charge whatever they wanted because no one could compete with them. But now that the patents run out, anyone can make it. The generic drug is sildenafil, and the price has dropped. That's how it works. Now, it works in another way. So, you know, you get a drug on the market for a purpose. Let's say blood thinner. I mean, that's probably the worst example. We've been using warfarin, rat poison, as a blood thinner for ages, but the patents run out. So there's no money in it, right? So, I mean, it's terribly dangerous. There are natural alternatives like natokinase that we can blood thin without anyone ever showing up at the hospital bleeding out and needing a shot of vitamin K. But there isn't money in it. So the pharmaceutical companies will come out with drugs. You know, the first one that comes to mind was Pradaxa. That came out probably about 15 years ago, and they didn't have an antidote for it. But they've published, you know, a couple of clinical trials showing how great it is as a blood thinner. The drug reps are pushing it. The government-funded system is paying for it. And so doctors are prescribing, not warfarin, which we have an antidote for, they were prescribing Pradaxa. And it was in the media that emergency room doctors were complaining that patients were showing up at the hospital bleeding out and they didn't have an antidote. They had to just watch them bleed out. Now, eventually they came up with an antidote with Pradaxa, and now we have a new blood thinner on the market. I forget the name, but somebody pointed it out to me today in Aldergrove, and same thing's happening. People are showing up at the emergency ward bleeding out, and there isn't an antidote. Well, why would we approve that drug? Why would we approve Pradaxa? Why wouldn't we just say, well, like warfarin works, natokinase works? Well, we don't do comparative analyses. But the pharmaceutical companies, when the patent runs out, they want to phase these drugs out, and they're called orphan drugs. Everyone's heard that term, haven't they? Orphan drugs. So orphan drugs, basically, they're not made anymore, and we're using drugs that are still on patent. So what this means is, As you know, I'm in my 7th decade. If I have to go to the hospital for a serious health condition, I'm going to be treated with a synthetic chemical that didn't exist when I was born, and a synthetic chemical that's different than the ones my parents were treated with. And the children that are born today, when they, get older and need to go to the hospital for serious health conditions, they're going to be treated with synthetic chemicals that don't exist today. Now, if we were to abolish our drug policies, if we were to just say, this is not getting us good health outcomes, and we were to ask, there's 8 billion people on the planet? If we were to ask every single person on the planet, tell us how we're going to get good health outcomes in Canada for serious health conditions, not a single person on the planet is going to come back to us and say, I got it, Canada. I know how you can get good health outcomes for serious health conditions. Just make it illegal to treat them with anything but chemicals that haven't been invented yet. Like, doesn't that even sound insane to you? But that's our policy. We're being treated with chemicals that didn't exist when we were born, by and large, and our kids are going to be treated with chemicals that don't exist today. And they're going to be the only legal treatments unless we stop this. It's madness. It's really an invitation to be sick. I haven't even gotten to the nutrition part yet. Now let's think about our government-funded healthcare system, which now really is a one-size-fits-all. The provinces under our Constitution have jurisdiction over health. That's largely accepted. And long ago, it was totally accepted. Our courts have allowed jurisdiction creep, where now they'll basically say that the federal government has concurrent jurisdiction in almost anything. But really, it was Trudeau Sr. that completely undermined our Constitution, because he came up with this brilliant idea. He says, well, we can tax the whole country. And we can tax directly and indirectly, and the provinces can only, tax within their province, and they can only tax directly. So the federal government has the ability to raise way more cash than the provinces do. And so basically Trudeau Sr. started raising all this money and then said to the provinces, I will give you these bags of cash if you follow the Canada Health Act. And the provinces made the huge mistake of saying yes. And this has now gone on since the early 70s. And now the provinces, it's like heroin, they're addicted to that federal cash. And they're basically, the federal government now runs health policy, even though it's provincial jurisdiction. It's a complete undermining of our Constitution. We're now a unitary state. We're not a confederation anymore. And this has happened in other areas, not just that area. So we all have now a government-funded healthcare system where the only legal treatments are synthetic chemicals. Every province. Do you think that's by accident? So here we have a federal government that only allows us, that basically declares the only legal treatments are synthetic chemicals. And we have a healthcare system that is funded and dictated by the federal government in which we use synthetic chemicals. And then we have the provinces basically mandating through provincial law that only doctors can practice medicine. Now, in some provinces like BC, naturopathic doctors, they've got a little niche, and in some provinces, homeopathic doctors and TCM doctors have a little niche. But medical doctors are in control, and we almost worship them. Like if we started a natural health product company and we were advertising, we put the person in a doctor's, white lab coat, and we'll have more sales. Like, we've been so trained to think that they're the end-all be-all. In the last month, there was a Quebec Court of Appeal decision that basically says naturopathic doctors cannot diagnose, they cannot treat, they cannot recommend, they basically can't do anything, because the act in Quebec, the provincial act that gives doctors their medical monopoly to practice, says only doctors can practice medicine, and it's defined so broadly that it includes any diagnosis, or even, recommending echinacea if your kid has a cold, literally. And, you know, it's been a long time since I've looked at the BC legislation, and it's changed, but we used to have the exact same. You know, when I first got into this in 1995, defending Jim Strauss, he was charged with practicing medicine without a license. So the provinces have participated in this medical monopoly for chemical drugs. How did we end up here? And are we going to get good health outcomes? So let's now talk a little bit about nutrition, and then we'll move on to censorship. So, and we're going to have a speaker come up